Chapter 1. Zhou Lin, Awakening Successful, Professional Warrior. Yang Shun, Awakening Successful, Professional Knight. Tang Su, Awakening Successful, Professional Mage. The Array Master on the Awakening platform announced the profession of each individual who successfully awakened. Centuries ago, the game world fused with Blue Star, granting every individual the opportunity to awaken upon reaching the age of 18. A successful awakening would transform them into a professional. Professionals represent the prevailing theme of this era. They venture beyond the city to hunt magical beasts, level up, gain experience, and acquire gear, thereby elevating themselves above the ordinary. The quality of one's profession is a crucial determinant of how far a professional can traverse this path. Professions are categorized into three primary types: combat, support, and lifestyle professions. In the eyes of many, there exist distinctions in quality among the various professions within each category. For instance, warriors, mages, and assassins are regarded as superior among combat professions, while tanks and archers are deemed inferior. Support and lifestyle professions also exhibit varying degrees of merit. A ranking chart has even been devised to classify the efficacy and standing of each profession. However, as a transmigrator, Tang Yu regarded this ranking with skepticism. Every profession possesses its strengths and weaknesses. It merely depends on how one harnesses and utilizes them. After all, games emphasize balance, and Tang Yu did not believe that a game capable of merging the entire world would lack equilibrium. Gazing down at the number plate in his hand, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Tang Yu, I never imagined you would dare to participate in the awakening. It seems you are quite stubborn. But now that I have awakened as a mage, will you have to compete with us for the position of family head? Tang Su, having descended from the platform, cast a derisive glance at Tang Yu. Tang Yu sat quietly in his seat, observing the glimmering awakening array in the distance. You can come, so why can't I? Don't forget, the Elder Council convenes in half a month. Perhaps you're celebrating a bit prematurely. Last year, the head of the Tang family, who was also Tang Ye's predecessor and father, tragically succumbed to the venom of a magical beast during a hunting expedition, leading to his sudden demise shortly thereafter. In the absence of a leader, the Tang family descended into chaos. A fierce struggle erupted within the family, all vying for the position of head. Curiously, the most likely successor, Tang Ye's predecessor, also met with an untimely death, coinciding perfectly with Tang Ye's arrival, thrusting him into the heart of this turmoil. Though he had assumed a new identity, two lingering desires resided within his mind. First, to topple Tang Zhanpeng, avenge his father, and reclaim the position of family head. Second, to see his mother once more. Having inherited the body of his predecessor, Tang Yu felt compelled to aid in fulfilling these two unfulfilled aspirations. Currently, his uncle Tang Zhanpeng was a second-tier Gale warrior, considered the strongest within the family. He was also the father of Tang Su, who had just awakened as a mage. To confront their family and accomplish the two wishes of his predecessor would prove to be a formidable challenge. Tang Zhanpeng's eyes glimmered with a frosty light as he stepped forward to issue a threat. Young wretch, have you forgotten how your father met his demise? Withdraw from the awakening quietly, and I shall grant you a life of unbridled luxury. Otherwise, humph. In the face of Tang Zhanpeng's intimidation, Tang Yu remained utterly unperturbed. The truth of his predecessor's father's death was well known. It was a scheme orchestrated by Tang Zhanpeng, but no one dared to speak out, primarily due to his overwhelming power. Yet, as a transmigrator, Tang Yu harbored no fear of him. Tang Zhanpeng, are you so quick to reveal your own sins? At that moment, an elder from the awakening altar called out Tang Ye's name. He rose and cast a glance at Tang Zhanpeng. Let's keep secrets for the family leader selection meeting. With that, he made his way toward the awakening altar. Tang Zhanpeng glared fiercely at Tang Ye's retreating figure, cursing, "You little brat, do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you again for speaking to me like that?" Seated nearby, Tang Su softly reassured, "Father, even the seer elder has claimed his talent is lacking. He won't awaken a worthy profession. He has no right to inherit the Tang family leadership." Hearing his son's words of comfort, Tang Zhanpeng's mood lightened considerably. Indeed, he cannot enter the Imperial Academy. Thus, he is unqualified to participate in the selection for family leader. Son, you must gain admission to the Imperial Academy. Rest assured, Father, I have already awakened as a mage. The Academy's assessment will be a mere formality for me. As the two conversed, the Array Master standing beside the awakening altar announced, Tang Yu, awakening successful, hidden profession, Lord. Upon hearing that Tang Yu had awakened as a Lord, Tang Zhanpeng felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over him, but he quickly recovered. A hidden profession? Lord? Isn't that the most underwhelming main combat profession? Ha ha ha, this kid is finished. How will he contend with us? Tang Su, too, reveled in the misfortune. The Lord profession is scorned even by dogs. It's useless in the early stages, skills are costly, and there's no late-game potential. It's undoubtedly a bottom-tier profession. He is doomed to fail. However, Tang Yu, standing on the platform, remained serene upon hearing of his awakening to the obscure Lord profession. Though many regarded the Lord as a lowly class, it did not denote weakness. On the contrary, once this class matured, it could potentially overpower all other professions, provided one could recruit units of at least golden quality. Lords can summon various races to assist in battle, including undead, beasts, halforcs, and even demigods and demons. All races are categorized into 9 qualities: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. Unlike other professions, a Lord's initial recruitment skill can only improve with the leveling of the Lord. A first-tier Lord possesses a level 1 recruitment skill, a second tier has level 2, and so forth. The higher the rank, the greater the likelihood of recruiting high-quality troops, with each tier allowing the recruitment of only one race of soldiers. Prior to reaching the 4th tier, the chances of a Lord recruiting troops of golden quality are nearly non-existent, with most recruits being of black iron or bronze quality. It is well known that black iron quality troops are often weaker than wild beasts. Lords who cannot even contend with these creatures are regarded as the lowest tier of professions. Those who manage to reach the 4th tier are either from influential families or possess considerable wealth, enabling them to purchase high-quality recruitment skill scrolls. Aside from leveling up, Lords can acquire high-quality troops through the procurement of these scrolls. However, these scrolls are exorbitantly priced, exceedingly rare, and often more valuable than the market can bear. Moreover, even if one obtains a high-quality recruitment skill scroll, there is no guarantee of successfully recruiting high-quality troops. One may wish to recruit a warrior of the demigod race, only to end up with feeble undead instead. This uncertainty renders the Lord profession almost exclusively the domain of the elite. Tang Yu bowed to the formation master and descended from the stage. At that moment, Tang Su approached him, a smug expression adorning his face. A lord? Ha! Are you merely recruiting a bunch of useless soldiers to play house? I advise you to withdraw from the struggle for the family head. Be cautious, or you may lose your life. Tang Yu paid little heed to the threat. Upon returning to his seat, he casually opened his character panel for inspection. Tang Yu, Lord unadvanced. Level 1. Attack power, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Magic, 30. Equipment, none. Skills, recruitment level 1. Recruitment, randomly recruit. A warrior of a certain race to assist in battle, currently able to recruit, 03. Gazing at the lackluster statistics on his character panel, Tang Yu fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his ear. Detection confirms successful awakening of the host. The God-tier Lord shop is now open. Has my golden finger arrived? Just as the words left his mouth, Tang Yu noticed a change on his character panel, with a new option for the God-tier Lord shop appearing at the bottom. Filled with excitement, he clicked on the God-tier Lord shop. A game shop interface materialized before him, featuring 5 categories: troops, treasures, equipment, technology, and heroes. Upon seeing the familiar array of troops, Tang Yu was filled with delight. Gryphon Knights, Mountain Giants, Dragonhawks, Kodos, Frost Dragons. Wow. Aren't these the very units from the Warcraft game? A friendly reminder appeared. Magic crystals can be exchanged for gold required for purchases at a 1-to-1 ratio. Lords may only purchase troops of the same tier or lower. Acquiring technology can grant troops more powerful skills. Special troops and heroes require specific items to unlock. Certain troop purchases necessitate the consumption of magic cores. Tang Yu is eager to explore the esteemed Lord shop. Currently, the shop offers 5 categories of goods: units, equipment, treasures, technology, and heroes. The units are classified into 9 distinct quality levels, ranging from black iron to mythical. Presently, Tang Yu could only procure units of black iron quality to access higher tier units. He must achieve a certain level. There are 4 types of black iron units available, representing 4 different races: archers, human infantry, orc infantry, and ghouls. The equipment section, however, has no items for sale at this time. The treasure section offers only basic potions for mana and health regeneration. Technology pertains to the advancements of the respective units, and upgrading technology grants units more powerful skills. The hero option, which Tang Yu anticipated the most, remained grayed out and inaccessible. According to the system's prompt, acquiring a hero necessitates reaching at least the 2nd tier and obtaining specific items. Without hesitation, Tang Yu delved into the unit section, scrutinizing the 4 black iron units one by one. Archer, a night elf unit, proficient in ranged attacks, possesses stealth abilities at night. Price, 10 gold coins. Infantry, a human unit, endowed with exceptional defensive capabilities, can upgrade technology for enhanced defense. Price, 10 gold coins. Orc infantry, an orc unit, naturally endowed with plunder skills, has a chance to gain experience upon slaying targets. Price, 10 gold coins. Ghoul, an undead unit that can restore health by consuming flesh. Upgrades will grant the ghoul a frenzy skill. Price, 10 gold coins. As a seasoned player of Warcraft, Tang Yu understood how to select among these 4 distinct racial units. While the Night Elf Archer possesses range capabilities, its damage output is too low, and being a fragile unit, it was promptly dismissed. The human infantry is balanced with good cost-effectiveness and high armor value, yet its damage output is insufficient, hindering leveling speed. The Orc infantry, despite its plunder skill and potential for experience gain, lacks sustained combat capability. In contrast, the Undead Ghoul proves to be an excellent monster hunting unit, inherently capable of restoring health through flesh consumption. It is akin to having a fountain of infinite health regeneration, significantly saving costs. Moreover, upon technological advancement, the Ghoul will gain the Frenzy skill, enhancing both attack power and speed, making it the quintessential choice for experience farming. Tang Yu could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of purchasing a Ghoul to expedite his leveling. However, all units in the shop require gold coins, which are exchanged for magical crystals. Magical crystals, as a rare item dropped by magical creatures, are vital for all practitioners to restore mana and forge weapons and equipment. The drop rate of this item is exceedingly low, making it quite challenging to acquire, and there are only 20 in existence. At that moment, Tang's voice resonated once more. Tang Yu, soon we shall venture into the novice secret realm. Are you bold enough to wager with me? Wager on what? While perusing the Divine Lord's shop, Tang Yu momentarily diverted his attention upon hearing the proposal. Let us bet on who emerges from the novice secret realm with a higher level in a day's time, shall we? Upon hearing the suggestion, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. Just as I was pondering how to amass wealth, you present it to me? Are you certain? Absolutely. Don't claim you lack the courage to gamble. Tang Yu chuckled. Very well, since you wish to wager, what shall be at stake? Tang's heart leaped with joy as he quickly responded, of course, there shall be a reward. If you lose, you must leave the Tang family. Should I lose, I will grant you 30 magic crystals. How does that sound? Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, slightly. 30 magic crystals in exchange for my eligibility to contend for the position of family head. You ask for too much. 30 is too little. I will wager only if it is 100. Tang Su frowned slightly. Each magic crystal is equivalent to 10,000 coins, and the opposing party's opening bid of 100 magic crystals is rather ambitious. Yet he never anticipated Tang Yu could win against him, so he promptly nodded in agreement. Fine, 100 it is. Everyone has heard this. Don't think you can back out. And you as well. Upon hearing Tang Yu had accepted the wager, the onlookers were left speechless, a lord challenging a mage to see who levels up faster. Has he lost his senses? Mages possess the quickest leveling speed among all classes. Doesn't he realize this? Perhaps he is counting on recruiting diamond-quality demigod warriors. Tang Yu paid no heed to the crowd's skepticism and derision, returning to his seat to continue browsing the various wares in the system shop. He must avenge his father's death and seek out his mother without a measure of strength. He might fail to fulfill any of these aspirations. Now that he possessed the system, securing those 100 magic crystals was undoubtedly within his grasp. As for the doubts of others, Tang Yu preferred to let his achievements speak for themselves. Once everyone had completed their awakening, the array master led the group to queue at the entrance of the novice secret realm in the square. The wild monsters outside the city are fierce and of high level, making them ill-suited for newly awakened practitioners. To train against the novice secret realm is their primary choice for leveling up. However, access is restricted to those who have recently participated in the awakening ceremony, allowing the group to remain within the realm for a day to rapidly elevate their levels. Upon entering the secret realm, Tang Yu felt as though he had stepped into another world. The scenery was idyllic, with clear mountains and flowing waters, and the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds and fragrant flowers. Not far away, a group of level 1 stag deer grazed peacefully. These low-level magical creatures serve as experience points for novices. Their attack power is minimal, yet their robust bodies are quite resilient, primarily used to hone the skill proficiency of newly awakened practitioners. To that moment, many individuals had already begun to form teams, preparing to engage in monster hunting together. As a mage, Tang Su is undoubtedly the most popular, with numerous warriors and support players eagerly vying to join his team. In contrast, Tang Yu found that there was little interest in his profession, and he had no intention of sharing his expertise with others. At that moment, Tang Su unabashedly showcased his skills in front of the crowd. He raised his hand and launched 3 fireballs toward a nearby horned deer. 70, 90, 87. A series of damage notifications appeared above the horned deer's head. Tang Su, with a smug expression, turned to Tang Yu and taunted, "Do you still think you have a chance of defeating me?" However, Tang Su remained unfazed, retorting, "The competition has not officially begun, so why the excitement?" Subsequently, he ventured into the forest. Opening the Divine Lord's shop, he promptly purchased 2 ghouls. Instantly, a swirling black mist enveloped the area. From within emerged 2 ghouls. Their bodies hunched, flesh decaying, and their mouths adorned with sharp, menacing teeth, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Ghoul, level 1 attack power, 100 strength, 80 agility, 80 magic power, 80 skill, devour flesh. This skill allows the ghoul to consume flesh, restoring 30% of its health with each use, at the cost of 30 points of magic power. Upon examining the details of the ghouls, a look of astonishment spread across Tang Yu's face. What? Is this truly the profile of a black iron unit? Shouldn't this be the foundational attributes of a gold unit? Tang Yu distinctly recalled that his teacher had once mentioned in school that the attributes of ordinary black iron quality soldiers typically remain below 20. For those of bronze quality, the range lies between 30 and 50, while silver quality soldiers possess attributes from 60 to 80. It is only the golden quality soldiers whose attributes can reach 100. Yet, the attack power of the ghoul has already attained 100. Could it truly be classified as a black iron quality soldier? Tang Yu suddenly recalled that his system shop was named the God-level Lord's Store. Could this truly be divine? Without hesitation, he commanded a ghoul to charge at the stag. Snap! -300 the ghoul's claw struck, instantly depleting the stag's health. He hunted a level 1 stag, gaining 10 experience points and acquiring a stag antler. Tang Yu was utterly astonished. What? A single strike to annihilation? This level of strength is rather absurd. Tang Yu gazed at the 2 ghouls, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his eyes. The experience points from first-level monsters were meager. To ascend to the second level, he required 500 experience points. Merely slaying first-level creatures necessitated the hunting of 50. Tang Yu was resolute in his purpose, intent on not squandering time. He set forth with 2 ghouls, aiming to venture into the more advanced habitat of the half-deer folk to accrue experience. Naturally, he did not overlook any of the myriad monsters encountered along the way. Even when faced with second- and third-tier creatures, the ghouls dispatched them with a single strike. As he progressed, he continued to slay, and Tang Yu's experience points surged. Upon hunting a third-tier shallow-water crocodile, he gained 50 experience points, acquired a crocodile hide, and obtained a magic crystal. His experience was now maximized, leading to an elevation in his level to the 2nd tier. Was that truly an upgrade? How remarkably swift! Tang Yu eagerly opened his personal panel. In addition to a 10-point increase in his fundamental 4-dimensional attributes, he also had 10 free attribute points awaiting allocation. After some contemplation, Tang Yu resolved to enhance his health. After all, his primary combat strength stemmed from the ghoul. He merely needed to safeguard himself, while magical power was of little utility for the time being. And his agility was sufficient. Having distributed the attribute points, Tang Yu glanced once more at his panel. Tang Yu, Lord, unranked, level 2 attack power, 20 strength, 30 agility, 20 magic, 40 equipment, none skill, recruitment, level 1, recruitment. Randomly enlist a black iron quality warrior of an unknown race to assist in battle, currently able to recruit 25. The number of troops that Tang Yu can recruit is contingent upon his level. Upon reaching level 2, it expands to 5, and it is destined to increase further in the future. Simultaneously, the level of the ghoul has also ascended to level 2 alongside him, with each attribute point augmented by 50, rendering its strength even more formidable. Tang Yu inquired with the system and learned that all the monster units were of the same level as himself, including the newly acquired ones. This spared him the hassle of leveling up the new units, which he considered to be a fortunate piece of news. However, upon inspecting his account balance, Tang Yu found it difficult to feel elated. Throughout his journey, he had only amassed 5 magic crystals. The low-level monsters yielded an even lower drop rate for these crystals. Perhaps he should consider targeting higher-level foes, or even a boss. The prospect of hunting a boss promised greater rewards in terms of magic crystals and possibly even magic cores. The temptation was undeniably enticing. Tang Yu's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the campsite in the distance, where wisps of smoke curled lazily into the air. This was the territory of the level 7 Centaur boss. However, the Centaur warriors and Centaur mages encountered along the way were merely around level 4 and tended to operate in groups. While the formidable level 7 Centaur boss was not currently a consideration for Tang Yu, the lower-level foes presented a promising opportunity for experience and training. Tang Yu promptly summoned the ghoul and embarked on the path of leveling up. As soon as he entered the territory of the Centaur, several Centaur warriors charged towards him without hesitation. Centaur Warrior, level 4 skills. Charge activates the skill to inflict an additional 30 damage to the target. With a chance to stun the target, Tang Yu promptly issued an attack command to the ghoul. In an instant, the ghoul struck, cleaving the head of the Centaur deer in two. Another swift kill. The two ghouls surged into the fray like wolves among sheep, attacking with remarkable speed. Before long, all the Centaur deer warriors in the forest had been vanquished. At last, Tang Yu had accumulated 10 magic crystals and proceeded to purchase a third ghoul. At this moment, his level had also ascended to 3, expanding his recruitment capacity to 10. Gazing at the attribute panel of the level 3 ghoul, Tang Yu felt an irresistible urge to challenge the level 7 Centaur Deer Chief boss. Just then, a rumbling thunder echoed from the direction of the Centaur Deer Chief's encampment. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze towards the distant sound of thunder. Goodness, is there someone faster than I? Yet, it seems that only one hidden thunder mage has awakened this time. Could it be her? At today's awakening ceremony, Zhang Baishan was the sole individual among all new professionals to awaken the hidden main combat class of Thunder Mage. The daughter of the deputy mayor of Linhai City, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Not only is she the most beautiful woman in Linen City, but she is also the most gifted practitioner. It is said that she has already been earmarked by a mentor from the Imperial Academy right after her awakening. However, I never expected her to arrive at the living quarters of the half-deer chief boss even before I did. A rival has emerged. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the half-deer chief boss, accompanied by 3 ghouls. Upon arriving, Tang Yu beheld Zhang Baishan, adorned in a flowing white mage robe, surrounded by a throng of half-deer warriors and half-deer mages. Does she dare to confront the boss alone? Truly reckless. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu issued an attack command to the 3 ghouls. Zhang Baishan, watching as a half-deer warrior brandished a long knife, charged directly at her. Found herself with nowhere to evade. Her heart sank, and she closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. Yet, after several seconds, the blade still had not descended. In astonishment, she opened her eyes to see 3 fierce-looking ghouls drawing all the attention of the surrounding half-deer. Realizing this was a prime opportunity to escape, she immediately sprang to her feet and fled. However, after just a few steps, she inadvertently collided with Tang Yu. "Why don't you watch where you're going?" she exclaimed, rubbing her head, instantly recognizing Tang Yu before her, utterly surprised that a lord would venture into such a perilous place. Then, she comprehended the situation regarding the ghouls. "Did you save me?" Tang Yu grinned and remarked. "What?" No expression of gratitude. It was only then that Zhang Baishan realized her oversight. Just as she was about to utter her thanks, Tang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I saved your life. Surely, you should offer some form of compensation." "Compensation?" Zhang Baishan furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of disappointment at Tang Yu's mercenary attitude, just as she began to develop a fondness for him. However, upon gazing at the formidable appearance of the ghouls, an idea suddenly struck her. "I've nearly exhausted my supply of magic crystals, but I possess something far superior. Would you be interested?" "Oh, pray, enlighten me." Tang Yu expressed his curiosity regarding the treasures Zhang Baishan had alluded to. After all, anything she deemed exceptional must surely be extraordinary. "The treasure of the half-human deer chieftain. If we acquire it, we can split the spoils evenly. What do you think?" "The treasure of the half-human deer chieftain?" Zhang Baishan nodded and produced a parchment made of sheepskin. "I discovered this treasure map among the spoils of a half-human deer priest. Initially, I intended to retrieve it myself, but it's evident that the path is fraught with peril. Consider this a proposal for employment. What say you?" Tang Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, "What treasures are included?" "Magic crystals, various equipment and items, as well as some precious alchemical materials. The quantity we can obtain will depend on our capabilities." Tang Yu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, considering your earnestness." Zhang Baishan rolled her eyes. feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a kick to this oblivious fellow who lacked appreciation for delicate sentiments. How unfair it was. Countless individuals had sought to team up with her, only to be turned down. Now, having to spend her own money to find a partner. She was met with such a dismissive remark. Jiang Baishan even began to question whether Tang Yu possessed any emotional intelligence at all. Tang Yu, however, was entirely unconcerned. Grinning as he spoke, "It's nothing. Consider it a small loss on my part." Jiang Baishan, unwilling to squander time, interjected, "Since we are going together, let us form a team. That way, when we acquire the treasure, we can all keep track, lest you accuse me of unfair distribution once more. What does Miss Jiang take me for?" Tang Yu had scarcely finished his sentence when Jiang Baishan received an invitation to team up. Gritting her teeth, she confirmed the invitation with a sense of frustration. Upon seeing Tang Yu's level, she was momentarily taken aback. It was worth noting that only a little over 3 hours had passed since they entered the secret realm. Many had likely not even reached level 2, yet this individual, with a sewer profession, was remarkably proficient. However, witnessing the ferocity of the ghouls in battle, she soon felt reassured. Yet, compared to her astonishment, Tang Yu was the most astonished of all. For Jiang Baishan had already reached level 5. How did you level up so quickly? Even a lightning mage wouldn't progress this fast, would they? Jiang Baishan proudly lifted her flawless chin and replied, "Are you not aware of something called experience scrolls?" Experience scrolls? Tang Yu suddenly understood. This item belonged to the realm of advanced alchemical artifacts, capable of enhancing the acquisition of experience points for a limited duration upon use. Naturally, the price of experience scrolls was exorbitantly high, accompanied by level restrictions, rendering them treasures that ordinary practitioners had only heard of but never encountered. To his surprise, Jiang Baishan had utilized such a remarkable item right after her awakening. Indeed, she was the daughter of a prestigious family, undeniably a little heiress. However, the good news was that after forming a party, he could also share in the experience boost provided by the scroll, thus gaining an advantage. Yet, Tang Yu was not merely a passive beneficiary. His ghoul companions fought with exceptional ferocity, significantly increasing the speed at which they eliminated monsters, thereby multiplying the rate at which Jiang Baishan accumulated experience points. The trio of ghouls carved their way to the territory of the half-human, half-tier chieftain boss situated halfway up the mountain. Jiang Baishan had already reached 5.5 levels, while Tang Yu had attained level 4, boasting 8 recruited units and acquiring 10 magic crystals. From a distance, Tang Yu spotted the half-human, half-tier chieftain adorned with a feathered headdress. The chieftain's physique was imposing, towering over the average half-human, half-tier warrior by a considerable margin. Tang Yu promptly examined the information regarding the half-man deer. Half-man deer chief boss, level 7 attack power, 160 strength, 140 agility, 140 magic, 140 skills, antler charge. Activate skill to inflict an additional 100 damage on the target. With a chance to stun the target, and command, releases skill, summoning all kin within a radius of 200 meters for support. The statistics appeared reasonably impressive, but he wondered how they compared to those of the ghoul. Consequently, Tang Yu opened the ghoul's panel for inspection and was immediately taken aback. Ghoul, level 4 attack power, 250 strength, 230 agility, 230 magic, 230 skills, devour flesh and blood, utilizes this skill to consume flesh and blood, restoring 30% of health with each use, at the cost of 30 points of magic. Gazing at the ghoul's panel information, a faint smile crept upon Tang Yu's lips. One single ghoul was more than sufficient to overpower the half-man deer chief, and now he could command up to 5. What was there to worry about? Without hesitation, he purchased 2 additional ghouls and issued the command to hunt. Ahead lay the half-man deer chief boss, but first, let us confer. What are you doing? Jiang Baishan, following closely behind Tang Yu, intended to discuss strategies for confronting the boss. However, the latter was already directing the 5 ghouls to charge towards the half-man deer chief's encampment. Jiang Baishan hurriedly exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" Tang Yu turned to Jiang Baishan and asked, "What? Am I going mad? That is a level 7 boss. Shouldn't we discuss this? What is there to discuss? Wasn't it agreed that the spoils would be evenly divided? Why are you changing the terms?" "Who said I was changing the terms? I'm merely suggesting how to deal with the boss. If you send your troops charging in like that, what if you alert the boss and attract more half-human deers?" Just as Jiang Baishan was about to elaborate, her voice abruptly ceased. She had witnessed 2 ghouls breaking through the encirclement, launching directly at the half-human deer boss. The poor creature didn't even have time to emit a cry before being instantly vanquished by the two ghouls. Subsequently, a series of notifications chimed in the party chat. Eliminated level 7 half-human deer boss. Gained 2,000 experience points. Acquired magic crystals X5, magic core X1. Half-human deer chief's staff X1, half-human deer chief's skull X1. At that moment, Jiang Baishan was utterly dazed. That was a level 7 boss. And it was taken down just like that? For goodness sake, at least let me feel involved. I am a formidable lightning mage. Is this truly appropriate? Observing Jiang Baishan's bewildered expression, Tang Yu lightly inquired, Miss Jiang, is there anything else? Jiang Baishan replied, outside the novice secret realm. Meanwhile, several university presidents convened to discuss the newly promoted professionals of the day. Old Yang has truly struck gold this time, with two mages emerging, Tang Su and Lu Dong. Surely, this guarantees at least one slot at the Imperial Academy. Principal Yang Dinghai of the first high school chuckled heartily, waving his hand in modesty. The entrance requirement for the Imperial Academy is merely to reach level 1, level up to level 10 within 7 days, and complete the level 1 trial task. It is no small feat. Though he spoke of its difficulty, inwardly he was elated. The Imperial Academy had allocated 5 slots for Linhai City, and he was determined to secure one. However, it was known that the Academy had pre-selected the daughter of City Lord Jiang, leaving the remaining 4 slots to be contested among his peers. Yet, Yang Dinghai wisely shifted the topic. By the way, it seems City Lord Jiang's daughter has also ventured into the novice secret realm. It appears she is a strong contender for first place this time. After all, she is a hidden class lightning mage, with skills that inherently paralyze and are area attacks. By now, she must be around level 5. That is certain. However, leveling up becomes significantly slower after level 5, but fortunately, she'll gain a new skill at that level. If luck is on her side, acquiring a powerful skill upgrade shouldn't pose a problem. Everyone dreams of their school's students achieving excellent grades. After all, having a student from the prestigious Imperial Academy would significantly elevate the reputation of their entire institution. This would bring numerous advantages, attracting a greater number of students to enroll. Within the novice realm, Tang Yu intended to divide the spoils with Jiang Baishan. Among all the items revealed, there was only the level 7 silver quality half-man deer chieftain staff. In the realm of professionals, items, akin to units, are categorized into 9 qualities ranging from black iron to mythic. Typically, it is rare for items of silver quality or higher to emerge before level 10. The silver quality equipment could fetch around 100,000 coins, whereas the bronze quality items, which are slightly below silver, only command prices from a few thousand to 10,000. As for black iron quality, they are deemed worthless refuse. As a mage, this half-man deer chieftain staff is exclusively yours. However, as soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, Jiang Baishan nonchalantly shook her head. Never mind, you defeated the boss, so all the items are yours. I do not want them. That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? It is fine. I do not lack such things. You may keep it. Observing that Jiang Baishan was indeed uninterested in these items, Tang Yu, recognizing her disdain, unceremoniously stored them in his inventory. Consider this a favor owed to you. Haha, very well, I shall accept your favor. Now, let us seek treasures. Jiang Baishan appeared quite spirited, and throughout their journey, she did not engage in combat, yet her experience points surged rapidly. She felt as though she were leveling up alongside a high-ranking professional, merely following along without a care. While traversing the path, Tang Yu discreetly opened the Supreme Lord's shop. To his surprise, he discovered that with his level advancement, several new items became available for purchase. Illumination Flare, a one-time use item that reveals all hidden items within a designated area for 10 seconds. Price, 1 gold coin. Rapid Healing Potion, instantly restores 50% of health upon use. Price, 2 gold coins. Rapid Mana Potion, instantly restores 50% of mana upon use. Price, 2 gold coins. Frenzy, a skill exclusive to lords. When activated, both the individual and their units will gain a 50% increase in attack speed and movement speed for 1 hour. Consuming 50 mana points, can stack with other types of frenzy skills. Price, 10 gold coins and 1 mana core. Among these items, Tang Yu found himself particularly intrigued by the frenzy skill, as it would significantly enhance his efficiency in monster hunting. However, he refrained from making an immediate purchase, intending to wait until reaching level 5. Upon achieving level 5, professionals would acquire a new skill, and should they find the new skill unsatisfactory, they could forego it in exchange for a skill point. Tang Yu intended to discover the new skills he would acquire upon reaching level 5. If the skills proved to be underwhelming, he would prefer to exchange them for skill points to enhance his berserk ability. After traversing the towering mountains, the two finally arrived at the entrance of a pitch-black cave. This is the place. Jiang Baishan exhaled in relief and produced a illumination talisman. After igniting it with her magical energy, she cast it into the cave. The talisman transformed into a luminous butterfly, fluttering gracefully into the depths of the cavern. Without hesitation, Tang Yu intended to allow the ghoul to venture forth and scout the path. However, Jiang Baishan suddenly intervened. "Wait," she exclaimed. What is it?" Observing Jiang Baishan's demeanor, Tang Yu felt an unsettling notion that she was concealing something from him. As expected, Jiang Baishan spoke up. "There is something I had not disclosed to you earlier. Please hear me out before you decide whether to proceed." "All right, go ahead," he replied. Tang Yu held no particular feelings regarding Jiang Baishan's actions. After all, they were not well acquainted, and there was no necessity for complete transparency. Additionally, despite Jiang Baishan being a thunder mage, she was still a girl, and considerations of safety were paramount. Observing that Tang Yu remained unperturbed, Jiang Baishan spoke up. "There is indeed treasure, but it requires overcoming challenges to obtain it. The more obstacles you surmount, the more substantial the rewards. However, the dangers also escalate." Hearing this, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. "I thought it was some grand secret. Is that all? Then let us proceed swiftly." Seeing Tang Yu's confident demeanor, Jiang Baishan could only nod in agreement. "Since you are on board, I shall refrain from further objections. By the way, I only require the heart of the half-man deer. The rest can be yours. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing Jiang Baishan's request, Tang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Of course, that is no problem." The heart of the half-man deer was an exceptional alchemical material, valued at 1,000,000, yet it was a treasure that was more valuable than marketable. Only families possessing alchemists would purchase such an item. Otherwise, keeping it would be a waste. Tang Yu naturally had no desire for an item that could not be immediately exchanged for magic crystals. He subsequently commanded the ghoul to enter the cave first, ensuring there were no dangers before he and Jiang Baishan ventured inside together. Fortunately, with the illumination talisman in hand, the cave was brightly lit, dispelling the once ominous and terrifying atmosphere. The two continued onward until they halted before a grand doorway. As the door swung open, they were met by several menacing half-human, half-deer guardians. "Attack!" Tang Yu issued a command to the ghouls. 5 ghouls swiftly surged into the room, slaying a level 5 half-elk guardian. Experience gained, 200. Slaying a level 5 half-elk priest. Experience gained, 200. A continuous stream of notifications resonated in Tang Yu's ears. Before long, all the monsters in the room had been vanquished. Tang Yu discovered 3 magical crystals within an iron box in his room. Without hesitation, he promptly stored them in his spatial storage and proceeded to open the next door. Inside awaited yet another assembly of centaur guardians and centaur priests. The ghoul lunged forward once more. After a fierce battle, Tang Yu emerged victorious, acquiring 5 magical crystals this time. Thus, after vanquishing all the centaur guardians and priests in the 4th room, he continued his quest. Tang Yu has finally reached the 5th level. After allocating his attribute points, he once again opened his personal panel. Tang Yu, Lord, unadvanced, level, 5 attack power, 50 strength, 90 agility, 50 magic, 80 equipment, none skills, recruitment, level 1. Domestication, level 1, optional, recruitment. Randomly recruit a black iron quality warrior of an unknown race to assist in battle. Currently able to recruit 310, domestication, tame wild creatures, which can be cultivated into one's own combat units. Observing this rather impractical domestication skill, Tang Yu felt no surprise. He already possessed a divine level lord's shop. And even if he utilized this skill, it would require a considerable amount of time to seek out higher quality wild monsters. Furthermore, in the later stages, various forms of cultivation would be necessary, resulting in a waste of both time and energy, rendering it devoid of any cost-effectiveness. Tang Yu made a decisive choice to abandon his previous course of action, subsequently purchasing the Fury skill from the marketplace. He acquired the level 1 Fury skill. Fury, a level 1 active skill that, upon activation, grants the individual and all allied troops a 50% increase in attack speed and movement speed, lasting for 1 hour and consuming 50 points of mana. This effect can be stacked with other types of Fury skills. Tang Yu once again opened the skill panel and allocated his skill points to the Berserk skill. Berserk, a level 2 active skill that, when activated, grants both the individual and all allied troops a 100% increase in attack speed and movement speed. Lasting for 1 hour and consuming 50 mana points, can be stacked with other types of Berserk skills. Done. At that moment, Jiang Baishan suddenly spoke up. The 5th level below is the final challenge. All remaining treasures are contained within, but there lies an 8th level boss. Do you have confidence? Absolutely. A 5th level ghoul facing an 8th level boss. The difficulty? It simply does not exist. Tang Yu activated his Berserk skill with fervor. In an instant, the eyes of the 5 ghouls gleamed with a fierce crimson light, rendering them even more irritable. He pushed open the 5th door, and the 5 ghouls surged forward like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. The moment the door creaked open, a potent stench of decay assaulted their senses. Jiang Baishan's heart tightened, and she hastily covered her nose. Be careful, this is toxic mist. Tang Yusin felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him, as the noxious air he had just inhaled permeated his entire being, inducing an intense discomfort. Without hesitation, he procured 2 health potions from the Lord's shop, offering one to Jiang Baishan while uncapping the other for himself. The sweet elixir swiftly banished the malaise within him. At that moment, 5 ghouls surged into the room. Towering at 3 meters and stretching 4 meters in length, the half-man, half-deer high priest boss brandished a staff, releasing a noxious mist towards the entrance. Jiang Baishan, momentarily taken aback by the potion, stowed it in her pocket and readied her mage's staff to cast a spell. However, before she could complete her incantation, the 5 frenzied ghouls had already lunged at the half-man, half-deer high priest boss, rending and biting with ferocity. -2000, -2200, -1900 damage notifications erupted above the boss's head in a frenzy. Just as the crystal atop Jiang Baishan's staff coalesced into a sphere of blue-purple lightning, the half-man, half-deer high priest boss abruptly swayed and collapsed to the ground. You have slain the level 7 half-man, half-deer chieftain boss, earning 2000 experience points. Acquired Magic Crystal X8, Acquired Magic Core X1, Acquired Half-Man, Half-Deer High Priest Staff X1, Acquired Half-Man, Half-Deer High Priest Necklace X1 with a crackling sound. Jiang Baishan's lightning spell finally struck the corpse of the half-man, half-deer high priest boss, shimmering twice. Jiang Baishan remarked, "So, I've become merely a part of the ambience. Have I? Is that it? What else could it be?" Tang Yu smiled broadly as he approached the stone platform within the room. His gaze fixed upon a magnificent golden treasure chest that sat atop it, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, fortune has favored him. With a crisp click, the chest sprang open, revealing a bounty of glimmering magic crystals and a blood-red heart that appeared to be the half-human deer's heart sought after by Jiang Baishan. Without hesitation, he picked up the heart and presented it to her. "Here you are, the half-human deer's heart you requested." "Thank you," Jiang Baishan exclaimed, her hands cradling the heart with palpable excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight. She understood that had she not encountered Tang Yu today, acquiring this vital item would have proven exceedingly difficult. Tang Yu, however, remained unfazed. "It's nothing. After all, we are teammates, right?" As he meticulously counted the magic crystals within the box, Jiang Baishan suddenly pointed at the several ghouls and inquired, "Are your ghouls of superior quality? How come they are so formidable?" In order to conceal his system, Tang Yu had long since devised a set of eloquent explanations, truly top-tier and silver level. Jiang Baishan, suddenly enlightened, gazed at Tang Yu with envy and remarked, "No wonder. By the way, with your formidable strength, have you considered applying to the Imperial Academy?" "Of course," Tang Yu replied. "The Imperial Academy is my dream. I must gain admission." Tang Yu was resolutely determined to gain entry into the Imperial Academy, not solely due to the wager with Tang Su and the contest for the position of clan leader, but also because of an unwavering desire instilled in him by his predecessor to meet his mother. After all, having taken possession of another's body, it seemed only fitting to assist in fulfilling their final wish, or rather, their last desire. Upon hearing Tang Yu's declaration, Jiang Baishan immediately revealed a satisfied smile. "You must strive for it. By the way, the Imperial Academy has numerous rules and requirements. Your abilities are commendable. I believe you should challenge the Astral Observation Secret Realm. Of course, this presupposes that you can gain entry to the Celestial Pivot Pavilion." Astral Observation Secret Realm? Celestial Pivot Pavilion? The Celestial Pivot Pavilion is a place reserved for the most elite students of the Imperial Academy, housing many high-quality secret realms. among which the Astral Observation Secret Realm is the finest, yet it only opens once a year. Many high-quality secret realms? Do you mean places with a high yield of experience points and equipment? Precisely, and also an abundance of magical crystals and cores. Jiang Baishan observed Tang Yu's greedy demeanor and could not resist adding, "Hearing this, it seems you are quite intrigued. Indeed, if that's the case, I must take up the challenge." He seemed to be quite taken with the prospect of riches. However, the challenge is formidable. I have little confidence in gaining entry. But your ghouls should perform admirably. With proper training, there may be an opportunity. Thank you for your encouragement. I shall certainly give it a try. The two exchanged a few items. Although Jiang Baishan indicated she only desired a heart of the half-man deer, Tang Yu still bestowed upon her the half-man deer high priest's staff. As for the 120 magical crystals, a magical core, and the half-man deer high priest's necklace, they naturally found their way into Tang Yu's pockets. Upon leaving the cave, Jiang Baishan intended to tackle some low-level monsters on her own to enhance her control and casting speed of skills. After all, the recent encounter had made her acutely aware of her deficiencies in skill mastery. Moreover, her experience scroll was nearing expiration, and she did not wish to take advantage of Tang Yu. Conversely, Tang Yu harbored no such concerns, planning to continue grinding for levels. Thus, they resolved to part ways. Jiang Baishan smiled at Tang Yu, saying, "Very well, then. Until we meet again, I shall ask you to guide me in leveling up when the opportunity arises." Tang Yu grinned and said, "No problem. Next time bring more money. My fees are quite steep." The two waved their goodbyes, and Tang Yu promptly exchanged all his magic crystals for store coins, instantly adding 150 coins to his account, suddenly becoming affluent. He found himself at a loss as to how to utilize this newfound wealth. However, upon reflection, he realized that when he reached the level necessary to unlock additional troop types, this sum would likely prove insufficient. Presently, having attained level 5 and possessing 10 units, he decided to reinstate 5 ghouls. Subsequently, he spent 50 coins in the store to acquire the Berserk skill for the ghouls. Berserk skill activated. Berserk, a passive skill exclusive to ghouls, triggered during combat, granting a 50% increase in both attack power and attack speed. Lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 1 hour, and capable of stacking with other Berserk-type skills. Upon reading the description of the Berserk skill, a smile spread across Tang Yu's face. He continued his journey forward, and after crossing a mountain, he entered a dense jungle. High-risk area, entry prohibited. Gazing at the warning sign before him, Tang Yu paid little heed to its message. After all, this was a novice secret realm, a place intended for newcomers. And he did not perceive it as a genuinely perilous area. If it truly were, it would merely indicate a delineation established to safeguard those inexperienced novices. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu led 10 ghouls into the perilous zone. As soon as he entered, he sensed the ghouls' overwhelming desire for the forest, each one visibly agitated, eager to charge forward. Thus, he commanded 8 of the ghouls, "Go forth, slay at will." No sooner had he spoken than the ghouls surged into the thicket, engaging in a fray. Meanwhile, Tang Yu retained 2 ghouls as his personal bodyguards. The air resonated with the sounds of hunting notifications, and his experience points surged rapidly. Yet, at that moment, an ominous aura began to encroach upon him. In an instant, one of the ghouls beside him leapt fiercely towards the direction above Tang Yu's head. With a resounding thud, a deft collision sent the assailant sprawling away. Tang Yu finally discerned the appearance of the assailant. This creature boasted a pair of enormous membranous wings, with 4 exceptionally sharp claws, and its mouth was slightly agape, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. He immediately recognized this type of monster, a gregarious species known as the Level 7 tree demon bat. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable foe. Tang Yu gazed into the distance at the dense forest, and in an instant, he comprehended the meaning behind the warning sign indicating a high-risk area. Tree demons, unlike other magical creatures, possess an exceptionally strong sense of territory. Once they select a location as their habitat, they will assert dominion over it, ruthlessly exterminating all other creatures within. Should they encounter prey, or if a companion is under threat, all tree demons within a 100-mile radius will swiftly converge to offer assistance. Tang Yu felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He could even sense the stirring of wings within the forest. Without hesitation, he summoned all the ghouls back from the woods. After all, the tree magic bats were aerial creatures, whereas the ghouls were melee fighters, lacking any advantage in the wilderness. However, the current situation dictated that his side was on the defensive while the tree magic bats took the offensive. The bats were compelled to initiate the attack, and all he needed to do was find a suitable vantage point to ambush them. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu quickly surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a narrow cave not far away. Without a moment's delay, he led all the ghouls toward the cave. The entrance was only half the height of a person, but after walking a few meters inside, it opened up into a spacious chamber. Upon seeing this cave, Tang Yu immediately recognized it as an excellent defensive position, a veritable stronghold that could withstand an overwhelming force. Before long, the commotion in the forest grew increasingly intense. The 10 ghouls sensed the approaching army of tree magic bats and awaited them with excitement, showing no signs of fear. As dusk fell, visibility dimmed, and a thick mass of dark clouds loomed on the horizon. When the clouds drew nearer, Tang Yu discerned that they were not clouds at all, but rather a swarm of tree magic bats. Goodness, there are so many. The sheer density of the bats sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Tang Yu remained unflappable. Come on. It's all experience points. I shall see how many I can collect by annihilating you today. The swarm of tree magic bats soon detected Tang Yu, and they flapped their wings, heading straight for the cave. In response, Tang Yu activated his berserk skill, and in an instant, all the ghouls' eyes glowed a vivid crimson. As the first tree magic bat reached the cave's entrance, it was swiftly seized by an eager ghoul, which tore it asunder with ferocious delight. Tang Yu beheld this scene within the cavern with wide-eyed astonishment. The ferocious mode, coupled with the ghoul's fervent skills, had indeed enhanced the creature's capabilities. It was astonishing that even a level 7 monster could be effortlessly dispatched. Previously, in the treasure cave, it had taken at least 2 ghouls to defeat a level 7 half-human deer. Yet, unexpectedly, a single ghoul managed to annihilate these tree demons with ease. Upon examining the information about the tree demons, Tang Yu quickly comprehended the situation. Indeed, this world abides by certain rules, while flying monsters possess inherent advantages. Their weaknesses remain glaringly evident, as their defense and health are significantly inferior to those of melee creatures. Subsequently, a swarm of tree demons surged into the cavern like moths drawn to a flame. 10 ghouls stood at the cave's entrance, tirelessly harvesting these tree demons like relentless reapers. Slain a level 7 tree demon, gained experience 800. Slain a level 7 tree demon, gained experience 800. The notification tones echoed incessantly in Tang Yu's mind, and his experience points surged rapidly. As time passed, these tree demons launched relentless death assaults in an attempt to breach the ghouls' defenses. However, the ghouls, capable of devouring flesh to replenish their health, would seamlessly rotate positions whenever one faltered, ensuring steadfast defense. Finally, upon reaching level 6, Tang Yu could summon 5 additional ghouls. Nevertheless, he found the pace of his advancement rather unsatisfactory. Indeed, after reaching level 5, the rate of leveling up had considerably slowed. It was noteworthy that Tang Yu was currently engaging in combat against these level 7 tree demons, benefiting from the experience boost associated with overlevel challenges. Yet even so, after slaying hundreds of tree demons, he had only just achieved level 6. It seemed that reaching level 10 before exiting the novice secret realm was a somewhat unrealistic goal. However, he resolved to slay as many as he could. With time on his hands in the cavern, Tang Yu retrieved some food from his storage space to replenish his stamina. As for whether the tree demons outside would breach the cave, he harbored no worries. Had he not observed the eager ghouls lined up, ready to harvest the tree demons? In fact, he contemplated taking a good rest within the cavern. The following morning, many people gathered outside the novice secret realm in the square. With less than half an hour remaining before the participants would emerge, everyone was eager to witness the remarkable performances of this year. Although Yangding High and several high school principals had waited for a day and a night, they remained spirited and lively. After all, each student within was a meticulously cultivated professional, deserving of their utmost attention. Tang Xiaoping sat not far from Yangding High, his face radiating joy. He had just overheard several principals discussing his son, Tang Su, who was the subject of much admiration. After all, being a mage was quite a rare profession, and everyone held high hopes for him. The mere thought of Tang Su emerging victorious, effortlessly surpassing Tang Yu in rank, compelling him to relinquish his claim to the position of family head, successfully completing the first-tier trial, and passing the entrance examination for the Imperial Academy filled Tang Xiaoping with delight, prompting him to smile inwardly. At that moment, a commotion erupted from behind. Turning to investigate, the crowd was surprised to see Deputy City Lord Jiang Yuanqing accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing her, Tang Xiaoping's heart raced. Wasn't he this Ouyang Minghui, a mentor from the Imperial Academy? What brought her here personally? However, he soon realized she must have come for the city lord's daughter, which filled him with envy. Yet, the thought of his own son possibly gaining admission to the Imperial Academy straightened his posture, prompting him to approach Jiang Yuanqing and Ouyang Minghui to greet them. However, the two merely acknowledged him with polite nods, which irked Tang Xiaoping. Yang Dinghai and other high school principals also stepped forward, expressing their greetings. City Lord Jiang, Mentor Ouyang, what brings you here? Jiang Yuanqing chuckled, it's all for Shan Shan. The crowd began to laud Jiang Baishan, and Jiang Yuanqing beamed with joy. Yet, Ouyang Minghui appeared indifferent to the flattery. The promising talent she had set her sights on would undoubtedly secure first place. This was beyond question. Just then, a brilliant light erupted from the novice Secret Realms formation. They have arrived. Finally, they were emerging. Everyone gazed eagerly at the formation's exit, activating their detection skills. Zhou Lin, level 4. Lu Dong, level 6. Tang Su, level 6. Jiang Baishan, level 7. Tang Xiaoping's face was alight with surprise upon discovering that his son had achieved level 6. Level 6 already. Haha. He might just secure second place this time. The school principals, upon seeing Jiang Baishan, promptly congratulated Jiang Wiqing and Ouyang Minghui. Lord Jiang, your daughter truly lives up to her reputation as a hidden class lightning mage. Her leveling speed far surpasses that of others. Even Ouyang Minghui wore a satisfied expression. Reaching level 7 in a single day is indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Shan Shan has truly not disappointed me. Jiang Yueqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Ouyang Minghui, saying, I owe it all to your guidance, Mentor Ouyang. I shall entrust my daughter to you from now on. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Minghui's eyes suddenly narrowed. Who is Tang Yu, and how has he reached level 9? When everyone at the scene realized that Tang Yu had attained level 9, they were instantly stunned. Is it truly possible for someone to reach level 9 in just one day? What an extraordinary leveling speed. How on earth did he accomplish this? The smile on Jiang Yueqing's face froze. He had not anticipated the emergence of a young man in this small Linghai city who surpassed his daughter. Who exactly is this Tang Yu? The principals of various prestigious schools were equally bewildered. What is going on? How can there be a level 9 newcomer? Typically, even with 24 hours of relentless monster grinding, reaching level 9 would be an impossibility. Wait, isn't Tang Yu the Lord class player from Old Yang School? Logically, he should struggle to level up. How could he possibly reach level 9? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Are there other young men named Tang Yu in Lingjiang City? The crowd was filled with confusion, and Yang Dinghai was equally shocked by Tang Yu's meteoric rise. Surpassing the city lord's daughter, he felt a mixed sense of joy and concern. Everyone had assumed that Jiang Baishan would undoubtedly secure first place, but unexpectedly, Tang Yu emerged as a formidable contender. This was indeed a slight embarrassment for Lord Jiang. Yet, the thought of having such a powerful player emerge from his school filled him with pride as a principal. If Tang Yu could successfully complete the first-tier challenge and pass the examinations for the Imperial Academy, securing 3 of the 5 available spots for himself, the other old-timers would surely resent him. Just thinking about it brought him immense joy. However, when he glanced at Jiang Yueqing, he noticed that the latter was not angry but rather astonished. Just as everyone was speculating how Tang Yu had attained level 9 in a single day, Ouyang Minghui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly seemed to have a revelation. If I am not mistaken, he must have ventured into a dangerous area. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was instantly taken aback. If he truly ventured into the perilous zone, it would aptly explain why Tang Yu effortlessly surpassed other practitioners in level. After all, the quantity of wild creatures in other regions was insufficient for attaining level 9, unless one ventured into the danger zone. Yet, the mere thought of the circumstances within the perilous area elicited skepticism from many. Surely not. While the number of magical beasts there was indeed substantial, they were predominantly level 7 tramp bats. It is said that there are conservatively tens of thousands, if not millions, of these tramp bats. Training there would be akin to courting death. Let us not forget, Tang Yu is a lord. How could he possibly engage with tramp bats? I must admit, I find this hard to believe. None held faith in Tang Yu's capabilities, not even his high school principal or the deputy city lord, Jiang Yueqing, who deemed it far-fetched. It is known that many students have perished in the woods inhabited by tramp bats, which is precisely why it has been designated a forbidden danger zone. In the face of such skepticism, Ouyang Minghui countered, then how do you suppose this young man, Jiang Yu, managed to reach level 9 in a single day? At that moment, the assembly found themselves at a loss for words. Consequently, Jiang Yueqing suggested, perhaps we should simply wait for this young man to emerge and inquire directly. The crowd nodded in agreement. Rather than engaging in baseless speculation, it would be far more prudent to ask Tang Yu how he accomplished attaining level 9 within a mere day and night. Meanwhile, Tang Xiangpeng, seated not far away, felt as though his mind had become numb, rendering him incapable of rational thought. What? That waste has actually reached level 9? Surely, I must have misheard. How could he have achieved this? A wave of panic surged within Tang Xiangpeng. How could a mere lord accomplish such a feat? Could it be that his recruitment skills summoned some elite troops? In an instant, he sensed a threat to his status as the head of the family. At that moment, the students participating in the Novice Secret Realm trial began to emerge. Principals and teachers from various schools gathered their students and led them back, engaging in animated discussions about their encounters within the secret realm and their understanding of skill utilization, each brimming with excitement. Just then, Jiang Baishan, clad in a flowing white mage robe, stepped out of the secret realm. Jiang Yueqing and Ouyang Ming promptly approached her. Father? Teacher? What brings you both here? Jiang Yueqing chuckled heartily. Of course, we are here to celebrate your successful emergence. Teacher Ouyang also intends to take you to Emperor Academy ahead of schedule. Ouyang Ming nodded. Indeed, in early admission, we aim to elevate your level and strive for a swift passage through the first-tier challenge, allowing you to refine your skills. Jiang Baishan, displaying a commendable understanding, nodded appreciatively before inquiring, by the way, have the rankings been released? I wish to see who the top contenders are. However, Jiang Yueqing promptly intervened, saying, enough. The specifics are of little consequence. You should return and share a meal with your teacher before departing. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Baishan turned to glance at a distant luminous screen that displayed the rankings. To her astonishment, the name occupying the top position was not her own, but rather that of Tang Yu. Tang Yu at level 9? In that instant, Jiang Baishan was taken aback. How could it be him? Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Jiang Yueqing wore an expression of resignation. Yet, upon noticing that his daughter seemed familiar with Tang Yu, he could not help but inquire, do you know this Tang Yu? Jiang Baishan nodded, retrieving from her storage space the blood-red heart of the half-human deer. Yes, he is the one who assisted me in acquiring this artifact. The moment those words escaped her lips, not only were Jiang Yueqing and Ouyang Ming left in a state of bewilderment, but even the surrounding principals found it hard to believe. The daughter of the deputy city lord, a preordained student of the Imperial Academy, required the assistance of a mere sewer worker? Goodness, this Tang Yu is indeed extraordinary. In an instant, all present were left astonished by this underappreciated lord-class practitioner. At that moment, several students emerged from the novice realm, among them Tang Yu and Tang Su. Tang Su regarded Tang Yu with a hint of smugness, commenting on his disheveled appearance as if he had just awoken. With that look, I wonder if you succumbed to the wild creatures and decided to sneak off for a nap? Tang Yu cast a glance at Tang Su, a look of surprise gracing his features. How did you know I was sleeping? Indeed. He could no longer endure the fatigue within the cave and had succumbed to slumber until the conclusion of the secret realm. Tang Su burst into laughter, exclaiming, why not hurry back and pack your belongings and leave the Tang family? Observing the smug expression on his opponent's face, Tang Yu could not help but stretch lazily. I certainly need to tidy up, but as for leaving the Tang family, I believe that applies more to you. With that, he departed without a backward glance. However, Tang Su paid no heed. After all, he had emerged victorious. Whether Tang Yu wanted to or not, he would eventually have to depart. Father, I have reached level 6. Tang Su emerged with a triumphant expression, eager to share the joyous news with Tang Xiangpeng. However, upon approaching, he noticed an unusual expression on his father's face. Father, what troubles you? You seem rather displeased. I have achieved level 6. You cannot imagine the effort I have put in. Most around me have only reached levels 4 or 5. Surely, I will secure a prominent position this time. Tang Xiangpeng let out a sigh and gestured toward the distant light screen. Take a look for yourself, he said. Tang Su raised his gaze towards the luminous screen, instantly struck as if by a thunderbolt. What? How has he reached the 9th level? Observing Tang Su's incredulous expression, Tang Yu merely smiled coldly. Do not forget about my 100 magic crystals. I shall return home shortly to retrieve them. You should hasten to prepare. With that, he strode directly towards the exit of the square. However, just as he exited the throng of students, Yang Dinghai approached with a beaming smile. Ah, little Tang, you have truly brought honor to our first school. Tang Yu humbly replied, Principal, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of good fortune. Upon hearing this, Yang Dinghai felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, and continued to extol Tang Yu's virtues. Even the other principals present nodded in agreement, though the envy and jealousy in their gazes were impossible to conceal. At that moment, a commanding voice emerged from the crowd. "Young man, there is no need for excessive modesty. You have shattered the record for new students in our Linhai city." The previous highest record was set a decade ago by Zhao Yuqing. The name of Zhao Yuqing resonated even with Tang Yu, who had only arrived 6 months prior. Zhao Yuqing had completed the entire process from awakening to the first-tier challenge in less than 3 days, earning him the moniker God of War, Berserker. He was revered as a deity by all aspiring professionals who would daily offer incense in his honor. As the crowd parted, Jiang Yuecheng, a 4th-tier fire mage, approached alongside Jiang Baishan. Noticing Jiang Yuecheng's arrival, Tang Yu promptly greeted him. "Greetings, Lord City Master. No need for formalities. You saved Shanshan's life, and even helped her procure the heart of the half-man deer. Speak your wish. I shall fulfill it, as long as it lies within my power." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were immediately filled with envy. Tang Yu smiled faintly, saying, "Lord City Master, you are too kind. As a fellow alumnus of Jiang, it is only natural that I cannot stand idly by. As for the heart of the half-man deer, that was agreed upon before our team collaboration began." His words instantly filled Jiang Yuecheng with satisfaction. "Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable character. Since you have not made up your mind yet, consider it a favor from me. Jiang Yuecheng, feel free to reach out whenever you are ready." Witnessing Jiang Yuecheng extend a favor to Tang Yu, those around them were consumed with envy and jealousy. It is worth noting that Jiang Yuecheng is the vice city master of Linhai City, holding a position second only to the city master, wielding considerable power. Countless individuals seek his assistance but find the doors firmly closed. Yet today, he has granted a favor to Tang Yu. "Thank you, Lord City Master." Tang Yu expressed his gratitude once more. At that moment, Ouyang Minghui suddenly interjected with a question. "How did you ascend to level 9? "Well, I simply defeated monsters until I reached level 9. That is impossible." As soon as Tang Yu uttered those words, Tang Su, not far away, immediately leaped forth to express his skepticism. "It takes us several minutes to slay a level 6 monster. We labored tirelessly for a day and night to reach level 6. How could you possibly have reached level 9? You must be cheating." Observing Tang Su's furious demeanor, Tang Yu cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. "Then enlighten me on how to cheat in the novice secret realm. I would very much like to know." This statement rendered Tang Su speechless, but fortunately, Tang Zhamping interjected in a timely manner. "If we knew how to cheat, there would be more than just you at level 9. Do not forget, with your sewer profession, how could you possibly level up so swiftly?" In the face of the father-son duo's relentless questioning, Tang Yu calmly replied, "I was grinding the tree demon bats." "Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zhamping seemed to seize upon a flaw, instantly retorting, "You are lying. There are at least hundreds of thousands of tree demon bats in the danger zone. Who are you trying to deceive by claiming you were grinding there?" With a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Tang Yu raised his hand and summoned forth 30 of his ghouls. The fervent and menacing glimmer in the eyes of the ghouls sent chills down the spines of those present, prompting some to draw their weapons in fear. The atmosphere fell eerily silent as Tang Zhanpeng, confident in his victory, was taken aback by Tang Yu's effortless resolution. Meanwhile, Jiang Baishan, witnessing the summoning of 30 ghouls, displayed a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. "I can attest that Tang Yu did not cheat. His ghouls possessed the highest quality of silver, capable of effortlessly tearing apart tree demon bats." Ouyang Minghui nodded slightly, understanding now why they had so swiftly reached level 9. It was indeed due to their superior silver quality. Jiang Yuecheng glared disapprovingly at Tang Zhamping and his son, indignantly accusing them of unfounded slander. "Tang Zhamping, your audacity is remarkable." Even Yang Dinghai stepped forward to condemn their excessive behavior. In that instant, Tang Zhamping and his son became the target of collective ire. Ultimately compelled to apologize to Tang Yu. "I am sorry, I misjudged you." Tang Yu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's all right. I'll return shortly to fetch the items. Perhaps you could begin your preparations in the meantime, as 100 magic crystals represent a considerable sum." Tang Su was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, and Tang Zhamping could only grit his teeth and lead Tang Su away from the scene. As he watched the father and son depart, Jiang Yuecheng spoke up, "Xiao Tang, if the issues at home prove too difficult to resolve, I am willing to lend a hand. Do not allow these matters to interfere with your upcoming assessment at the Imperial Academy." Tang Yu politely declined the goodwill of others. asserting that he preferred to resolve his own matters, which would not hinder his progress and advancement. After bidding farewell to the crowd, he returned home only to receive 100 magic crystals sent by the butler at the special request of Tang Zhanping, accompanied by a message, "Young master. The third master advises you to exercise caution." Tang Yu, indifferent to the matter at hand, placed the magic crystal into his storage space and remarked, "Old Yang, when you return, convey a message to him. Tell him to live well. I am still awaiting the opportunity to avenge my father." After a simple meal, Tang Yu eagerly made his way to the hall of the dungeon center within the city. Although the colossal mountain range outside Lingai City was home to a far larger horde of magical creatures, the dungeon undoubtedly presented the most expedient option for leveling up. Despite the necessity of expenditure to enter the dungeon, the experience points gained were substantial, and the density of wild monsters significantly enhanced the efficiency of leveling. Last night, the ghoul had tirelessly farmed tree-dwelling bats throughout the entire night. Tang Yu made a rough estimate, concluding that he had vanquished at least 2,000 tree demon bats that night. However, as his level surpassed that of the tree demon bats, his experience points were reduced to a mere tenth of what they once were. Were it not for this, he might have already been prepared to participate in the first-tier adventurer challenge. Nevertheless, the silver lining is that he has not only reached level 9, allowing him to recruit up to 50 units of various troops, but he has also amassed a considerable amount of magic crystals, expanding his undead squad to 30. Although it was already past midday, the central hall of the dungeon remained bustling with activity. "Clerics, are there any second-tier clerics available? Join our party for the dungeon run. The spoils will be divided 70-30. The Wild Bear Guild is actively recruiting mages, accepting as many as desired, whether first-tier or third-tier, with negotiable prices. Forming a team for the Snow Cave dungeon, we are in need of warriors. First-tier with defense preferred. Please, no novices or slackers." Tang Yu approached the counter and pointed at a particular instance, inquiring, "How much for the Cloud Mist Valley instance?" The attendant glanced up at him, her expression brightening with a sweet smile. "Which guild do you belong to, handsome?" "I don't belong to any guild." "Ah, soloing it then?" She paused for a moment, then confirmed, "Are you sure, handsome? This is a level 10 instance." "Yes, indeed." After a moment of hesitation, she quickly glanced at the line of people waiting behind him and promptly stated, 3 magic crystals." "Perfect." Tang Yu placed 3 magic crystals on the table, and a young lady kindly handed him a white dungeon crystal, offering a gentle reminder. "Handsome, the Cloud Mist Valley dungeon requires a party of at least 5. I believe it would be wiser to team up for this endeavor. There are several guilds in our hall." "Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate it," Tang Yu replied. And without hesitation, he shattered the dungeon crystal, vanishing from the central hall of the dungeon. The Cloud Mist Valley dungeon is considered rather obscure. As a level 10 dungeon, it presents a formidable challenge for adventurers below that level. However, for first-tier adventurers above level 10, the experience gained is minimal due to the level disparity with the dungeon's creatures, thus deterring most from attempting it. The reason Tang Yu opted for this dungeon lies in its adjustable difficulty. According to its description, the higher the difficulty chosen, the more substantial the rewards at the conclusion. In normal mode, a team of at least 4 to 5 members is generally required for a secure run. Should one choose elite mode, or even hero or epic modes, the rewards multiply significantly, offering remarkable value. Yet, those capable of conquering elite mode and higher are typically already first-tier adventurers. The consensus is that it is not that the Cloud Mist Valley dungeon is unfeasible, but rather that other dungeons provide better cost-effectiveness. Nevertheless, Tang Yu harbored no concerns regarding this issue. After all, he commanded 30 ghouls, and with the synergy of his berserk abilities and the ghoul's innate fervor skills, his attack power, attack speed, and movement speed received substantial boosts. On paper, he could easily overpower certain first-tier creatures, let alone those yet to reach that tier. Even elite-level bosses posed no challenge for him. Upon entering the dungeon, Tang Yu immediately observed 4 grand doors before him, each labeled as normal, elite, hero, and epic. Naturally, he resolved to select the most challenging option. Tang Yu unhesitatingly chose the epic difficulty dungeon. As he stepped through the threshold, the world before him underwent a sudden transformation. In the blink of an eye, the sky, which had been clear and blue, was now shrouded in mist and clouds. Quite intriguing. My little ones, let us set forth. Although the visibility within the dungeon was considerably diminished, this posed no hindrance to the ghouls. Their hunting methods, in addition to their keen eyesight, relied heavily on their acute hearing and sense of smell. With a single command, 28 ghouls immediately surged forth in various directions. Tang Yu stood quietly in place, flanked by two ghouls serving as his bodyguards. Within moments, the air was filled with the roars and wails of monstrous creatures. Slain a level 10 Cloud Mist Leopard. Gained experience 5,000. Slain a level 10 Cloud Mist Wolf. Gained experience 4,500. Acquired Cloud Mist Wolf Fangs X2. Acquired Magic Crystal X1. A series of notifications resonated in Tang Yu's ears, and a serene smile graced his face. Indeed, the experience from level 10 monsters was substantial. How fortunate it would have been if he had encountered such creatures in the novice realm last night. With that thought, he and his two guardians ventured deeper into the Cloud Mist dungeon. The surroundings were shrouded in a thick fog, rendering visibility quite poor. However, after walking several hundred meters, Tang Yu began to grasp the layout of this dungeon. It was essentially a circular valley, yet reaching the center required locating the entrance. Tang Yu sensed that the formidable boss resided within the heart of the valley. Following the narrow path along the valley's edge, he ultimately discovered the entrance. At this moment, the ghouls had successfully eradicated all the monsters on the periphery, leaving only the central area yet to be explored. Tang Yu, accompanied by the ghouls, marched resolutely towards the heart of the valley. Upon entering its depths, a chilling breeze enveloped him, suggesting that the formidable boss lay ahead. He pondered what treasures might await him. With a decisive gesture, he once again bestowed the berserk skill upon the ghouls, igniting a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. The ghouls, in turn, activated their frenzy skill, doubling their ferocity. With Tang Yu leading the charge, they advanced down the path. However, after covering barely 100 meters, the ghouls ahead grew increasingly restless. Oh, had they already encountered the boss? Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback, for it was noteworthy that the ghoul had previously shown no reaction to the smaller monsters resembling wolves and leopards. After advancing for several more meters, several swift figures suddenly emerged from the dense fog. However, upon encountering the ghoul, these figures crashed against it as if they had collided with an insurmountable wall, and were effortlessly intercepted. The skeletal creatures, clad in tattered cloaks and wielding long blades, were almost instantly torn apart by the ghoul. Tang Yu promptly examined the information regarding the skeletal monsters. Mist Skeleton, Elite Level 10 Skills. Misty Ambush activates the ability to approach the target concealed within a thick fog to launch a surprise attack. To my astonishment, it turned out to be merely an elite creature, not a formidable boss. It seems that finding this elusive boss will require considerable effort. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu resolutely pressed on, accompanied by his 28 ghouls. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of mist skeletons, yet the ghouls dispatched them almost instantaneously. Consequently, Tang Yu's experience points surged to 20% of level 9. At last, upon reaching the heart of the Mist Valley, he beheld a modestly sized lake. The surface of the lake lay still, and all skeletal monsters along its shores had been vanquished. Tang Yu gazed upon the lake's surface and chuckled softly. Hide? Where could you possibly conceal yourself? Come forth. With that, he lifted a large stone and hurled it directly into the center of the water. Splash! The water erupted, and the lake was instantly engulfed in tumultuous waves. Shortly thereafter, a colossal skeletal creature, its head resembling a skull and adorned in golden armor, emerged from the depths. Wielding a massive scythe, its towering form, partially visible above the water, stood an impressive 2 meters high. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly as he examined the information of his adversary. The Fog Skeleton King Boss, Elite Level 10, Attack Power, 300, Strength, 800, Agility, 250. Magic, 250. Skills. Poison Mist, a skill that inflicts paralysis damage on the target, and Skeleton Soldier Summon, a skill that summons a multitude of skeleton soldiers to assist in battle. Upon reviewing the Skeleton King's information panel, Tang Yu could only utter 2 words. Is that all? At that moment, the Skeleton King immediately lunged towards the shore. Wielding its scythe, Tang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. I fear you might not arrive. He then raised his hand with a flourish, and 30 ghouls surged forward in an instant. Despite the formidable size of the Skeletal King, the ghouls exhibited no sign of fear. With their claws brandished and sharp teeth bared, they relentlessly assaulted the Skeletal King. The Skeletal King let out a wretched scream as it desperately unleashed a cloud of toxic mist. Tang Yu was already prepared, covering his mouth and nose as he quickly retreated several meters. Unfortunately, the toxic mist emitted by the Skeleton King spread rapidly. Despite his cautiousness, he still inhaled some of it. A searing pain instantly surged through his lungs, prompting him to hastily consume a healing potion. The intense burning sensation in his lungs dissipated immediately. Subsequently, the Skeleton King summoned skeletal soldiers once more. Regrettably, these summoned skeletal warriors were as fragile as paper. Against the robust physique of the ghoul, they sustained no damage after a flurry of attacks. In contrast, a mere elbow strike from the ghoul shattered their bodies effortlessly. After dispatching the skeletal soldiers, the ghoul resumed its assault on the Skeleton King boss. The level 9 ghoul boasted an attack power of 500, with its other 3 attributes exceeding 400. Coupled with Tang's berserk skill and inherent frenzy attribute, its attack power soared to over 700. With an astonishingly swift attack speed. However, the Skeleton King possessed considerable health, and it took a full minute for the 10 ghouls to finally vanquish this formidable foe. Slaying the level 10 elite Cloud Mist Skeleton King boss yielded an experience reward of 20,000. Tang also acquired a first-tier Berserker skill book, Gale Judgment, of silver quality. Additionally, he obtained a silver quality Ice Soul bracelet and 20 magic crystals. Upon seeing these rewards, Tang felt a surge of astonishment. Oh, a first-tier skill book dropped? How splendid. I didn't expect such treasures from an epic dungeon. It is well known that upon reaching the first tier, both the profession itself and the skills and equipment undergo a tremendous transformation, especially since this skill book is of silver quality. It clearly indicates the high value of this epic dungeon. When Tang glanced at his experience points, which had reached 30% of level 9, a broader smile spread across his face. Excellent, excellent. While time is still on my side, if I clear the dungeon 3 more times, I shall reach level 10. The central hall of the dungeon remained bustling with adventurers selecting their desired instances, the shouts of team formations creating a lively atmosphere. The attendant at the counter, having worked all day, appeared increasingly mechanical in her movements and demeanor. Here is our current list of dungeons. Take a look. I would like to access the Cloud Mist Valley dungeon. Oh, wait. Just as Li Na was about to retrieve the crystal for the Cloud Mist Valley dungeon, she suddenly froze, lifting her head to see a familiar figure. What? It's you again? Standing at the counter was none other than Tang, who had just returned from completing a dungeon. Noticing the astonished expression on her face, Tang grinned. What's the matter? Can't I continue into the dungeon? The other party asked in disbelief. You still want to keep grinding? Tang nodded. Indeed. Is there a regulation that prohibits multiple attempts? Certainly not. I merely wish to convey that the Yunwu Valley dungeon is the least cost-effective of all. After experiencing failure once, why persist in further attempts? Li Na instinctively believed that Tang exited so swiftly solely due to his unsuccessful challenge. After all, she had encountered many individuals like him, who were prone to fixating on trivial matters. Moreover, this handsome young man was precisely her type, prompting her to desire a favorable impression. Thus, she kindly offered her advice. Tang chuckled heartily. Who said I have failed? I just cleared the level. Hurry and fetch me another one. Li Na gazed at the 3 magic crystals he handed her, her expression one of bewilderment. Cleared it? How is that possible? That is a level 10 dungeon. And this handsome fellow before me is only at level 9. How could he solo it? At that moment, a voice from behind broke in with derision. Haha, this is hilarious. A level 9 player soloing a level 10 dungeon? This must be the funniest thing of the year. Perhaps this young man is overly concerned about his image. We all know how it is, but let me remind you, boasting isn't done this way. He probably wants to show off in front of Li Na, but sadly, she has worked in this dungeon for so many years that she has seen all sorts of characters. Upon hearing the mockery from behind, Tang merely shrugged, unfazed. The ignorant are fearless. They do not comprehend what it means to possess a game-breaking advantage, which is entirely understandable. He smiled at Li Na. Miss, I am pressed for time. With a sigh, Li Na reluctantly handed him a white dungeon crystal. Well, good luck. Thank you. With that, Tang shattered the dungeon crystal in front of everyone and re-entered the Misty Valley dungeon once more. The onlookers in the hall, upon witnessing Tang's disappearance again, could not help but tease him. This kid must be too embarrassed to back down. He just went right in. Truly, he would do anything for his pride. Youthful folly at its finest. Isn't he just a headstrong rookie? I bet he won't last long and will emerge from the dungeon empty-handed, wasting that magic crystal. Li Na shared their sentiments. Despite having warned him, he still chose to take the risk. What benefit could that possibly bring him? However, at that moment, Tang was oblivious to the thoughts of those outside. He was solely focused on how quickly he could complete the dungeon. With the experience of his first run behind him, Tang's speed during his second attempt significantly improved. Unlike the first time when he unleashed all 28 ghouls at once to scout ahead, he decided to divide them into 3 waves. 2 waves of ghouls ventured along the forks in the road, clearing all monsters on either side of the valley, while he led the remaining wave directly toward the lair of the misty skeleton king boss. The lake's surface remained as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. Tang Yu casually picked up a stone and hurled it into the center of the lake. With a resounding splash, the water erupted in a cascade of droplets. And once again, the misty skeletal king boss emerged from the depths of the lake. Charge! With a commanding call from Tang Yu, a horde of ghouls immediately surged forward. Drawing from past experiences, Tang Yu wisely kept his distance, wary of being engulfed by the poisonous mists emitted by the skeletal king. Indeed, the creature began to indiscriminately unleash its skills in a desperate bid for survival. Alas, the misty skeletal king, being a freshly spawned boss, lacked the memories of its prior encounters. Tang Yu adeptly adjusted the strategy of the ghoul, swiftly vanquishing the Cloud Mist Skeleton King boss in a mere 40 seconds. By defeating the level 10 elite Cloud Mist Skeleton King boss, he garnered an impressive 20,000 experience points. He acquired a silver quality level 10 Knight skill book, the Sun-Piercing Spear. Additionally, he obtained a silver quality essence necklace, a golden quality skull of the Cloud Mist Skeleton King, 22 magic crystals, and a magic core. Upon surveying his bountiful rewards, Tang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. The golden quality skull of the Skeleton King? It appeared to be a highly significant item, though he couldn't quite recall its specific purpose at that moment. He scratched his head and casually stowed it away in his storage space before exiting the dungeon once more. As the end of the workday approached, the crowd in the central dungeon hall had noticeably thinned. Lina was taking an unusual moment to rest at her station when a familiar voice broke the silence. "Hey, beautiful. Could you assist me with another Cloud Mist Valley dungeon?" Lina instantly lifted her head, and upon seeing the beaming face of Tang Yu, she was momentarily taken aback. "Why you? How have you returned again?" Tang Yu nodded. "Indeed, I came here after completing the dungeon." As he spoke, he pointed to a nearby sign that read, "Each dungeon can be cleared a maximum of 5 times daily, and I have only done so twice." Lina appeared bewildered and, unable to restrain herself, glanced at the others in the hall before whispering to Tang Yu, "Handsome, there is no need for you to waste magic crystals incessantly for the sake of appearances. It would be best for you to return." Tang Yu realized that the other party had greatly misunderstood him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. "My dear, I truly arrived only after completing my tasks. How could I possibly squander magical crystals? Sigh, I have encountered many individuals like you. To be frank, aren't you merely seeking my attention? It is unnecessary, although I harbor some feelings for you still." Tang Yu Wang Defa? Hearing such words from the counter girl left Tang Yu utterly astonished, prompting him to feel it necessary to set her straight. Otherwise, who knows what kind of scandal might arise between him and the female attendant at the instance center. "Hold on, let us pause for a moment. First and foremost, I did not engage in dungeon runs for the sake of my pride. Nor did I intend to draw your attention." Tang Yu spoke as he placed 6 magic crystals on the table. "Just give me 2 of the replica crystals, and I shall no longer trouble you. All right?" Lina, her face flushed with embarrassment, felt the heat rising. Nearby, several people erupted in laughter. "See, I told you he can't swallow his pride. Haha, young man, don't squander those magic crystals. Wouldn't he be wiser to reserve them for purchasing equipment?" They pressed on. "You must prove to Xiao Na that you've indeed cleared that dungeon. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to explain." Faced with their teasing, Tang Yu felt helpless. "All right, I had intended to handle this last, but since this young lady is concerned about my waste of magic crystals, I shall present it now. I just wonder if anyone here is willing to buy." With that, he placed the radiant golden skull of the Misty Skeleton King boss upon the table. This should serve as proof, right? Upon seeing the gilded skull, Lina's eyes widened in disbelief. A golden quality skull of the Misty Skeleton King boss. You cleared an epic dungeon? At that moment, everyone in the hall was struck dumb. The dazzling skull was simply too eye-catching, blinding all present. Is this truly the golden skull from the epic dungeon? An epic dungeon? My heavens, could it be that this young man has actually completed the Misty Valley dungeon? And on epic difficulty? Gasps filled the room. Solo clearing the Misty Valley dungeon. At epic difficulty? Surely, I must be mistaken. Almost the entire crowd gasped in astonishment. This golden skull originated from the Misty Valley dungeon boss and could only be obtained from elite-level dungeons or higher. It is worth noting that the Misty Valley dungeon is a level 10 dungeon, posing a significant challenge for those who have yet to reach the first tier of their profession, yet holds little allure for those who have surpassed that stage. More importantly, the golden skull of the Misty Skeleton King boss is not a guaranteed drop. It is rumored that some guilds have attempted to farm it over a dozen times without success. This illustrates the difficulty of acquiring such an item. Lena's gaze was entirely captivated by the lustrous golden skull, her eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. However, it was not long before voices of skepticism began to arise from the crowd. Impossible. How could anyone solo the level 10 Misty Valley dungeon, especially at epic difficulty? I suspect this golden skull is merely a forgery. Upon hearing this, many quickly echoed the sentiment. Casting doubt on the authenticity of Tang Yu's Misty Valley Skeleton King boss skull, Tang Yu smiled. All right then, let us summon an expert to authenticate its authenticity. The crowd exchanged glances, for none had ever laid eyes upon the skull of the Skeleton King boss from Cloud Mist Mountain. They had merely heard tales of a golden skull said to belong to the boss of the dungeon in Cloud Mist Valley. Noticing that no one stepped forward, Tang Yu shrugged and said, "Since no one is willing, I shall proceed to conquer my dungeon." At that moment, a voice resonated from the second floor. Wait a moment. I, though lacking in talent, may perhaps verify the authenticity of this golden skull to uphold the honor of our young friend. The crowd looked up to see a middle-aged man in a black long robe, smiling as he descended the staircase. This man was none other than Yang Tingo, the proprietor of the dungeon center. Though merely a third-tier dragon knight, his connections within the coastal city were extensive. Yang Tingo approached the counter, gestured toward the golden skull, and turned to Tang Yu. "My good fellow, would it be possible for me to examine this golden skull?" "Of course, that would be no problem at all." Tang Yu did not express any opposition. The other party picked up the skull and examined it meticulously, then exclaimed, "Truly magnificent. This golden skull undoubtedly belongs to the Skeletal King boss from the Misty Valley." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd was filled with astonishment. When they turned their gazes back to Tang Yu, their eyes were brimming with envy and disbelief. He had indeed conquered the Misty Valley dungeon all by himself, opting for the highest difficulty level of epic proportions. Such terror. When Lina looked at Tang Yu, her gaze was imbued with complexity. This man was destined to be a paragon of excellence, and she had previously uttered such foolish remarks. How utterly embarrassing. She cautiously handed over the 2 dungeon crystals, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I apologize for my oversight. These are the dungeon crystals from the Misty Valley." Tang Yu chuckled lightly, and just as he was about to reach for it, Yang Tingo, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Young man, are you planning to sell this golden skull?" "Of course. I just wonder if there is anyone interested in acquiring such a thing." Upon hearing the question, Tang Yu understood the implication and inquired, "Do you, Mr. Yang, have any connections?" Yang Tingo gently toyed with the golden skull and replied, "Master Shui Xin from South City has long desired to forge a certain treasure. Yet he is in need of this very golden skull. You might consider seeking him out." As he spoke, he produced a jet black card and handed it to Tang Yu. Tang Yu was somewhat astonished. He had indeed heard of Master Shui Xin's esteemed reputation. The individual was a 4th-tier alchemist, and nearly all the distinguished figures in Linghai City sought his expertise for crafting equipment. Naturally, his standards were exceedingly high, and not just anyone could gain an audience with him. Tang Yu clasped his hands towards Yang Tingo, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Yang. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Haha, no need for formality. We shall not delay your dungeon run any longer." Observing as Tang Yu crushed the dungeon crystal, Lina cast a puzzled glance at Yang Tingo. "Boss, why are you being so courteous to him?" Yang Tingo glanced at her and shook his head. "Little Na, you have much to learn. Why is it that Tang Yu can solo a level 10 dungeon at level 9, and an epic one at that? Perhaps you should investigate his profession." After he departed, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, a voice rose above the din. "I know. That Tang Yu is the Lord." "The Lord? Isn't that a sewer profession?" "Huh. If he can solo the epic difficulty of the Misty Valley dungeon, does that still sound like a sewer profession? Wait, are you suggesting that the race of the Unity recruits is of golden tier?" "More or less. At the very least, they must be top-tier silver." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, Tang Yu re-entered the Misty Valley dungeon, once again following the familiar route to engage the monsters. Recognizing the faces he had encountered before, he commanded the ghouls to charge forth without hesitation. Once the stone was thrown into the center of the lake, the Misty Skeleton King boss appeared on cue, lunging towards the shore as if it had performed this act countless times before. In his 4th encounter with the Skeleton King boss, he completed the task in a mere 40 seconds. The spoils this time were unremarkable. A level 10 silver quality bronze dagger, a spell book for mages, an item from the Skeleton King, along with some magic crystals and a magic core. It seemed that the most valuable item in this dungeon was likely the Skeleton King's golden skull. I wonder how much it could fetch. With anticipation, Tang Yu exited the dungeon. Upon his emergence in the central hall, he was met with numerous astonished gazes. 45 minutes to clear a dungeon. Incredible. Is this even human? The speed at which he clears is terrifying. How enviable. If he runs it again, he may reach level 10 before nightfall. He might even be able to tackle the first tier challenge. Unbelievable. In less than 2 days, reaching level 10 is unheard of. It seemed the fastest completion of the first tier challenge in Linghai City was around 3 days. Then, amidst the crowd's admiring stares, Tang Yu crushed the final dungeon crystal, embarking on one last journey through the Misty Valley dungeon before reaching level 10. This time, he completed it several minutes faster than before. As the Misty Skeleton King boss fell beneath the claws of his ghouls, the system's notification chimed in his ears. You have slain the level 10 elite Misty Skeleton King boss, earning 20,000 experience points. Acquire a silver quality level 10 assassin skill book, Blood Shadow. Obtain a silver quality item and secure a golden quality heart of the Misty Skeleton King Boss 1. Gain 25 magic crystals and 1 magic core. The current host has been elevated to level 10, receiving the exclusive Lord skill, Alchemy. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. An exclusive skill, the Midas Touch? It seemed he finally possessed his own proactive ability. Tang Yu was overwhelmed with joy as he promptly opened his personal panel to examine the details of the skill known as Gold Touch. Gold Touch, a unique skill exclusive to Lords, non-upgradable. Upon activation against targets of the same tier as the host, it delivers an instant kill effect, along with a random reward of magic crystals in addition to other rewards. The skill has a cooldown period of 1 hour and consumes 100 points of magical energy. An instant kill against targets of the same tier? How intriguing. However, the cooldown time and energy consumption seem rather excessive. My entire magical energy pool can only afford a single use, leaving me unable to unleash my Berserk skill. It appears I must enhance my equipment. Regrettably, thus far, there are no purchasable items available in the Godly Lord shop. Ultimately, Tang Yu could only turn his attention to several pieces of equipment in his storage space. During the recent challenge in the Misty Valley dungeon, he had acquired a few commendable silver quality items. Although they were merely silver tier, their quantity was quite satisfactory. Ice Spirit Bracelet, a silver quality mage equipment that increases the probability of freezing the target when ice skills are cast, requiring level 10. Essence Pearl Necklace, a silver quality all-class equipment that enhances magical energy recovery speed by 30%, requiring level 10. Mana Ring, a silver quality all-class equipment that grants the wearer an additional 200 points of magical energy, requiring level 10. Gazing at these 3 pieces, Tang Yu wasted no time and decided to keep the Essence Pearl Necklace and the Mana Ring, planning to sell the remaining Ice Spirit Bracelet. After equipping the Essence Pearl Necklace and the Mana Ring, Tang Yu's magical energy surged by 200 points. Phew, it is time to depart. Tang Yu exhaled deeply, stepping confidently into the teleportation array to depart from the Cloud Mist Valley dungeon. Upon his emergence, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon him. Incredible. He had reached level 10. Indeed, he had shattered the record. Astonishingly, he had ascended from level 1 to level 10 in just over a day. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying. Although it was already time to clock out, Li Na chose to remain, eagerly anticipating when Tang Yu would make his debut. When she witnessed him emerging even earlier than before, she was utterly flabbergasted. He was truly formidable. Tang Yu cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his face adorned with a smile as he waved farewell to everyone before striding out of the dungeon center hall. The evening had already settled in, with shops gradually closing their doors. The entrance to the first tier challenge was also slowly shutting. Suddenly, a hand appeared, halting the door's descent. Wait a moment. May I have a chance to challenge before it closes? From within the doorway emerged the disdainful visage of a balding man, who retorted, What time do you think it is? Come back tomorrow. I've finished for the day. Just then, a bag was tossed inside, landing on the ground with a clattering sound. The balding man paused momentarily, bent down to retrieve the bag, and discreetly felt its contents. The force with which he intended to close the door diminished significantly. Just this once, mind you. Tang Yu broke into a grin before stepping into the grand hall. Xia Ding and placed the pouch of coins into his pocket and approached the entrance of the first tier challenge, reciting the rules in a monotonous manner. The first tier challenge entails confronting a level 10 boss. One must employ every conceivable strategy to vanquish it in order to pass the trial and ascend to the rank of a first-tier professional. Remember, if you fail to defeat the boss within 1 hour, the first-tier trial will be deemed a failure, necessitating a wait until the following year for another attempt. Additionally, it is of utmost importance to note that the boss is exceedingly perilous. One must remain vigilant against its assaults. Should you sustain injuries and feel incapable of continuing the battle, you must withdraw from the challenge immediately to avoid potential casualties. Are you certain you wish to partake in this challenge? Tang Yu nodded affirmatively. I am willing. Very well, let us enter the challenge array. Standing within the first-tier challenge formation, as the hexagram array illuminated, Tang Yu vanished into its depths. Xie Ding glanced at the time. 1 hour should suffice for a cup of coffee and some snacks. He rose to fetch coffee and a cup. At this moment, Tang Yu found himself within the first-tier challenge secret realm. Not far away, a creature stood approximately 2 meters tall, its skin resembling gray armor, appearing both hard and rugged. With 2 massive claws exuding immense strength and muscles rippling with power, it radiated an aura of formidable might. Roaring in fury, the beast lunged towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu calmly examined the panel before him. Blood Beast Boss. Level 10 attack power, 200 strength, 200 agility, 200 magic, 200 skill. Blood Awakening. When health drops below 30%, this skill activates, granting double attributes and increasing size by 1-fold. Upon seeing this panel, a faint smile graced Tang Yu's lips. Level 10. That signifies we are of the same rank. It appears I can employ the Golden Touch. With that thought, he extended his hand, pointing at the Blood Beast Boss in the air. Golden Touch. It seemed as though a force emanated from the tip of Tang Yu's finger. In an instant, it struck the Blood Beast Boss. A crisp sound echoed through the air. The blood beast's body froze in place, and then it appeared to dissolve under the influence of some mysterious spatial power, instantaneously transforming into a cascade of golden light that scattered upon the ground. Slaying the level 10 blood beast boss, he gained 10,000 experience points. Blood Beast Core X1. Level 1 Bronze Quality Lord Staff X1. Level 1 Skill Scroll X1. Magic Crystal X100. Magic Core X1. Following a series of notifications, Tang Yu suddenly felt a powerful force surging into his body, awakening within him. Tang Yu felt an instantaneous surge of strength, as if his body had doubled in power, invigorated with an overwhelming vitality. Subsequently, he proceeded to examine his attribute panel. Tang Yu, Lord, First Tier, Level, First Tier 1 Attack Power, 220 Strength, 400 Agility, 220 Magic Power, 200 Equipment, Essence Necklace, Mana Ring Skills, Recruitment, Level 1. Frenzy, Level 2, Alchemy, non-upgradable, with the attributes doubled and the recruitment units reaching 100, quite impressive indeed. This alchemy skill is truly effective. Xie Ding, holding a kettle and preparing to brew coffee, suddenly noticed a radiant glow emanating from the first-tier challenge secret realm formation not far away. The once dim hall instantly illuminated as if it were midday, and shortly thereafter, Tang Yu emerged from within. Thank you. As Tang Yu was about to leave, Xie Ding swallowed hard and inquired, Did you fail the challenge? Fail? Not at all. I completed the challenge and came out. What? How is that possible? You just entered. After saying this, Xie Ding, holding the coffee cup, glanced at the time displayed on the formation stone and was instantly taken aback. What? Challenge duration, 1 second? He raised his head to look at Tang Yu, his eyes filled with astonishment. How did you defeat the boss? Tang Yu chuckled softly. A swift defeat. Defeating a boss of the same tier in an instant? Xie Ding appeared entranced, his gaze fixed upon the stone tablet standing beside the formation. This tablet chronicled the time records of the most formidable first-tier challengers in Linghai City. It bore the names of 10 individuals, each having ascended to the status of a local legend. Xie Ding let out a gentle sigh. Starting today, a record that had remained unbroken for a decade was finally destined to be shattered. It was unlikely that anyone would replicate this feat in the coming 10, 20 years, or even longer. As he departed, Tang Yu swaggered away, leaving behind the astonished gaze of the first-tier challenge realm administrator. Casting a glance at the sky, Tang Yu surmised that if he were to handle the golden skull of the Misty Skeleton King tonight, he would still have time. Seizing the opportunity before Linghai City closed its gates for the evening, he made a beeline for the southern city. The southern city of Linghai lay over 20 kilometers south of the main city. Though remote, it was home to some of the most powerful figures. such as the 4th-tier alchemist master Shui Xian and the 4th-tier tempest swordsman Rao Qingchuan, among others. Fortunately, Yang Tingo had bestowed upon him a card, granting him easy access to meet Master Shui Xian within the city. For a professional, 20 kilometers was not an insurmountable distance, alas, as a lord class. Tang Yu lacked any mobility skills and thus chose to walk steadily. Ahead loomed higher ridge, beyond which lay the southern city. Tang Yu rubbed his aching legs and pressed on. However, after only a short distance, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Tang Yu instinctively sensed that he was being followed. He glanced back and, to his surprise, noticed several individuals trailing behind him. Could it be that he had encountered the notorious bandits of Black Crow Ridge? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another group of individuals appeared ahead. Clad in leather armor and trousers, wielding either curved blades or spiked clubs, they seemed to wear the very mark of brigands upon their faces. In the face of such a situation, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed, standing confidently as he scrutinized the dozen or so figures before him. Among the crowd, a tall man, shouldering an enormous sword, approached him. "You must be that fellow. Damn, your name is quite difficult to remember. Ah yes, I heard you acquired a golden skull. So, are you planning to visit Master Waterheart in the South City at this late hour?" Observing the man as he picked his nose while advancing, Tang Yu exhibited no signs of fear, responding with a calm nod. "Indeed, I am Tang Yu, and I did manage to obtain the golden skull of the Cloud Mist Skeleton King. You seem well informed." Although he was uncertain who had revealed his possession of the golden skull, he surmised it stemmed from the bustling hub of the Instant Center, where idle chatter was plentiful, and secrets could easily slip. Noticing that Tang Yu displayed no trepidation, the man chuckled. "You're not afraid of us. Why should I be afraid?" "Ha. Well, young man, you've got some guts. It appears you possess a bit of skill. Here's the deal. Instead of taking your golden skull to South City, hand it over to me. I'll take care of the errand, and I won't charge you a penny." The man laughed heartily, giving Tang Yu's shoulder a hearty pat, the force of which carried an undercurrent of menace. Tang Yu merely smiled calmly and replied, "There is no need to trouble you, my brother. This journey I can manage on my own." Observing Tang Yu's lack of understanding, a few of the younger subordinates could no longer contain themselves. "Eagle, why waste words on this fellow? If we dispose of him, everything we desire will be ours." However, as soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Eagle seized a stone and hurled it at him, scolding, "All you ever think about is killing. When did our Black Eagle Fortress become a band of robbers?" After reprimanding his underling, Eagle turned back to Tang Yu, donning a friendly demeanor. "Brother, do not be frightened. My companions are simply inexperienced. They haven't intimidated you, have they? By the way, you might not be familiar with the customs of Black Crow Ridge, so allow me to enlighten you." With that, he stood and forcefully thrust his heavy sword before Tang Yu. "We all face challenges. Our Black Eagle Fortress has stood guard here for many years to ensure the safety between the main city and the southern city. Thus, it is only reasonable for us to collect a modest toll. Wouldn't you agree?" Tang Yu smiled at his opponent and asked, "What if I refuse to pay?" The smile on Eagle Brother's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. "Are you certain you want to pay? If so, I'm afraid you will suffer a bit." With a menacing tone, he commanded, "Let us see how this plays out. You've brought this upon yourself. Attack." Aware that reasoning with Tang Yu was futile, Eagle Brother immediately ordered his men to strike. Nearby, the shadowy crossbowman, who had been waiting patiently, pulled the trigger. Whoosh. In the darkness, a black arrow shot towards Tang Yu's neck. Just as everyone anticipated Tang Yu's demise, a towering ghoul, exuding an aura of death, emerged from the shadows and effortlessly caught the arrow midair. This unexpected turn of events startled Eagle Brother and his crew. "Damn it, I underestimated you. Take this. Celestial Fury Slash." Eagle Brother seized a massive sword from the ground and swung it fiercely towards Tang Yu's head. At that moment, another colossal ghoul positioned itself directly in front of Tang Yu. Clang! The heavy sword struck the ghoul's shoulder with tremendous force, leaving only a faint mark. Eagle Brother panicked. His hands felt numb, and he struggled to maintain his grip on the massive sword. When he glanced at Tang Yu again, his eyes were filled with terror. Who are you?" Tang Yu regarded the adversary with a cold, piercing gaze. "Merely a lord whom you have robbed." At that moment, an increasing number of ghouls emerged from the shadows, swiftly gaining the upper hand in numbers. Eagle's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His years of experience as a brigand had attuned him to the palpable scent of danger. Flee. The ghouls before them were far beyond their capacity to confront. Their only recourse was to escape. It was now a race for survival, where those who lagged behind would be left to face the consequences. The members of Black Hawk Fortress dashed away in a frenzied sprint, driven by sheer desperation. Tang Yu raised his hand and bestowed the frenzied skill of slaughter upon all the ghouls. Kill, leave none alive. In an instant, 31st-tier ghouls transformed into relentless reapers, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Black Eagle Fortress bandits. Before the eerie Black Crow Ridge, the wails and cries intensified the terrifying atmosphere of this place. Tang Yu meticulously gathered all the various equipment, tools, and magical crystals looted from the robbers, and then made his way directly to the southern district of Linghai City. In the southern district of Linghai City, at the Shui Xian Manor, Master Shui Xian sat in his wheelchair, carefully examining an envelope retrieved from the leg of a carrier pigeon. A flicker of surprise crossed his face upon discovering the contents, a golden skull. Such a remarkable find. Butler, you must immediately assemble a team to retrieve Tang Yu. The Black Crow Ridge area is perilous, and we cannot afford any mishaps. The butler promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, master, I shall head there at once." He then swiftly departed with his team to meet Tang Yu outside the city. In order to expedite their journey, they employed a third-tier beast companion for transport. However, upon their arrival at Black Crow Ridge, they were met with a scene of devastation. Scattered, mangled corpses littered the ground. The butler shuddered in alarm, swiftly producing a daylight talisman. Upon recognizing that the bodies belonged to the bandits of the Black Hawk Fortress, an ominous feeling washed over him. Search. See if there is a young man's body among them. The accompanying guards immediately dispersed in search of Tang Yu. Unbeknownst to them, the very person they sought had already entered the southern district, card in hand. "Master, Tang Yu has arrived." At this announcement, Master Shui Xian, who had been engrossed in research at his desk, momentarily paused in surprise, quickly lifting his head to respond. "Yes, let him in." The maid nodded and gestured towards Tang Yu waiting outside. Master Shui Xian's residence was spacious yet lacked opulence. Particularly, his room was in disarray, resembling a refuse heap, starkly contrasting with the pristine and orderly living room nearby. Upon entering the room, Tang Yu greeted Master Shui Xian. The master, taken aback by Tang Yu's solitary arrival, inquired, "Why have you come alone? Did you not accompany the butler?" Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "No, perhaps I simply haven't encountered it yet." Master Shui Xian did not inquire further and gestured invitingly. "Please, have a seat." Tang Yu took a seat as the maidservant presented the tea. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Master Shui Xian proceeded to the main topic of discussion. Tang Yu directly produced the golden skull. Upon gazing at the skull adorned with a radiant golden glow, Master Shui Xian felt a surge of excitement. After meticulously examining it several times and confirming its authenticity, Master Shui Xian couldn't help but express his sentiments. "I have awaited this artifact for many years, yet no one has ever been able to procure it for me. To be candid, you are the most formidable young individual I have encountered." Subsequently, he extended a golden card towards Tang Yu. "I possess a substantial amount of magic crystals in the magic crystal chamber, and this card holds 500 points of magic crystals." 500 points of magic crystals? Tang Yu was rather taken aback. Upon his arrival, he had inquired about the golden skull, which, despite its immense value, typically fetched a price of no more than 300 magic crystals. The other party's immediate offer of 500 magic crystals led him to suspect ulterior motives rather than mere generosity. He shook the magic crystal card in his hand, feeling a sense of unease at such a lavish offer. Master Shui Xian chuckled heartily, revealing his intentions without reservation. "Haha, young brother Tang, to be candid, I wish to enlist your assistance in acquiring a certain treasure. The surplus funds are intended as an advance. I wonder if you might be interested?" "What treasure?" "The blood lotus, a rare plant native to the Black Mist Swamp. It is indeed precious, yet quite challenging to procure, hence my request for your help." Tang Yu fell into a brief contemplation, having heard whispers of the Black Mist Swamp. Nestled within the colossal Rocky Mountains, this swamp is perpetually shrouded in darkness, receiving little sunlight and abundant rainfall, thus giving rise to its marshy terrain. The ground is treacherous, filled with various miasmas and toxic vapors, rendering it largely forsaken by adventurers seeking to level up. Over time, the Black Mist Swamp has become a forbidden zone. It is said that the coveted blood lotus resides deep within this treacherous mire, surrounded by numerous first-tier swamp venomous insect bosses, making it exceedingly perilous. He had thought the old man was exceptionally generous, only to discover the daunting nature of the task at hand. One must realize that even seasoned experts at levels 7 or 8 in the first tier would seldom undertake such a challenge. Nevertheless, Tang Yu sensed that he could accept this quest. After all, the reward of 200 magic crystals was quite reasonable, especially since the main city would not offer such a lucrative price. Furthermore, he needed to level up, and any opportunity to gain additional magic crystals was a worthwhile endeavor. Very well, I shall take on this task. Haha. Splendid. I wish you safe travels, young Tang. After Tang Yu departed, Master Shui Xin gazed at the golden skull for a while, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The butler, accompanied by several individuals, entered the parlor. Master, everyone from Black Hawk Fortress has been slaughtered. What? The entire Black Hawk Fortress has been annihilated? How is that possible? That rascal, He Ying, possesses keen insight. If there were any formidable foes, he would not have engaged them. Are you certain you did not missee? Upon hearing this, Master Shui Xin was momentarily taken aback, then set the golden skull down and turned his attention to the butler. The butler, with unwavering certainty, replied, "Absolutely. We have confirmed it several times. Upon examining the bodies, it appears to be the work of some sort of demon." Hearing the butler's assertion, Master Shui Xin shook his head and analyzed. There haven't been any high-tier demons along the way. They must have encountered an old enemy. At this moment, the butler ceased his commentary, but suddenly noticed the golden skull on the table and was momentarily taken aback. "Master, has Tang Yu been here?" "Yes, I just purchased this golden skull. What of it?" "Master, I suspect it may have been Tang Yu who killed the individuals from Black Hawk Fortress." The butler's words left Master Shui Xin in shock. You mentioned the wounds on the corpses were inflicted by a demon, and Tang Yu, being the Lord, is capable of summoning warriors from various races. Could it truly be him? In that instant, Master Shui Xion's eyes brimmed with astonishment. That scoundrel He Ying was on the verge of reaching the second tier, while Tang Yu has only just attained the first tier. How could this have transpired? The following morning, as Tang Yu stepped out of his room, he encountered Tang Su, who was preparing to leave. The latter gazed at Tang Yu, his expression tinged with displeasure. "Humph, do not rejoice too soon. Without gaining admission to the Imperial Academy, you too shall be unable to partake in the selection for the family head." Tang Yu wiped his face with a towel and smiled. "You must put in more effort. After all, the threshold for the Imperial Academy is a first-tier profession, and you are only at level 6. You need to work hard. Thank you for the reminder. But you need not worry. My father has already procured an experience scroll for me, and in just a few days, I will be ready to participate in the first-tier challenge." "Oh, is that so?" Tang Yu handed the towel to the butler and casually remarked, "Old Yang, please ensure you securely put away the first-level certificate from my room. Do not misplace it." The butler paused in surprise upon receiving the towel. "Young master, did you mention the first-level certificate?" Tang Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, I passed the first-level challenge yesterday, and the certificate is in my room. Please help me keep it safe." Upon hearing this, Tang Su, who was preparing to flaunt his own experience scroll, burst into laughter. "Haha, you crack me up. Go ahead and boast. In just one day, from level 9 to level 10, and you completed a first-level challenge. What a tall tale." He then turned to the butler and said, "Old Yang, go to his room. I am eager to see if you can indeed retrieve his first-level certificate." The butler hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Tang Yu, who showed no signs of concern. Reluctantly, the butler proceeded to Tang Yu's room. However, moments later, as he emerged holding Tang Yu's first-level professional certificate, Tang Su was left utterly speechless. "Yu." Tang Yu picked up a bun from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling towards Tang Su. "What's the matter with you? Haven't you ever seen one before? Hurry up and level up. Or you really want to be able to gain admission to the Imperial Academy? How will you compete with me for the position of clan leader then?" At that moment, Tang Su felt as though his mind had exploded. In just one day, from awakening to completing the first-tier challenge, was this something a mere mortal could achieve? It must be an illusion, certainly just a figment of his imagination. Last night, Tang Yu had stayed up late, preparing for their expedition to the Black Fog Marsh to ensure its success. Although the area was deemed a forbidden zone, he was still able to gather some relevant information about the magical creatures residing there. Beyond the venomous insects and various monsters lurking in the swamp, there also lived some bloodthirsty bats. These creatures were plentiful and favored attacking humans in swarms, causing considerable headaches for all adventurers. This time, however, Tang Yu was venturing forth to seek the Blood Lotus, leaving him unable to hide in a cave as he had during the previous encounter with the Treant bats. Thus, The inability of the ghoul to engage in aerial combat became Tang Yu's most significant disadvantage. On a brighter note, after becoming a first-tier adventurer, several new units had been unlocked in the Divine Lord's shop. As Tang Yu journeyed forth, he opened the system shop to peruse the 4 distinct races of units now available for selection. The Night Elf Huntress, a unit of the Night Elf race. She rides a Black Panther and employs crescent blades to strike her targets, inflicting ricochet damage. She possesses the ability to become invisible during the night. Price, 50 gold coins. The Troll Headhunter, a unit of the Orc race, armed with a spear to engage targets effectively, particularly aerial units. By purchasing technology, one can acquire the Berserk skill. Price, 50 gold coins. The Burrowing Demon, an undead unit that executes ranged attacks, capable of targeting aerial foes. With technological investment, it can acquire skills such as tunneling, webbing, and spider attacks. Price, 50 gold coins. The Gunner, a human unit that utilizes a firearm to launch ranged assaults, also capable of targeting aerial units. Technological purchases can enhance its range. Price, 50 gold coins. Upon reviewing these options, Tang Yu instinctively slowed his pace, lost in contemplation. Although the quality of the newly updated units remained at the level of Black Iron, their prices had surged 5-fold, suggesting a significant rationale behind the increase. Drawing from his experience in Warcraft, he noted that while the Night Elf's Crescent Blade offered ricochet damage, its overall damage output was rather low. And the unit itself too fragile. Should it encounter a swarm of bloodthirsty bats, it would likely falter quickly. Conversely, the Troll Headhunter, despite its capability to counter various units and its access to the Berserk skill, did not possess an attack power that rivaled the Gunner's, nor did it boast sufficient range. As for the Burrowing Demon, its strength lay predominantly in its skills, summoning small spiders for assistance, utilizing webs to ensnare aerial units, and tunneling to regain health. It could be described as possessing control, damage, and healing, yet all of these advantages came at a cost. Though Tang Yu currently possesses a considerable amount of magic crystals, the thought of expending such a sum to enhance a single unit brings him a pang of regret. After much contemplation, his gaze settled upon the Gunslinger unit. The Gunslinger is characterized by exceptional attack power, an impressive range, and the ability to engage aerial targets. While it may struggle against melee units, Tang Yu's possession of ghouls affords protection to the Gunslingers, ensuring their output remains secure. With this in mind, he promptly invested 500 gold coins to acquire 10 Gunslingers. Although the expenditure stung, the sight of the endearing, stout dwarf with a bushy beard cradling a firearm taller than himself instilled a sense of reassurance within Tang Yu. Gunslinger, Level 1, Tier 1 Attack Power, 1800 Strength, 1000 Agility, 1000 Magic Power, 1000 Skill. Piercing, a passive skill that ignores 20% of the target's armor. Upon examining the Gunslinger's statistics, Tang Yu was utterly astonished. It is noteworthy that his highest attribute, Strength, barely reaches 400 points. In contrast, the Gunslinger's Strength, Agility, and Magic Power all soar to an impressive 1000 points, while its attack power astoundingly reaches 1,800 points, surpassing that of the ghoul by 700 points, particularly when combined with its passive piercing skill, which allows it to disregard 20% of the target's armor. One could say that beneath the gun's firepower lies a world of frailty. Tang Yu could not help but contemplate the synergy of his ferocious skills, which would double his attack speed. The thought of 10 musketeers firing in unison was akin to setting off firecrackers. With this in mind, he felt an overwhelming eagerness to witness the prowess of the musketeers. At last, upon arriving at the Black Mist Marsh, he wasted no time in unleashing both the ghouls and the musketeers. 25 ghouls took the lead to clear the path, while 5 remained behind to safeguard Tang Yu and the others. It must be said that upon entering the Black Mist Marsh, the creatures here instantly elevated the challenge to an entirely new level for Tang Yu. The adversaries he encountered were predominantly above the first tier, with those of the first tier or below becoming a rare sight. Tang Yu understood that the creatures of darkness also adhered to the survival of the fittest principle. To thrive in this realm, one must possess strength. Bang, bang, bang. A few ghouls, in conjunction with the marksman, effortlessly vanquished a swamp ferocious crocodile boss. By hunting the first-tier swamp ferocious crocodile boss, he gained 10,000 experience points, acquired 1 piece of silver-grade crocodile skin, and obtained 1 magical crystal. As Tang Yu was about to proceed, he suddenly heard a flurry of combat sounds emanating from a distance. Is there truly someone venturing into the Black Mist Swamp? This is rather unexpected. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble while hunting monsters, Tang Yu promptly decided to retreat with his ghoul and musketeer. After all, those who dare to enter such a perilous place are no ordinary foes. Though he harbored no fear, there was no reason to invite trouble upon himself. However, just as he prepared to leave, a swift fireball hurtled towards him, the searing flames transforming the surrounding icy air into a sweltering heat. It was evident that this fireball possessed considerable destructive power. Boom! The ghoul, protecting Tang Yu, leaped high into the air, using its body to shield him from the impending fireball. Tang Yu's expression darkened as he gazed toward the direction from which the fireball approached. There, a man clad in a scarlet mage's robe emerged into view. Upon noticing Tang Yu, the man appeared somewhat taken aback. "Have you seen a female prophet pass through here?" he inquired, his demeanor aggressive. Tang Yu's fury ignited further. Had it not been for the protection of his ghoul, that fireball would have surely cost him half his life. Yet, instead of offering an apology, this individual dared to interrogate him. Apology? Tang Yu's voice was unremarkable, yet a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The opponent furrowed his brow slightly, the staff in his hand aimed vaguely at Tang Yu. "Boy, are you certain you wish to apologize?" "Indeed, apologize first. The other matters can be addressed later." "Humph. Overestimating your own abilities. Do you think you are worthy?" With that, he raised his hand and unleashed another fireball towards Tang Yu. The ghoul immediately rose to defend, but a sudden gust of wind from a nearby tree diverted the fireball away. Tang Yu and the sorcerer simultaneously turned their gazes towards the towering tree. There, atop the branches, approached a stunning girl clad in a gray top and white shorts, revealing a pair of extraordinarily long legs. At the moment he laid eyes on her, Tang Yu was utterly taken aback. Nangongwe? Though his time in this realm had been brief, he distinctly recognized this girl, named Nangongwe, from the memories of his predecessor. She was the object of every boy's dreams at the first high school. A prodigious girl who awakened as a seer at the tender age of 15. She was the woman his former self had always longed to marry, Nangongwe. The sorcerer let out a cold chuckle. "So, you truly are here." Without acknowledging him, Nangongwe approached Tang Yu directly and linked her arm with his. "My dear, thank you for saving me." Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, exchanging a glance with Nangongwe, and instantly comprehended the situation. Without hesitation, she reached out and embraced her waist, declaring, "To speak of courtesy is to be distant." Tang Yu could distinctly perceive a tremor coursing through Nangongwe's body. However, she did not offer any resistance. Tang Yu chuckled to himself. This young lady is quite daring, boldly offering her embrace. I must seize the opportunity to entertain her properly. As for Nangongwe's hidden intentions, Tang Yu could only express his astonishment, as if the beads of his abacus had scattered upon his face. It must be said that Nangongwe certainly knows how to seek support. Were it anyone else, they would likely find it impossible to withstand the formidable presence of this first-tier, 7th-level fire mage. In response to Tang Yu's unwelcome advances, Nangongwe softly uttered, "Extend your hand. I shall not allow your assistance to go unrewarded. I promise you a generous remuneration." Tang Yu chuckled. "Reward? Aren't you the finest reward of all?" "Hey, don't get carried away. What's wrong? Just a moment ago, you were calling me dear, and now you say I'm going too far? Don't you think you're being a bit excessive?" With a single remark, Nangongwe's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she quickly admitted her fault. "I apologize. I shouldn't have dragged you into this, but I truly had no other options at the time." Seeing the beloved figure from his past manifest in such a state, Tang Yu felt his heart soften. "All right, just remember to share half of the treasure with me later." "Huh?" Nangongwe blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" In response to her astonishment, Tang Yu rolled his eyes. "It's obvious. A young lady like you wandering here alone must be to attract your treasures, right? Fine. We'll discuss it later. Someone else coming. Be cautious. He is quite formidable, already at the 7th level of the first tier, and there are likely accomplices nearby." "Understood. Just follow my lead." The red-clad mage, observing the intimate exchange between the two, let out a cold laugh. "Oh, a hero saving a damsel in distress? Young man, are you certain you wish to wade into these murky waters?" Unfazed by the threat, Tang Yu maintained his composure. "Honestly, I'd prefer not to. However, since you initiated the confrontation, perhaps an apology would suffice to avoid this mess. What do you say?" The fire mage felt deeply insulted, barking, "You're courting death." No sooner had he spoken than he brandished his staff, unleashing a torrent of fireballs toward Tang Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crimson fireballs descended like rain, sealing off all of Tang Yu's escape routes. Without hesitation, Nangong Yu raised her staff, ready to counter with a spell, but Tang Yu stopped her. No need for you to intervene. With that, he commanded the ghouls to form a defensive barrier. Instantly, 30 ghouls assembled, creating a protective shield that thwarted all the fireballs. The ghouls that were struck merely shook off the ashes, their eyes turning a fierce crimson as they fixed their gaze on the fire mage. Seeing his most potent attack so effortlessly repelled, the fire mage's heart sank. Who are you? Heh, I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Open fire. At the command, the hidden gunmen lurking in the nearby bushes pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The fire mage immediately sensed the imminent danger and raised his hand to conjure a fire shield for defense. However, the bullets from the gunmen pierced through his shield with ease, striking him directly. Thud. The fire mage collapsed to the ground. As he lay there, blood pooling in his mouth, he glared at Tang Yu, seething with anger. You will regret this, kid. Having spoken, he grasped the talisman of earth concealment and ignited it. Vanishing instantly from his original location, Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, cursing under his breath for allowing him to escape. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu stood in astonishment at Tang Yu's recent display of prowess. He was a level 7 fire mage, and yet you managed to injure him? What is the matter? Are you surprised? Your beloved possesses such strength. Otherwise, how could he protect you? In response to Tang Yu's teasing, Nangong Yu's cheeks flushed, revealing a hint of regret. Alas, this is troublesome. I have dragged you into this predicament, and having injured their people, it is likely that the Qingyu sect will not let us off easily. Tang Yu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback upon hearing the name. The Qingyu sect? Was that individual just now affiliated with the Qingyu sect? Ah. So you have heard of them as well? Tang Yu nodded in understanding. His knowledge of the Qingyu sect stemmed from the fact that Tang Zhanpeng was a member of that guild. The most notable characteristic of this guild was its propensity for vengeance. They frequently ambushed and plundered other guilds in the wilderness, earning a rather unsavory reputation. However, their members were known to be bullies who preyed on the weak, and when confronted by formidable opponents, they surrendered with remarkable speed. Yet, when faced with a benefactor, they would flee faster than anyone else. Upon realizing that he had provoked this guild, Tang Yu felt an immediate sense of relief. So it was these ruffians after all. By the way, why did they send someone to pursue you? Nangong Yu pondered for a moment before producing an amber-colored object. This, she said, is the Black Wolf Amber Heart. I waited approximately 3 months to obtain this treasure, only to encounter them. They insisted that this territory belonged to them and demanded I hand it over. I had no choice, so I apologize for dragging you into this. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yu felt a surge of sympathy for Nangong Yu and found her somewhat lacking in judgment. To venture alone into the Black Mist Marsh was akin to walking into the jaws of danger. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, Did you not bring your teacher along? Or perhaps call upon other senior apprentices? She is quite busy, and I felt embarrassed to ask her. Besides, I am her only student, she replied. Tang Yu suddenly realized the truth. Nangong Yu had awakened her hidden profession as a seer, which naturally precluded her from possessing numerous classmates like other primary combat professions. However, he quickly became aware of a pressing issue. You mentioned knowing the whereabouts of the Black Wolf Amber Heart, and that you had waited for 3 months? Nangong Yu, anticipating Tang Yu's inquiry, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I foresaw the location where the Black Wolf Amber Heart would appear, which is why I took the time to prepare over the last 3 months. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Nangong Yu asked, instinctively clutching her chest, worried that he might take advantage of her. Yet, Tang Yu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. By the way, I saved the first place. Now, could you assist me with a small favor? That is not too much to ask, is it? What kind of favor? It better not be excessive. Come on, what are you thinking? While I admit that your long legs are quite alluring, the monsters here are truly my favorite. I wish for you to help me investigate what treasures lie within the misty marsh. Nangong Yu sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. I can help, but I can only cast the Seer's spell 3 times at most, and once I do, I want to be able to use any skills for 3 days. Agreed. I will ensure your safety. You only need to provide me with the location of the boss. Just then, Nangong Yu's expression changed as she furrowed her brow. But danger has already arrived. No sooner had she spoken than a massive rock appeared in the sky, hurtling directly towards the two of them. Tang Yu's expression darkened. These despicable creatures arrived with remarkable swiftness. Thud. At the very moment the colossal rock descended, several ghouls, stacked upon one another, shattered it with a forceful collision. Despite the imposing momentum of the rock's descent, it inflicted minimal harm upon the ghouls. Tang Yu was instantly enraged. Very well. So you have come with the intent to kill, have you? In that case, let us all perish. In the distance, a man clad in a vibrant crimson mage's robe pointed towards Tang Yu and shouted, "That lad is a lord. Be wary of the gunman, he is concealed nearby." Having suffered a setback before, he now regarded Tang Yu with trepidation. However, the individuals beside him remained unconcerned. "Old Song, you are as timid as ever. They are merely a couple of low-tier youngsters. Dispatching them will be a breeze. That girl is rather attractive. Let us hold off on killing her for now and keep her for a warm bed." Haha, a lord? Isn't that a lowly profession? Old Song, you are simply too weak. Watch us. As they spoke, the group encircled Tang Yu and his companion with the intent to trap them. Faced with this aggressive crowd, Nangong Yu immediately felt a surge of panic. What should we do? There are too many of them, if it comes to it. I might have to hand over the items. With that, she prepared to relinquish the black wolf amber heart. Yet, Tang Yu calmly pressed her hand down. No need. It's just a worthless trinket. If we give it to them, it will only embolden their arrogance. Observing Tang Yu's confident demeanor, a look of astonishment crossed Nangong Yu's face. It was evident that this group was so intent on intimidating them that they had not even bothered to conceal their professions or levels. Among the 7 of them, there were 3 melee tank classes, 2 mages, 1 archer, and a healer. Notably, their levels had already reached the 7th or 8th tier, with the archer captain even boasting a level of 9. They had the advantage in numbers, and their levels were overwhelmingly superior. In the face of such odds, Nangong Yu genuinely felt at a loss as to how they could possibly contend with them, aside from fleeing. However, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed, as if he were entirely confident in handling the situation. At that moment, the archer, holding a longbow in one hand, coldly addressed Tang Yu. "You have quite the audacity. You dare to cross paths with our Qingyu sect? It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. First, bow and apologize to us, and then surrender all your equipment and magic crystals, and we may grant you a chance at survival." Regarding such a foolish threat, Tang Yu doubted whether these brigands were capable of anything beyond this. They initially projected an illusion that compliance would lead to survival, only to reveal their true intentions once he was weaponless. "Enough of your prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, then quickly bow and apologize, and compensate me with 100 magic crystals for the damage to my troops." Their adversaries were instantly enraged. "You, lad, are clearly asking for trouble. Very well. Today I shall teach you what it means to overestimate yourself." As soon as the voice fell, he swiftly grasped the longbow, channeling his magical energy to conjure an arrow, which he fiercely shot towards Tang Yu. In response to the sudden onslaught, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed. The arrow soared with astonishing speed, reaching Tang Yu almost instantaneously after being released. At that moment, however, a ghoul reappeared. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through the ghoul's chest. A flash of crimson light ignited in the ghoul's eyes as it extended its claws and shattered the arrow, then opened its maw to unleash a furious roar at the archer. Observing that his shot had been thwarted by the ghoul, the archer's eyes flickered with surprise. The others displayed expressions of bewilderment as well. What a formidable creature, able to withstand even the captain's heart-piercing arrow. What kind of unit is this? No wonder it dares to be so arrogant. It possesses considerable skill. But while it can withstand 1 arrow, can it endure 100? The red-robed mage squinted and whispered to the archer, "Captain, this fellow has recruited a powerful unit. I believe caution is prudent." Yet the archer coldly retorted, "Caution? 2 first-tier weaklings need to be cautious? Kill this little brat. I shall personally rip him open." In an instant, 2 knights and a warrior brandished their longswords and charged forward. The support mage promptly raised his staff to cast the wind shield, enhancing the trio's movement speed. The red-robed fire mage, left with no choice, also grasped his staff and began to summon skills alongside another earth mage to launch their attack. The archer captain raised his longbow high, magical energy surging within him, transforming into a torrential rain of arrows directed at Tang Yu and his companion. Faced with the onslaught, Nangong Yu immediately panicked. "Be careful." However, Tang Yu remained unfazed, raising his hand decisively. "Open fire." From the thicket, 10 dark gun barrels suddenly emerged. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The 2 knights leading the charge immediately sensed the impending danger and raised their massive shields to block the bullets. Nevertheless, the gunmen possessed a piercing passive skill that ignored 20% of armor. allowing the bullets to easily penetrate the support mage's wind shield before continuing to breach their massive shields. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bullets piercing flesh echoed. The two knights were instantly riddled with holes. Witnessing this, the warrior behind them momentarily froze, his steps faltering as he instinctively sought to evade. However, bolstered by Tang Yu's berserk skill, the gunman's attack speed surged by 100%, and before he could react, bullets were already soaring towards him once more. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, a volley was unleashed, and the 8th-tier warrior fell, consumed by his own blood. At this moment, the spells of 2 mages and the arrows of an archer descended upon the battlefield. Confronted by the formidable fireball, landslide, and rain of arrows, a horde of ghouls formed an impenetrable wall, shielding against all magical onslaughts. After the initial barrage of spells, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang Yu's eyes as he pointed at the remaining foes and commanded, "Kill." The fire mage, clad in red, was filled with terror, preparing to utilize an escape talisman. However, Tang Yu, having thwarted his escape once before, would not allow him to flee a second time. During the skirmish, he had stealthily dispatched 2 ghouls to lie in wait. Just as the mage was about to crush the talisman, one of the towering ghouls, nearly 2 meters tall, lunged at him, its claws slicing through him as effortlessly as one would cut fruit. The remaining earth mage and support were swiftly eliminated, leaving only a trembling archer. "Who are you?" The archer stammered. "Stay back. I am from the Qingyu sect. If you dare to touch me, you shall face the consequences." Tang Yu did not grant him the opportunity to continue speaking, raising his hand with a flourish. Transmutation. A crisp sound resonated, and in an instant, the archer's body was petrified in place, subsequently dissolving as if melted away, transforming into a cascade of golden brilliance that scattered upon the ground. Task accomplished. Tang Yu let out a slight sigh of relief, casually inspecting the equipment and belongings of the group. Nagongyu stood by, utterly astonished. "How did you achieve that?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Tang Yu. She could hardly fathom that the recent scene was not merely an illusion. How could a newly advanced Tier 1 practitioner have vanquished a group of Tier 1 experts at levels 7 and 8? Was this truly the same sewer-dwelling professional lord she had come to know? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze inadvertently shifted towards the ghouls, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, and the dwarven gunmen concealed within the thickets, clutching their firearms. In an instant, clarity dawned upon her. This individual was undeniably a fortuitous one. Yet, the skill with which he had obliterated the Tier 1, Level 9 archer was still profoundly shocking. In response to Nangongyu's astonishment, Tang Yu picked up the support staff, gave it a cursory glance, and tossed it to her, remarking, "Perhaps my faction's race is slightly better." "Just a tad," Nangongyu silently critiqued. She then pressed on with her inquiry, "By the way, what was your final skill?" Tang Yu cast a glance at the other party and replied, "It's a secret." It felt like a soft thorn had pierced her heart. Nangongyu was intensely eager to know, but found herself unable to reach the truth, forced to silently observe the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. In truth, Tang Yu was equally astonished. He had initially believed that the art of transmutation could only be applied to magical creatures, never considering its potential use on humans. It was utterly absurd. Nangongyu, with a hint of worry, cautioned him, "By the way, once the people from Qingyu sect learn of this, they will surely seek revenge." "Revenge? Let them come," he replied confidently. "However, this matter is known only to the 2 of us. You wouldn't go blabbing about it, would you?" In an instant, Tang Yu appeared directly before Nangongyu, locking his gaze onto her intensely. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, only to bump into a stone and nearly lose her balance. A strong hand swiftly supported her waist. An ambiguous atmosphere began to envelop them, prompting Nangongyu to shyly close her eyes. Yet, the next moment, a voice broke the silence. "My arms are getting sore. Aren't you going to get up soon?" Realizing she was being teased, Nangongyu stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "I will no longer pay you any attention." Tang Yu chuckled heartily. Then, holding his belongings, inquired of the other party, "By the way, do not forget our agreement. You still owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life." "Humph." Nangongyu, with a haughty demeanor, raised her pristine neck and strode into the woods with her long legs. Tang Yu chose not to inquire further and quietly followed along. As they advanced, they soon approached the treacherous marshlands of the Black Mist Swamp, where toxic mists and venomous creatures thrived, and even the ground began to turn muddy. "Be careful, the Swamp Poison Frog King boss is lurking nearby," Though I am uncertain of its exact location, I can only sense its presence here, Nan Gongwei suddenly remarked, evidently having put previous matters aside. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, trailing behind, began to sense an imminent danger drawing near. Without hesitation, he summoned a dozen ghouls to stand guard in the vicinity. The ghouls, endowed with exceptional senses of smell and hearing, quickly detected the source of the threat, their eyes glowing red as they fixated on a stretch of marshland ahead. Tang Yu had unearthed some information regarding the Swamp Poison Frog King boss during his investigation of the Black Mist Swamp. This seemingly less formidable creature had managed to survive and establish dominance in the perilous environment of the swamp, primarily due to its remarkable stealth ability. It was adept at remaining concealed, capable of camouflaging itself anywhere within the marsh, waiting for its prey to appear, often remaining motionless for days on end in anticipation of a lethal strike. Confronted with such a cunning and ferocious boss, Tang Yu knew he had to tread carefully. After all, the Swamp Poison Frog King was lethal in its attack and warranted caution. I wonder if the Swamp Poison Frog King has sensed the danger posed by your ghouls and is now remaining hidden in the marsh, Nan Gongwei expressed her frustration. It seems it has been lying in wait, reluctant to reveal itself. Tang Yu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before a sudden idea struck him. By the way, are you hungry? Hearing Tang Yu inquire about her hunger amidst such a perilous situation left her momentarily stunned. What do you mean? I mean, are you hungry? Literally. Well, a bit. Having been in the Black Mist Marsh for 3 days in pursuit of the Black Wolf Amberheart, Nan Gongyu had exhausted her provisions. At the sound of Tang Yu's question, her stomach let out a conspicuous growl, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Tang Yu chuckled, in that case. Let us first indulge in some food. With that, he promptly produced a grill along with an assortment of spices and some marinated ingredients to ignite a fire. What? Eating here? Indeed, unless you prefer to venture out for a meal. But the Sludge Poison Frog King boss is lurking nearby. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yu was already grilling the food. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Nan Gongyu to involuntarily lick her lips. We must be cautious then. Moments later, Tang Yu extended a fragrant grilled chicken wing toward her. Here, enjoy. Thank you. Nan Gongyu eagerly accepted the wing, blowing on it to cool it down as she savored the crispy skin, utterly delectable. However, upon noticing another skewer on the grill, she couldn't help but caution him. The ones on the grill are almost burnt. No worries, that skewer is for the Poison Frog King. What? For the Poison Frog King? Will it even show up? It is famously known for its endurance. Just as she completed her thought, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped them. Suddenly, from less than 10 meters away in the sludge, a dark purple tongue shot forth, targeting the chicken wings on the grill. Before Nan Gongyu's expression could shift to one of shock, several ghouls leaped into the sludge. Scrape. Scrape, scrape. Gurgle, gurgle. After a cacophony of chaos, the sludge transformed into a dark purple hue. Nan Gongyu had not even glimpsed the Sludge Poison Frog King boss before it was dispatched. Is this truly possible? She marveled at the grilled wing in her hand. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Tang Yu smiled lightly and remarked, do not forget, the Swamp Poison Frog King boss is not only an exceptional hunter, but also a connoisseur of fine delicacies. Subsequently, a series of notification sounds resonated in his ears. He had slain a level 1, level 9 Swamp Poison Frog King boss, earning 30,000 experience points, acquiring a level 1 silver quality enchantment staff, a tongue of the Poison Frog King, a heart of the Poison Frog King, for magic crystals, and 1 magic core. Seeing Tang Yu effortlessly defeat the Poison Frog King boss, Nan Gongyu had grown somewhat accustomed to it. After all, if even a level 9 first transformation expert could be swiftly dispatched, it was hardly surprising that this level 1, level 9 creature posed no challenge at all. Despite awakening as a professional earlier than him, she found herself unable to achieve such feats, leaving her with only envy. However, Tang Yu unexpectedly extended a staff towards her. Nan Gongyu was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What does this mean? It's for you, he replied. Tang Yu casually picked up a roasted wing from the side and took a bite, urging, take it. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? Just take it. Then I shall not be modest. Upon catching sight of the mage staff radiating a faint purple glow, Nan Gongyu felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Although she appeared to be a support class prophet, she was still considered a semi-offensive class. While her attacking capabilities were considerably weaker compared to those of pure offensive classes like mages, she still possessed the means to protect herself. This journey through the Black Fog Swamp had led her to a profound realization The world was far more intricate than she had ever imagined. Hence, possessing a formidable weapon was of utmost importance. She was still wielding a silver-quality mage staff, yet it was only at level 10 and had not yet reached the first tier. In contrast, the staff that Tang Yu gifted her had already attained the first tier, its value multiplying several times over. If she were to venture out to slay monsters with other adventurers, she likely would not have received such a privilege. With delight, she accepted the Jianshin staff, exclaiming, "Thank you. You're welcome. Just help me find some bosses in the future." Negong looked up at Tang Yu, only to find him wearing a sly merchant's grin. It seemed he intended to make her his long-term treasure hunting tool. Nevertheless, she was genuinely pleased to have obtained gear that suited her. Subsequently, Negong activated her prophetic abilities once more to search for nearby bosses. After learning about Tang Yu's capabilities, she promptly filtered out all magical creatures beyond the second tier, leaving only the first-tier monsters. There, a first-tier level 9 bloodworm boss from the Swamp of Shadows. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu followed a group of ghouls and musketeers into the marshlands. Although the path through the swamp was arduous and fraught with various venomous insects and magical beasts, Tang Yu felt no strain, thanks to the support of the musketeers. As they journeyed, the ghouls and musketeers worked in harmony, with the musketeers' ranged attacks clearing the way with minimal hindrance. The magical creatures that suddenly leapt from the thickets were swiftly dispatched by the ghouls. Due to the nature of the Forbidden Zone, the Black Mist Marsh teemed with a multitude of magical beasts and poisonous insects, providing Tang Yu with a wealth of experience. Observing Tang Yu effortlessly dispatch the magical creatures, Negong could not help but feel a twinge of envy. As a prophet with a hybrid role of support and offense, leveling up posed a considerable challenge, necessitating teamwork. Although she had been recruited by the Imperial Academy at the tender age of 15, she had only reached the 7th level of the first tier. To other adventurers, a prophet's primary function was to locate magical beasts and foresee dangers, often relegating her to a supportive role in teams. In contrast, Tang Yu was notably generous, readily sharing the spoils of their conquests. Accompanying him on this journey had resulted in a 30% increase in her experience points. Will we be able to team up to hunt monsters together in the future? Negong Yu's sudden inquiry elicited an immediate affirmative response from Tang Yu. Teaming with a prophet was akin to wielding a boss locator, an exhilarating prospect. Delighted by his agreement, Negong Yu cast a scrutinizing glance at the somewhat money-minded yet amusing young man. "Thank you. You're welcome, especially since you regard me as your boyfriend," he replied teasingly. The grand image she had just constructed in her mind crumbled in an instant, leaving her cheeks aflame. "If you keep talking like that, I won't pay you any attention in the future." As their playful banter unfolded, the ghouls and musketeers had already coordinated to defeat the bloodworm boss. Tang Yu then glanced at the darkening sky. "It's getting late. Let us quicken our pace. By the way, have you sensed the location of the Blood Lotus?" Negong Yu set aside her embarrassment and activated her prophetic abilities once more. When she did so, it felt as though she were enveloped in divine light. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, her gaze directed toward the distant jungle, her voice tinged with concern. "I found it. The Blood Lotus is located at the nearby Headless Cliff, but that area is home to tens of thousands of skeletal vultures, not to mention the Vulture King boss." At this, she turned to Tang Yu and cautioned, "I believe it would be unwise to pursue the Blood Lotus. It's far too perilous." Tang Yu cradled his chin, reflecting on the information he had gathered. Although the Black Mist Swamp was considered a forbidden zone, many adventurers still ventured into its depths. While much of the information provided was undoubtedly embellished, numerous accounts had mentioned the infamous Headless Cliff. The name did not arise from the cliff being literally severed, but rather served as a cautionary emblem of the peril that lay ahead, warning others against the folly of exploration. Clearly, the quest for the blood-soaked demon lotus was fraught with challenges. At least before reaching the second tier, entering would be akin to courting death. Records regarding the bone spirit vultures were scarce, merely noting that these creatures lived in swarms, dominating the entirety of Headless Cliff. The blood-soaked demon lotus was their treasured guardian. With this in mind, Tang Yu let out a resigned sigh, muttering, "That old man is truly cunning." He then turned to Negong Yu and said, "All right, I'll heed your advice and refrain from going. Let us leave." Seeing Tang Yu retreating from the challenge, Negong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The two made their way along the path, finally exiting the Black Mist Swamp. Tang Yu halted and remarked, "Let us part ways here." Negong Yu looked at him, somewhat astonished. "It's already dark. Aren't you returning to the city?" "Oh, I have some business to attend to in the southern city." So I want to be accompanying you. Very well, then farewell. Yes, goodbye. As he watched Nangongyu depart, Tang Yu turned back and vanished into the depths of the black mist swamp. Indeed, he intended to journey alone to Headless Cliff in search of the blood-soaked demon lotus. His decision to mislead Nangongyu was not born from a concern over sharing his spoils, but rather from uncertainty about whether the ghoul could adequately protect two individuals simultaneously. The bone spirit vultures were not only numerous, but also exceptionally fierce and aerial. Only the dwarven gunman possessed the capability to confront them. The ghoul could only safeguard itself and the gunman. The blood-soaked demon lotus, is it? Very well, I shall endeavor to obtain it. With that declaration, Tang Yu summoned all the ghouls and gunmen, making a direct course for Headless Cliff. Tang Yu observed the multitude of bone spirit vultures perched upon the mountain. Yet he did not hasten his ascent. Although the ghouls and gunmen had consistently performed admirably, the current circumstances were markedly different from those he had previously encountered. When faced with a few adversaries whose level surpassed his own, he could easily rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm them. However, now he sought to ascend the mountain in pursuit of the blood lotus, which meant confronting tens of thousands of bone spirit vultures. The silver lining was that these vultures were all above level 5 of the first tier, yet did not exceed the second tier. The unfortunate aspect, however, was that these bone spirit vultures exhibited a territorial instinct as formidable as that of the tree demon bats he had previously encountered. Should they sense an intruder, they would not hesitate to launch a coordinated attack, intent on either eliminating or driving away the trespasser. Tang Yu glanced at his 30 ghouls and 10 musketeers, suddenly feeling a sense of uncertainty. Charging headlong into battle might lead to swift demise, while ghouls possess the ability to consume flesh and restore their own health. Musketeers lack such capabilities. Furthermore, the flesh-consuming skill of ghouls has a cooldown period. Once they are on cooldown, all hope is lost. Although the dwarven musketeers can theoretically suppress these skeletal vultures, they are at a numerical disadvantage. One must recognize that these skeletal vultures operate in swarms, and once they detect prey, they descend en masse. Tens of thousands of them. Contemplating this, Tang Yu thoughtfully pinched his chin. Perhaps a more diverse troop composition could be advantageous. While ghouls are versatile units, compared to human infantry and beastmen warriors, they lack durability and the ranged attack capabilities of night elves archers. Moreover, musketeers do not possess the piercing damage of huntresses, the berserk skills of troll headhunters, nor the diverse skill set of cave demons. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Yu opened the troops section of the marketplace and meticulously browsed for a considerable time. Ultimately, he selected 10 human infantry and 5 huntresses. His reasoning was straightforward. Human infantry boast commendable defensive capabilities, making them ideal for absorbing damage. Should the skeletal vultures dare to descend from above, 30 ghouls would surge forward to eliminate them on the spot. The decision to choose the lower damage huntresses over troll headhunters was influenced not only by the desire to save on the cost of the headhunter's berserk skill, but also by the huntress's ability to deal bouncing damage with their basic attacks. After all, in the face of swarm attacks, the huntress's bouncing skill is nothing short of miraculous, effortlessly clearing out wild creatures in droves. Purchase. Instantly. 10 infantry clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding shields in one hand and long swords in the other, materialized before him. Roar. 5 huntresses mounted on black panthers also appeared, their faces veiled and holding glistening crescent blades, exuding an air of valor. With the sudden addition of 15 soldiers, Tang Yu felt a surge of confidence. Let us set forth. Tang Yu, accompanied by his troops, marched resolutely towards the precipice known as the Headless Cliff. As he stepped onto the rocky terrain, the skeletal vultures above immediately launched an assault. Thousands of these bone spirits circled ominously in the sky, diving and attacking with a ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. At this juncture, the defensive prowess of the infantry came to the forefront. Clad in resplendent silver armor, the human soldiers brandished their longswords at the vanguard. Whenever the skeletal vultures swooped down to strike, the infantrymen stood firm, using their bodies to shield against the onslaught. In swift succession, a cadre of ghouls unleashed their own assault, dispatching the vultures with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the huntress, mounted upon a sleek black panther, hurled her crescent blades at the aerial foes. Each successful strike against a skeletal vulture would ricochet to 3 others nearby. However, the huntress's damage output was insufficient for a single lethal blow, necessitating at least 5 strikes to vanquish one vulture. Moreover, the ricochet damage was diminished by 50%, implying that to slay a vulture via this method, a minimum of 10 strikes would be required. At this critical moment, the marksmen made their presence known. their muskets fired with a resounding crack, consistently finding their mark on the vultures previously struck by the huntress, often resulting in a single kill per shot. Thus, the synergy between the two ranged units allowed them to swiftly eliminate a skeletal vulture. The notifications echoed incessantly in Tang Yu's ears, granting him experience points as follows: slaying a level 6 skeletal vulture, 5,000 experience points; slaying a level 5 skeletal vulture, 2,000 experience points; acquired skeletal vulture talents, 2. Acquired magic crystal, 1. His experience surged dramatically. Ascending through the ranks, level 1, level 2, level 3. The skeletal vultures seemed relentless, assaulting without respite. The ground was littered with corpses, the stench of blood permeating the air, transforming the headless cliff into a veritable battlefield of carnage. Tang Yu felt a sense of melancholy. Originally, he had planned to advance towards the Cliff of Doom while engaging in battle. However, after a night of relentless fighting, he found that he had barely made any progress. At the beginning, he managed to move forward just a little, but as time passed, he remained virtually motionless. When the first rays of dawn broke upon the horizon, a fleeting glimmer of light could only be seen at the very top of the cliff. At that moment, he noticed that the vultures circling overhead had diminished by 2/3 compared to the previous day. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from the mountain. Tang Yu's heart jolted as he turned towards the source of the sound. He beheld a colossal bone spirit vulture, its wingspan reaching an impressive 20 meters. Adorned with glossy black feathers and a beak shimmering with a golden hue, soaring towards him. A surge of joy welled up within Tang Yu upon sighting the creature. Damn, I thought you would wait until all your minions had perished before returning. Seizing the moment before the Bone Spirit Vulture King Boss arrived, Tang Yu calmly opened its information panel. Bone Spirit Vulture King Boss, level 10. Tier 1 attack power, 1,000 strength, 1,000 agility, 1,200 magic power, 1,000 skills. Thunder Strike unleashes a lightning bolt to attack the target. With a 30 chance to paralyze the target, Claw Strike dives down to attack the target with claw strikes, inflicting devastating damage, increasing damage by 50. Command summons all minions to attack the target. As Tang Yu perused the boss's information panel, a serene smile graced his lips. Tier 1. That is manageable. With that thought, he raised his hand and waved. Golden Touch. In a flash, the Bone Spirit Vulture King Boss was unable to unleash even a single skill before its body transformed into a cascade of golden brilliance, raining down upon the ground. Hunting the Tier 1, level 10 Bone Spirit Vulture King Boss awarded him 40,000 experience points, a Silver Quality Knight's Bloodblade Spear 1, a Bone Spirit Vulture King's Beak 1, Vulture King Feathers 10, an Intermediate Skill Scroll 1, Magic Crystals 10, and a Magic Core 1. Beholding the bountiful spoils, a smile spread across Tang Yu's face. The drop rate is quite generous. His gaze then shifted to the summit of the headless cliff, where a blood-red lotus was quietly blooming. At that moment, at the entrance of the Black Mist Marsh, a small team of 5, all at Tier 2, was surveying their surroundings. Captain, do we really have to venture into this Black Mist Marsh? The reward from that old man Master Waterheart, ISNT substantial. Indeed, while the blood-soaked demon lotus is valuable, it requires capability to acquire it. Just dealing with those tens of thousands of bone spirit vultures is no small feat. Alas, the auction won't accept the blood-soaked demon lotus. If that old man drives the price down, we could suffer a significant loss. Captain, let us reconsider. The bearded man at the helm shot a glare at his subordinates upon hearing their complaints. Do you think I wish to come here? It's merely because we owe that old man a favor. Enough chatter. Let us make haste to the headless cliff while there is still light. Reluctantly, the others complied and followed him. However, upon reaching the base of the headless cliff, they were immediately met with an overwhelming stench of blood. Captain, look! A panicked team member pointed hastily towards a nearby mound. As the others gathered around for a closer look, they were instantly taken aback. So many skeletal vultures. Could it be that a formidable expert had already come through? No wonder we have yet to encounter a single skeletal vulture here. It seems they have all been exterminated. How terrifying. Which expert could possibly be so bored as to come here and hunt these skeletal vultures? The bearded captain stepped forward, meticulously examining several corpses, his heart filled with a mix of astonishment and confusion. It appeared to be the work of other creatures, yet there were also signs of weapon damage. What on earth had transpired here? In the southern part of Linhai City, the disguised Tang Yu had just exited several auction houses, bearing an exceedingly frustrating piece of news. Damn it, that cunning old man has indeed deceived me. It seems that this blood-soaked demon lotus can only be sold to him. Gazing at the blood-soaked demon lotus he had painstakingly acquired, Tang Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. When he accepted the task, he had not considered the implications, believing that despite the rarity of the blood-soaked demon lotus, his strength would suffice. However, he soon encountered a multitude of troubles, investing hundreds of magic crystals to obtain it. Yet, several auction houses indicated that while the blood-soaked demon lotus was exceedingly valuable, it was ultimately a commodity without a market. Its intrinsic worth was high, but the demand was strikingly low. Tang Yu found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to seek out Master Shui Xin to collect his due for services rendered. However, the thought of doing so gnawed at his conscience. Previously, Master Shui Xin had not disclosed the potential dangers involved. And despite being acutely aware that Tang Yu had only just attained the first transition as a practitioner, he still insisted on enlisting his help for procuring a particular item. It was evident that the master regarded him as a mere pawn. At that moment, the gates of the Shui Xin residence swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit emerged. The butler, displaying utmost courtesy, escorted him to his vehicle. "Mr. Wang, please take care," he said. The middle-aged gentleman, however, responded with evident irritation. "I've already provided the deposit after lengthy discussions, yet still have not secured the item. The assessment at the Imperial Academy is imminent. If my son is unable to utilize it, I shall not hesitate to express my displeasure." The butler, caught in an awkward predicament, maintained a polite smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, the master has dispatched someone to the Black Mist Marsh, and they should procure it soon." "Humph, it better be so." With that, he slammed the car door and drove off. Not far away, Tang Yu, who had been concealing his presence, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this exchange. This was the benefactor he had been hoping for. How fortuitous. Without hesitation, he followed the vehicle. Sensing that someone was tailing him, Mr. Wang halted his car and glanced back at the approaching Tang Yu, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who are you? Why are you following my car?" "Mr. Wang, I believe you might be interested in something. Leave me be. I have matters to attend to. Do not follow me again, or I shall not be so accommodating." The gentleman clearly perceived Tang Yu as merely another pesky salesman, uninterested in engaging further. Yet, in an instant as he turned back, a vivid flash of crimson caught his eye. "Mr. Wang, the Blood Lotus, you must be intrigued, yes?" In that moment, the man's demeanor shifted, his excitement akin to that of a child. "Young man, is that for sale?" "Indeed it is. This is the price." The response from Mr. Wang was immediate, offering a sum that left Tang Yu with no room for refusal: 1,000 magic crystals. "If you are willing to sell, I shall provide you with the payment right now." "What do you say?" Tang Yu was taken aback. "Is he truly this affluent? Whose father is he? Who is his son?" "This is 1,000 magic crystals, and he purchases it without hesitation." Tang Yu nodded immediately. "No problem. However, you must compensate me with a penalty fee, as I undertook this task at the behest of Master Shui Xin." He then recounted the details of his assignment from Master Shui Xin. Upon hearing this, the other party erupted in fury. This scoundrel, to save money, sought out a first-tier practitioner. Damn it, I trusted him so much. So he was merely deceiving me. Fine, I will pay you the money. You need not worry about anything else. Thank you. The two exchanged money for goods, and before leaving Nan City, Tang Yu specially delivered a magic crystal card worth 200 and a letter to Master Shui Xin. In Master Shui Xin's villa, he lay languidly in his soft chair, enjoying a massage from a maid. Suddenly, the butler entered. "Master, you have a letter. Read it." "Dear Master Shui Xin, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill the task you assigned. I am returning the full deposit of 200 magic crystals and wish you a pleasant life. Sincerely, Tang Yu." With his eyes closed, Master Shui Xin let out a disdainful sneer. "Humph, clever of him to return the money. Damn it, I gave him a chance to serve me, and he couldn't seize it. Truly useless." At that moment, a loud banging echoed from outside. Master Shui Xin opened his eyes in anger. "Who is banging on my door at this hour? Go see." The butler hurriedly went out to investigate. Moments later, the door to the room was forcefully pushed open, revealing Wang Zhengxiang, his face adorned with a bushy beard, storming in with fury. "You old rogue. You seem to be living quite leisurely." Master Shui Xin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Wang Zhengxiang's appearance. "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? Do you think I have any business with you?" With that, Wang Zhengxiang slammed the blood demon lotus onto the table. "Now, this instant, get me some equipment." Staring at the blood demon lotus on the table, Master Shui Xin was momentarily stunned. Mr. Wang, where did you acquire this? A young man sold it to me. What do you think? Nothing much. By the way, what else did he say? Wang Jingxiang recounted the details, expressing his extreme anger at being deceived by Master Shui Xin. Master Shui Xin, feeling helpless, apologized and promised to assist him in forging the equipment. However, while searching for materials, he turned to the butler and asked, "Damn it, that dog dared to play me." By the way, Wang Jingxiang mentioned a young man. How many young men took our task? It seems there is only Tang Yu, but he has already returned the money. Master, could it be him? Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Master Shui Xin dismissed the possibility. Don't you know the situation at the Cliff of Decapitation? Tens of thousands of bone spirit vultures. And he, a mere first-tier practitioner, how could he possibly manage such a feat? It must be that others are attempting to usurp my business. After voicing his thoughts, he furrowed his brow, replaying in his mind the faces of those who harbored animosity towards him, yet he could not find any leads. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Master, Zhou Yang and his companions have arrived. Master Shui Xin waved his hand, stepping outside to encounter Zhou Yang, who bore a face adorned with a thick beard. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Yang shook his head and said, "Master, the blood lotus of the execution cliff has been stolen, and all the bone spirit vultures there have been slain." At this revelation, both Master Shui Xin and the steward were taken aback with astonishment. How could this be possible? How could tens of thousands of bone spirit vultures be exterminated? Sensing their disbelief, Zhou Yang recounted the events he witnessed at the execution cliff, particularly detailing the brutal manner in which the bone spirit vultures met their demise. Upon hearing his account, the steward was rendered speechless. The manner of death of these bone spirit vultures resembles that of the men from Black Hawk Fortress. Could it truly be Tang Yu? Master Shui Xion's heart raced with shock. If it were indeed this young man, then he was far more formidable than anticipated. Piecing together the unfolding events, he suddenly realized he had been outwitted by Tang Yu. In a fit of rage, he kicked a nearby cabinet. "How dare you toy with me? Just wait." Tang Yu remained indifferent to Master Shui Xion's anger, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. In just one day, the entrance examination for the Imperial Academy would commence, and he had already attained a level of first tier, 4th rank. At this level, gaining admission to the Imperial Academy posed little challenge. However, his aspirations soared higher, aiming for the elusive Yaowan secret realm, which Jiang Baishan had previously mentioned to him. Yet, access to the Yaowan secret realm required entry into the Tianshu Pavilion. Only the most exceptional students were afforded the opportunity to enter the Tianshu Pavilion. Thus, the outcome of this examination would determine his fate in achieving that goal. Tang Yu believed himself to be formidable, unrivaled among his peers. Through his recent exploration of the system, he discerned a pattern. The system refreshes purchasable items or units approximately every 5 levels. He felt that upon reaching the first-tier 5th level, new possibilities might await him. The prospect of acquiring a hero was exhilarating. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu smiled at Li Na, who was at the dungeon center. "Thank you, Golden Silver Valley." The minimum requirement for entering the Golden Silver Valley dungeon was a first-tier 5th level. The reason Tang Yu chose this dungeon was that it allowed for difficulty selection. The normal mode offered basic experience rewards. The elite mode provided 1.5 times the experience. The hero mode yielded double experience, while the epic mode granted 3 times the experience. According to the dungeon's description, the monsters in normal mode were around the first-tier 5th level, while those in elite mode reached the first-tier 6th level. In hero mode, the monsters escalated to the first-tier 7th level, including numerous first-tier 7th level bosses. As for the epic mode, even the lowest level monsters were at least first-tier 8th level, with a plethora of first-tier 9th and 10th level bosses. For the average person, elite mode was already a significant challenge, while hero mode lacked cost-effectiveness. After all, the Golden Silver Valley dungeon had a time limit, allowing a maximum stay of 2 hours. Ordinary professionals would require at least 5 to 10 minutes to contend with monsters of the same tier and level, let alone the bosses. However, Tang Yu was not an ordinary professional. He was aiming for the epic difficulty. Li Na, recognizing this familiar face, instinctively inquired, "Still soloing?" "Yes," he replied. "Well then, here is the dungeon stone. Be careful," she said, her instinct to caution him momentarily suppressed. After all, the last time Tang Yu had come here, he had effortlessly soloed the Cloud Mist Mountain dungeon, and she was already well aware of his capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu paid the fee and shattered the dungeon stone, vanishing into the heart of the dungeon hall. Many present were well aware of his remarkable feat of soloing the 10th level Yunwu Mountain dungeon previously. Upon seeing him again, they were left astounded. Goodness! It had only been a few days, and he had already advanced to the 4th level of the first tier, while others required several days to level up even once. He could achieve multiple levels in a single day. It was utterly terrifying. It seemed likely that he would secure a place among the top 10 in the upcoming assessment by the Imperial Academy. Perhaps he might even be selected for the Celestial Pavilion. The Celestial Pavilion? That seemed rather ambitious. Considering that only the scions of prestigious families and the offspring of high-ranking elites were afforded such opportunities. Given the current decline of the Tang family, such prospects appeared improbable. Yet, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Li Na felt an inkling that Tang Yu might indeed have a chance to enter the Celestial Pavilion. Upon entering the dungeon, Tang Yu wasted no time and opted for the epic difficulty level. Before him loomed 2 small mountains, 1 gold and 1 silver. Activating his berserk skill, he unleashed all his troops. The golden and silver lions and tigers atop the mountains sensed the intruders and immediately charged as a pack. It was as though 2 armies clashed, with ghouls and human infantry rushing into the throng of monsters, effectively countering their assault. Musketeers and huntresses provided ranged support, systematically eliminating the first-tier 8th level golden and silver beasts. Slaying a first-tier 8th level golden lion yielded 30,000 experience points, while taking down a first-tier 9th level golden tiger granted 60,000 experience points. With a 3-fold experience boost, the monsters fell in droves. Tang Yu's experience points are steadily increasing at a pace that is visibly remarkable. Level 1. 4th tier, 5%. Level 1, 4th tier, 6%. Tang Yu commanded his troops, slaying monsters while advancing deeper into the canyon, ever mindful of the passage of time. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the dungeon commenced, and he had already reached the canyon's end. Before him stood a fearsome 2-headed beast, adorned with the heads of both a lion and a tiger, roaring fiercely. Boss, silver gold lion tiger beast level, 10 attack power, 2000 strength, 1500 agility, 1500 magic power, 1500 skills, devouring destruction, bites the target. Inflicting 500 damage, trample, descends from the sky to stomp the target, guaranteeing a stun effect. Gazing at this splendid data panel, Tang Yu shrugged slightly. With a swift motion, he unleashed a lethal spell, instantly vanquishing the foe. Having slain the level 10 silver gold lion tiger beast, he was rewarded with 120,000 experience points. Along with 4 claws from the beast, a level 1 mage skill scroll, a silver quality protection necklace, a mysterious ring, 15 magic crystals, and 1 magic core. Tang Yu glanced at his experience bar, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face. He needed to complete 5 more dungeons, yet each dungeon imposed a 3-hour cooldown, indicating that he could only reach the pinnacle of level 5 in the first tier. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the loot, and surprise flickered across his features. A mystic ring? What a remarkable treasure. The mystic ring is an exceptionally unique piece of equipment, capable of concealing one's personal information and employing disguise skills to mask one's identity. It is indeed a rare gem. Tang Yu directly adorned his hand with the mysterious ring. Subsequently, he stepped through the portal of the instance, departing from the golden silver valley. As noon approached, the central hall of the instance buzzed with life once more, the cacophony of various guilds shouting and the fervent calls for team recruitment rendering the space chaotic. It was at this moment that Tang Yu reappeared in the hall, making a beeline for the counter. Golden Silver Valley, thank you. Li Na was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixed on Tang Yu in astonishment. You cleared it? Indeed. Ah, well then, here is your instance stone. Tang Yu seized the copy stone and shattered it on the spot, re-entering the instance once more. It was only then that Li Na, filled with astonishment, realized that Tang Yu had already surpassed the 3-hour cooldown period for the instance. In other words, he had completed the dungeon in merely a matter of minutes. Good heavens! He is absolutely formidable. The members of the surrounding guilds, who had yet to recruit a full team, were envious to the point of their eyes turning red as they witnessed Tang Yu finishing the instance and diving back in. This fellow is truly extraordinary. How on earth did he manage to solo the Golden Silver Valley dungeon? Is this still considered a low-tier profession? Have we perhaps misunderstood the capabilities of the Lord class? Beyond envy, there was nothing but admiration. It is likely that his level will surpass that of the other candidates participating in the entrance examination for the Imperial Academy. To remove any doubt, I just received news that Jiang Baishan only completed the first-tier challenge last night. while Tang Su and several others have yet to finish it. Unbelievable. He is completely dominating. It seems that there are hardly any who could surpass him throughout the entire Imperial province. Tomorrow marks the day of the entrance examination for the Imperial Academy, and everything will soon be revealed. At the Vice City Lord's residence, Jiang Yueqing gazed at his daughter with a heart full of pride. Shanshan, although you have been unofficially accepted into the Imperial Academy, this examination is still a mere formality. Yet you must still strive to excel. Our city of Linhai is watching you. Rest assured, father, I will give it my utmost effort. Jiang Yueqing nodded in satisfaction, handing her a plate of fruits before glancing at the time. You can still tackle the instance 3 more times today, by tomorrow morning. You should reach the 2nd level of the 1st tier. Jiang Baishan nodded, popping a grape into her mouth, when suddenly the image of Tang Yu flashed through her mind. I wonder what level he is at now. I heard he completed the 1st tier challenge the night before last. He truly is an extraordinary individual. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the castle walls of Linhai City, a new day began. This day was of immense significance for the candidates preparing to participate in the entrance examination for the Imperial Academy. Within the 1st tier challenge hall, Tang Zhamping anxiously awaited the arrival of the assessment day at the Imperial Academy. Indeed, the time was drawing near. Yet Tang Su had still not emerged from the Secret Realm challenge. Should he fail to complete the 1st tier challenge, the entire Tang family would forfeit their eligibility to compete for the position of the Tang clan leader against Tang Yu. The mere thought of this intensified his restlessness, prompting him to incessantly inquire with the staff. At last, when the array of the challenge realm radiated with light, Tang Su appeared within its confines. However, his appearance was utterly disheveled, his body marred by numerous wounds. Faced with this distressing sight, Tang Zhamping hurriedly rushed over to support Tang Su, swiftly placing a healing pill into his mouth. My son, how are you? A wry smile played upon Tang Su's face. I have not disgraced your name, father. I have finally achieved the status of a 1st tier practitioner. His gaze then fell upon the newly inscribed challenge records on the nearby wall. At the pinnacle, in resplendent golden letters, read, Tang Yu, 1st tier challenge duration, 1 second. These few words were painfully glaring, representing a height he could scarcely aspire to. Father, do you think we stand a chance against Tang Yu? Upon hearing his son's words, Tang Zhamping revealed a cold smile. Do not worry, my son. As long as you gain admission to the Imperial Academy, our family will be qualified to compete for the position of the Tang family head. Take this. With that, he produced a black seal from his pocket. Tang Su took the seal and was momentarily taken aback. Father, what is this? Although the first 2 stages of the entrance examination for the Imperial Academy were quite challenging, one could easily pass them by consuming enhancement potions. The 3rd stage, however, tested teamwork. This seal belongs to a team from Linhai City. Remember, take this seal and seek out the team in Linhai City. They will assist you in overcoming the 3rd stage. Holding the black seal, Tang Su, who had previously harbored doubts, felt a renewed sense of hope. Father, I understand. All right. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you. Do not delay. At this moment, in the square of Linhai City, several dignitaries and the heads of various academies had already gathered. Among them was Ouyang Minghui, a mentor from the Imperial Academy. Jiang Baishan stood quietly beside Jiang Yueqing, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. Apart from Jiang Baishan, the other 2 competitors were the paladin Xiao Qian and the shadow assassin El Xiao Xiao, both of whom had also reached the 1st tier. However, the focus of the day was not on them, but rather on Tang Yu, who had completed the 1st tier challenge on the very first day. Thanks to Tang Yu, the Tang family had gained significant notoriety in Linhai City. After all, occupying 2 slots in a family was no small feat, especially since Tang Yu had shattered multiple records, thus clandestinely establishing himself as a leading contender for the title of the strongest expert at the Imperial Academy this year. This undoubtedly incited considerable envy among the other prominent families. When Tang Zhamping entered the arena with Tang Su, they instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. Yang Dinghai, the principal of the 1st high school, observed Tang Su's approach and immediately felt a wave of relief. Thank heavens. I was beginning to fear you might not pass the 1st tier challenge. How is your recovery? Tang Su had been continuously consuming the blood-replenishing elixir on his way, and at this moment, his body had nearly recovered. Thank you for your concern, principal, he said, but before he could finish his words, Yang Dinghai gently patted his shoulder and walked away. Tang Su stood frozen in place, and upon turning around, he beheld a familiar figure, Tang Yu. Ah, Tang Yu. At long last, you have arrived. What took you so long? As Tang Yu emerged, Yang Dinghai was the first to approach him. Tang Yu, you finally made it. I told you not to be late that day. Otherwise, you would have to wait another year. My apologies, Principal. I was caught up in a side quest and lost track of time. Tang Yu responded with a smile. In truth, he had already attained the 5th level of the 1st rank the previous night. The reason for his late arrival was primarily to pay homage to his predecessor's father. After all, his main purpose for attending the Imperial Academy was twofold: to enhance his own abilities and to assist his predecessor in the quest to find his mother, thereby fulfilling his unfulfilled wish. At that moment, Yang Dinghai continued to inquire, "By the way, what level are you at?" "I am at the 5th level of the 1st rank," he replied. Tang Yu's voice was not loud, yet it drew the attention of those nearby. It was only then that they realized he had reached the remarkable level of 1st Order, 5th rank. What? 1st Order, 5th rank already? If my memory serves me right. He awakened merely 3 days ago, and now he has ascended to such heights? My goodness! Is he even human? In just 3 days, from awakening to 1st Order, 5th rank, how has he leveled up so swiftly? Goodness! I wouldn't dare boast like that. He is playing for real. Huh. 1st Order, 5th rank? How many monsters must he have slain to achieve such a high level? The crowd was astounded, and Yang Dinghai was rendered speechless. He scrutinized the striking young man before him, his heart brimming with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. Haha. For our school to possess a talent like you, my life feels worthwhile. Not far away, Jiang Baishan also took note of Tang Yu and immediately checked his information, stunned by what she discovered. She gently tugged at her father, who was engaged in casual conversation with the city lord. Father. What is it, Shan? Jiang Yueching smiled awkwardly at the city lord, then followed the direction of Jiang Baishan's finger. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a smile naturally graced his face as he introduced him to the city lord, Feng Jiuzhou. City lord. That young man is Tang Yu. Feng Jiuzhou's gaze shifted, and upon realizing that Tang Yu had indeed attained 1st Order, 5th rank, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. 1st Order, 5th rank? This lad is quite impressive. Ha ha ha. Indeed, he must have been grinding dungeons these past few days. Come, let us have a closer look. Feng Jiuzhou promptly led a group to Tang Yu's side. Upon seeing the 5th rank holy warrior approach, Tang Yu hastily greeted him. Salutations, City Lord. Greetings, Vice City Lord. Feng Jiuzhou looked at Tang Yu with great satisfaction. You are quite remarkable. Achieving 1st Order, 5th rank in just 3 days and breaking so many records. This time, you must truly shine. I look forward to seeing your name on the freshman honor roll at the Imperial Academy. Tang Yu quickly expressed his humility with a few words. At that moment, Jiang Baishan, somewhat enviously, remarked to him, "You, my friend, are becoming increasingly outrageous. It's almost as if you are a beast, truly enviable." Haha. But no beast can match my prowess. After the two engaged in casual banter for a while, Ouyang Minghui approached them. The time has come. Shan, Tang Yu, it's time for you to prepare. Tang Yu nodded and entered the array with Jiang Baishan. Observing that Tang Yu had overshadowed him, Tang Su seethed with resentment, whispering fiercely, "Do not think you can usurp the position of the family head. I shall not allow you to succeed." In response to Tang Su's ominous demeanor, Tang Yu remained remarkably unperturbed. The position of family head holds little significance for me. My sole objective is to see your father kneel before my father's grave and accept the retribution of family law. As soon as his words fell, the teleportation array erupted with a brilliant light. Subsequently, the 5 of them vanished within the formation. When the crowd opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast expanse of nothingness. However, in addition to Tang Yu and his companions, there were also 155 professionals from 31 other city-states within the Imperial Ling province. These 160 individuals were vying for 100 new student slots, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Tang Yu surveyed the crowd and observed that the majority of individuals were at the 1st or 2nd level, although he occasionally spotted a few who had reached the 3rd level. As for those at the 5th level, apart from himself, he had yet to discover another. Jiang Baishan, filled with both envy and concern, cautioned him, "You possess the highest level among everyone here. Be wary, for they may unite against you in the final round." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu was taken aback. Why would they target me? By the way, what does the final round entail? Noticing that no one around was paying attention to them, Jiang Baishan leaned closer to whisper in Tang Yu's ear. The 3rd round involves a team assault on a city. Now that your level has been revealed, you will undoubtedly attract their attention. They may very well attempt to take action against you. So that is how it is. Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully, then adorned his hand with the enigmatic black ring. Upon seeing the mysterious ring on Tang Yu's hand, Jiang Baishan exhibited a look of surprise. "Where did you acquire this mysterious ring?" she inquired. "I obtained it from a dungeon." "What of it?" he replied. "Nothing. I'm just envious," she remarked. At that moment, a majestic figure descended from the void, and the gathering of students fell silent, each one solemnly fixating on the newcomer. "I am Zheng Qifeng, the chief examiner for this assessment. I am here to announce the details and rules for today's first examination. In the initial round, each participant will enter an individual dungeon to engage in monster slaying. Defeating a regular wild creature will earn you 10 points, while vanquishing a boss will yield 100 points. Each round will last 5 hours, and when time is up, everyone will be teleported out. Remember, do not recklessly pursue the higher-scoring bosses, as it could lead to your demise. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. The first challenge is about to commence." With the sound of a horn echoing, a beam of light appeared beneath each participant's feet. Tang Yu once again sensed the world around him beginning to transform, until he found himself in a modest room. The room was not large, featuring 2 doors. Inscribed upon the doors were the words Scorpion and Scorpion King, corresponding respectively to the ordinary creatures and the formidable boss. Without uttering a word, Tang Yu forcefully pushed open the door to the Scorpion King's chamber. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by a colossal scorpion, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and adorned with a silvery gray exoskeleton. Unlike ordinary scorpions, this one not only boasted an impressive size, but also possessed a pair of formidable pincers. As soon as the Scorpion King noticed Tang Yu's presence, it wasted no time and lunged at him, brandishing its claws with lethal intent. Scorpion King Boss, Level 1, Tier 2. Skills: Pincer Strike, Tail Stinger. Level 1, Tier 2? Is it truly that simple? Tang Yu raised his hand with a flourish, and in an instant, several ghouls materialized. At that moment, the roles of predator and prey were dramatically reversed. The ghouls, their eyes glowing crimson, lunged forward without hesitation. Crunch! The fastest among them swiftly dispatched the Scorpion King boss with a single claw, earning 100 points, with each passing second yielding 100 points. Tang Yu found himself growing somewhat bored, as he observed the body of the Scorpion King boss gradually dissipating. And noting that the next Scorpion King boss had yet to respawn, he could not help but ponder. I wonder if it's possible to spawn both sides simultaneously? This is far too inefficient. With that thought, he left 5 ghouls in the boss room and, accompanied by them, departed to the room of ordinary monsters. As soon as he pushed the door open, several diminutive scorpions charged at him. Without a moment's hesitation, the ghouls leapt into action, swiftly eliminating the foes. 10 points earned. 10 points earned. 100 points earned. Hearing the notifications, Tang Yu's face lit up with delight. It seems I can indeed spawn both sides. If that is the case, why am I still lingering here? With that, he turned around once more and exited, leaving the battle in the capable hands of the ghouls. In the main office of the new students at the Imperial Academy, Zheng Qifeng and a group of instructors were diligently reviewing the performance of each student within the secret realm. They aimed to select candidates of interest from among these students, who would then receive invitations after the assessments concluded. Quite impressive. This assassin from Jiang Shouqing is remarkable, effortlessly hunting down scorpions. He might just be ready to tackle the Scorpion King boss. This mage from Fenglin City is also commendable, at level 4 of the first tier, showcasing a precise command of skills. I must take note of this student. Wang Jiejia. Her name sounds delicate, yet she is a berserker, exhibiting an incredibly fierce combat style. Excellent. As the chief examiner, Zheng Qifeng's responsibilities extended beyond merely observing the more outstanding students. He was also tasked with ensuring their safety. Although he had cautioned everyone that the boss posed risks and that challenges should be approached with caution, vigilance against overconfident students was still necessary. After all, each student who met the challenge threshold was a rarity and should not perish easily within the trials. However, observing the current scenario, he noted that all students were only challenging ordinary monsters, which brought him a sense of relief. Thankfully, they each possessed a modicum of self-awareness. No one had attempted to confront the boss, and that was reassuring. As soon as he finished speaking, he was rendered speechless, for he had just witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. The student designated as number 99 was seated comfortably, one hand wielding chopsticks while the other held a wine glass, indulging in a feast with remarkable delight. To his astonishment, the student's score had soared to an impressive 1,300 points and continued to rise unabated. Witnessing this, Zheng Qifeng felt a surge of fury as if his very lungs might explode. That audacious boy dared to exploit forbidden methods to accumulate points right under my nose. Today, I shall ensure he faces the consequences of his actions. In a bid to collect evidence, he resorted to secret techniques to enter the challenge room and ascertain the situation within. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was left utterly dumbfounded. A ghoul? He had left his recruited troops inside to farm points, while he himself stepped out to enjoy a barbecue? However, a fleeting glance at the time made him uneasy. Wait, how could he have amassed 1,000 points in such a short span? He quickly surveyed the boss room. To his surprise, it was akin to the ordinary room, with 5 ghouls engaged in boss farming. As the Scorpion King boss freshly spawned, the ghouls rushed toward it as if they were desperate to claim it. The newly emerged Scorpion King boss Han-Ti even had a moment to breathe the air of the dungeon before it was whisked away. Zheng Qifeng stood there, utterly bewildered. Is this even permissible? The other instructors, alerted by Zheng Qifeng's commotion, turned their gazes toward him. Upon witnessing Tang Yu outside the room enjoying barbecue while leaving 2 waves of ghouls to farm, they fell into a profound silence. Is this how it's done? In an instant, all the instructors could not help but gather around. Was this method a violation of the rules? They looked at Zheng Qifeng, who shook his head in response. There was no breach of conduct. He was merely engaging in normal monster farming, and as a lord, he was not required to participate in battles himself. This was entirely reasonable. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After all, Zheng Qifeng was the chief examiner, and if he stated that Tang Yu had not violated any rules, then indeed, he had not. Yet, the audacity of this operation was undeniably astonishing. Nevertheless, Tang Yu's approach had certainly captured the attention of several instructors. This young man named Tang Yu was extraordinary. He had secured a hidden class from a sewer, yet commanded troops of such caliber. Truly a stroke of fortune. At level 1, grade 5, if memory serves correctly, the new students had awakened just a few days prior. He had completed his awakening in 3 days, faced the first level trial, and progressed to level 1. Grade 5, he possessed quite a bit of strength. Impressive, indeed. It is a pity that his profession does not align. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider taking him under my wing. Such a promising talent holds great potential for the future, though his methods are somewhat unconventional. As the crowd conversed, their gazes were filled with satisfaction towards Tang Yu. Although his manner of eating appeared somewhat unrefined, the room was populated by formidable ghouls. The ghouls in the rooms of Scorpion and Scorpion King fought as if they had never encountered a foe before, engaging in a frenzied struggle, leaving the Scorpion and Scorpion King utterly defenseless. Amidst the amusement of the onlookers, suddenly, the scorpions from both rooms ceased to emerge. What is happening? Where have they gone? Indeed, how could they simply vanish? Could it be that they have been completely eliminated? Zheng Qifeng furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Tang Yu's score, murmuring his calculations. A regular scorpion yields 10 points. 500 would total 5,000 points. While a Scorpion King boss is worth 100 points, meaning 20 would equate to 2,000 points. He then raised his gaze to Tang Yu's score, which stood at 7,000 points. The surrounding individuals were left astounded. What? Has he truly finished in less than 2 hours? Extraordinary. I have never witnessed anyone achieve full points before. This is enlightening. To complete a 5-hour task in merely an hour and a half, I find myself at a loss for words. Soon after, someone turned to Zheng Qifeng and inquired, Old Zheng, what happens after the first level is cleared? Zheng Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, for in his decade-long tenure as the chief examiner, he had never encountered anyone who could clear the first level. They should presumably emerge alongside those who had failed prematurely, though that remains merely a conjecture. Within the instance, having feasted and replenished his strength, Tang Yu suddenly realized that his points had ceased to accumulate. What is the situation? Why are the points not increasing? At that moment, a voice resonated from above the chamber. The wild creatures of the first level have been cleared. In 10 seconds, the challengers will be teleported out. Cleared? Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback as he pushed open the door, only to find that the wild creatures had indeed vanished. He then recalled his ghoul and was transported back into the void. At that moment, a group of individuals in the void were dejectedly reflecting on the reasons for their failures. Oh, I was too careless. I didn't dodge in time and was ambushed by the scorpion from behind. Me too. I thought it was merely a first-tier monster and dismissed it, only to lose my qualification for the challenge. I regret it. In a moment of impulsiveness, I ventured into the boss room. Alas, it's a long story. Luckily, I managed to escape quickly, Otherwise, I would have been eliminated instantly. Enough of this. The Imperial Academy has nothing to do with us anymore. We should consider which academy to join next. Just thinking about it makes me feel guilty towards my family. They are still waiting for me to return with the identity card of an Imperial Academy student. Now I have utterly lost face before my hometown. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man suddenly appeared nearby. Upon seeing him, everyone couldn't help but glance over. Another one has arrived. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Tang Yu became curious. Just as he was about to inquire whether they had also completed the challenge, someone spoke up and asked, "Brother, how many monsters have you slain?" Tang Yu pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps around 400 or 500. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the other party couldn't help but chuckle softly. "All right, my friend, you should take a rest." Observing the disbelief etched on the other's face, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What? Is that not feasible?" The individual quickly nodded in agreement. All right, that's quite enough. You go rest now." With that, he turned away, leaving Tang Yu to notice that the others were casting sympathetic glances in his direction, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. What does this mean? Do they think I'm too slow? Could it be that these individuals are all experts? A moment of reflection led him to consider the possibility. For Linghai City was merely a small town within the Imperial Ling province. There might indeed be more formidable practitioners among them. However, Tang Yu paid little heed to their opinions as long as he accomplished his task. Subsequently, he retrieved a chair from his storage space and settled down. Meanwhile, the other few individuals huddled together, whispering among themselves. This brother must have been struck senseless by the wild monsters. He's completely lost his mind. Indeed, it's rather pitiable for him. 400 or 500. He must be madly aspiring to be number one. Number one? What a joke. Even the top contender could not possibly slay 400 or 500. No one could accurately gauge the number of wild monsters present. Shortly thereafter, a few more individuals arrived, each greeted with concerned glances from the group. At last, a familiar face emerged into Tang Yu's view. Upon seeing him, the newcomer displayed a hint of surprise. "Tang Yu? What brings you out here?" The newcomer was none other than Lu Xiaoxiao, a student from Linghai City, known as the Phantom Assassin. Tang Yu looked at the other person with a hint of astonishment and retorted, "Is there a problem with coming out after slaying the monster?" Lu Xiaoxiao was equally taken aback, but soon she broke into a smile, offering no explanation, and took a seat beside him. "All right then, let us change the subject." "Very well." Subsequently, the two shifted topics and engaged in conversation. Tang Yu always felt that Lu Xiaoxiao was concealing something from him, yet he refrained from inquiring further. As time gradually passed, it seemed that no one else emerged. Meanwhile, within the confines of the solo challenge dungeon, Tang Su sensed that the time limit for the potion's efficacy was drawing to a close and glanced at the clock. With only a minute remaining, it was unlikely he could tackle another monster. Therefore, he decided it would be best to exit early. With that thought, he cast a fireball at a clawed scorpion that had attempted to bite him, then pushed the door open and departed. Upon checking his score, a satisfied expression graced Tang Su's face. At 320 points, based on last year's scoring, he should have successfully passed. Moments later, a notification echoed through the room. The challenge time had concluded, and he would be teleported in 10 seconds. When the time elapsed, Tang Su found himself in the void space. Other challengers gradually emerged as well. His gaze immediately landed on Tang Yu, who was engaged in conversation with Lu Xiaoxiao, causing him to pause momentarily. He then approached them and inquired, "Have you finished so soon?" Lu Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of annoyance. "What a redundant question," she retorted, before bidding farewell to Tang Yu and leaving. Tang Su fixed his gaze on Tang Yu, a smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his lips. What good is rapid advancement when you still face elimination? Someone like you dares to contend for the position of clan leader. Tang Yu cast a glance at the other party, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, and the results of the first round were revealed to all. Suddenly, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. What on earth? The first place is Tang Yu with 7,000 points, and in second place, Zhang Baishan with a mere 1,500 points. The disparity is staggering. Upon hearing the crowd's astonished gasps, Tang Su felt a jolt of disbelief and lifted his gaze to the luminous screen. When he beheld the name Tang Yu alongside the astonishing score, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Could there be another with the same name as you? At that moment, Jiang Baishan approached, her voice laced with admiration. "Tang Yu, 7,000 points? You are truly remarkable. How did you achieve that?" Tang Yu smiled, having accumulated an impressive 7,000 points. Had there not been a shortage of monsters towards the end, his score might have been even higher. He resolved to inquire with the examiner about the situation, as he had encountered a lack of adversaries midway through. Jiang Baishan's face was etched with astonishment. "All the monsters are gone?" she exclaimed. "Indeed, it took less than 2 hours to deplete them. There must be an issue with my dungeon." At that moment, the chief examiner, Zheng Qingfeng, appeared in the distance. "Students, your scores have been released. Those who failed the challenge will be teleported away. We are now preparing for the second round of challenges, so please be ready." Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed at the scoreboard in the sky and asked, "Examiner, I have a question. Is the score of the first place accurate? How could anyone achieve 7,000 points?" The others expressed their disbelief regarding Tang Yu's score, doubting that anyone could amass such a high total. Last year's top scorer only had a little over 2,000 points in the first round. How could he possibly have 7,000? They voiced serious concerns about the authenticity of his score. In response to the crowd's speculation, Zheng Qingfeng coldly stated, "He cleared all the monsters." Is there a problem with that? This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the audience. What? He cleared all the monsters? How could that even be possible? Incredible! Truly remarkable. Jiang Baishan sighed with a hint of envy. "You really are a beast. Your strength is unmatched." Having witnessed Tang Yu's prowess against ghouls, she was naturally convinced of his capabilities. Meanwhile, Tang Su was visibly distressed. Wasn't it supposed to be elimination? Why did he emerge after clearing all the monsters? This thought reminded him of Tang Yu's astonishing 1-second score in the first challenge hall. Though reluctant to admit it, the evidence was undeniable. Tang Yu was indeed stronger. Simultaneously, within the Lord's mansion of Linhai City, the onlookers could not witness the examination directly but were able to see the results. When the final scores were revealed, everyone in the hall was left in shock. Feng Jiuzhou gazed at the top line with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. First place, Linhai City, Tang Yu. Total score 7,000. Am I seeing this correctly? 7,000 points? Next to him, Jiang Yuqing was equally exhilarated, though his daughter had secured second place. As a resident of Linhai City, he felt immense pride at seeing a student from their city achieve first place. Haha, Lord, you're not mistaken. This kid Tang Yu is indeed first, with a score of 7,000. Principal Yang Dinghai was so elated he nearly leapt from his seat. This kid, he is exceptional. Entering the Hall of Fame is just around the corner. The remaining principals offered their heartfelt congratulations. Old Yang, you have truly struck gold. It is nothing but envy that I feel. Who would have imagined that Tang Yu, with a lordly profession, could achieve such remarkable results? It is simply unprecedented. This accomplishment is enough for you to boast about for a lifetime. Yang Dinghai found it impossible to contain his excitement and exclaimed, "This achievement is not only sufficient for me to brag about for a lifetime, but it could also be a source of pride for the entire first high school. This lad Tang Yu always manages to surprise me." After a brief intermission of approximately half an hour, the second round of the competition commenced. If the first round tested the candidates' endurance in sustained combat, the second round would assess their prowess in one-on-one battles. They were to face the Scorpion boss, a formidable opponent. Zheng Qifeng cleared his throat and began to announce the rules of the match. The second round was divided into 3 tiers, easy, medium, and hard. The bosses at the easy level matched the challengers in rank, while those at the medium level were 1 rank higher. And the hard level bosses were 2 ranks above the challengers. Correspondingly, the point rewards were as follows. Defeating an easy boss would yield 100 points. A medium boss 200 points, and a hard boss 500 points. Each challenger would have 2 hours to complete the challenge, with 3 opportunities to reassess their choices. Participants were advised to gauge their abilities wisely and prepare for the challenge ahead. With the rules articulated, Zheng Qingfeng vanished into the ether once more. The challengers present wore expressions of trepidation. "This is dire. I can manage ordinary wild creatures, but facing a boss, this could very well be the end for me." Alas, the difficulty is insurmountable. It's no wonder that the Imperial Academy is considered the most challenging institution in the entire Imperial Province. Indeed, it is exceedingly tough. It seems the second round may be beyond my grasp. This could very well be my downfall. Tang Su pressed his lips together, his gaze filled with solemnity. He produced the blood-red elixir from his possession, hesitating momentarily. Must he truly rely on this potion to navigate this challenge? The elixir in his grasp was a potent concoction that consumed one's vital essence to forcibly enhance strength. While its effects were remarkable, the price paid would inevitably jeopardize his future growth. Yet, Glancing at Tang Yu's nonchalant demeanor not far away, a seething resentment welled up within him. Tang Yu, you shall not seize the position of the family head. You cannot. With that, he resolutely ingested the elixir. In an instant, the potion's power began to surge through his body, igniting his blood in a fervor. At that moment, the second round of the competition officially commenced, and the crowd was once again transported into a new chamber. Tang Su gazed at the 3 grand doors before him, ultimately hesitating for a moment before stepping through the central one. Instantly, a fearsome scorpion-like boss lunged toward him with claws bared. In response to this imminent threat, Tang Su swiftly drew his staff and cast a fireball aimed at the creature's head. With a resounding boom, the fireball exploded, and the boss let out a piercing shriek as flames erupted from its body. Tang Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was possible. He waved his wand once more, and fireballs relentlessly struck the scorpion boss. As he dealt damage and maneuvered skillfully, 5 minutes later, the scorpion boss collapsed to the ground. Observing his achievement, a glimmer of exhilaration spread across Tang Yu's face. Haha, Tang Yu, let's see how you can defeat me this time. Meanwhile, in other dungeons, players were fervently battling monsters. However, the chief examiner, Zheng Qifeng, showed no interest in the others and directly sought out the room where Tang Yu was engaged. Yet, upon witnessing Tang Yu again, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Tang Yu had chosen the same strategy for the second level as he had for the first, entering all 3 rooms simultaneously. He had left 3 ghouls in each room while he himself lay outside, comfortably sleeping in a sleeping bag. This scene nearly drove Zheng Qifeng to the brink of fury. Although Tang Yu had not violated any rules, his actions were evidently disrespectful. Reflecting for a moment, he made a decisive choice. All right, young man. If you openly defy the order of the examination, then I shall show you the consequences. With that, he picked up a crystal and handed it to his assistant. Increase the difficulty for this lad. The assistant glanced at the crystal, momentarily taken aback. Master, isn't that a bit excessive? Upgrading the difficulty for each room could lead to unforeseen consequences. Zhang Qifeng shot him a stern look. What? Are my words no longer effective? Increase the difficulty, and I will provide him with corresponding rewards. Go ahead, and I will take full responsibility for any issues that arise. Tang Yu reclined within his sleeping bag, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort. Although 3 hours of competition time is not particularly lengthy, it proved rather arduous for him to endure the monotony. Contemplating the completion of his tasks upon awakening, Tang Yu promptly activated his idle mode. However, after approximately half an hour, he could no longer resist the urge to emerge from his cocoon. Sleep eluded him entirely. Perhaps he should consider preparing something to eat? As Tang Yu was about to stow away his sleeping bag and prepare a meal for himself, he unexpectedly noticed a change in the frequency of the point's notification. Why does it seem like the alert sound has slowed down? Could it be that the ghoul has become lazy and is not performing its duties properly? He lifted his gaze to glance at the notification. To his astonishment, the displayed content read, earned 1,000 points. Earned 500 points. Earned 200 points. 1,000 points? ISNT that an increase of 500 points for the harder difficulty? Why is there also a notification for 1,000 points? Tang Yu felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, and in the next moment, he noticed that the inscriptions on the doors of the 3 rooms had undergone a transformation. Hellish difficulty? What was happening? How had the difficulty level escalated to hellish? Was there even such a level? For a moment, Tang Yu questioned whether he had fallen asleep and was merely dreaming. He hastily pushed open the door that was supposed to signify a challenging difficulty. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by a newly emerged scorpion boss, which was promptly surrounded by 5 ghouls. However, this time, the scorpion boss did not succumb to the ghoul's onslaught. Instead, it unleashed its tail stinger skill. With a crack, the scorpion's tail lashed out like a whip, sending one of the ghouls flying. Subsequently, it opened its jaws, preparing to savage the remaining ghouls. Observing this turn of events, even Tang Yu, who was typically slow to realize danger, understood that something was amiss. He hurriedly checked the information on this scorpion boss. Scorpion King Boss, Level 8, First Evolution. Attack Power, 1300. Strength, 1100. Agility, 1100. Magic Power, 1100. Skills, Tail Stinger. Claw Strike. Level 8, First Evolution. It was 3 levels higher than my own. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. He then contemplated how a challenge that was initially deemed difficult had suddenly escalated to a nightmarish level, with the points awarded increasing from 500 to 1,000. Could it be that the system detected his swift monster-slaying prowess and intentionally heightened the difficulty? How remarkably considerate. Tang Yu felt a surge of joy within him. After all, the higher the level of the monsters, the more substantial the rewards. Although the wild beasts within the dungeon did not confer experience points, the accumulated score was undeniably valuable. This score would undoubtedly enhance his experience at the Imperial Academy. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu summoned 5 more ghouls without hesitation. The Scorpion King boss, which had previously managed to evade the ghouls, was almost instantaneously torn apart after the number of ghouls doubled. He earned 1,000 points. The familiar sound echoed in his ears, and a satisfied expression graced Tang Yu's face. Indeed, this was the pace he desired. He resolved to continue. With that, he turned and exited the room, visiting 2 other chambers to summon additional ghouls. In the main office of the new students at the Imperial Academy, Zheng Qingfeng was rendered speechless. He had initially believed that by increasing the difficulty for Tang Yu, the latter would face some peril. However, contrary to his expectations, not only did Tang Yu exhibit no sense of crisis, but he also appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, especially as he observed the ghouls zealously attacking the boss. It took them barely 3 seconds to dispatch each one. The troops he had summoned were undoubtedly extraordinary. They had likely reached the pinnacle of silver rank. The other teachers nodded in agreement with his assessment. Indeed, the boss was 3 levels higher than him, yet he could achieve instant kills. The race of these summoned beings was truly remarkable. How impressive. Was this still the sewer profession we once knew? One could not help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune. Having just awakened his Lord class, he was already able to summon such high-quality troops, heralding a promising future. Everyone lauded Tang Yu. But Zheng Qifeng felt as if he had been forced to swallow a fly, especially as he watched Tang Yu's points surge into the thousands, creating an ever-widening gap between him and the other candidates. Zheng Qifeng began to doubt his own judgment. Had he truly made a mistake in increasing the difficulty for Tang Yu? It seemed as if he had merely gifted him points. Why was he able to summon so many troops upon reaching level 5? Zheng Qingfeng cast a glance at Tang Yu, who had burrowed into his sleeping bag, nearly losing his composure. He had intended to present a challenge, only to find that the other had merely perceived it as a means to accumulate points. Consequently, he averted his gaze, focusing instead on the other candidates. This cohort of examinees exhibited commendable overall prowess, with several individuals showcasing remarkable talent. Notably, the hidden lightning mage, Jiang Baishan, demonstrated a well-rounded skill set, encompassing damage, control, and area attacks, making her the second practitioner, after Tang Yu, to captivate Zheng Qingfeng's attention. Regrettably, in the face of single-target bosses, her efficiency in eliminating monsters paled in comparison to that of another assassin, Liang Yuxiao. Although Liang Yuxiao was also at the first transition, level 3, and had only amassed over 500 points during the first round, he revealed his true capabilities in the second round. Grasping a black curved dagger, he moved like a specter around the boss, consistently striking its vital points with precision. Remarkably, aside from utilizing a skill to enhance his movement speed, he had refrained from casting any spells, relying solely on basic attacks to inflict damage. Yet, even under these circumstances, he managed to vanquish a boss 2 levels higher than himself in a mere 3 minutes. Had it not been for Tang Yu's presence as a benchmark, this achievement would have undoubtedly been impressive. However, with Tang Yu as a reference, even 2 minutes seemed rather unremarkable. Without comparison, there is no basis for judgment. Liang Yuxiao's understanding of the assassin class is indeed commendable. It is true that grasping the means to maximize one's points is a skill that eludes most students. Possessing some talent is one thing, but why must there exist such an extraordinary contender? It has rendered me devoid of the enthusiasm to evaluate further. The 3-hour examination was not only a test for the students, but also a trial for the instructors. At last, when the competition concluded, the teachers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Indeed, had it continued any longer, I would have drifted off to sleep. This troublesome lad is utterly infuriating, yet his strength is unparalleled. I long to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the students emerged from the instance, each appearing utterly drained, having exhausted their magical energy. As they began to recuperate, they gathered to discuss their respective performances. I eliminated approximately 15 monsters, yielding about 1,500 points. I first took down 2 medium bosses, then returned to slay 10 ordinary ones, which netted me over 1,400 points. How about you, my friend? Upon hearing the inquiry directed at him, Liang Yuxiao replied with an air of nonchalance, 50. The utterance elicited a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Goodness, brother. That's incredible. 50 ordinary creatures in 3 hours. However, Liang Yuxiao closed his eyes and declared, I am challenging the difficult mode. What? 50 monsters in difficult mode? How utterly absurd. Hiss, that's incredibly formidable. I can barely defeat the creatures in difficult mode, and this brother is truly a force to be reckoned with. My goodness. He annihilated 50 monsters in just 3 hours. Can he even be considered human? Moreover, he is tackling the difficult mode. A wave of envy swept through the crowd. Not far away, Jiang Baishan was equally astonished upon hearing this. 50 difficult mode scorpion boss? I have only managed to slay 20 of the intermediate ones. Assassins indeed possess remarkable skills. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon Tang Yu, who was yawning sleepily. She rose and approached him, inquiring, Are you truly this fatigued during such a crucial assessment? By the way, how many monsters have you defeated? Tang Yu yawned again and remarked, There should be more than 500, right? More than 500? How is that possible? The monsters refresh at the fastest rate of 1 per minute. How could you possibly slay hundreds? It certainly can't be done in a single room. Tang Yu stretched leisurely and leaned closer to Jiang Baishan, whispering thus. I defeated 3 at once. The simplicity of these words belied the profound impact they had on Jiang Baishan. Were it anyone else? They would surely mock Tang Yu for boasting, as few possess the prowess to vanquish monsters of equal rank, let alone challenge those of a higher level. Even more astonishing is the fact that the speaker is a sewer-dwelling profession lord, making such a feat seem utterly implausible. Yet, this is Tang Yu. Jiang Baishan had fought alongside him and witnessed the formidable strength of his troops. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but murmur in envy, truly remarkable. Tang Yu could only shrug innocently, remarking, The troops are too formidable. Is it my fault? As the crowd awaited the standings, a luminescent screen flickered to life in the distance. Zheng Qingfeng appeared on the screen, bathed in a halo of divine light. The second round of assessments concluded, with a total of 115 individuals meeting the qualifying criteria. The challenge for the third round was a survival battle in the Frosty City. Participants could form teams or tackle the challenge solo, with the ultimate objective being mere survival. However, this round posed significant difficulties, as the number of monsters was vast, leading to an exceedingly high casualty rate. You may now choose whether to continue the challenge or withdraw prematurely. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew somber. The nature of the Frosty City survival battle had been outlined upon arrival. The difficulty level was exceedingly high, as participants had to evade the relentless pursuit of monsters within a confined city. Once encircled, there would be no escape. Each year, numerous students met their demise in this round, making it a nightmare for many. Yet, to concede now would render the efforts of the previous 2 rounds futile. Many in the crowd fell into deep contemplation. I withdraw. After much deliberation, a student ultimately chose to withdraw. Instantly, the column of light beneath him vanished, and he departed from this secret realm. I too withdraw. I will continue. I withdraw. Voices rose and fell. Yet the majority opted to remain and attempt the challenge once more. Tang Su felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he spotted Tang Yu amidst the crowd. Reflecting on the heavy burden of his family's mission for revival, he raised his hand and declared, I shall continue. Likewise, Jiang Baishan glanced at Tang Yu, aware that he would never concede, and similarly raised her hand, proclaiming, I shall continue. Ultimately, only 95 individuals remained, with 20 opting to withdraw. Zheng Qingfeng, with a dignified demeanor, addressed the assembly, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, since you have chosen to stay, then do perform to the best of your abilities. At that moment, someone suddenly interjected, Sir, the leaderboard for the second round has yet to be revealed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qingfeng's lips twitched slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to show it. Rather, he feared that the revelation might dishearten them and diminish their confidence for the subsequent round. Following this, many others voiced their eagerness to view the rankings. After all, the first round had merely been a preliminary test, and most participants managed to advance. The true challenge lay in the second and third rounds, hence their desire to ascertain their scores. Reluctantly, Zheng Qifeng gestured towards the sky, and the leaderboard materialized above. The first place went to Tang Yu, with a total score of 259,000. In second place was Liang Yuxiao, with a total score of 25,550. Third was Jiang Baishan, with a score of 20,200. Fourth place belonged to Huang Jingxiang, with a score of 13,900. As soon as the leaderboard was unveiled, the entire audience was rendered speechless. Yang Yuxiao, upon seeing Tang Yu's score at the top, was instantly struck dumb. He then erupted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 25,900 points. He must be cheating." Others joined in the uproar, asserting, "Indeed, even if he annihilated a monster every minute at the fastest pace, such a score is unattainable. In 3 hours, one could at most defeat 180 monsters. Even under the most challenging conditions, that would yield only 90,000 points. Adding his previous round's 7,000 points, how could he possibly amass 250,000 points?" Upon witnessing Tang Yu's results, Tang Su was initially struck with astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of elation. "Excellent. Just when I was pondering how to deal with you, you brazenly resort to cheating during the assessment. You have brought this upon yourself, and thus, I shall seize this golden opportunity to expel you from the Tang family." With that said, he promptly stepped out of the crowd and exclaimed, "Chief Examiner, Tang Yu has openly cheated, violating the requirements of the assessment. I strongly recommend that his eligibility be revoked and that he is never to be employed again." In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed. He was well aware that as long as he had not cheated, the examination committee would surely vindicate him. He felt no need to provide explanations on behalf of others. Meanwhile, Zhang Baishan stood frozen, akin to a statue. Tang Yu had just mentioned that a single room could spawn a maximum of 180 monsters, and thus he was clearing 3 rooms simultaneously. Yet, no matter how she calculated, she could not arrive at a total of 250,000 points. The realization struck her heart with a pang. Could it be that he truly cheated? But what could be his motive for such a self-destructive course of action? With his abilities, he could effortlessly pass the assessment. However, observing Tang Yu's serene demeanor left her with unanswered questions. The scene was chaotic when, all of a sudden, Zheng Qifeng interjected with a harsh rebuke. "Enough noise. Are you questioning the integrity of our examiners?" At his words, an immediate silence fell over the assembly. Subsequently, Zheng Qifeng continued, "According to your assertions, it would indeed be impossible to achieve such a high score. However, Tang Yu was clearing 3 rooms simultaneously." "What? Clearing 3 rooms at once? Impossible. How could anyone possibly clear 3 rooms together?" Tang Su was utterly bewildered. However, Zheng Qifeng calmly began to elucidate. "Classmate Tang Yu is a lord. How could he possibly clear 3 rooms simultaneously? I need not elaborate further. He accomplished this feat in the first round." All present turned their astonished gazes towards Tang Yu. Disbelief etched upon their faces. "A lord? He is indeed a lord? But wait, isn't the lord a low-tier profession? How could he possibly vanquish so many monsters? Could it be that the troops he recruited are all high-tier units? If so, that would indeed explain a great deal. His fortune is truly remarkable. No wonder he can defeat so many monsters. To tackle 3 rooms at once, such a notion is beyond imagination." Upon hearing the chief examiner's explanation, Tang Su remained in a state of shock. However, he soon calculated the scores and realized there was a discrepancy. "Chief Examiner, even if you were to clear 3 rooms simultaneously, and each monster were to be defeated in an instant, the points would still not align. The basic room yields 18,000 points, the intermediate room 36,000, and the difficult room 90,000, totaling a mere 144,000 points. How does he have 250,000? Others quickly caught on, voicing their skepticism once more. Tang Yu, too, was curious as to why the difficulty of all rooms had escalated by 1 level. Zheng Qingfen's lips twitched slightly. "Damn it, these fellows are truly formidable," he thought. "I increased the difficulty by 1 level midway. The difficult room he cleared was at hell level. Classmate Tang Yu has not cheated." An uproar ensued. "What? Hell level? Wait a moment. He could defeat hell level monsters in an instant?" Zhang Baishan finally comprehended the reason behind Tang Yu's astounding score. 250,000, nearly 10 times that of the second place. The disparity could only be likened to a chasm. With this realization, her envy for Tang Yu intensified. Initially, she had believed surpassing him with her own strength would be effortless. Yet, it was now evident that she was in no way his match. And the gap was indeed vast. This carefree individual was extraordinarily fortunate. Not just her, but other candidates also gazed at Tang Yu with expressions of envy. Nearby, Tang Su's eyes burned with jealousy. He had not anticipated that Tang Yu could effortlessly slay even the monsters of hell difficulty. After all, he had to rely on potions even to defeat foes of the same level. In that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within Tang Su. Was he truly poised to usurp the position that rightfully belonged to our Lord? Subsequently, He gritted his teeth and resolutely determined that he would spare no effort to prevent anyone from usurping the position of family head. Within the Lord's mansion of Linghai City, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the crowd beheld Tang use astonishing score. Yang Dinghai's fingers trembled with excitement, doubting the clarity of his own vision. A staggering 259,000 points. How on earth did he achieve this? The second-place contender only amassed 25,000. His score eclipsed theirs by a staggering tenfold. Could this possibly be the result of cheating? Nonsense. Oldly, if you lack the words to articulate, it would be better to remain silent. This is the assessment of the Imperial Academy. Who would dare to cheat? Indeed, the chief examiner is renowned for his unwavering fairness. To cheat under his watch is tantamount to forfeiting one's standing in Imperial City. Everyone understands that cheating is utterly impossible. Yet, the sheer magnitude of this score is perplexing. They cannot fathom how Tang Yu managed to attain such an extraordinary result. Feng Jiuzhou's eyes sparkled with delight. This achievement may very well pave the way for entry into the Hall of Fame in the future. Haha, this lad is truly remarkable, even if he has overshadowed Shanshan. Hearing Feng Jiuzhou's words, Jiang Yueqing wore a look of resignation. It matters little, as long as Shanshan gives her best. Tang Yu's abilities can only be described as monstrous. As they spoke, a chorus of laughter erupted from the group. Within the enigmatic confines of the examination hall, the third round of the test commenced. All candidates vanished from the secret realm, only to reappear in a snowy city blanketed in white. The first two rounds assessed individual abilities, while this stage evaluates the synergy of the team and the strategic deployment of tactics. Indeed, in this frosty city, not only must they evade the onslaught of monstrous entities, but they must also endeavor to hunt these creatures to accumulate points. The third round, akin to the second, assigns points based on the level of the wild beasts, calculated as the average level of the squad. Slaying creatures of a lower level yields only 50 points, while those of the same level grant 100. Defeating foes exceeding one's level by 1 grants 200, by 2 levels 500, and by 3 levels 1,000. Moreover, this round will feature numerous boss encounters, whose points are doubled, albeit at a heightened level of difficulty. Thus, this stage embodies both risk and opportunity, hinging on the team's mastery of the situation. The value of teamwork becomes paramount. The efficacy of a well-coordinated team and tactical planning is crucial. Points hold significant weight as they function as the primary currency within the Imperium Academy. Whether for engaging in dungeons or seeking the services of a blacksmith to forge superior equipment, points are essential. The quality of one's experience at the Imperium Academy over the years largely hinges on the accumulation of these points. The entrance examination serves as one of the principal sources of points for new students, presenting both a challenge and a reward. With the monstrous entities of the snowy city yet to appear, the candidates began to form teams. Typically, the role of damage dealer is assigned to those capable of securing the most points, followed by the sturdy tanks who absorb damage, and lastly the support roles. Ultimately, the distribution of these roles rests in the hands of the team leader. Tang Su promptly approached Liang Yuxiao. "Brother Liang, I wish to join your team." However, the other members immediately rejected him. "Hurry up and leave. We only accept people from Linghai City." Liang Yuxiao did not even spare him a glance, continuing to coordinate the upcoming operation with the others. Yet, Tang Su retrieved a black seal from his pocket. "Brother Liang, please take a look at this." "Damn it. Are you done? Can't you understand human language? I said we only accept people from Linghai City, so get lost." A hot-tempered tank member kicked Tang Su aside, displaying an utterly arrogant demeanor. Nevertheless, Liang Yuxiao's peripheral vision caught sight of the black seal, prompting him to halt his companions. "Are you from the Qingyu sect?" Tang Su stood up, patting his backside. Yes, my father is a member of the Qingyu sect." "Brother Liang, you must be aware of this." The other party nodded and addressed the others. Let him join the team as an auxiliary damage dealer. Upon hearing this, Tang Su's heart leapt with joy, instantly forgetting any previous grievances, casting aside all notions of dignity. Before their arrival, many had already prepared for team formations, with individuals from various cities coming together. Originally, Linhai City had 5 slots, but Lu Xiaoxiao was eliminated in the first round, and then Tang Su betrayed the group. Now, only Xiao Qian, Tang Yu, and Zhang Baishan remained. Zhang Baishan never imagined she would one day have to rely on others for points, which left her feeling somewhat despondent. After all, she was an esteemed student predetermined by her mentor, yet here she was, reduced to such a state. It could only be said that Tang Yu was exceedingly formidable. By the way, where is Xiao Qian? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Jiang Baishan observed that other teams were nearly complete, while her own consisted only of herself and Tang Yu, which filled her with concern. It is crucial to perform well in this round, as it could significantly impact the rankings. Although Tang Yu had excelled in the previous 2 rounds, poor performance now could easily allow others to surpass him. However, Tang Yu remained unperturbed. Solo play was not substantially different from team play. He even believed that accumulating points solo might be more efficient than in a group. As for having Jiang Baishan join him, it was primarily because they had collaborated previously, and he did not mind assisting her in gaining more points. At that moment, Xiao Qian was surrounded by Liang Yuxiao and a few others, with Tang Su serving as their guide. Xiao Qian, sticking with Tang Yu will yield you nothing. You might as well abandon the shadows and join us. Xiao Qian retorted angrily. Tang Su, are you even human? Tang Yu is from Linhai City, and you want to isolate him. What benefit does that bring you? Xiao Qian held Tang Su's treachery in contempt and had no intention of joining their team. However, this was not merely a matter of desire, but of possibility. A cloaked assassin brandished a dagger against his throat. Hey, you better recognize the favor being offered. Joining our team is a privilege. If you don't want to be eliminated, join us. Faced with the glinting blade, Xiao Qian realized the seriousness of the situation. In helplessness, he glanced at Tang Yu in the distance and nodded. I'll join the team. A smirk of triumph appeared on Liang Yuxiao's lips, and he casually draped an arm over Xiao Qian's shoulder, yet his gaze shifted to Tang Yu, revealing a mocking smile. Like to grind? Then you'd best clear out everyone around you. He then turned to Tang Su and inquired, who is that girl? Is there any chance we could recruit her into our team as well? Tang Su, however, shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, no, no. We must not involve her. She is the daughter of the deputy city lord and has already been designated as a student of the academy. With her presence, she can siphon off points from Tang Yu. This is advantageous for us. Liang Yuxiao nodded in satisfaction. Well then, let us spare her. How dare that brat Tang Yu contend for the top spot? He is simply courting trouble. Observing that Liang Yuxiao had completely regarded Tang Yu as a rival, Tang Su felt a surge of elation. Now, let us see how you will surpass us. At that moment, he received an invitation to form a team from Liang Yuxiao and, without hesitation, confirmed it. However, when he saw the distribution of the spoils, he was left bewildered. Wait, Brother Liang, you're only giving experience points, not any actual points? Liang Yuxiao cast him a sidelong glance. What? I'm helping you clear the level. And you still expect points? Tang Su suddenly realized that Liang Yuxiao was not a person of good character. However, in order to deal with Tang Yu, the absence of points was inconsequential. As long as he could pass the level and make Tang Yu's monster hunting experience unpleasant, that was sufficient. At that moment, a dark cloud loomed ominously in the sky, and the world around them changed color. The air resonated with the roars of demonic creatures, heralding the commencement of the 3rd level. As the monsters manifested, a chilling shadow enveloped the entirety of Frostwind City. Soon, the streets and alleys echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps and the fierce growls of wild beasts. The surrounding teams swiftly scattered in all directions, seeking to avoid a confrontation with the formidable horde of monsters. Tang Yu, accompanied by Jiang Baishan, chose a deserted path. Upon reaching another street, a throng of monsters suddenly appeared before them. At the sight of these creatures, Jiang Baishan swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning. Crackling, the violet-blue lightning struck the horde, instantly paralyzing them and slowing their movements. However, her level was too low, and the damage inflicted upon the higher-level beast was disappointingly minimal. After a brief pause, the monstrous swarm surged forward once more. Jiang Baishan felt an overwhelming sense of panic. They are too formidable. We must find a different location quickly. What are you waiting for? These are all points to be earned. Let me first assess whether this is a suitable place to accumulate points. Tang Yu halted Jiang Baishan, calmly surveying the information regarding the wild creatures. Snow Wolf, level 5, 1st rank. Snow Ape, level 4, 1st rank. Snow Leopard, level 6, 1st rank. Observing the varying levels of these wild beasts, Tang Yu nonchalantly summoned 10 ghouls to charge towards the horde of monsters. The street was narrow, rendering the summoning of numerous ghouls unnecessary for combat. 10 ghouls were sufficient to hold back the wild creatures ahead. The monsters were quite large, clustered together at the back, rendering their group attack tactics ineffective. As the ghouls surged into the throng of wild beasts, they immediately began to wreak havoc. Witnessing the fierce ghouls, unperturbed by the overwhelming numbers of their foes, but rather growing more exhilarated with each kill, was a sight to behold. In less than 5 seconds, A snow leopard collapsed to the ground, its neck marred by several claw marks. 500 points obtained. 5,000 experience points gained. 1 magic crystal acquired. The notification sound left Jiang Baishan in a state of disbelief. Could it be that a level 6, first-rank snow leopard was dispatched so swiftly? Yet, what astonished her further was the incessant stream of notifications echoing in her ears, akin to the clamorous shouts of vendors in a marketplace. Nearby, patches of wild creatures continued to fall. In under 3 minutes, all the wild beasts had been eradicated. As Jiang Baishan beheld her experience bar surge dramatically, her eyes glimmered with astonishment. Truly, he is a beast in every sense. Now I comprehend how he amassed a staggering score of 250,000 points. Tang Yu felt that the speed of accumulating points was exceedingly sluggish. This simply wouldn't do. If this continued, the rate of point acquisition would remain frustratingly low. Clearly, I must devise a strategy. Upon hearing Tang Yu express dissatisfaction with the current pace of point accumulation, Jiang Baishan was utterly flabbergasted. Goodness! Does he truly consider this speed inadequate? Is it not slow? After traversing an entire street, we barely managed to accumulate 20,000 points. By the time we reach the end, our total will be disappointingly minimal. Jiang Baishan found herself at a loss for words. Well, it seems this fellow is truly unlike ordinary people. Consequently, she inquired, what do you intend to do? Tang Yu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Let us divide our forces. What? Divide our forces? But there are only the 2 of us. How can we split up? I meant to have my troops act separately. Not for us to divide ourselves. Phew, you nearly gave me a fright. I thought you were abandoning me. What I meant was that you would no longer protect me. Haha, you scared me as well. Just speak without panting like that. It made me think I had done something wrong. Despite Jiang Baishan's noble status, she was devoid of pretentiousness, allowing Tang Yu to jest with her without any psychological burden. Jiang Baishan rolled her eyes, her concern evident as she glanced at the few ghouls by her side. Do you not think your ghouls are rather few? Will they be able to hold their ground if we divide our forces? These troops certainly would not suffice, so we must summon more. With that, Tang Yu raised his hand and summoned all his magical beasts. Currently, he commanded a total of 30 ghouls, 10 human infantry, 10 marksmen, and 5 huntresses. Tang Yu divided his forces into 4 groups, each consisting of 7 ghouls, accompanied by 2 infantrymen, 2 riflemen, and a huntress, while the remainder stayed back to protect themselves. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of such a diverse array of troops, Jiang Baishan's eyes widened in astonishment. So many, and several new types as well, all of silver quality? Indeed, they were all. My goodness. Even though Jiang Baishan hailed from a noble background, she had never encountered anything like Tang Yu's display. She had initially believed that Tang Yu possessed only one type of silver quality ghoul, yet he revealed 4 distinct varieties. The last time they met was not long ago. And in just a few short days, Tang Yu had acquired 3 entirely new troop types. Such fortune was simply extraordinary. At that moment, within the main office of the new students at the Imperial Academy, an exclamation of disbelief erupted. What is that? Zheng Qifeng exclaimed, uncharacteristically cursing, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen. Everyone stared in speechless awe at Tang Yu's image. They had only just been astonished by the 2,000 points garnered by Tang Yu and Jiang Baishan's team in an instant. However, when Tang Yu raised his hand to summon 3 more distinct troop types, the speed of earning 2,000 points in 3 minutes was no longer sufficient to astonish them. In the footage, Tang Yu waved his hand, and the 4 types of troops swiftly charged in all directions. The ghouls, their eyes glowing red like daggers, plunged directly into the throng of wild beasts. The human infantrymen absorbed damage, while the riflemen and huntress provided ranged support. The previously congested wild beasts in the alleyway fell swiftly beneath the relentless onslaught of Tang Yu's troops. Meanwhile, the points amassed by Tang Yu's team soared wildly, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. Simultaneously, the experience points of Tang Yu and Jiang Baishan surged dramatically. Tang Yu, now at level 6 of the first tier, and Jiang Baishan at level 5 of the first tier. All the instructors and examiners were left in shock. The rate at which they were defeating monsters was nothing short of terrifying. Moments later, the wild beasts on several streets surrounding Tang Yu were entirely cleared, and the wave of destruction continued to spread. My goodness, this young man is formidable. It was likely that his troops had already attained golden quality. Even if not golden, they were at least the pinnacle of silver quality. This was overwhelmingly powerful. He was leaving no room for other candidates to survive. Before long, It seemed the entire city of Snowstorm would be devoid of wild beasts due to his efforts. The examiners and instructors exchanged glances, having already surmised the outcome of this assessment, in stark contrast to the other teams whose points increased by mere hundreds. Tang Yu's pace was akin to that of a cheat. Zheng Qingfeng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Tang Yu has shattered the record for the freshman assessment at the Imperial Academy, and it can even be said that he has created a legend. One must ponder, among novice professionals, who could possibly reach the heights achieved by Tang Yu. In all of Zheng Qingfeng's decades as a professional, he has never witnessed such prowess. At that moment, a teacher suddenly inquired, "Old Zheng, what will happen if the wild monsters within the city are entirely eliminated?" Almost everyone turned their gaze toward him. Zheng Qifeng suppressed his astonishment, recalling the settings of the Blizzard City dungeon. If the wild monsters within the city were exhausted, then the outskirts would face an onslaught from a horde of wild monster bosses. What? A horde of wild monster bosses? Everyone felt a jolt within, an ominous premonition swiftly spreading amongst the crowd. This is terrible. Should we conclude the dungeon competition prematurely? Zheng Qingfeng hesitated upon hearing this. Although he was concerned for the safety of the candidates, he was also eager to witness the limits of Tang Yu's capabilities. Thus, he spoke. Let us wait a bit longer. There are numerous wild monsters in Blizzard City, and among them are several bosses. Dealing with these bosses will not be an easy task. Tang Yu's monster hunting squad relentlessly harvested the wild creatures within the city, leaving no trace of life in their wake. Few beasts could withstand the onslaught of 7 ghouls, 2 infantrymen, 2 gunmen, and a huntress. This method of slaughter led many examiners to question whether it was indeed Tang Yu's battle royale or that of the wild creatures. Zheng Qifeng expressed his displeasure at Tang Yu's exhaustive approach to monster hunting. However, the latter had not violated any regulations, leaving Zheng with no grounds for punishment. Despite his internal grievances, he did not harbor resentment towards Tang Yu's impressive tally. Rather, he found himself eagerly anticipating the young man's ultimate performance. This lad is likely to become the student with the highest score at the Imperial Academy. To be honest, if it weren't for him, other squads would have already suffered casualties. The pressure is immense. The Frostwind City Battle Royale dungeon is on the brink of being thoroughly exhausted by him. One wonders how the other candidates would react upon discovering his tactics. Would they resent him or extend their gratitude? With nearly 1,000,000 points accrued, Tang Yu had single-handedly cleared the eastern district of Frostwind City, leaving no respite for his fellow contestants. A sense of helplessness washed over the crowd, as what was meant to be a rigorous assessment had devolved into Tang Yu's personal showcase, making it seem as though he was not there to compete, but merely to amass points. At that moment, Tang Yu shared a similar sentiment. How dreadfully dull. There isn't a single worthy opponent. I had thought this dungeon would pose a greater challenge. Hearing his words, Jiang Baishan could not help but internally scoff. Nevertheless, she reminded him, don't forget. There's still the boss. Of course, I know that. I just wonder where the boss is. Why have we yet to encounter a single one? Just then, a sudden roar echoed from the now empty street ahead. Tang Yu was suddenly invigorated. Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Let us go and take a look. With that, he hurriedly followed the source of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud knocks echoed, and Jiang Baishan immediately pointed to a nearby house, exclaiming, the sound is coming from there. Tang Yu also heard the commotion and promptly led the remaining magical beasts toward the source. As they turned a corner, they beheld a modest house nearby, its door violently rattling from repeated impacts. Peering through the crack, Tang Yu glimpsed a towering creature, a snowman monster cloaked in a thick coat of white fur. Snowman boss. Level 1, Level 7 attack power, 1700 strength, 1500 agility, 1500 magic power, 1500 skills. Bite. Inflicts bleeding damage on the target. Roar. Increases its own attack power by 30%. Indeed, it was a boss. The snowman monster seemed to have caught a whiff of Tang Yu and his companion's scent, opening its enormous maw to unleash a fearsome roar. With a thunderous crash, the snowman monster smashed through the door and lunged at Tang Yu with its colossal hands. As the 3-meter-tall creature, its muscles straining against its skin, closed in within 5 meters, Jiang Baishan's face turned pale with fear, prompting her to hastily cast a lightning ball. However, when the lightning ball struck the snowman monster, it merely caused a fleeting pause, inciting the creature's wrath. In a state of sheer terror, Jiang Baishan immediately regretted her impulsive action. Run, she urged, grasping Tang Yu's hand to flee. Yet, he remained unfazed, pointing towards the snowman monster with a finger. Transmutation. A crisp chime resonated through the air. The snowman monster appeared to be immobilized, its form gradually disintegrating into a cascade of golden light that scattered across the ground. Points earned, 1,000. Experience gained, 9,000. Jiang Baishan stood in stunned silence, astonished that such a formidable snowman monster had been vanquished in a single strike. Is it truly dead already? Tang Yu's expression was one of calm indifference. Indeed, what else could it be? Observing Tang Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Baishan felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. What kind of terrifying skill was this? The ability to annihilate a boss 2 levels higher than himself in a mere instant. Initially, she believed that Tang Yu's army was already extraordinary. But it turned out he had concealed even more formidable abilities. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to describe the shock within her heart. Meanwhile, Zheng Qingfeng and the others gazed at the unfolding scene in stunned silence. To be honest, the capacity to eliminate a boss of the same level in a single strike was a rarity among those present, let alone the ability to slay one of a higher tier. Yet, Tang Yu merely gestured into the void, and the snowman boss was vanquished instantly. Such power was utterly astonishing. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke up in the office. He is astonishingly strong, so strong that it borders on the absurd. I must declare, without reservation, that he is the strongest new student at the Imperial Academy this year, without a doubt. Indeed, this dungeon was no longer suitable for a practitioner of his caliber. Zheng Qifeng sighed. Let us turn our attention to the other students and see if any others shine as brightly. Fixating solely on Tang Yu can be disheartening. The group shifted their focus to observe the other students. Liang Yuxiu stood out impressively. Though he could not achieve a single strike kill on a wild beast of the same level, he was undoubtedly a talented contender. In the footage, Liang Yuxiao, accompanied by several candidates, found themselves cornered by a horde of wild creatures in an alley. Despite the dire situation, Liang Yuxiao remained composed, directing the tank warriors to the front while the priests provided healing and buffs from the rear and the mages and archers offered range support. He, along with 2 warriors, charged into the throng of wild beasts as the primary attackers. With swift precision, his sharp daggers pierced the vital points of the creatures, and Liang Yuxiao moved like a wraith, granting the beasts no opportunity to retaliate. In mere moments, a level 5 snow wolf fell beneath his daggers, while the other 2 warriors had yet to defeat even a level 4 snow ferret. Undeterred, Liang Yuxiao pressed on toward his next target, observing his graceful movements. Several instructors displayed expressions of satisfaction. Indeed, Liang Yuxiao's prowess is commendable. He stands out remarkably among all the freshmen. They acknowledged, from his previous performances, it is clear that not only is he a formidable combatant, but his ability to lead a team is equally noteworthy. After a brief moment of praise, the admiration ceased, as the brilliance of Tang Yu rendered Liang Yuxiao's remarkable performance somewhat unremarkable. At that moment, Zheng Qingfeng suddenly spotted several ghouls charging into the scene. Liang Yuxiao and the others instinctively mistook these ghouls for wild monsters and immediately rushed towards them. Zheng Qingfeng felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no! Liang Yuxiao and the others are in danger. On screen, Liang Yuxiao and the others adjusted their targets, preparing to unleash their attacks on the ghouls. However, at that instant, the ghouls fixated on the wild monsters, savagely clawing and biting at them. Bang! 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 Alongside the newly arrived human gunslingers, all the wild monsters in the alley were swiftly annihilated. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Are the wild monsters turning on each other? Liang Yuxiao instinctively checked the information on the ghouls and was taken aback. Ghoul, level 7, tier 1, exclusive unit of the Lord. Owner, Tang Yu. Once the ghouls hastily departed, Liang Yuxiao suddenly reacted, cursing vehemently, Damn you, Tang Yu, you've stolen my monsters. Liang Yuxiao was infuriated. After struggling to find a suitable spot to farm monsters, it had been snatched away by Tang Yu. However, as the realization struck him, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, something's off. How many of those tier 1 monsters were there, at levels 5 and 6? The group behind him promptly replied, 15. 15, for heaven's sake. Those ghouls wiped them out in less than 20 seconds? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Goodness, he actually killed 15 monsters in under 20 seconds? Is this still the Lord I know? My word, he is incredibly powerful. It takes us several minutes to defeat just one. Yet these summoned creatures can effortlessly vanquish so many. It appears their quality is quite high. Could they possibly be a golden tier unit? If so, that would be terrifying. This could explain why he previously amassed so many points. Nevertheless, Liang Yuxiao was less concerned about these matters and more anxious about the implications of Tang Yu's units potentially being golden tier. Wouldn't that mean he could clear out all the monsters in the city by himself? A sense of crisis immediately surged within him. Let us go. We need to check it out. As they ventured out of the alley, they soon encountered another group of individuals who appeared equally bewildered. Were you also robbed of your wild monsters by a horde of ghouls and gunslingers? The person opposite paused for a moment and then nodded, saying, Indeed. We were in the midst of slaying monsters when suddenly a horde of summoned creatures appeared. Initially, we thought they were wild beasts preparing to attack, but they ended up annihilating all the wild monsters and then fled. Damn it. It seems that this rascal, Tang Yu, intends to leave us with no points at all. Subsequently, numerous teams encountered the same predicament. Indignant, everyone voiced their outrage and condemned Tang Yu's unethical behavior. However, at that moment, Tang Yu remained oblivious. Having merely issued a command to slay monsters, his army of beasts had already begun to compete with other teams for kills. He was currently scouring various locations in search of the boss. Although the boss offered more experience points than ordinary wild monsters, their scarcity rendered them somewhat trivial for leveling up. What he valued more were the magic crystals and magic cores that the boss dropped. As acquiring beast units required gold coins, and magic crystals were essentially coins, the magic cores, on the other hand, could only be obtained from boss encounters. By the time Tang Yu reached level 15, a brand new tier of bronze units had surfaced in the Divine Lord shop, purchasable only with magic cores. Initially, the units Tang Yu possessed were more than sufficient for farming monsters, so he had no immediate plans to invest in the pricier bronze units. The bronze units available included the Night Elf's Throwing Blade card, the Orc's Crusher, the Human Knight, and the Undead Gargoyle. However, the prices for these bronze units soared significantly due to their rarity. The most expensive was the Knight, priced at a staggering 500 gold coins plus 5 magic cores, which was simply outrageous. Following closely were the Throwing Blade card and Crusher, both priced at 500 gold coins, but requiring only 3 magic cores each. As for the Gargoyle, it was the first flying beast unit, yet it only cost 300 gold coins and 1 magic core. To be honest, Tang Yu felt that these units were somewhat excessive for dealing with the current monsters. After all, each specialization has its own expertise. Given the high cost of bronze units, it would be wiser to purchase them when truly needed. Instead, he resolved to accumulate magic crystals to exchange for gold coins and save for future hero purchases. Surely that was a more prudent approach. Jiang Baishan, standing nearby, felt like a burden. To prove she was not merely there to sponge experience, she steeled herself and made a decision. Tang Yu, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Tang Yu, are you hungry? I've prepared some snacks. Tang Yu, are you tired? Why not sit down and rest for a while? I can fan you. Observing Jiang Baishan's overly eager demeanor, Tang Yu quickly removed her hand from his back. Miss Jiang, if you have something to say, please just say it. We're not fond of beating around the bush. Your actions are making me a bit anxious. Seeing Tang Yu's complete lack of enjoyment, Jiang Baishan's smile immediately faltered. Humph. This young lady has never been so gracious to anyone before. Who would have thought you would be ungrateful? Very well. Once I acquire wealth, I shall repay you for this favor. Repay a favor? What favor? Of course, it pertains to the experience points I gained while you guided me through Blizzard City. I have already reached level 6, whereas previously, it would have taken me at least a month. Tang Yu suddenly realized. Oh, so that's what you meant. You startled me. I thought you were coveting my body. No worries, it's merely a trivial experience, hardly worth mentioning. If you genuinely wish to thank me, just remember not to feign ignorance when I find myself down on my luck one day. At that moment, Jiang Baishan couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite something. Fine. Once I enter the Imperial Academy and acquire a splendid dungeon, I shall seek you out for a run. All right then, let us not squander any more time. The two resumed their quest for potential boss encounters. Most areas within the city had already been cleared, and the rate at which points were being recorded had noticeably diminished. Suddenly, Tang Yu sensed an ominous premonition. Is someone attacking my ghoul? Though the ghoul and gunner were merely his summoned minions, he could still feel their pain or demise. It was evident that other candidates were targeting the ghoul, while the ghoul possessed formidable abilities capable of easily dispatching other contestants. The dungeon rules explicitly prohibited any attack on fellow candidates. Doing so would result in disqualification from the assessment. Thus, Tang Yu had instructed his summoned beast to refrain from engaging other humans. Ironically, he adhered to the rules, yet someone dared to strike at him. Looking for trouble? Let us see how you fare against me. Jiang Baishan was momentarily taken aback. Someone is attacking your ghoul. Humans or monsters? Humans. Let us go take a look. Jiang Baishan nodded, and they hurried toward a nearby alley. Upon arrival, they encountered a group of individuals blocking the passage. Hee. Finally caught one. Damn it. Let us get it. After all the monsters we've cleared, we finally have one. Hold it down. Tear it apart. That despicable Tang Yu is too much. He even steals our monsters. What a shameless act. Hearing the crowd's various affectionate remarks toward Tang Yu, Jiang Baishan could no longer restrain herself. What are you all doing? As her words echoed, the crowd instantly turned to look at her. At that moment, Tang Su spotted Tang Yu and excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, "There he is, that's Tang Yu." In an instant, the collective gaze of the crowd shifted to Tang Yu, their eyes brimming with fury. At this time, Liang Yuxiao, clad in black, emerged from the throng. What are you waiting for? Block the way. They've cleared so many monsters. What's left is ours. The anger within the crowd surged like wildfire, and they charged forward, encircling Tang Yu and Jiang Baishan. In the face of this hostile situation, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed. So it seems you resent us for clearing too many monsters. Indeed, if you wish to engage in such activities, then I shall leave it to you. I had thought it to be a grave matter, yet you insist on surrounding my soldiers. Jiang Baishan found herself utterly perplexed by Tang Yu's calm demeanor. The situation had escalated to such an extent, yet he chose to endure in silence. This was not the Tang Yu she knew. Why should that be? Everyone should strive to defeat monsters based on their own merits. It is unjust for you to impede our efforts simply because we have been more successful. Jiang Baishan's chest heaved with indignation as she confronted the crowd with her hands on her hips, her anger palpable. Tang Su, with a tone dripping with sarcasm, addressed Jiang Baishan, saying, "Of course you feel wronged. After all, you are merely clinging to someone else's strength without exerting any effort yourself. However, Miss Jiang, I must remind you that with your beauty, it would be wise to pay more attention to those around you." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Baishan was infuriated and was about to confront him when Tang Yu intervened, saying, "Why argue with a barking dog? My troops are already exhausted. Let us take a break while they continue to grind. We wouldn't want anyone to think we are monopolizing the dungeon." With a huff, Jiang Baishan retorted, "I cannot let this go unchallenged. Tang Su, you will pay for this." With that, she turned and strode towards the exit. Tang Yu cast a glance at Liang Yuxiao, who stood beside Tang Su. "You must be the Liang Yuxiao, right? Very well, I wish you a meteoric rise in points. Farewell." As Tang Yu departed with nonchalance, Liang Yuxiao felt a surge of displeasure. "Oh, so you enjoy putting on airs? Humph, being a lord is quite an achievement, isn't it? It's merely a stroke of luck that you managed to acquire a superior race of warriors. I refuse to believe that such fortune will follow you in the future." With that, he waved his hand grandly and addressed the crowd. "Let us proceed. It's time to start farming." The crowd erupted in cheers, immediately rushing into the various alleys in search of wild monsters. Jiang Baishan, who had left with Tang Yu, could no longer contain her frustration. As the daughter of the Vice City Lord of Lingai City, she had never been treated in such a manner, especially considering that the rules of the dungeon dictated that each individual relied on their own abilities, and there were no stipulations preventing others from claiming monsters in any specific area. The threats and disrespect from that group were infuriating. Why on earth would I relinquish such a splendid opportunity to them? Tang Yu retrieved the grilling equipment from the storage space, chuckling softly as he prepared it. "Do you think I fear them?" he inquired. "Otherwise, what could it be? Have you forgotten the rules of the instance? Here, private duels are prohibited. They wouldn't dare to harm you. Let us focus on our own endeavors. Why should we allow them to interfere?" Tang Yu calmly ignited the charcoal, placing the marinated skewers on the grill and gently turning them. Firstly, the remaining foes were merely low-level creatures, yielding insufficient points, and thus a waste of time. Secondly, given the vastness of Frost Snow City, most of the wild beasts had already been eliminated, and I had no desire to squander my forces searching for these insignificant adversaries. It seemed utterly pointless. At this juncture, Tang Yu paused, offering the grilled skewers to his companion before continuing. "Thirdly, I do not wish to create a more secure and comfortable environment for these imbeciles while they hunt. They do not deserve it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Baishan was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Tang Yu took a bite of the meat skewer, delightfully closing his eyes. It no longer mattered whether he spoke early or late. After all, securing the top position in points was assured. With 2,700,000 points, they were more than adequate. Furthermore, the challenge of the third level, aptly named the Snowstorm City survival, required adherence to the rules. You seem to make a fair point, Zhang Baishan remarked, somewhat miffed. With your influence, the targets of the survival challenge have ironically become those wild monsters. Those rascals are benefiting from this. Had I known, I would have let them go first, striving to eliminate them all. Upon finishing her words, she forcefully tore off a piece of meat. Her anger dissipating as her eyes brightened, swiftly transforming her ire into a ravenous appetite as she began to devour the food voraciously. In the main office of the new students at the Imperial Academy, Zheng Qifeng glared at the scene displayed on the screen, unable to restrain himself from slamming his palm against the desk. Scoundrels! Forming alliances and targeting others in the dungeon. I have always loathed such students. They brazenly obstruct other academies from slaying monsters right under my nose. The other teachers expressed their profound dissatisfaction with Liang Yuxiao and the others' actions. They must be met with harsh punishment to prevent them from disrupting the rules. Indeed, they preach about adhering to the rules. Yet they are the ones most guilty of transgression. Thankfully, Tang Yu and his companions had amassed sufficient points, no matter how fervently these individuals attempted to grind. They could not surpass Tang Yu and his team. At that moment, Zheng Qifeng glanced at Tang Yu, who was enjoying roasted meat with Jiang Baishan, and couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. This kid, despite being so formidable and fully aware of the rules, deliberately allows the monsters to escape. It drives me mad. Yet, he seems to be relishing his meal. Initially, he had intended to observe the limits of Tang Yu's capabilities, but instead, the young man had seamlessly transitioned into a leisurely mode, opting for feasting over monster slaying. As he gazed at the various delectable dishes, he unconsciously rubbed his stomach. Having watched for an entire day, everyone must be hungry by now. Let's procure some food first. Meanwhile, Liang Yuxiao, wielding control over monster hunting in Snowstorm City, had assumed the role of leader among them all. With his commanding presence, he directed the other teams with authority. Which city are you from? Who permitted you to grind here? South City, you should head over there. This area is our territory. North City, we are also hunting there. You few should go to South City. What? There are too few monsters in South City? That's your problem. Figure it out yourselves. In the face of Liang Yuxiao's behavior, the crowd was filled with grievances, yet they found themselves powerless to act. After all, this territory had been seized from Tang Yu. Most individuals had flocked to North City, while the monsters in the southeastern and southwestern regions had been monopolized by Liang Yuxiao's team. Originally, Tang Su had anticipated that aligning himself with Liang Yuxiao would yield additional points and experience. However, the latter summoned him and Xiao Qian forth, declaring that the team had made a decision to no longer consider bringing along individuals from other cities for monster hunting. So you must find your own way. Upon hearing this, Tang Su was left utterly bewildered. Brother Liang, please. I am a mage. I can provide long-range support. But before he could finish, Liang Yuxiao sneered dismissively. Who would care for your meager output? Scram. Xiao Qian scoffed. You're truly a butcher, Liang Yuxiao. Aren't you afraid of retribution for your actions? A butcher? Huh. Are you implying you are a mere donkey? Liang Yuxiao's words elicited laughter from the surrounding teammates. Anger flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. Liang Yuxiao, you shall not escape unscathed. I am resigning. With that, he crushed his assessment token and vanished from their sight. Tang Su wore an expression of deep discontent. He hurriedly approached and clung to Liang Yuxiao's leg, pleading, Brother Liang, please. I only seek a place in the Dilin Academy. If you grant me entry, I will forfeit all my points to you. I beg you, do not cast me away, will you? Upon hearing this, Liang Yuxiao raised an eyebrow. You said it yourself. I did not coerce you. Very well, I shall reluctantly allow you to stay. Zheng Qifeng, witnessing Liang Yuxiao's actions, slammed his bowl onto the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, You insolent fool! How dare you act this way? Cancel his examination eligibility at once. The other instructors were equally enraged. Such an immoral student does not deserve to enter our Dilin Academy. I initially thought his strength was commendable and considered admitting him, but it appears he is of such low character. Regardless of his abilities, I shall not accept him. A despicable person like him, once admitted, could bully the other students. I recommend immediate expulsion. However, the assistant beside them sighed and quietly interjected, Teacher Zheng, while Liang Yuxiao's actions are indeed outrageous, according to our examination regulations, he has not violated any rules. Upon hearing this, Liang Yuxiao suppressed his anger and directed his subordinates, watch him closely. If he commits even the slightest infraction, execute the necessary measures immediately. The others nodded in agreement, clearly understanding that Liang Yuxiao had successfully provoked Zheng Qingfeng. Meanwhile, Liang Yuxiao remained unfazed, continuing to seize the majority of resources within the group. He diligently hunted monsters, leaving no street unscathed. However, after Tang Yu had already cleared the area, the remaining wild monsters were scarce and of considerably low level. This infuriated Liang Yuxiao, who vented his frustrations. His subordinates were utterly exhausted. Yet Tang Yu glanced at his points, barely exceeding 50,000, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Let us take a break, and then continue hunting. Hearing this, his subordinates inwardly groaned. It was late at night, yet instead of seeking rest, they were compelled to keep grinding, pushing them to their limits. Alas, they had no choice but to obey Liang Yuxiao, as they hailed from Linghai City. They endured the night hunting monsters while Tang Yu and Jiang Baishan had already succumbed to sleep. The next day unfolded similarly as they hunted from morning until noon, neglecting even the bosses in their houses, erasing them all without exception. Yet, this effort yielded barely 30,000 additional points, which would need to be shared among everyone. Consequently, Liang Yuxiao made a decisive determination. Isn't the Northern District still unfinished? The crowd was instantly taken aback. Liang Yuxiao had lost his mind. He was leaving no room for others to breathe. They were genuinely concerned that Liang Yuxiao's actions might provoke the masses, leading to a united front against them. Yet, confronted with Liang Yuxiao's unwavering demeanor, they had no choice but to follow him to the Northern District. What ensued was nothing short of a farce, culminating in a victory for Liang Yuxiao's faction, forcing the other teams to relinquish their final territory. Naturally, the resources remaining in the Northern District were scant. As dusk fell and the last wild creature collapsed to the ground, all the monsters within the Frost Snow City were eradicated. At that moment, Jiang Baishan, observing Tang Yu, who was still contemplating dinner, could no longer contain her exasperation. Are we truly going to endure this until the end of the dungeon? Tang Yu sat on a stool, placing various meats into the hot pot, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it seemed the wild creatures outside had been completely hunted down. Do you still wish to venture out in search of something to occupy your time? However, wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? We are here to partake in a challenge, not to indulge in a holiday. Haha, what are you afraid of? We have not violated any rules, have we? The regulations do not state that we cannot eat or sleep, do they? No, they do not. Now, set aside your concerns and prepare to dine. Although the hot pot was exceedingly tempting, Jiang Baishan still felt somewhat disheartened. In the end, however, she succumbed to the enticing aroma of the hot pot. By evening, after the hot pot had been savored, the city fell into a profound silence. Tang Yu stood atop the building, contentedly patting his belly while emitting a satisfied belch. How delightful! Tonight, I shall sleep on the second floor. You can take the first floor, if you please. Either way, I am amenable. Jiang Baishan felt that continuing to follow Tang Yu would undoubtedly lead her to a state of moral decay. The mere thought of Ouyang Minghui's stern visage sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps her mentor was observing her conduct from afar. With this notion in mind, she deeply regretted indulging in hot pot and barbecue during the assessment, and she silently resolved, for what felt like the umpteenth time, that the recent feast would be her last. No more indulgence. Just then, a distant rumble of thunder echoed from the horizon. Jiang Baishan lifted her gaze towards the source of the sound. What is happening? Is it truly thunder? I must investigate. It seems to be emanating from the direction outside the city. Tang Yu, filled with curiosity, promptly rose and dashed towards the upper floors. The expanse of Blizzard City was considerable, yet most of its structures lay in ruins, ravaged by monstrous entities. The location where Tang Yu and Jiang Baishan found themselves was the Lord's Tower, a magnificent edifice comprising 7 stories. Upon reaching the pinnacle, they gazed towards the direction of the thunder. Before them, the city walls of Blizzard City were shrouded in ominous black clouds, from which countless bolts of lightning intertwined, evoking a palpable sense of foreboding akin to the calm before a tempest. After observing for a while, Jiang Baishan's unease deepened. As an unsettling premonition began to take root within her, it felt as though something momentous was about to transpire. Tang Yu no longer exhibited his previous ease. His expression was now laden with gravity. Indeed, it seemed that trouble was imminent. Could it be related to the extermination of the wild monsters within the city? Inside the main office of the new student examination at the Imperial Academy, all the examiners and teachers were intently focused on the scene beyond the Blizzard City. This was dire. They had truly wiped out the insect monsters. The worst fears had materialized. What should they do now? A horde of bosses was about to emerge. And if they breached the city gates, it would unleash a catastrophe. With 29 hours remaining until the exam concluded, it was unrealistic to think they could hold out until the end. Old Jung, perhaps we should call off the competition early. After all, the results were virtually determined at this point. Continuing could genuinely lead to trouble. Everyone's gaze turned towards Zheng Qingfeng, who was currently fixated on the screen, his expression grave and silent. According to the regulations of the examination, he had the authority to terminate the competition early, but doing so would render the results of the third match null and void. This would be unjust to all participants, particularly to Tang Yu, who had valiantly defeated 80% of the wild monsters in the Blizzard City, rightfully claiming the top position. Therefore, he believed that the examination should not be concluded prematurely, as he was eager to witness the formidable abilities Tang Yu could display in the face of such peril. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps there is still a chance. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. A chance? Outside, there were only bosses. The disparity in stats between ordinary monsters and bosses of the same level was already significant. Confronting even a single boss was exceedingly challenging, should a swarm of bosses emerge. It would spell disaster. What was Old Jung waiting for? Zheng Qingfeng serves as the chief examiner, possessing the ultimate authority over the examination venue. When he instructed everyone to wait, they knew there was no choice but to comply. Silence enveloped the room as they anticipated the unfolding events. Within the confines of Wind and Snow City, Liang Yuxiao felt an insatiable desire lingering after having thoroughly cleared the area of wild monsters. Thoughts swirled in her mind about how to extract more points from her fellow participants. Meanwhile, her teammates were utterly exhausted, yearning for nothing more than a restful slumber. The unluckiest among them was undoubtedly Tang Su, who had initially believed that his father had secured him a reliable ally. Instead, he found that this supposed support was as fickle as the wind, reducing him to a mere pawn. Nevertheless, his ability to endure was commendable. In his pursuit of admission to the Imperial Academy, he had embraced humility to an extreme degree. Consequently, he directed all his animosity toward Tang Yu, biding his time for the day when Tang Yu would be cast out from the Tang family. Finally, after the last wild monster had been vanquished, a rare moment of respite presented itself. Suddenly, ominous thunder erupted from outside the city, sending a tremor through everyone present. Liang Yuxiao furrowed her brow and cast a glance towards the outer darkness. What could be amiss? Why had the sky darkened outside? Her teammates echoed her concern, speculating aloud. Could it be that we cleared the monsters too swiftly, thus prematurely concluding the dungeon? If that were the case, they should have been teleported out immediately. The situation felt peculiar, as if something significant were about to transpire. Stop scaring yourselves. We've cleared all the monsters. What else could possibly happen? Anxiety rippled through the group, leaving them bewildered and apprehensive about potential complications. Liang Yuxiao, unwilling to take any chances, delivered a sharp kick to Tang Su. Quit loafing around. You had the lowest damage output while battling. Hurry up and investigate the situation. What? Tang Su was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed that he could enjoy a respite, only to find that Liang Yuxiao had entrusted him with such a perilous task. What was he lingering for? He must hasten. Oh, very well. There was no alternative. When one is under the eaves, one must bow their head. Tang Su could only drag his weary body toward the city gates. As he reached the northern gate, dark clouds from outside the city swiftly descended. In an instant, the entire Wind and Snow City was enveloped in darkness. Tang Su was startled, his entire body trembling. Just as he was about to turn and flee, a bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved through the darkness of the night. In that fleeting moment of illumination, he caught a glimpse of the scene beyond the gaps of the North Gate. What had been an empty expanse outside the city was now teeming with a multitude of monstrous entities. Though it was merely a brief glance, Tang Su was certain that the creatures lurking outside were at least of boss caliber. Their sizes were immensely imposing, and among them, one creature, adorned with horns reminiscent of a bull, stood as tall as the city gate itself. A crisis was imminent. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Tang Su's brow. Without uttering a word, he turned on his heel and sprinted back in the direction from whence he came. However, after only a few strides, a series of resounding crashes erupted from behind the gates of Beijing University. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed as though the entire city of Wind and Snow was trembling. Atop the city lord's residence, Jiang Baishan's delicate face turned pale, her eyes brimming with terror. She grasped Tang Yu's arm, pointing towards the outside, and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Did you catch a glimpse of it?" Tang Yu nodded slightly. At the moment when the lightning pierced the darkness, he discerned the scene beyond the city. It was as if a multitude of formidable foes had descended from the heavens, with countless bosses suddenly materializing outside the city walls. The sheer number of these bosses exceeded even the wild creatures that once roamed Frost Snow City. At that moment, the thunderous sounds echoed like a hammer striking the heart, causing Jiang Baishan to panic. What should we do? Will the city gates withstand the onslaught of these bosses? Observing Jiang Baishan's anxious demeanor, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed. Do not fret. Even if the city gates were to be breached, our Lord's residents can still mount a defense. However, the monsters outside were all of boss caliber. And with such overwhelming numbers, there was a genuine concern that the Lord's residents might not withstand the assault. Just then, as another bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, a trace of gravity crossed Tang Yu's expression. It seemed the gates would not endure for much longer. He began to contemplate possible strategies. Although his beast units were formidable, typically overcoming wild creatures through sheer statistical advantage or numerical superiority, this situation was distinctly different. The horde of bosses not only outnumbered his beasts but also matched them in capability. With a resigned sigh, Tang Yu silently accessed the Supreme Lord's shop. Meanwhile, Liang Yuxiao and her companions, startled by the sudden upheaval, huddled together. What is happening? What is going on? I don't know. It seems there's a problem. Where is Tang Su? Has something gone awry at the city gates? The relentless rumbling reverberated, striking at the hearts of all present. At that moment, a distant light flickered rapidly toward them. This is bad. Trouble is brewing. The city is surrounded by wild boss creatures. Liang Yuxiao felt a jolt of fear. Gazing at the breathless Tang Su, she inquired once more, "What did you see just now?" Tang Su gasped heavily, recounting the scene he had just witnessed in vivid detail. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was instantly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. What? The outskirts of the city are teeming with wild monster bosses? There are even more than inside the city? Liang Yuxiao was utterly bewildered. She tugged at her hair in desperation, suddenly struck by a chilling realization. It must be that the monsters within the city had been eradicated, prompting the emergence of these bosses. It has to be. Her subordinates, anxious and helpless, looked to her for guidance. "Brother Liang, what should we do?" they implored. "Indeed, Brother Liang, if the city gates are breached, we will be in grave trouble. Perhaps we should find a place to hide. If we can just hold on until the end of the third day, we can escape." However, Liang Yuxiao abruptly turned her gaze toward the highest point within Frost Snow City. "Tang Yu, it's all his fault. He is the cause of this disaster. Come, let us find him and make him bear this responsibility." The crowd quickly grasped her intent, directing their ire towards Tang Yu. Yes, it's all Tang Yu's doing. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be facing this predicament. He has monopolized the best part of Frost Snow City. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Thus, they immediately scoured the streets, rallying members of other teams to converge upon the Lord's mansion to confront Tang Yu. Outside the Lord's mansion, a throng of people stood menacingly at the entrance, shouting at Tang Yu from above. "Tang Yu, you are responsible for this predicament. Stop hiding and come out. Hurry up. You wiped out the wild monsters in the city, and now we face the consequences. You must take responsibility for this. Tang Yu, if you remain silent, we will storm in. If anyone gets hurt, do not blame us." Inside the mansion, Jiang Baishan was nearly beside herself with anger. "Have you no shame? Initially, you complained that we were killing too many monsters, and when we stepped back, you now blame Tang Yu for the troubles that have arisen. You are being utterly unreasonable." At the foot of the tower, Liang Yuxiao, visibly displeased, retorted, "It was your excessive hunting that led to this. Enough of your excuses. Vacate the Lord's mansion immediately, or we shall resort to force." Jiang Baishan attempted to reason with the mob, but was abruptly halted by Tang Yu's grip. "Enough. These people are not here to reason. They simply wish to seize the Lord's mansion to secure their safety. Let them have it." "What? Give it to them? Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Baishan exclaimed, incredulous at Tang Yu's response. Tang Yu chuckled, "I am perfectly sane, not insane. Let us go." Moments later, the doors of the Lord's mansion swung open. Tang Yu gazed at the faces of the crowd outside, a trace of disdainful amusement gracing his features. "The city Lord's mansion is yours now. I trust you will refrain from wandering about. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the wild bosses outside won't come charging in." Liang Yuxiao observed Tang Yu's demeanor and felt a surge of mockery within. This fellow, how timid he truly is. With a feigned smile, he addressed Tang Yu, "Rest assured, we shall certainly safeguard the city Lord's mansion. Farewell." I hope you can shoulder the responsibilities that lie before you. With a sweeping gesture, he led the others into the mansion. On the street, Jiang Baishan was practically exasperated to the point of fury by Tang Yu's antics. Are you afraid of them? Oh, what makes you say that? Why? You still question me? You've relinquished the city lord's mansion. Hasn't it stemmed from your fear of them? Ha ha. If you believe that, you are gravely mistaken. Come, I shall show you a treasure. Upon witnessing Tang Yu's mysterious demeanor, Jiang Baishan was reminded of amusing anecdotes from their school days, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What a time to jest. Tang Yu, what kind of joke? What are you talking about? Jiang Baishan was taken aback, and then she sensed that she had revealed something. Her cheeks flushed even more intensely. She then cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. The two of them navigated through the darkness until they arrived near the North City Gate. Observing the heavy gate in the distance creaking under impact, Jiang Baishan anxiously grasped Tang Yu's arm. What have you brought me here for? However, Tang Yu remained silent, quietly observing the city wall and their position, muttering to himself, "Ah, what a pity, if only I could purchase a worker." Then, he flashed a mysterious smile at Jiang Baishan. "Wait for me." He opened the Supreme Lord's shop and entered the unit selection option. At this moment, the unit selection featured a new addition, the Bronze Unit. Catapult, a ranged unit of the Night Elf race, possessing formidable long-range attack capabilities. By purchasing technology, one can acquire the Piercing Arrow skill, inflicting penetration and ricochet damage on targets, priced at 500 gold coins and 1 magic core. Crusher, a ranged unit of the Beast race, known for its attacking power. By purchasing technology, one can obtain the Incendiary Bomb, which causes a sustained burning effect in the attack area, priced at 500 gold coins and 1 magic core. Gargoyle, an aerial unit of the Undead race, characterized by high mobility. By purchasing technology, one can acquire the Stone form, gaining magic immunity and a continuous healing effect, priced at 300 gold coins and 1 magic core. Knight, a unit of the human race, boasting high defense and mobility. By purchasing technology, one can attain enhanced armor and health, priced at 500 gold coins and 5 magic cores. Well versed in these details, Tang Yu knew that what he needed was the Beast race's Crusher catapult. Without hesitation, he spent 500 gold coins to purchase 3 crushers. He then opened the technology options once more. Incendiary Bomb, an exclusive skill for the Beast Crusher. Using this skill allows the Crusher catapult to launch incendiary bombs, igniting the ground in the attack area and dealing massive damage to enemy units, priced at 1,000 gold coins and 50 magic cores. Upon seeing this price, Tang Yu felt a pang of regret. After all, it was a bronze-level unit. Not only were the units expensive, but the skills were as well. Fortunately, it was a one-time expenditure. The sooner it was bought, the sooner it could be enjoyed. Thankfully, Tang Yu was currently quite affluent, and he had enough magic crystals to purchase the skill. Thus, he exchanged all his magic crystals for gold coins and, gritting his teeth, bought the Incendiary Bomb skill. Ding! The Crusher's Incendiary Bomb skill has been activated. Subsequently, he summoned 3 colossal trebuchets at the very spot. The moment these immense machines emerged, they immediately captured Jiang Baishan's attention. Each of the towering trebuchets stood approximately 10 meters high, supported by 4 massive wheels that bore the weight of their grandiose bodies. Flames roared from the ignited apparatus at the rear, while the body itself was adorned with intricate pulleys and steel cables. Sharp steel spikes protruded from both the wheels and the chassis, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Is this the surprise you have prepared for me? Jiang Baishan gazed at the trebuchet before her, feeling as though she had encountered an artifact from a bygone era. Tang Yu nodded with a radiant smile. Indeed, this is a delightful surprise. As he spoke, he gently caressed the catapult before him, his mind recalling the catapult ambush strategy he frequently employed during his gaming sessions. A tactic that would undoubtedly breach the opponent's defenses. However, while the catapult boasts numerous advantages, long attack range, high damage, and area of effect capabilities, it is not without its critical flaws, slow mobility, fragile armor, and low health. In the realm of gaming, to effectively utilize a catapult, one must assemble a considerable array of troops for protection. Otherwise, a sudden assault from the enemy could easily lead to total annihilation. Tang Yu excitedly opened his first bronze-tier troop panel. Crusher, Level 1, Rank 8, Attack Power, 3200, Strength, 2500, Agility, 1000, Magic Power, 2800, Skill, Firebomb. Gazing at this skill panel, Tang Yu was utterly astonished. It is worth noting that the highest attack attribute of a level 8 ghoul was merely 1,500 points, while this siege engine's attack power exceeded it by more than double. As for the wild boss monsters outside the city, their average attributes were only slightly above 1,000 points, rendering them incomparable to the siege engine. Could this truly be the terrifying nature of bronze-quality magical troops? Furthermore, although the agility attribute of this siege engine was indeed lacking, it still surpassed many other magical troops and compared favorably against those wild boss monsters. Boom. A resounding crash echoed outside the city gates, prompting Tang Yu to glance at Jiang Baishan. Step back a bit. I am about to launch. Jiang Baishan, taken aback, watched as Tang Yu commanded. Instantly, 3 siege engines roared to life. 3 brilliant firebombs streaked through the night sky, soaring directly towards the direction outside the city. Boom, boom, boom. The firebombs traced elegant parabolic arcs in the air, accurately landing among the group of wild boss monsters outside the city. In the next moment, screams and roars reverberated throughout the northern city gate. The flames illuminated the darkened northern gate, casting a bright light amidst the shadows. From beyond the gate, Tang Yu observed the flames relentlessly consuming the ground, transforming the entire area outside the northern city into a sea of fire. Within this inferno, he could clearly see the notifications of the wild boss monster's health diminishing, -800, -900, -1000. Although the damage inflicted by the flames appeared modest, even less than the claw damage of a ghoul, it is crucial to remember that this was splash damage on the ground, constituting continuous damage. As long as the fire burned, any creature standing upon it would suffer damage every second. A level 8 wild boss monster typically had a health pool of merely over 10,000 points, unable to withstand even a few seconds of such torment. If struck directly by a firebomb, the instantaneous damage could easily obliterate a wild boss monster, slaying a level 8 snow bear boss, earning 3,000 experience points. Jiang Baishan was left in stunned silence upon receiving the party notification. Are you planning to fight the monsters outside the city? Tang Yu nodded, exclaiming, Indeed. What a splendid opportunity to farm monsters. I aim to reach level 9 before the dungeon concludes. As he spoke, he summoned a squad of diminutive beasts to safeguard the catapult and then turned to Jiang Baishan, saying, Let us proceed to the eastern city gate. Observing Tang Yu conjuring a brand new unit, the previously tense examiners and instructors could no longer contain their astonishment. Goodness, he possesses yet another new unit? How many types does he have now? The attack range must extend several hundred meters. Can it truly strike from that distance? My word, this is impressive. Just moments ago, I worried for his safety, and now he is effortlessly farming monsters right where he stands. It was hard not to suspect that he had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the boss horde. He had begun farming with even greater fervor than before. The entire office erupted with critiques of Tang Yu for disrupting the atmosphere. Just a second ago, everyone believed he was simply too kind-hearted and felt sympathy for him, wanting to champion his cause. Yet, in the next moment, he unveiled a brand new unit, engaging in long-range combat against the bosses and racking up points. Truly exhilarating. This little rascal. He has caused me no small amount of worry. Zheng Qingfeng finally felt his anxiety ease, though his heart was still vexed. Initially, he thought Tang Yu's units were incapable of turning the tide, yet now the young man had summoned new troops, starting to farm monsters from beyond the city gates. Faced with such a scenario, he experienced a blend of anger and joy. Though he continuously muttered curses about the little scoundrel, the delight on his face was unmistakable. Nearby, a mage mentor named Zhang Chang gently nudged Jing's arm. Old Zhang, seeing you grin from ear to ear, are you considering taking him on as your student? Zheng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Ah, he is indeed a promising talent, but as the chief examiner, how could I accept him as my pupil? Perhaps he deserves an even better mentor. Oh, are you suggesting the Elder Academy? Precisely. Tang Yu's profession is quite unique. The Academy lacks a dedicated Lord class. If he seeks a mentor, it must be from the Elder Academy. Otherwise, aligning with another discipline would ruin his potential. Indeed, Tang Yu is a promising seed. Nurtured properly, he could surely achieve great things in the future. We cannot allow such talent to go to waste. Should I go seek out someone from the Elder Academy now? That would be greatly appreciated. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a drink. Haha, very well. I shall not refuse your generous offer. I will make my way to the Elder Academy at once. As Zhang Chang departed, Zheng Qingfeng sighed deeply. Yet a shadow of seriousness crossed his face. Each of the 12 elders from the Elder Academy boasted lofty aspirations, Becoming one of their disciples was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. However, Tang Yu's performance has been remarkably outstanding. Although his family background is rather ordinary, even somewhat unremarkable, his capabilities are undeniably impressive. During the assessment instance, he ascended directly from level 5 of the first tier to level 8, and even Zheng Qifeng believed that before the conclusion of the evaluation, he might very well break through to level 9 of the first tier. At this very moment, atop the Lord's Tower in Frostwind City, Liang Yuxiao and the others witnessed the 4 city gates being ignited by Tang Yu, flames roaring to life, leaving them momentarily stunned. What is happening? What exactly is this young man up to? Is he setting the city gates ablaze? Surely not. Does he intend to perish alongside us? That seems unlikely, especially since he has already secured the top score. Could it be that he is attempting to slay the wild boss monsters outside the city? Speculations ran rampant among the group, yet due to the considerable distance and the encroaching darkness, they could not discern what was transpiring. Liang Yuxiu was equally perplexed by Tang Yu's actions but was hesitant to venture out recklessly. After all, what if this was a trap set by Tang Yu? Thus, he glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on Tang Su. You there, go outside and investigate what is happening. Tang Su never anticipated that despite his meticulous efforts to hide, his whereabouts would still be uncovered, which indeed speaks to a certain persecutory disposition. Brother Liang, I feel rather frightened. Why not just leave? Hurry and go. The affairs of the Tang family should be resolved by the Tang family itself. Are we expected to handle them? He warned. Do not compel me to expel you from the team. Upon hearing Liang Yuxiao's threat, Tang Su ultimately opted for restraint. With a heart full of trepidation, he finally arrived at the gate of Beda City. When he beheld the scene before him, he was rendered utterly astonished. Through the crevice of the city gate, he clearly observed that the landscape beyond had been reduced to scorched earth. The wild boss monsters, which had previously been attempting to assault the city gate, had now abandoned their efforts, frantically fleeing to escape the searing flames. However, their numbers were overwhelmingly dense, leaving them with no refuge. Moments later, clusters of wild boss monsters collapsed to the ground, while catapults continued to hurl incendiary projectiles towards the outside, gradually transforming the area into an inferno. Tang Su gaped in disbelief. Goodness, this young man's ambition is rather excessive. He intends to eliminate all the wild monsters outside the city. We cannot allow him to continue at this pace, or he may truly become the head of the family. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the city lord's mansion. Upon encountering Liang Yuxiao, Tang Su recounted all that he had seen and thought. Brother Liang, outside is already a sea of flames. Tang Yu plans to clear out all the bosses beyond the city. He isn't leaving us anything. Hearing this, Liang Yuxiao slammed his fist onto the table in anger. Damn it, I thought he was afraid, but it turns out he is playing tricks. This Frost Snow City does not belong to him alone. It is impossible for him to monopolize the resources. We, the brothers, all deserve our share. The atmosphere instantly ignited, and with a grand wave of his hand, Liang Yuxiao led a group of people towards the North City Gate. Outside the scene, Zheng Qifeng, witnessing this turn of events, was so infuriated that he smashed his cup. I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Liang Yuxiao, if I allow you to step into the Imperial Academy, then I, as the chief examiner, will resign. A few teachers and examiners nearby also found it hard to bear. Unfortunately, the rules of the examination were unchangeable, and none had the power to alter them, not even Zheng Qifeng. Everyone understood that his outburst was merely venting frustration. At this moment, attention shifted back to the scene. Liang Yuxiao and his entourage arrived at the North City Gate, where they beheld several ghouls, musketeers, and other monstrous creatures guarding a catapult that was incessantly launching incendiary projectiles. They were momentarily stunned. Good heavens! He is secretly racking up points while we're left in the dark. Standing aside, Tang Su reveled in their reaction, his heart brimming with delight. Ha ha ha, Tang Yu, let us see how you compete with me now. He promptly called out to Liang Yuxiao and the others, Brother Liang, everyone. This fellow has been secretly accumulating experience points. We cannot allow him to continue. We must destroy his resources. Liang Yuxiao and the others were ignited by Tang Su's words. Let us annihilate his possessions. Just then, from a nearby building, Tang Yu's languid voice drifted down. If any of you dare to touch my belongings, I will open the city gates. At that point, we all perished together. Seeing Tang Yu above, Liang Yuxiao's fury escalated. You, Tang Yu, have hoarded all the good fortune for yourself, haven to you? On what grounds do you occupy the city gates to hunt wild monster bosses? Liang Yuxiao's unreasonable tirade made Zhang Baishan feel somewhat nauseated. Liang Yuxiao, are you even a man? Unable to secure your own points, and now you blame others? Initially, it was you who forcibly occupied our territory, and now you dare to blame us for the monster hunting. Do you have no shame? In response to Zhang Baishan's accusations, Liang Yuxiao did not exhibit the slightest reaction. Humph, does it concern you? Miss Jiang, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. This is an affair between us and Tang Yu. Zhang Baishan, weary of further discourse, turned to Tang Yu and said, are you truly going to yield to them once again? Tang Yu smiled calmly, turning to Liang Yuxiao and saying, oh, I thought it was something significant. Are you all eager to hunt monsters? There's no need to take action against my troops. Fine, I shall relinquish this place to you. With that, he waved his hand, summoning back all the beast soldiers from the north gate. All right, this is now yours. Feel free to continue your hunting. Zhang Baishan was momentarily stunned, then expressed her confusion and discomfort regarding Tang Yu's actions. Why? Why must he always yield to them? She chuckled softly. I merely wish to be a good person. Yet, upon seeing the smile on Tang Yu's face, Zhang Baishan couldn't shake the feeling that it concealed some sinister plot. After all, she had known him for quite some time, and her overall impression was that he was someone who clearly distinguished between enmity and friendship. Someone who would not react this way in the face of a dominant adversary, unless, of course, he was being deliberately coy. As she observed Tang Yu retract his troops, Liang Yuxiao felt as though he had struck a pillow with a punch. Was this fellow truly so timid? This same question echoed in Tang Su's mind. If Tang Yu were genuinely this cowardly, he would not be competing for the position of family head against his own. Could it be that he was simply afraid of Liang Yuxiao's vengeance? The thought ignited a surge of excitement in Tang Su. If that were the case, cultivating a good relationship with Liang Yuxiao might allow him to pressure Tang Yu out of the race for leadership. Thus, he cast a cold smirk at Tang Yu. Well done for being sensible. Tang Yu paid no heed to his mockery and then turned to Zhang Baishan, saying, then let us depart. Reluctantly, Zhang Baishan suppressed her rising anger and followed suit. Just before reaching the east gate, Tang Yu suddenly came to a halt. All right, let us stay here. Huh? What do you mean? Shouldn't we be heading to the east gate? Observing the stormy expression on Zhang Baishan's face, Tang Yu could not help but chuckle. Still angry, are we? Of course I'm angry. This is the second time. Even a clay figurine has its temper. How could you be less than that? Oh, what do you mean by that? Naturally, it cannot be left unresolved. Fine. I shall heed your words. Then it shall not be left unresolved. At this, Zhang Baishan was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, her attempts to persuade him had been in vain, yet now, merely by posing a question, he appeared willing to listen. Zhang Baishan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Tang Yu. Are you harboring some scheme? Tang Yu quickly shook his head. How could that be? I am a good person. Huh? A good person? Spare me. I won't believe you. Now spill the beans. What mischief are you plotting? Hey, why do you judge a person so narrowly? I merely wish to assist them. Assist them? Zhang Baishan was bewildered, but after observing Tang Yu scanning the surroundings, she ultimately selected a suitable house and said, come on, let us go in. Let us give them some small gifts. What exactly are you planning to do? Watching Tang Yu's mysterious demeanor, Zhang Baishan was unsure of his intentions, but followed his lead into the house. Upon reaching the rooftop, Tang Yu summoned 3 catapults once more. He then set their attack target towards the outskirts of the city, and, through a change in perspective, he entered the vision of the female huntress. In an instant, Tang Yu perceived the situation outside the city gate. Indeed, the reason he had so willingly relinquished the area was to execute this very plan. Although it seemed he had summoned all the beastly troops back, he had secretly retained 1 female huntress. To manage Liang Yuxiao, Tang Yu had specifically invested 200 gold coins to purchase a stealth skill for the huntress. With the vision provided by the huntress's invisibility, Tang Yu could clearly observe all the movements of Liang Yuxiao and her companions. Previously, Tang Yu had cleared a portion of the bosses outside the north gate, causing many of the bosses to develop a sense of trepidation towards that direction. Liang Yuxiao and her group, meanwhile, had ascended the city walls, employing ranged attacks against the boss horde outside. Regrettably, among them, there were few magic users or archers, and those present were rather weak. Liang Yuxiao, being a close combat assassin, could only stand atop the walls and direct their assault on the bosses outside. Finally, through their tireless efforts, some bosses were left with only a sliver of health remaining. Come on, brothers. We are almost there. Liang Yuxiao exclaimed with immense excitement, even feeling a certain fondness when glancing at Tang Yu. Everyone gritted their teeth and desperately unleashed their attacks, but the flashy skills they employed could only inflict a few hundred points of damage on the boss horde. Ultimately, the output team's magic power was depleted, forcing them to replenish their mana. Holding a torch, Liang Yuxiao gazed at the dozen or so bosses outside, her heart brimming with joy. This was far more rewarding than slaying ordinary monsters. Moreover, from a commanding height, there was no need to worry about the boss breaching their defenses. It was fortunate that this excellent location was discovered in time. Otherwise, that fellow Tang Yu would have exhausted its resources. Reflecting on this, he eagerly urged those recovering their magic power, "Are we ready yet? Why is it taking so long?" The group, faced with his impatience, felt quite helpless. After all, as mages, their prowess relied heavily on their magical output. Without magic, they were no better than ordinary individuals. At that moment, the sky above suddenly began to brighten gradually. The group, taken aback, looked up to see a blazing red sphere hurtling toward them. Boom! The fireball struck precisely in the midst of the bosses. In an instant, a dozen bosses were engulfed in flames. Within 10 seconds, all the remaining bosses were annihilated. Liang Yuxiao fixed his gaze on the direction of the incoming fireball and roared with fervor, "Tang Yu, I am so impressed. Haha, this kid is simply exhilarating. I thought he was spineless, but it turns out he knows how to retaliate. Quite intriguing. This method of revenge is truly uplifting. Finally, my blood pressure has been alleviated. Well done, Tang Yu." Cheers erupted in the office. Zheng Qingfeng couldn't help but clench his fists and whisper a word of approval. Just then, someone approached from behind. Upon seeing Zhang Chang return alone, Zheng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you the only one back? What about the Elder Council?" Zhang Chang suddenly burst into laughter, then leaned in to speak softly. "The 13th Elder said she wants to take Tang Yu as her disciple." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The 13th Elder? Indeed, it is she. When I explained the situation, she merely asked a few questions and decided to recruit Tang Yu. Ha ha ha. Now you can rest assured." Zheng Qingfeng was filled with questions. But the 13th Elder just entered the Elder Council a few years ago, remaining shrouded in mystery. Why would she want to take Tang Yu? Does she not even glance at the examination results? Almost everyone at the Imperial Academy knew there were 12 esteemed elders, each possessing formidable power. However, the 13th Elder, having only recently joined, was quite enigmatic, and he had never even seen her in person. Moreover, the Academy had deliberately concealed her identity, with hardly any information about her available externally. Yet, after just one visit to the Elder Council, this mysterious 13th Elder had agreed to accept Tang Yu as her student. It seemed almost too fortuitous, even making him feel that the other party might be acquainted with Tang Yu. However, Zhang Chang remained utterly unconcerned, no matter what. To receive the favor of the 13th Elder is indeed a stroke of fortune for that young lad, Tang Yu. You should be pleased for him. Zheng Qifeng sighed. Alas, this happiness has arrived rather unexpectedly. Moreover, the 13th Elder is elusive. Those who know her are only aware that she is a woman, knowing nothing more. I fear that Tang Yu may squander his talents under her tutelage. Zhang Chang chuckled heartily. Enough. I understand your eagerness to nurture talent. But do not forget that the 13th Elder is hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. With her presence, you can rest assured. After saying this, Zhang Chang turned his attention back to the unfolding scene, engaging in conversation with others. Only Zheng Qifeng remained troubled, fearing that Tang Yu's gifts might be wasted. It seems I must have a word with him. We cannot allow such talent to go to waste. Just as he thought this, several teachers and examiners in the distance gasped in surprise. A fight is about to break out. Hearing this, Zheng Qingfeng hastily retracted his thoughts and looked over. In the scene, Tang Yu stood with an air of confidence, calmly regarding Liang Yuxiao and her entourage. What's the matter? Planning to fight? Come on, I stand here, waiting for you. Liang Yuxiao, brandishing a dagger, had a glint of coldness in her eyes. Tang Yu, are you toying with us? Do you realize that your actions have severely violated the rules? Ha ha ha, violated the rules. Which rules are you referring to? The ones you set? Well, if you insist on causing trouble today, we shall see it through. Let us see who fears whom. After all, our points are not as numerous as yours. Let us drag you down with us. With that, Liang Yuxiu swiftly executed a somersault, leaping over the wall to reach the rooftop. Tang Yu stood still, quietly observing as Liang Yuxiao approached with a menacing glare. At that moment, Jiang Baishan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Yu. Liang Yuxiao, dare to lay a finger on him, she exclaimed. You foul woman, Do not seek your own demise. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. Have the audacity to insult me as a foul woman? I shall not back down. Jiang Baishan, unaccustomed to such indignities, marched forward and delivered a resounding slap across Liang Yuxiao's face. The sharp crack resonated through the air, leaving all onlookers utterly astonished. They could hardly believe their eyes. The confrontation had escalated. Would Jiang Baishan face elimination? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could they have agreed not to resort to violence? Yet here they were, so swiftly crossing that line. He hurriedly grasped the other party's arm. Are you out of your mind? We agreed to avoid confrontation. I simply couldn't help myself. This scoundrel is pushing it too far. Observing Jiang Baishan's heaving chest, Tang Yu covered his forehead in exasperation. That slap of yours is worth 1,000,000 points, my lady. I must say, you truly astonish me. In contrast, Liang Yuxiao, who had just received the slap, burst into laughter instead of showing anger. Ha. A slap worth over 1,000,000 points? My goodness, that was worth it. He then turned to Tang Yu, his gaze filled with disappointment. What a pity it wasn't you who struck instead. Tang Yu let out a sigh and addressed Jiang Baishan, questioning why she was still hesitating now that the money had already been spent. Jiang Baishan, taken aback, gazed at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression, inquiring, What else can we do? Of course, we continue to fight. That scoundrel made you squander over 1,000,000 points if you do not seek vengeance now. Will you wait until you're outside to deal with him? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Baishan swiftly took a pill and swallowed it. If we are to engage in battle, I must certainly teach you a lesson today. Liang Yuxiao, who had been smiling moments ago, was caught off guard by Tang Yu's unexpected approach and exclaimed in anger, What are you planning to do? Jiang Baishan, let me tell you. After consuming a giant strength pill, Jiang Baishan instantly acquired the physique of a berserker. Although her transformation would last merely half an hour, it would suffice to thoroughly thrash that scoundrel Liang Yuxiao. With a powerful punch, Liang Yuxiao was sent flying, and he immediately turned to flee. Tang Yu would undoubtedly seize this excellent opportunity to deliver a thorough beating to his opponent. He immediately summoned a horde of ghouls, commanding, Capture him. Let us engage for half an hour first. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Tang Su. And that one too. Tang Su felt an ominous twitch in his eyelid and immediately took flight. However, as a mere mage, he stood no chance against the exceptionally agile ghoul, who swiftly apprehended him once more. Tang Yu, may you meet a most unfortunate fate. Tang Yu let out a cold laugh and addressed Jiang Baishan, saying, It's in your hands now. I shall reward you with some points when I return to the academy. Jiang Baishan smirked and swiftly delivered a kick right between Liang Yuxiao's legs. Deal. Soon, piercing screams echoed through the skies of Wind and Snow City. The crowd in the freshman office was left in fits of laughter, each person clutching their bellies and pounding the table in delight. Goodness, Tang Yu is simply unbelievable. This is utterly hilarious. He has truly grasped the rules of this quest. How absurd. If I were Liang Yuxiao, I would never be able to hold my head high again. Even the usually stern Zheng Qifeng could no longer suppress his laughter upon witnessing the outcome. The office was filled with joyous laughter. Suddenly, Zhang Chang pointed at Jiang Baishan and inquired, By the way, this girl has blatantly violated the rules. Why hasn't she been expelled from the quest yet? Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their gaze toward Zheng Qifeng, who sighed, unable to hide his smile. This young lady is Jiang Baishan. She is already a designated student of teacher Ouyang Minghui, so naturally, she will not be expelled from the quest. The crowd quickly understood, erupting into laughter once more. Goodness, does that mean Liang Yuxiao and Tang Su's beating was all for naught? Zheng Qifeng nodded, glancing at the time. Well, the quest is about to conclude. Everyone, prepare yourselves. In the Wind and Snow City quest, Jiang Baishan fought with gusto, while Tang Yu felt thoroughly satisfied. Unfortunately, Liang Yuxiao and Tang Su became the final unfortunate souls, groaning as they slumped against the wall. If they were not still breathing, one might mistake them for corpses. Tang Yu glanced at the time, realizing how swiftly it had passed. The conclusion was near. Jiang Baishan, meanwhile, relished her skewers, savoring each delicious bite. It's good that it's ending. I'm quite weary of this. By the way, why has the dungeon kicked me out yet? Are you out of your mind? Are you truly waiting to be ejected? Perhaps the rules deem your behavior as not violating any protocols. Does that imply Liang Yuxiao and Tang Shubai have endured punishment? Well, sort of. But don't be too complacent. Who knows if they will seek retribution later. All right, if I Haven T breached any rules, I'll return those points to you later. Upon hearing Jiang Baishan's intent to return the points, Tang Yu shook his head. No need. You've already assisted me in dealing with those two rascals. Consider the points as your fee for the service rendered. Haha, fair enough. Jiang Baishan ceased her formalities. Quietly seated on the rooftop, enjoying her skewers while gazing at the distant flames, a smile illuminating her face. At last, a familiar voice resonated through the sky. The third stage, the Blizzard City survival task, is complete. Candidates, please prepare for teleportation. 3, 2, 1. All went dark before they reappeared in the void of space. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Qingfeng's figure emerged nearby. Upon seeing him, Liang Yuxiao rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, ready to lament his inhumane treatment. However, Zheng Qifeng offered him no such opportunity. Adhere to the examination rules. Anyone causing a disturbance will have their admission revoked. With those words, Liang Yuxiao could only wipe his tears and return to his spot, casting a venomous glare at Tang Yu, as if he wished to slay him with his gaze. At that moment, Zhang Qifeng suddenly proclaimed, "Now, I shall announce the scores of the students who have passed this examination, ranked by their points. First place, Tang Yu, with a total of 2,683,775 points. Second place, Jiang Baishan, with a total of 1,430,100 points. Third place, Liang Yuxiao, with a total of 386,000 points. Fourth place." As the scores of Tang Yu and Jiang Baishan were revealed, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Goodness! Over 2 million points. This score surpasses the combined total of everyone from third place to the last. Incredible! Jiang Baishan has effortlessly earned over 1 million points alongside Tang Yu. It's utterly astonishing. Wow, I'm envious. Had I known, I would have teamed up with Tang Yu. Darn it, I regret it immensely. Sigh. That fool Tang Shubai insisted on sticking with us, and look where it got him, on the brink of elimination. Jiang Baishan had not anticipated that she would effortlessly acquire over 1 million points alongside Tang Yu. In an instant, she felt that such an abundance of points was simply too overwhelming to utilize. Thus, she promptly turned to Tang Yu and said, "This amount of points is excessive. I can hardly make use of them. I believe it would be best to return them to you." Tang Yu smiled, not intending to claim any of those points. After all, no amount of points could be exchanged for magic crystals, and these points could only be utilized within the Imperial Academy, non-transferable and non-portable. Merely sufficient would suffice. "You needn't," he added, "for we are teammates. This is rightfully yours. Besides, as the captain, I have already received my fair share. However, there are no buts. Take them. If you ever wish to express your gratitude in the future, remember to share any worthwhile dungeon secrets with me." "Very well, thank you." At that moment, Zheng Qingfeng's gaze suddenly fell upon Liang Yuxiao. "Liang Yuxiao, due to your violation of examination rules, I hereby declare your results void and revoke your eligibility for the examination." Upon hearing these words, Liang Yuxiao's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "What? Chief Examiner, why? Why? You have oppressed other candidates, coercing them to transfer their points to you. Such actions constitute a serious violation of our examination regulations. Do you have anything further to say? This is unjust. I am the victim here. Chief Examiner, please see clearly. It is Tang Yu who has bullied us. He is the one who should have his exam qualifications revoked." Yet Zheng Qingfeng merely regarded him with a cold stare. "The truth is evident for all to see. Chief Examiner, this is a miscarriage of justice." Liang Yuxiao's protest was abruptly cut short as he was expelled from the void space. Then, Zheng Qifeng surveyed the crowd. "Very well, following the conclusion of the assessment, all candidates who have passed will receive corresponding rewards and notifications regarding their admission based on their rankings." A collective sigh of relief swept through the gathered individuals. Even those who had not passed felt a newfound clarity about themselves after this experience. Tang Su's mood was neither particularly good nor bad. In fact, he had grown somewhat numb to it all. The silver lining was that he had successfully passed the Academy's assessment. Conversely, the unfortunate news was that Tang Yu had secured the first place, amassing over 2 million points, while he himself had only a mere 100,000. Although he refrained from voicing it, he couldn't shake the feeling that Tang Yu might very well become the head of their clan. After all, his accomplishments spoke volumes. And even with his admission to the Imperial Academy, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. As Zheng Qingfeng's words faded, everyone gradually disappeared into the void. However, Tang Yu soon realized that only he and Zheng Qingfeng remained in the space. Chief Examiner, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Zheng Qingfeng scrutinized Tang Yu for a considerable time. "You are quite the fortunate individual. I find myself envious of your luck. I have kept you here to converse." "Oh, what shall we discuss?" Rewards, perhaps? The rewards will come to you in due course. What I am referring to is something else entirely. Elder 13 has taken a liking to you and wishes to accept you as her student. Elder 13? Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Isn't the D-Lin Academy comprised solely of 12 elders? Where did this 13th elder come from? It was merely a newly appointed elder. Her identity yet to be disclosed to the public. Nonetheless, anyone who could ascend to the position of elder at D-Lin Academy was undoubtedly formidable, which was certainly a positive development. However, I must remind you that while you currently possess a significant advantage among your peers upon entering D-Lin Academy, it is imperative that you relinquish all of your existing titles. Do you understand? Observing Zheng Qingfeng's earnest demeanor, Tang Yu recognized that the words were spoken with genuine concern and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Zheng Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively and continued. In addition to this matter, I have something else for you. With that, Zheng Qingfeng raised his hand and pointed at Tang Yu. In an instant, Tang Yu felt a golden rune appear on his arm. This is the rune mark for entering the Hall of Fame to participate in challenges. Keep it safe. For once you complete the second-tier challenge, you may proceed to the Hall of Fame to compete. Thank you, teacher. No need for thanks. Now it's getting late. You should head back. After saying this, he turned and vanished into the void. Tang Yu then followed suit, entering the dizzying time-space tunnel, where a series of notifications echoed in his ears. Upon completion of the assessment, please register at D-Lin Academy within 7 days. Rewards for the assessment: 2 double experience orbs, 1 golden set for second-tier universal practitioners, 1 golden medal of D-Lin Academy. Within the city lord's mansion of Linghai, excitement filled the air. Oh my, this is remarkable. Our Linghai city has produced a genius for D-Lin Academy. This is a source of pride for all of us. Indeed, Tang Yu secured first place single-handedly. It's a cause for celebration. Accumulating over 2 million points had set an unattainable benchmark for future candidates at D-Lin Academy. The previous highest record was merely over 500,000. It was highly unlikely that anyone would ever surpass the 2 million mark. Just then, Tang Yu emerged from the formation. The moment he appeared, everyone rushed over. Feng Jiushou, beaming with joy, approached and warmly patted Tang Yu on the shoulder. Well done. Not only have you successfully passed the assessment for D-Lin Academy, but you have also secured the first place and set a new record. Speak up. What reward do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu replied, I haven't decided on that yet. Perhaps we can discuss it once I have thought it through? Feng Jiushou chuckled heartily. Of course, that is perfectly fine. However, I believe you'll find a need for it quite soon. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the meaning behind the other's words. Subsequently, others approached to extend their congratulations. Among them, the most elated was none other than Principal Yang Dinghai of the first high school. Ah, Xiao Tang, thanks to you, our school has truly gained renown. From now on, you shall serve as our exemplar, the eternal pride of our institution. The principal exaggerates. Perhaps in the future, someone even more capable than I will emerge. Tang Yu humbly replied. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding principals displayed expressions of envy. Look at him. Despite achieving what can only be described as a miraculous result, he remains utterly unpretentious, a worthy role model. With such formidable talent, he is still so modest, far surpassing some of the less capable individuals from our own schools. It is no wonder he secured the first place. Both his abilities and character are beyond reproach. I am in awe. While Tang Yu was basking in the flattery of those around him, Tang Su emerged as well. However, when he stepped out, there wasn't a single staff member to greet him. Observing the adulation surrounding Tang Yu, jealousy and resentment surged within him. Why? Why does he receive such acclaim while I do not? I too have passed the assessment and become a student of the Imperial Academy. His heart burned with fury, which he could only direct towards Tang Yu. It's all your fault, all because of you. Tang Yu, I shall not rest until I see you fall. With that, he stormed out of the city lord's mansion. As soon as he exited, he spotted Tang Zhaoping, who had been waiting for him. Father. The moment he saw Tang Zhaoping, a wave of grievances washed over him. Son, did you pass? I did, but Tang Zhaoping gently patted Tang Su's shoulder, reassuring him, I understand everything. Do not worry. That rascal Tang Yu won't last much longer. Come, let us return home first. With that, the two of them made their way home. However, the moment they arrived, Tang Su was immediately enveloped by a formidable sense of pressure. Father, who is in our house? As soon as the words left his mouth, an elder of medium stature, exuding immense authority, appeared in the foyer. Upon seeing him, A jolt of surprise surged through Tang Su. Second elder? What brings you back? Tang Xiaoping chuckled and said to Tang Su, why haven't you bowed to your second grandfather yet? Second grandfather. All right, rise. I am aware of the recent events. That young lad Tang Yu has mistreated his own kin, rendering him unworthy of the responsibilities of the family head. Once he returns, we shall commence the selection assembly for the position of family leader. Tang Su wore a perplexed expression and quietly turned to Tang Xiaoping, asking, Father, what is happening? Great uncle has just arrived, and he's already set to preside over the family assembly? Furthermore, why has he suddenly been referred to as great uncle instead of the second elder? Observing Tang Su's innocent demeanor, Tang Xiaoping sighed and explained, it is because I have bestowed a spiritual vain mind from our family upon your great uncle. He is here to ensure justice for us. Do you understand? Tang Su suddenly realized, his heart filled with overwhelming joy. The position of the family head was indeed assured. As long as he became a student of the Imperial Academy, this matter was as good as settled. Just wait and see. Upon leaving the city lord's mansion, Tang Yu felt as though he were walking on air. That fellow, with a throng of admirers singing his praises, was an overwhelming scene that most would find difficult to endure. He was eager to rush home and delve into the golden armor rewards bestowed by the Imperial Academy. It was worth noting that these were not merely any armaments, but golden quality equipment, and they came as a complete set. His anticipation to see them was palpable. However, just after leaving the city lord's mansion, he spotted two familiar figures. Come on, let's get in the car. Jiang Baishan, with an air of familiarity, took hold of Tang Yu's arm and promptly ushered him into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was standing to the side, watching the scene unfold with a cheerful expression, showing no sign of discontent. Tang Yu even felt that the gaze directed at him resembled that of a father-in-law observing his son-in-law. Xiao Tang, congratulations. Jiang Yueching's face radiated with joy as he spoke, extending a black box towards him. Thank you, Master Jiang. By the way, this is Jiang Yueching chuckled heartily, glancing at his daughter beside him before shifting his gaze back to Tang Yu. Shanshan has already informed me. It is thanks to you that she has acquired so many points this time. It is merely a small token of appreciation. Please do not decline. Tang Yu sighed, preparing to decline the offer, but he was met with Jiang Baishan's sulky expression as she pouted at him. If you refuse, I shall return the points to you. This is a gift I personally selected for you. Faced with her demeanor, Tang Yu could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. Upon opening the box, he was greeted by the sight of an unremarkable black bead. The bead was smooth and translucent, and upon closer inspection, one could discern shimmering stardust within. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiang Yueching's eyes as he began to explain. This object is known as the Spirit Calming Pearl. In the face of danger, it can shield you from 3 fatal injuries. However, the opponent's strength must not exceed the 4th tier. The crafting of this item is exceedingly challenging. He had succeeded in creating only 2, one bestowed upon Jiang Baishan and the other now resting in Tang Yu's hand. Tang Yu, upon learning of the formidable power possessed by the Spirit Pearl, ceased to decline any further. I express my gratitude to you, Master Jiang. The other party, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, do not call me Master Jiang. Simply refer to me as Uncle Jiang. In the future, within the academy, it will be you who must look after Shanshan. As he spoke these words, Jiang Yueching could not help but cast a glance at his daughter. This statement also bore the tone of a father speaking to his son-in-law. Tang Yu felt somewhat awkward, as he had not anticipated that Jiang Baishan would regard him with such significance. The vehicle arrived at Jiang Yueching's residence, where a table laden with a delightful array of homemade dishes awaited Tang Yu. After several rounds of wine and a variety of flavorsome dishes, the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. Tang Yu bid farewell to the Jiang family and returned to his hometown. It was already the stroke of midnight, yet the ancestral residence of the Tang family remained brilliantly illuminated. As he pushed open the door, Tang Yu was greeted by the sight of numerous individuals seated on either side of the hall, with none other than the long-absent second elder, Jiang Tianhong, presiding over them. Suddenly, a voice resonated from within. Tang Yu, how dare you arrive late to the family patriarch meeting? What manner of behavior is this? Hurry and come inside. Witnessing the scene, Tang Yu's mind instantly sharpened. Convening a family patriarch meeting at such a late hour could only indicate something amiss or clandestine. Clearly, the intentions of these individuals were shrouded in secrecy. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu stepped into the hall, only to discover that his father's seat had already been occupied by Tang Xiaoping, leaving him without a place to sit. At that moment, the second elder, Tang Tianhong, cast a sinister glance in his direction. Tang Yu, since you have arrived late, according to the family's regulations, the matter of electing the family head can only be communicated to you. I hereby declare that starting today, the seventh head of the Tang family in Linhai City shall be Tang Zhongping. Furthermore, during the assessment at the Imperial Academy, your various insults and assaults against your kin, as well as your oppressive behavior towards your clansmen, have already violated our family rules. Henceforth, you, Tang Yu, are expelled from the Tang family. All eyes in the room turned towards Tang Yu, some filled with sympathy, others with glee, and many simply eager to witness the unfolding drama. Tang Yu observed the triumphant expression on Tang Zhongping's face, the smug demeanor of Tang Su, and the air of disdain emanating from Tang Tianhong. Tang Tianhong. When did the election of the Tang families head become your prerogative? Moreover, who granted you the authority to convene a family meeting at such a late hour? What do you consider yourself? As for your accusations regarding my alleged insult and assault on a clan member, I concede to the act. However, you have only heeded the one-sided accounts of the Tang Zhongping father and son, which is in violation of clan regulations. Naturally, I regard the so-called resolutions of this farcical family meeting as mere nonsense. Tomorrow morning, I expect the concerned individuals to seek repentance at the ancestral hall on their own accord, rather than waiting for me to hold them accountable one by one. With that, Tang Yu turned and departed, leaving without any hesitation. Tang Zhongping, consumed by fury, slammed his palm upon the table and exclaimed, "How outrageous! You disregard the clan rules and show no respect for your elders. Is this truly your attitude, Tang Yu? Very well. Today I shall invoke the clan's laws to punish you, the outcast of our family." Meanwhile, Tang Su, equally incensed, rose to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Yu, declaring, "You have openly admitted to your transgressions against me. What more is there to discuss? According to our clan's regulations, you shall have your awakened powers stripped away and be cast out from the Tang family." Tang Tianhong's authority was challenged by Tang Yu, and it was only natural that he would not let the matter slide. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. To defy an elder is to incur a greater sin. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a devastating palm thunder. It is worth noting that as an elder of the Tang family, Tang Tianhong's strength was second only to the Grand Elder, having reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Level 10. This palm thunder was his signature skill. Even opponents of the same tier would think twice before confronting it. For a single strike could lead to either death or severe injury, undoubtedly a fearsome attack. However, in the face of Tang Tianhong, who towered a complete realm above him, Tang Yu remained unfazed. He promptly summoned his monstrous soldiers. Bang! The palm thunder was instantly blocked by the human infantry. Nevertheless, as a top-tier third-level mage, Tang Tianhong was but a step away from the fourth tier. In the moment the palm thunder struck, the human infantry was sent flying, its silver armor shattering upon impact. The silver lining was that, although the infantry had absorbed the full brunt of the attack and its armor lay in ruins, it had miraculously survived. Upon witnessing their elder's lethal blow thwarted by Tang Yu's monstrous soldiers, the onlookers from the Tang family exchanged astonished glances. What an astonishing class! Is it truly a sewer profession or a divine one? This summoned unit managed to withstand the second elder's fatal strike. They had heard that he had secured first place in his recent assessment and was said to possess considerable strength. Perhaps the rumors were indeed true. Goodness, has he summoned so many units at once? Is this truly the Lord I know? They gasped, having heard that his soldiers were of the peak silver tier. Could it be genuine? Yet, to withstand a critical attack from a third-level, ninth-tier expert, what immense power was this? Tang Zhongping originally believed that the second elder merely intended to give Tang Yu a mild lesson. However, he was taken aback to discover that the elder had resorted to lethal measures. Although such actions might arouse suspicion among other family members at this juncture, the second elder's approach undeniably represented the optimal solution. Only by eliminating Tang Yu could he firmly secure his position as the head of the family. Yet, to his astonishment, the fatal blow from the second elder was deftly thwarted by Tang Yu. He gazed incredulously at the human infantry standing before Tang Yu, then turned his attention to Tang Su. How could he be so formidable? Tang Su felt utterly despondent. I had warned you all, yet none took it seriously. Goodness. This is rather excessive, isn't it? How could a mere first-tier practitioner possibly withstand the lethal strike of a half-step fourth-tier practitioner? A flicker of surprise passed through Tang Tianhong's gaze. What a clever lad. No wonder he dared to confront the clan elders publicly. It appears he has developed a bit of backbone. However, Do you truly believe that possessing mere rudimentary skills grants you the audacity to act with impunity? Tang Yu gazed at the injured human infantry and promptly summoned them back. The injured beast soldiers. Apart from their inherent healing abilities and the Lord's active administration of restorative potions, could also recuperate when recalled to the spatial realm. Observing the murderous glint in Tang Tianhong's eyes, Tang Yu realized that a fierce battle awaited him that night. It was evident that their adversaries would not easily relent. Among the clansmen present, few were aligned with Tang Jiangping, yet most had already attained the third transformation. It was sheer folly to believe he could confront them single-handedly. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and quietly activated the system to examine the various units before ultimately settling on the gargoyle. As his first purchasable unit of silver quality among the aerial combatants, the gargoyle seemed to be his only hope of dealing with this group under the current circumstances. He then turned to face Tang Tianhong, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Tang Tianhong, you distort the truth and convene family meetings to persecute your kin. Such treachery deserves death. Are you not afraid of the elder's retribution when he arrives? Haha. Tang Yu, do you even comprehend your own words? I am the second elder of the clan, vested with the authority to organize family meetings. Even the grand elder must heed my position. With that, he stepped forward. Grasping at the air, an verdant golden staff materialized in his hand. Today, I shall act on behalf of the clan to bring you down. With a swift motion, he summoned a bolt of golden lightning from the staff, hurling it towards Tang Yu. In response to this assault, Tang Yu had no intention of defending himself. Instead, he issued a command to all the summoned beasts. Attack! The ghoul's eyes glowed red, enhanced by Tang Yu's berserk skill, as it lunged towards Tang Tianhong. The musketeers raised their firearms, and upon Tang Yu's command, they immediately pulled the triggers. The human infantry stood resolutely at the forefront, while the female hunter hurled her crescent blade towards Tang Tianhong. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Tang Jiangping immediately rose and called out to the other clansmen. Form a formation to protect the second elder. Boom. A golden lightning bolt struck down upon Tang Yu in an instant. Yet, with the black spirit stabilizing pearl firmly grasped in his hand, Tang Yu stood unwavering. However, the black spirit stabilizing pearl had begun to lose its luster. Tang Tianhong was taken aback upon witnessing Tang Yu courageously intercepting his most formidable strike with his own body. How astonishing. He must possess some extraordinary treasure. I shall see how many more times you can withstand this. With that, he raised his staff once more. A golden lightning bolt surged towards Tang Yu, but this time, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, effortlessly blocking the golden lightning. Tang Tianhong, you are quite audacious. At the sound of that familiar voice, everyone felt a jolt of surprise. The Grand Elder? The Grand Elder has returned. Tang Yu initially intended to rely on the spirit orb to thwart Tang Tianhong's 3 assaults, subsequently dispatching the adversary with his formidable beast troops. However, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Grand Elder. As the pinnacle of combat prowess within the clan, the Grand Elder, whose rank had ascended to the 4th tier, stood as the very pillar of the Tang family. Without his presence, it is likely that the Tang clan would have struggled to endure until this moment. Yet, due to his advanced age, the Grand Elder typically refrained from intervening in family affairs, only occasionally involving himself in matters concerning the clan leader. With only a few days remaining until the official clan meeting for the selection of the family head, it was unexpected for the Grand Elder to make an early appearance. Clad in a flowing white mage's robe, he entered the room, his gaze sharp and predatory, akin to that of a hawk fixated on Tang Tianhong. The once fierce Tang Tianhong, upon beholding the Grand Elder, instantly wilted, his legs buckling as he sank to his knees. Grand Elder! Tang Tianhong exclaimed. You still recognize me as the Grand Elder. To unilaterally convene a clan meeting and select a family leader is audacious indeed, yet you chose to hold it at night. What are you so afraid of? Tang Tianhong lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. Great Elder, I have been blinded by my own foolishness. I was wrong. I implore you to grant me another chance. However, the Great Elder showed no mercy and raised his hand, unleashing a devastating elemental shattering skill into the opponent's body. Boom. Tang Tianhong's body erupted in a violent display, transforming into a cascade of blood rain. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the crowd. As an elder of the Tang family, he was expected to embody the dignity befitting his status. The second elder, who wielded the power to select the family head, had committed an act of treachery against the Tang family. By slaying him today, I send a warning to all of you. Anyone who dares to follow in his footsteps shall meet the same fate. A profound silence enveloped the scene. As everyone stood frozen in terror, trembling at the unfolding spectacle. The elder then turned his attention to the other elders, who, in their fright, immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Elder, it was Tang Tianhong who coerced us. We were utterly unaware of the circumstances. They cried, please spare our lives. We acknowledge our mistakes. Have mercy, elder. Yet, the elder paid them no heed, instead directing his gaze towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu, how do you propose we deal with them? Tang Yu understood that the Grand Elder had executed Tang Tianhong as a means to instill fear among them. Although these elders were guilty, their transgressions did not warrant death. Especially considering that the Tang family still required their services, eliminating them entirely could lead to the disintegration of the clan. Consequently, he cast a cold glance at the assembly of elders and declared, you shall be punished with 5 years of servitude, remaining under observation. Should there be a repeat of such behavior, the penalty shall be death without mercy. Upon hearing Tang Yu's pronouncement, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction and addressed the assembly with a commanding voice. Did you not hear? The others, fearing further repercussions, immediately knelt in gratitude towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief and turned to the elder, clasping his hands together in respect. Junior has come to pay my respects to the elder. The elder nodded with evident satisfaction, declaring, indeed, very commendable. With such an outstanding junior like you in the Tang family, how could we not prosper in the future? Aha. Upon hearing these words, the family members understood that the elder intended to elevate Tang Yu as the family head. Those present, all astute individuals, would certainly not miss this opportunity for redemption. One by one, they knelt before Tang Yu, exclaiming in unison, we pay our respects to the family head. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. These individuals truly possessed a remarkable talent for opportunism. When he had been ensnared by the schemes of Tang Tianhong and his cohorts, not a single person had come to his aid. Now, with the elders supporting him, they were all kneeling before him, addressing him as the family head. Observing the sea of kneeling figures, Tang Yu showed no inclination to have them rise, instead directing his gaze towards Tang Zhaoping and his son. At that moment, Tang Zhaoping stood in shock at the sight of Tang Tianhong, who had been swiftly dealt with by the elder. The realization that the elder had tacitly allowed the clan members to refer to Tang Yu as the family head struck him with a sense of impending doom. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. After all his efforts and meticulous planning, he found himself ultimately defeated. As these thoughts plagued him, his hatred for Tang Yu deepened. However, with the elder, the most powerful figure in the family, firmly on Tang Yu's side, he saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Could it truly be that he would be allowed to escape unscathed? Just then, the elder's cold voice broke the silence. Tang Zhanpeng, Tang Su. Do you have nothing to say? Tang Su was already rendered speechless by the recent fate of the second elder, and he immediately knelt before the Grand Elder, bowing his head in a plea for mercy. Grand Elder, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, grant me my life. However, the Grand Elder paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze towards Tang Zhaoping. And what of you? Tang Zhaoping took a deep breath, and suddenly, a glimmer of murderous intent surged within his gaze. A dagger flew from his sleeve, aimed directly at Tang Yu. Damn it, even if I die, I will take you down with me. However, Tang Yu had long anticipated this move. A ghoul promptly positioned itself in front of him. With a piercing sound, the dagger plunged into the heart of the ghoul, yet it merely swayed momentarily before effortlessly retracting the blade. Tang Yu waved his hand decisively. Kill. Instantly, all the monstrous beasts surged towards Tang Zhaoping. In a mere moment, Tang Zhaoping's body was left battered and bruised, and with his last breath, he looked towards Tang Su. Son, avenge me. Witnessing the brutal murder of his father, Tang Su could no longer contain his fury and immediately hurled a fireball towards Tang Yu. Bang! The fireball was effortlessly intercepted by a ghoul, merely a flicker of flame that left no mark upon its flesh. Oblivious to its fate, the command was given. Kill. Tang Yu commanded the ghoul to act once more. In an instant, Tang Su was eliminated by the ghoul in a swift manner. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with everyone trembling in fear. Nonetheless, Tang Yu was indifferent to their plight and promptly declared, return and reflect upon your actions. Confess your misdeeds at the earliest opportunity. Now, leave. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt an immense sense of relief, kneeling down to express their gratitude before hastily departing the ancestral hall. With the avenging of his father's death resolved, Tang Yu approached the Grand Elder and once again bowed respectfully. Thank you, Grand Elder. The elder sighed and replied, well, now that you are the head of the family, you must embody the stature of a leader. In truth, it is I who should be expressing my gratitude. Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Why did the elder speak in such a manner? The elder chuckled heartily and produced an ancient-looking pill box from within his robes. Were it not for your triumph in securing first place at the Imperial Academy, the city lord would likely not have bestowed this life-extending elixir upon me. Thus, it is you who has granted me this extended lease on life. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu suddenly comprehended what Feng Jiuzhou had conveyed to him earlier in the day. It turned out that he had long since prepared a reward for him. This revelation filled Tang Yu with profound respect for Feng Jiuzhou. At that moment, the elder spoke again. There is something regarding your father that I wish to disclose to you. Yet, I have harbored concerns that you may not be able to bear it. However, upon witnessing your performance in the entrance examination at the Imperial Academy, I believe you are now ready to accept this truth. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Elder, are you suggesting that my father is not deceased? Not quite, came the response. He has indeed passed away, yet his body is nowhere to be found. What? Tang Yu was taken aback. A life had been lost, yet the body was nowhere to be found. Recalling the memories from his previous life, he remembered that everyone had witnessed his father's burial. Could it be that someone had exhumed the grave and stolen his father's remains? The thought sent a chill through his heart. Could it be the work of those sinister individuals who preyed upon the deceased? As if sensing Tang Yu's apprehensions, the elder spoke up to clarify. However, based on my investigation at the time, it appears that your mother was the one who took your father's body away. What? Each word from the elder left Tang Yu in utter shock, never expecting this to involve his mother. Good heavens! What had his mother been up to? Was it that she couldn't bear to part with his father, leading her to steal his remains? He dared not contemplate the implications further. Yet, the elder's next words brought him a moment of relief. Do you know why your mother was expelled from the Tang family? Tang Yu shook his head. In his memory, his mother's departure from home was exceedingly abrupt, devoid of any forewarning. When he first learned of this matter, he inundated his father with inquiries. Yet the latter faltered and failed to articulate a definitive reason. In light of this, Tang Yu felt that the secrets of the Tang family were indeed far too numerous. In truth, your mother awakened to the profession of a medium. At this moment, Tang Yu was rendered speechless by astonishment. What secrets lay hidden within his family that he was unaware of? He felt that the shock he experienced upon his arrival in this world paled in comparison to the revelations he encountered today. His understanding of mediums was rather limited. He knew only that these practitioners could communicate with the deceased, uncovering the various secrets left behind in their wake. Due to the extraordinary nature of their abilities, once one became a medium, they essentially bore a mark that made them the target of all other practitioners. After all, no one wished for their loved ones to become the subjects of a medium's work, exposing their secrets posthumously. However, such practitioners were exceedingly rare, and many were oblivious to the existence of this profession. Thus, it was indeed because my mother feared implicating the Tang family that she chose to leave. Indeed, she is fundamentally a good person, not someone who intended to abandon you. Therefore, I hope you will no longer harbor resentment towards your mother. Well, in truth, I do not hate her. By the way, is my mother at the Imperial Academy? Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief and inquired softly. Although his predecessor had indeed felt a surge of anger towards his mother for her sudden departure, leading to some irrational actions deep within, he harbored an intense yearning to see her once more and convey that he did not harbor any hatred towards her. This longing was the reason why the predecessor's obsession with reuniting with his mother persisted in Tang Yu's heart. The elder shook his head, a hint of pity crossing his face. Your father must have told you, did he not? In truth, this was merely an excuse he concocted to comfort you. By the way, within your father's tomb lies an exclusive talisman of the spiritual medium. It may provide you with some clues. With that, he produced a dark purple jade token and handed it to Tang Yu. This is what was left in the tomb, the sole remnant your mother bequeathed. Tang Yu received the jade pendant, admiring the singular bloom of a resurrection lily intricately carved upon its surface, and carefully tucked it away. Thank you, elder, for imparting this knowledge to me. It is no trouble at all. In fact, sharing these secrets has brought me a sense of relief, the elder replied. Subsequently, Tang Yu spoke with utmost seriousness. Elder, I fear I shall soon lack the time to manage the family's affairs. Thus I intend to entrust the Tang clan to your capable hands. As you wish, it shall be entirely at the family's head's discretion. I shall exert myself to the fullest. After a brief exchange, Tang Yu arranged for the proper handling of the remains and confined Tang Su to the woodshed before returning to his chamber. That night, sleep eluded him. The weight of newfound revelations rendered him restless. Gazing at the violet jade pendant in his hand, He felt an unsettling notion that perhaps all of this was orchestrated by his mother. It was possible that he had encountered her before, albeit without recognition. Ah, Tang Yu. You have truly landed me in a formidable predicament. I never anticipated it would prove so challenging. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the Tang family's ancestral home, the butler, Old Yang, had prepared breakfast as per usual, though today it was exceptionally lavish. Master, breakfast is ready. Please go freshen up. Observing the unmistakable smile on Old Yang's face, Tang Yu approached and gently patted his shoulder. Old Yang, although you are not a blood relative of the Tang family, you are undoubtedly its most loyal servant. When I depart for the Imperial Academy, I shall arrange for you to undertake a different role. What would you like to pursue? Old Yang was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of melancholy. Master, I have grown accustomed to being the butler. I wish to continue in this capacity. Very well, it is your choice. From now on, you shall oversee the household, Tang Yu said, perceiving the reluctance etched across Old Yang's face, and he sighed softly. After all, he had watched him grow up, and there was an undeniable bond. Following a simple wash and a light breakfast, Tang Yu proceeded to the ancestral hall. Upon his arrival, all members of the Tang family bowed in reverence. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Tang Yu raised his hand to quiet the crowd, then nodded to the Grand Elder. The family meeting commenced officially. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Tang Yu successfully ascended as the new head of the Tang family. Subsequently, he presented all resources belonging to Tang Xiangpeng's family. A portion was retained for the family's operations while another segment was allocated as rewards for those kin who had contributed to the family. Finally, Tang Yu ordered for Tang Su to be brought forth. In the gaze of the onlookers, he formally declared Tang Su's expulsion from the Tang family. Thus, the family affairs reached their conclusion. A few days later, on the eve of his departure, Old Yang tearfully clutched Tang Yu, offering numerous admonitions that brought tears to Tang Yu's eyes. After bidding farewell to his family, Tang Yu embarked on his scholarly journey to the Imperial Academy. Originally, Jiang Baishan intended to depart alongside Tang Yu, but Ouyang Mingwei expressed that she had matters to attend to and took Jiang Baishan away early. At the intercity teleportation array in Linghai City, upon encountering Feng Jiuzhou once more, Tang Yu conveyed his heartfelt gratitude. It could be said that Feng Jiuzhou had indirectly saved his life. Had it not been for him, the Grand Elder might not have appeared in time. And in that battle of overwhelming disparity, victory would have been unattainable for him. Feng Jiuzhou chuckled heartily, saying, "No need for formalities. From now on, I will ensure that the Tang family in Linghai City is well protected. Focus on your studies at the Imperial Academy, and I eagerly await the day you enter the Hall of Fame. Thank you, City Lord. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave. Indeed. Take care of yourself." After bidding farewell with a wave, Tang Yu stepped into the teleportation array. The colossal intercity teleportation array consumed vast amounts of magic crystals each time it was activated, and its construction cost was exorbitant. The starting price for a single use of the array was as high as 1,000 magic crystals, with further distances incurring even greater costs. However, Tang Yu was fortunate enough to incur no expenses, having received a permanent free usage right. This clearly illustrated Feng Jiuzhou's high regard for him. As a flash of light enveloped him, he was transported forth. Tang Yu felt as though his body had been thrust into a washing machine, his vision gradually transforming into a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. After a few minutes, he finally touched down successfully. Shaking his head slightly, the sensation of dizziness began to fade away. Tang Yu presented his identification to the inspector at the intercity teleportation array in the imperial city of Lingsing Province. After a brief examination, the inspector returned all the documents without hesitation. Tang Yu stepped out of the intercity teleportation center, instantly captivated by the towering edifice in the distance. Could that be the divine creation pavilion of the Imperial Academy? It was truly magnificent. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals, much like himself, who were visiting the Imperial Province for the first time, and nearly everyone was drawn to the floating divine creation pavilion. Having arrived at the Imperial Province via the most convenient aerial transport, he did not head directly to the Imperial Academy. Instead, he made his way to a nearby vocational trader center of considerable size. His storage space was already filled with various equipment, items, and skill books, which held little use for him, so he decided to sell them outright. Upon seeing over 10,000 magic crystals added to his account, Tang Yu promptly exchanged the entire sum for system gold coins. The Imperial Academy was the second largest complex in the entire Imperial City, surpassed only by the Divine Creation Pavilion. The prosperity of the imperial city was inextricably linked to the presence of the Imperial Academy. After managing a series of tedious affairs, Tang Yu finally obtained the key to his residence. Just as he was about to explore his living quarters, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "Hey, Tang Yu." Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning to behold Nangong Yu, who sported glasses and a ponytail. "Is it you? What a coincidence." "Indeed. I've been following you for half the day. Do you need a guide?" Of course. Encountering Nangong Yu again filled Tang Yu with joy. After all, in such an unfamiliar place, meeting a familiar face was truly fortuitous. Moreover, Nangong Yu was a senior at the Imperial Academy, and her presence would undoubtedly spare him considerable trouble. Under her guidance, Tang Yu located his accommodation. To his surprise, the living conditions at the Imperial Academy were remarkably superior, even better than his old residence in Linhai City, save for the absence of a butler. Subsequently, Nangong Yu escorted Tang Yu to the cafeteria, the trial center, the dungeon hall, and various vocational departments. Finally, with a hint of mystery, Nangong Yu instructed, "Wait for me downstairs. I need to fetch something." As he watched her depart, Tang Yu found himself waiting outside the girls' dormitory. It resembled a university campus, with numerous boys lingering outside. After a brief interval, Nangong Yu hurriedly emerged, her hair disheveled. She held out a box to Tang Yu, exclaiming, "Here?" Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, to receive a gift upon our first meeting is rather unexpected." The surrounding young men beheld this scene with expressions of envy. To their astonishment, they had presumed Tang Yu was merely another sycophant among them, and here he was, pursued by a girl. What was even more striking was the girl's breathtaking beauty. Radiating youthful elegance, her long legs stirred a delightful flutter within their hearts. Tang Yu opened the box and was greeted by the sight of a black talisman, a look of astonishment instantly gracing his face. "What is this?" "This is an entrance ticket to the Changguan Sword Path instance. Did you not promise to call me when there was a good instance in the future?" Tang Yu suddenly recalled, having lightly mentioned it in passing, to his astonishment that Nangong Yu had actually remembered. However, upon observing the mysterious black seal adorned with a subtly flowing power, he immediately sensed its significance. As expected, Nangong Yu elaborated that the Changguan Sword Dao instance was a multiplayer dungeon that opened only once a year. Anyone who entered the dungeon on the designated day could join countless adventurers in vying for various treasures within. Furthermore, the maximum entry level for the Changguan Sword Dao instance was restricted to the second tier, meaning the highest level achievable within its confines was merely that of a second tier. Level 10 individual. In fact, it was a gift from my master, who mentioned that since you saved me last time, she decided to bestow this upon you. Tang Yu carefully tucked away the box, revealing a radiant smile. "Please extend my gratitude to your teacher, and thank you as well. Until tomorrow." "Indeed. I shall see you outside the dungeon tomorrow. In the morning, I will introduce you to our captain." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu paused momentarily, surprised. "Are there others?" "Yes. It's a team from the Qingyun Guild of the Imperial Academy, arranged with the assistance of my teacher. After all, I am merely a seer, lacking any combat prowess. Thus I must rely on teamwork." As Nangong Yu uttered these words, a hint of resignation was evident in her tone. The primary role of a seer is to provide guidance, rendering them virtually devoid of any combat capability. Subsequently, Tang Yu offered her some words of comfort. Fortunately, Nangong Yu possessed a cheerful disposition and harbored a deep affection for her profession. After a lengthy conversation, Tang Yu was astounded by a particular revelation. "Well, it was actually my teacher who suggested I treat you as my boyfriend. She mentioned that it is exceedingly perilous for seers to venture out alone. In the event of danger, seeking assistance from others is prudent. If the individual is a solitary male, this approach may be attempted." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu felt as though his worldview was on the verge of shattering. Goodness, no wonder Nangong Yu appeared to be the epitome of a well-behaved girl. It turns out she was capable of such actions due to the influence of a mentor lurking in the background. This revelation sparked a desire in Tang Yu to catch a glimpse of her teacher's true identity. Nevertheless, it also subtly illuminated the poignant sorrow inherent in the role of a support prophet. Tang Yu felt immensely fortunate to have acquired the system. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a position lesser than that of a seer. After a brief conversation, mealtime approached. Nangong Yu eagerly tugged at Tang Yu, insisting on treating him to a meal. Faced with Nangong Yu's enthusiastic invitation, Tang Yu had no reason to decline. It must be said that the culinary offerings at this establishment were quite remarkable, featuring an extensive array of delectable dishes. However, one notable aspect was the exorbitant prices, which could only be settled with points. When Tang Yu observed Nangong Yu's points balance displaying a mere 20,000, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the long-legged beauty. After all, Nangong Yu had been at the academy for over 2 years, and as an upperclassman, her points were surprisingly scant. I shall use my points instead. Tang Yu unceremoniously seized the emblem of the Imperial Academy from the other party and placed it in her palm. Nangong Yu sighed, adopting the tone of a senior. Tang Yu, as a freshman, you are likely to squander points at the outset. As someone who has been through this, I would be pleased to treat you to a meal. Please, find a place to sit. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yu had already produced his golden emblem and handed it to the cafeteria lady. Madam, please add 2 more dishes, this one and that one, and oh, a bowl of soup for each. At that moment, the surrounding students, the cafeteria lady, and Nangong Yu were all taken aback. Their gazes were fixed upon the golden emblem in Tang Yu's hand. Wow, a golden emblem. Goodness, he must be quite a big shot. My heavens. Shouldn't he black iron and bronze be reserved for freshmen? How does he possess a golden emblem? Is this truly the legendary golden emblem that requires 1,000,000 points to obtain? How on earth did he achieve that as a newcomer? Suddenly, I regret mocking him for not understanding the value of points. He is genuinely wealthy. Indeed, it is only fitting that he pays. Observing the cafeteria lady's astonished expression, Tang Yu couldn't help but turn to Nangong Yu and inquire, "What's wrong? Why does everyone look like that?" Nangong Yu was at a loss for words, nearly in tears. Oh dear, I want to cry. How can you, a freshman, possess a golden emblem? This is an emblem that can only be obtained with 1,000,000 points. Tang Yu inquired further and soon understood that the golden medal was not merely an item of equipment, but rather a medium for storing points, with the quality of the medal determined by the quantity of points accumulated. Medals with fewer than 1,000 points are classified as black iron upon reaching 10,000 points. One attains a bronze medal, while 100,000 points yields a silver medal. 1,000,000 points grants one a golden medal. And those who aspire to possess even higher accolades are typically the elite scholars of the academy, within the esteemed walls of the Imperial Academy. Possessing 100,000 points already marks one as a formidable expert, while those with 1,000,000 points are exceedingly rare, particularly as Tang Yu is merely a new student. Nangong Yu cradled Tang Yu's golden medal, filled with envy beyond measure. No, I must indulge in something exquisite today. Tang Yu let out a hearty laugh. Eat freely. I shall cover all expenses today. The following morning, Tang Yu awoke languidly under the urging of Nangong Yu. Come on, isn't it a bit excessive? The Longguan Sword Dao instance doesn't start until 10 o'clock. It's only 5. Nangong Yu replied, exasperated. As a support role, I must prepare the necessities for our team members, especially since our vice captain, Jiang Yang, has a penchant for MOUNT, which is notoriously difficult to procure. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Really? We're all professionals here. Why must the support class bear the burden of preparation? Is it simply because of our role? Sighing, he realized there was no alternative. After all, they were the primary damage dealers and also bore the brunt of the damage. Just put up with it this once, will you? Observing Nangong Yu's submissive demeanor, Tang Yu could hardly fathom how she had endured such circumstances for the past 2 years. Nonetheless, he acquiesced and followed her after she finished her morning routine to procure various supplies. Fortunately, the food and essentials were not overly expensive, and Nangong Yu was familiar with several budget-friendly vendors, allowing them to conserve a significant amount of points. Tang Yu was seething with anger, increasingly feeling the weight of his frustrations. However, given that Nangong Yu would still rely on the other guild members for survival, it was imperative for her to curry favor with them, leaving her with little choice. Although she had expended some points, Nangong Yu assured him that upon the completion of their task, she would accrue even more points, which were the very source of her current resources. At this revelation, Tang Yu suddenly felt a wave of compassion for this long-legged girl. After they had gathered all their supplies, the pair hastened towards the dungeon center. The portal opened daily at 9 in the morning, yet a considerable number of adventurers were already gathered outside, eagerly awaiting the challenge. With a multitude of bags in hand, Nangong Yu scanned the area and, upon spotting their target, exclaimed to Tang Yu, "Over there. Let us hurry." Tang Yu nodded and followed the other person. Upon arrival, he beheld a robust young man leaning against the wall, yawning with evident displeasure. "Where's that prophet? Does he not understand the rules? I'm nearly starving." Nangong Wei hurried over, apologizing. "I'm so sorry for the delay. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Here's your breakfast. These are spicy, and these are not, along with some special flavors, all clearly marked." However, before she could finish her words, the food was snatched away, with no one paying heed to what she had to say. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yu felt a surge of indignation, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to reprimand these discourteous individuals. Yet, Nan Gongyu approached him, grasping his arm with a pleading tone. "Please, could you spare me this? I truly need them to assist me in completing dungeons to earn points and items." Tang Yu sighed and lowered his fists, stating, "By indulging them unconditionally, you only invite further disrespect." He lamented, "Alas, what can be done? Such is the tragedy of my profession." As he spoke, a tall, slender man approached, prompting Na Gongyu to hastily step forward. "Captain Jiang Yang, the emotion tea you requested." The man glanced at Na Gongyu, casually accepting the tea. But upon taking a sip, he immediately furrowed his brow. "Na Gongyu, is this the flavor I desired? Do take a look at what you have purchased." Na Gongyu was momentarily taken aback, and after confirming the contents, she asked, somewhat aggrieved, "Captain Jiang Yang, isn't this what you wanted?" "Humph, you cannot even comprehend my preferences? I wanted the emotion tea with extra sugar." But last time you specifically requested it without sugar." "Speak not. Do you wish to be expelled from the team?" At this juncture, Tang Yu abruptly stepped forward, shielding Na Gongyu behind him, his voice laced with indignation as he addressed Jiang Yang. "Captain Jiang Yang, if you have a particular taste in tea, you may procure it yourself. Why must you make things difficult for the other team members?" Jiang Yang felt his authority challenged upon hearing someone defend Na Gongyu. "And who are you to admonish me?" Realizing the situation was escalating, Na Gongyu quickly intervened. "Captain Jiang Yang, this is Tang Yu, our new team member. It's all a misunderstanding." However, she was abruptly cut off by Jiang Yang's brusque interruption. "Humph. Spare me the explanations. If he is here merely to accumulate points, he should adopt an attitude befitting that role. A newcomer daring to criticize me. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of significance?" Tang Yu, undeterred, gazed at his opponent with a hint of disdain. Relying on his superior level, he resorted to bullying support players and novices. If he possessed true skill, he should dare to confront other main combat professions. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Jiang Yang, infuriated, was poised to take action immediately. Tang Yu refused to be outdone and was poised to summon his magical beast soldiers for a head-on confrontation. Although Jiang Yang was formidable, he was merely a second-tier, third-level swordsman. Tang Yu felt confident that, with the aid of his magical beasts, he could easily vanquish his opponent. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden voice pierced the air. "What is going on here? This brawling is utterly disgraceful. If you have no intention of entering the dungeon, then leave." The onlookers, who initially intended to assist Jiang Yang, were immediately silenced by the arrival of the speaker, forming two rows and bowing their heads in submission. As the figure approached, Tang Yu was finally able to discern their identity. It was a second-tier, level 10 fire mage, whose temperament appeared to be as fiery as their magic. Na Gongyu felt a surge of anxiety, silently praying that she would not be expelled from the team. Tang Yu was certainly devoid of any fear, for these individuals were excessively domineering. Had it not been for Na Gongyu's invitation, he would not have even cast a glance at such a mission. He had steeled himself to endure humiliation and hardship, yet this group continued to escalate their arrogance, pushing Tang Yu to his limits. As they approached, one of them scrutinized Tang Yu from head to toe. "Are you Tang Yu, the newly appointed member of the Lord's professional team?" "Yes, Captain, I am Tang Yu." "Very well. Since this is a directive from Teacher Lin, I expect you to adhere strictly to the team's rules and refrain from opposing your superiors in the future." With that, he extended his hand towards Tang Yu. "Welcome to the Qingyun Guild's team. My name is Zhou Yan, and I am the captain of this squad." Tang Yu regarded Zhou Yan as a commendable individual, yet he felt compelled to consider the sentiments of other squad members. After all, the primary combatants were individuals like Jiang Yang, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. To this, Tang Yu refrained from voicing any objections and graciously extended his hand to Zhou, saying, "Hello, Captain Zhou, it won't happen again." Upon uttering these words, Tang Yu silently added in his heart that indeed, it would not happen again, as he would take direct action next time instead of engaging in futile banter with those rascals. Jiang Yang glared at Tang Yu with palpable displeasure and made a threatening gesture. In response, Tang Yu defiantly raised his middle finger. Subsequently, Zhou Yan commenced explaining the rules and challenges of the Changwan Swordsmanship Dungeon. This dungeon was a colossal multiplayer instance, despite its seemingly low level. The difficulty was quite formidable due to the level restrictions. It was divided into 3 regions, each harboring 9 formidable bosses, all above level 5 of the second tier. However, To locate and defeat these bosses, they must outpace other teams. In addition to these 9 major bosses, there were numerous minor bosses, the difficulty of which generally remained below level 5 of the second tier. While these posed lesser challenges, they were embedded within groups of wild monsters and constituted significant scoring opportunities. According to the dungeon regulations, the number of players entering this instance could exceed 10,000, thus creating immense competitive pressure. Zhou Yan urged everyone to perform their best and heed his commands. He then announced the team allocation. There were 10 members in total, comprising 4 main combatants, 2 tanks, 3 support roles, and 1 Tang Yu. Following previous guidelines, the main combatants would receive 60% of the spoils, the tanks 20%, and the support roles 20%. As a newcomer, Tang Yu was not entitled to any experience point distribution but could earn contribution points. Upon hearing this distribution, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The 4 main combatants would claim 60% of the loot, while the 3 supports received a mere 20%. This exceedingly inequitable allocation was intolerable to him. Was this not a blatant form of discrimination? Furthermore, he himself would receive no experience points. It seemed as though his efforts were in vain, akin to working for free alongside them. Contribution points were plentiful for him. He had no need for their trifling share. Just as he was about to voice his objections, Nangong discreetly grasped his arm and whispered, "Do not be angry. The distribution Zhou Yan mentioned pertains solely to the collective effort in hunting the bosses. Any individual kills of wild monsters will still belong to you." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu felt a significant reduction in his anger. This situation was somewhat acceptable. However, if it truly came to that, he could simply refrain from intervening. After all, this group regarded him merely as a slacker seeking to accumulate points. In that case, he could direct his magical beasts to hunt other wild creatures. With this thought, Tang Yu ceased to dwell on the matter. Nevertheless, he vowed never to participate in such a fruitless dungeon again. At that moment, the grand doors of the dungeon hall swung open. The students waiting outside surged into the hall, eager to select their respective dungeons. Nangong felt a deep sense of remorse towards Tang Yu, continuously offering explanations along the way. "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. I promise to make it up to you next time." "Ah, you're simply too kind. This isn't your fault. One can only say that auxiliary roles are treated this way everywhere." Subsequently, the two joined the group and proceeded to the entrance of the Chongguan Sword Dao dungeon. Each individual submitted their black sigils. The teleportation array immediately displayed their levels and professions. Zhou Yan, Fire Mage, level 10, rank 2. Jiang Yang, Swordsman, level 3, rank 2. Lu Xian, Warrior, level 1, rank 2. Lin Su, Warrior, level 0, rank 2. Tang Yu cast a glance at the team's information and soon realized that apart from himself and Nangong, everyone else had attained the second tier of advancement. Jiang Yang and his companions sneered at him. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with your meager share? You two are merely dragging us down. If I were the captain, I wouldn't even grant you the opportunity to join." Zhou Yan immediately rebuked. "Enough. No more of this. Prepare to enter the dungeon." With a wave of dark ethereal light, the members of the Qingyan Guild vanished at the entrance of the dungeon. When Tang Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself on an expansive battlefield. The vastness of this arena seemed to stretch endlessly, and at the far end, dense fog swirled ominously. Within that mist, a colossal mountain could be discerned faintly. After surveying the group and confirming everyone's presence, Zhou Yan spoke. "This is the battlefield of the Chongguan Sword Path. Once the dungeon commences, numerous skeletal swordsmen will appear. There will be a great many, so everyone must exercise caution and stick together, especially the support classes." As he said this, he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu, as if his words were directed solely at him. Tang Yu merely nodded slightly, offering no further response. This was merely an opportunity for experience, at the very least allowing him to observe what this grand dungeon had to offer. As for the chance to solo a boss, that was certainly not to be missed. Jiang Yang, evidently still harboring resentment over Tang Yu's earlier provocation, mocked him. "If you can't even keep up, you might as well be the most useless of the useless. I can't help but question how you even got into the Imperial Academy." In the face of Jiang Yang's derision, Tang Yu remained unperturbed, quietly gazing into the distance of the battlefield. As thunder rumbled above, the ground of the battlefield erupted as if boiling. Countless skeletal soldiers emerged from the soil. The members of the team, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of grave concern. At Zhou Yan's command, 2 support members immediately bestowed enhancements upon 2 warriors, a swordsman, a mage, and 2 heavily armored warriors. The two heavily armored warriors charged into the throng of skeletal soldiers, wielding their massive shields. Jiang Yang and the other two warriors, armed with their weapons, took cover behind the heavily armored warriors and began to unleash a relentless assault on the skeletal foes ahead. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin, the team's sole-ranged mage, brandished his staff and with a casual flick, summoned a torrential rain of fire, raining destruction upon the skeletal adversaries. As for Nangongyu and Tang Yu, they had effectively become mere spectators. With a sigh, Nangongyu lamented, "Every time we enter a dungeon, I feel like a burden, which is why I remain so humble." Tang Yu comforted, "What is the matter? Everyone has their role to play. Besides, without your guidance, how could we possibly locate the boss so effortlessly? Do not think so poorly of yourself. Furthermore, their loot distribution is rather meager." Upon hearing Tang Yu's words of solace, Nangongyu felt a warmth in her heart. "You are truly wonderful. No one has ever consoled me like this before. Haha. In the future, when I have the time, I shall take you to conquer dungeons." "Really?" Of course. Nangongyu's spirits were lifted once more. At that moment, the members of the Qingyun team were advancing at a sluggish pace, and Tang Yu couldn't help but express his inner frustrations. At this rate, they might not even find the boss by the time the dungeon concluded. At that moment, he genuinely wished to lend them a hand. Alas, upon seeing Jiang Yang and his entourage, Tang Yu immediately dismissed the thought. Why on earth should he assist them in defeating monsters? Just then, the ground ahead suddenly bulged, forming a massive mound. The crowd, upon witnessing this, retreated hastily. As the mound split open, a towering skeletal creature, standing over 3 meters tall, emerged. Its eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light, and it wielded a gigantic axe. Each step it took resonated with a bone-chilling crackle. Zhou Yin shouted, "Be careful, it's the skeleton centurion boss." Tang Yu gazed at the imposing figure of the skeletal centurion boss in the distance, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. It is well known that the combat prowess of monsters is often significantly correlated with their size, albeit with exceptions for certain peculiar creatures. This skeletal centurion stood over 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure simply by its presence. Consequently, he examined the information panel of this formidable boss. Skeletal Centurion Boss, 2nd tier level 1 attack power, 2200 strength, 2000 agility, 2000 magic power, 2000 skills, frenzied slash. Sky Drop Frenzied Slash inflicts massive damage on targets within a 10-meter radius. Sky Drop descends with lightning speed, stunning a single target and dealing triple damage. Upon reviewing this attribute panel, a spark of surprise flickered in Tang Yu's gaze. Goodness, is this the might of a 2nd-tier boss? Quite impressive. Beside him, Nangongyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, 2nd-tier monsters are far beyond our capacity to confront. However, before she could finish her thought, Tang Yu interjected. Yet, when compared to my crusher, it still falls short. A glimmer of shock crossed Nangongyu's eyes, as she initially suspected she had misheard. Nevertheless, Tang Yu shook his head. While I am eager to vanquish this boss, I have no desire to engage in battle. Let them have their fun. After all, they consider this a game for points, and I would be remiss to disrupt my own leisurely existence by overly exerting myself. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu perceived it merely as Tang Yu's jest. In her understanding, it was nearly impossible for a 1st-tier practitioner to challenge a 2nd-tier monster. Although she had fought alongside Tang Yu and recognized his strength, she did not believe he possessed such capability. In the distance, the skeletal centurion boss fixed its gaze upon the members of the Qingyun Guild and suddenly raised its long blade, charging towards them. Scatter. The tank should draw its fire. The support must focus on healing, and the primary combatants are to deal damage. Let the battle commence. As an experienced team leader, Zhou Yin swiftly devised a countermeasure. However, this time he overlooked Tang Yu and Nangongyu entirely. The other members of the team promptly reacted according to his commands. 2 heavily armored warriors, bolstered by supportive skills, charged towards the skeleton centurion boss, flanking it from both sides. Following closely behind were 2 additional warriors, poised to exploit any opportunity for a direct assault. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang, the sole swordsman in the team, assumed the primary role of damage dealer. With a gleaming azure blade in hand, he vanished from sight, only to reappear an instant later, delivering a decisive strike to the neck of the skeleton centurion boss. Crack. Minus 1,000 critical damage. The blow left a deep gash across the creature's throat, and a triumphant smile spread across Jiang Yang's face. Let us see how many of my blades you can withstand, he declared, preparing to strike again. However, This single blow incited the wrath of the skeleton centurion boss. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Zhou Yin immediately sensed the danger and shouted, "Jiangyang, get down." Still basking in his earlier triumph, Jiangyang finally registered Zhou Yin's warning. But it was too late to evade. Golden Shield. He raised his hand to cast a defensive skill. Boom. The skeleton centurion boss's downward slash shattered Jiangyang's golden shield. Just as the creature's long blade aimed to cleave Jiangyang once more, Zhou Yin hurled a fireball at it. Bang. The skeleton centurion boss staggered from the impact, allowing Jiangyang to narrowly evade its lethal strike and save his own life. Be careful. Zhou Yin, upon seeing Jiangyang unharmed, could not help but reprimand him. The latter awkwardly nodded without uttering a word, soon returning to the fray. Despite the skeleton centurion being merely a second-tier level 1 boss, vanquishing it proved to be an arduous task. Zhou Yin, the captain of the squad, had already reached second-tier level 10, only a step away from ascending to a third-tier profession. However, as a fire mage, most of his skills were tailored for dealing with hordes of monsters, rendering his single-target damage capabilities insufficient. More critically, on the battlefield of Changwan's Sword Path, numerous skeleton soldiers relentlessly pressed their assault. Zhou Yan's role within the team was to eliminate the surrounding skeletons, leaving him little time to contend with the skeleton centurion boss. The absence of Zhou Yan's damage output soon led to a disarray in the squad's rhythm. Although everyone was diligently performing their duties, they found themselves unable to defeat the skeleton centurion, resulting in an ever-increasing swarm of skeleton foes. Ultimately, a tank warrior on the front lines, tasked with absorbing damage, was inadvertently struck directly by the skeleton centurion, sending him flying. The formation was instantly disrupted, and the crowd scattered in disarray. A glimmer of helplessness flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. Damn it. Encountering such troubles for the first time, we must retreat. Let go of this boss. The others, equally disheartened, found themselves compelled to abandon the first boss they had encountered, unable to slay it. Frankly, this setback would have significant repercussions for the future. Thus, the group, relying on their superior speed, evaded the encirclement of the skeleton centurion and continued their ascent toward the fog-shrouded mountain. Along the way, Jiangyang could not resist casting blame. Humph, our team lacks damage output because we brought along a burden. Otherwise, that boss would have been defeated long ago. As he spoke, the emotions of the other team members were stirred. At that moment, Zhou Yin remained silent, no longer supporting Tang Yu. In an instant, Tang Yu became the focal point of blame, with everyone attributing the failure to him. In response to this situation, Nagongyu stepped forward. It was you who repeatedly claimed Tang Yu was a burden, preventing him from even having a chance. Why should you now place the blame on him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin felt somewhat cornered. During the boss fight, he had indeed not considered Tang Yu at all, viewing him merely as someone there to accumulate points. Nagongyu, are you blaming me for not including him? Isn't he here just to accumulate points? If you continue to cause such disturbances, don't blame me for disregarding Teacher Lin's authority. Zhou Yan's temper flared. As the captain, he believed that since Nagongyu had brought others to merely accumulate points, she must accept the grievances of the team. Her actions had significantly affected his mood. Jiangyang wore a smug smile, relishing the captain's anger, as it signified that he could soon expel Tang Yu from the team. With one less competitor for points, he would consequently garner a larger share. His gaze fixated on Tang Yu, eager to witness how he would defend his dignity. However, Tang Yu turned to Zhou Yin, his expression calm, and inquired, "If that is the case, shall I demonstrate my value to the team? Very well, let us see how you intend to prove yourself." Zhou Yin crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu with a stern intensity. Without a word, Tang Yu raised his hand and summoned a dozen ghouls. "Go, take down that boss over there." The members of the team were taken aback as they witnessed Tang Yu conjure a multitude of ghouls in one go, standing at a height of around 2 meters. These ghouls exuded an aura of menace, instilling a sense of peril simply by their presence. The sight of so many formidable ghouls summoned all at once ignited a flicker of hope within the team that perhaps Tang Yu could indeed vanquish the skeletal centurion boss with their aid. However, Jiangyang quickly regained his composure and remarked with a hint of mockery, "Oh, these ghouls are quite impressive. They seem rather large, but remember, a buffalo is also quite hefty, yet it cannot match the prowess of a tiger, can it? Size does not equate to strength." The team burst into laughter at Jiangyang's words. Indeed, while they appeared intimidating, the first-tier units were hardly of any real use. Nevertheless, it was nice of Tang Yu to summon these creatures for them. They should seize the moment and advance. This must be what they call the fearless spirit of a young calf. He had even forgotten the challenges of facing opponents beyond their level, oh no, rather, beyond their tier. Listening to his teammates' jests, Zhou Yin glanced at Tang Yu with an impassive expression and cautioned, "This is your personal endeavor. If your units perish as a result, we bear no responsibility. Just a word of warning." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu smiled nonchalantly. "So, Captain, if I succeed in defeating this boss, will the rewards not concern you?" "Of course, but you must be capable of slaying it." Nan Gongwei felt a twinge of discomfort. Her captain's attitude towards Tang Yu was indeed somewhat excessive. Yet, her greater worry lay with Tang Yu himself. After all, it was a second-tier boss. He truly should not act recklessly. Tang Yu, however, remained unfazed, gently offering words of comfort to his companion. "Do not worry. Have you forgotten my prowess from before?" he reassured. "I hope you achieve success." Observing Tang Yu's unwavering composure, Nangong Yu could only hope that he would indeed deliver a remarkable performance that would silence the onlookers. Yet, the disparity in levels was daunting. Although Tang Yu had surpassed her, reaching level 9 of the first tier, he was still confronted by a second-tier, first transformation boss, and she harbored little confidence. The crowd, no longer in a hurry to proceed, crossed their arms and awaited the spectacle. A horde of ghouls rushed towards the skeletal centurion, only to be intercepted by a battalion of skeletal soldiers. These soldiers varied in rank, with ordinary skeletons above level 5 and elite skeletons just surpassing the second tier. Despite the overwhelming number of skeletal warriors, the ghouls displayed no fear, charging headlong into the fray. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yang's face betrayed a smirk. Anticipating that someone would soon be in tears, Zhou Yin, too, doubted that Tang Yu's ghouls could vanquish the boss, believing even their escape would be a formidable challenge. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself swiftly rebuked. As the ghouls collided with the skeletal soldiers, the latter were instantly scattered, and the ghouls unleashed a frenzied assault with their sharp claws. The skeletal warriors, armed with swords and blades, struck fiercely, but their efforts merely left superficial marks upon the ghouls' tough hides. Conversely, each strike from the ghouls resulted in a skeletal warrior being reduced to a pile of shattered bones. Within a mere 3 minutes, over 100 skeletal soldiers were dispatched. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. How is this possible? What kind of troops are these? Why are they so powerful? Did they just charge him like that? It seems far too effortless. Were the skeletons we encountered before truly that formidable? Zhang Yang felt as if he had misjudged the situation, rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing the scene for a prolonged moment. A wave of frustration washing over him. He had not anticipated that this young man's troops would break through. But what did it matter if he could defeat these minor minions? The upcoming boss was an entirely different matter. In contrast to Jiang Yang's stubbornness, Zhou Yin was utterly astonished by Tang Yu's ghoul. Although he had just been soundly rebuffed by Tang Yu, he felt no anger. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Even if Tang Yu were unable to vanquish the boss shortly, Zhou Yin was prepared to alter his previous strategy, inviting Tang Yu to join them in their hunt for monsters, thereby equitably sharing the spoils. After all, with the formidable ghouls at his disposal, he could engage alongside others in a concerted effort to take down the boss. Noticing the astonishment etched on Zhou Yan's face, Nangong Yu couldn't help but clench her fists in excitement. Tang Yu's formidable prowess was something she had previously acknowledged, albeit only within the confines of a rudimentary dungeon, where she had encountered creatures far beneath the second tier. However, she was taken aback to witness the unyielding strength of Tang Yu's ghouls even when confronted with second-tier monstrosities. At that moment, a dozen ghouls finally approached the towering figure of the skeletal centurion boss, a behemoth standing over 3 meters tall and far exceeding their size. Yet, the ghouls maintained their indomitable spirit. Nonetheless, mere numbers alone would not suffice to conquer the skeletal centurion, while they could potentially overwhelm it through sheer quantity. They would undoubtedly suffer significant damage, and their offensive capabilities were entirely inadequate. Just then, a contingent of armored human infantry, clad in gleaming silver armor, emerged behind the ghouls, accompanied by several dwarf sharpshooters wielding firearms. Tang Yu stood calmly at a distance, his face adorned with an expression neither mournful nor joyful. The infantry absorbed damage. The ghouls launched a fierce offensive, while the musketeers provided distant support. Upon hearing Tang Yu's command, Nangong Yu's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Are those your troops as well?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "How could there possibly be so many?" Tang Yu's lips curved into a wicked smile. suggesting that there could be even more, yet it was unnecessary. Ne Gongyu was utterly astonished. She had initially believed that the ghoul represented the pinnacle of Tang Yu's capabilities, only to discover that he possessed an array of other units. Just how many clandestine secrets did this individual harbor? At that moment, Tang Yu transformed in Ne Gongyu's eyes into a treasure, a trove awaiting exploration. As Tang Yu issued his commands, the human infantry commenced their assault on the skeletal centurion boss, with ghouls leading the offensive and musketeers providing support. The members of the Qingyun team were left in a state of bewilderment. Initially, they were surprised, suspecting that someone had come to claim the boss for themselves. However, when those units obediently followed Tang Yu's orders, their confusion deepened. What? All these units belonged to him? Goodness! Not only were there many, but they also varied in type. What on earth was happening? A tactic of overwhelming numbers? Was it truly effective? Amidst the murmurs of skepticism and envy, Tang Yu's monstrous unit swiftly dispatched the skeletal centurion boss in less than a minute. The notification echoed through the team, hunted a level 1 tier 2 skeletal centurion boss, gaining 20,000 experience points. Everyone in the team heard this announcement. At that moment, Tang Yu's languid voice followed. Captain, what do you say? Silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed on Tang Yu with expressions of disbelief, as if gazing at a mythical creature. This somewhat handsome first-tier professional had single-handedly vanquished a second-tier boss. Honestly, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Yet, Tang Yu's actions had unequivocally demonstrated his capability to challenge foes beyond his tier with remarkable ease. Those who had previously mocked him felt as if they had received a series of stinging slaps, rendered momentarily speechless. Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he stared at the lifeless body of the skeletal centurion boss in the distance, replaying the seamless coordination of Tang Yu's monstrous units that had effortlessly defeated the boss. Could it be that he possessed units of golden quality? The thought startled Zhang Yang. If he truly had golden quality units, would he not rival the strength of the Northern King in the future? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. The Northern King had single-handedly defended the northern front of the empire, earning the title of the empire's second emperor. If Tang Yu were indeed that fortunate, he would have been discovered long ago, and there would be no need for him to study at the Imperial Academy. Zhou Yan, visibly excited, approached Tang Yu, feeling somewhat awkward. Tang Yu, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight. I had no idea you possessed such strength. I hope you can forgive me for my earlier doubts. Tang Yu waved his hand. Captain, since that is the case, why not reconsider the distribution rules? After all, everyone has exerted equal effort. It is unjust for the primary attackers to claim the lion's share of resources. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, the two warriors in the team, along with Zhang Yang, immediately lost their composure. What are you talking about? We are the primary damage dealers. Without us, you wouldn't even be able to scratch the boss. You think we can just evenly distribute everything? Why don't you take the lead if you're so capable? Damn it. The captain has given you an opportunity to back down, yet you truly believe you're impressive. It's just a matter of luck in defeating a boss. We could do it without you. In stark contrast to their outburst, the two support players and the healer cast grateful smiles towards Tang Yu. Truth be told, regardless of the environment, they were perpetually at a disadvantage. Although their output was negligible compared to that of the main attackers, they dedicated all their skills to the team. Furthermore, the consumption of magical crystals for replenishing mana was actually greater for them than for warriors or assassins. This disparity led many support roles to grow increasingly impoverished, to the point where they could scarcely afford magical crystals. Now that someone had finally stepped up to voice their concerns, they naturally felt immense gratitude towards Tang Yu. However, Zhou Yin understood that if the distribution were truly to be made this way, it would likely fracture the unity of the team. Tang Yu's words were indeed insightful. Yet such a division must not be implemented, for it would deter individuals from assuming the primary offensive and damage-absorbing roles in the future. After careful consideration, he proposed, how about this? We could reduce the allocation for offense and defense by 10% each, and instead, grant this 10% to the support position. What do you think of this arrangement? Tang Yu nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Of course, no problem. As he uttered these words, a hint of a smug smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he was aware that it was utterly impossible for a support role to acquire spoils equivalent to those of the primary attacker, thus he intentionally made this request. This reflects the principle of seeking higher gains while settling for lesser ones. Zhou Yin felt a wave of frustration wash over him at how readily Tang Yu had acquiesced. He realized he had fallen into the trap set by his opponent. Zhang Yang, upon witnessing the conversation between Zhou Yin and Tang Yu, was quick to voice his opposition to the allocation of their resources. I disagree. Why should we acquiesce to whatever he says? Handing over our resources for his favor is clearly a manipulation on his part. The other two warriors echoed his dissent. Faced with this insubordination, Zhou Yin had no choice but to assert his authority as captain. Silence. I am the captain, and my word is final. If anyone wishes to abandon the team now, they are free to leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang regarded Tang Yu as nothing short of an adversary. The act of usurping resources felt akin to slaying one's kin. This grievance would not be forgotten. Meanwhile, the support and healer rushed forward to express their gratitude to Tang Yu, who merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was no trouble. Nan Gongyue, her mind a flurry of thoughts, gently tapped Tang Yu's arm and whispered, "You wouldn't have done this for my sake, would you?" Tang Yu was taken aback. What are you saying?" In an instant, Nan Gongyu's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hand. "No, it's nothing. I was just rambling." Observing the rosy hue on Nan Gongyu's cheeks, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "I regard you as a good buddy. You shouldn't always be thinking about sleeping with me." Hearing Tang Yu's teasing, Nan Gongyu's blush deepened, and she understood his intentions. This fellow was indeed a rather amusing individual. After the internal issues within the team were forcefully suppressed by Zhou Yin, the subsequent journey became significantly smoother. With Tang Yu's damage output, the team's progress accelerated immensely. Just as everyone was taking a break, Jiang Yang suddenly approached Nan Gongyu. "Nan Gongyu, now that our team has Tang Yu's output, we can easily handle the boss. The captain asked you to look for the other two bosses." The two bosses Jiang Yang referred to were the Skeleton Centurion and the Skeleton General. It is worth mentioning that within the vast dungeon of Changguan Sword Dao, there are three distinct regions: the ancient battlefield at the foot of the mountain, the misty cave at the mountain's base, and the sword cultivator's platform atop the mountain. Each of these locations is home to a boss. Specifically, the three bosses located in the ancient battlefield include the Skeleton Centurion, the Skeleton 1,000-man leader, and the Skeleton 10,000-man leader. The Skeleton Centurion boss is the most numerous, and virtually every team encounters them. However, as one ventures deeper into the mountains, the strength of the skeleton soldiers increases, while the numbers of the Skeleton 1,000-man leader and the Skeleton 10,000-man leader diminish. To ascend the mountain and enter the misty cave, one must acquire the skeleton military orders from the Skeleton 1,000-man leader and the Skeleton 10,000-man leader. Thus, Nan Gongyu did not harbor any doubts and promptly activated her prophetic skill to map out the entire ancient battlefield and the locations of the two other bosses. However, after casting her prophetic skill, Nan Gongyu instantly fell into a state of weakness and could no longer unleash any further abilities. Jiang Yang, upon seeing the map, felt a surge of excitement and promptly took it. "All right, you rest. I'll go out for a bit." With that, Jiang Yang turned and departed. Moments later, Tang Yu and Zhou Yin returned to the team. Upon noticing Nan Gongyu weakened and resting against a stone, he immediately approached her with concern. "What happened?" Nan Gongyu waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. I just used my prophetic skill once, and it left me a bit weak. I'll be all right after a short rest." Hearing this, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. "Why didn't you tell me? Such a precious opportunity. And you used it so easily." Previously, it was understood that Nan Gongyu could unleash her prophetic abilities a maximum of 3 times per day. Yet each activation would render her vulnerable for a period. While recently venturing out with Zhou Yin to clear the wilderness, Tang Yu had discussed this matter with him. Zhou Yin had explicitly stated that the reason for including Nan Gongyu in their party was, on one hand, to honor teacher Lin, and on the other, to leverage her prophetic skills, to ensure that she possessed sufficient capacity to handle unforeseen circumstances. He intended to allow her to utilize her abilities only twice at Misty Cave and Changguan Sword Cultivation Platform. Nan Gongyu cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Yin. It was the captain who insisted on her participation, yet Zhou Yin furrowed his brow in response. "When did I say that?" The next moment, he sensed something amiss. Quickly scanning the surroundings before turning to Nan Gongyu with urgency, "Who prompted you to act? Was it Vice Captain Jiang Yang? What is going on?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin cursed under his breath. "Damn it. That rascal is at it again. You've been deceived. Jiang Yang is likely seeking to join another team." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu furrowed his brow, surveying the area. Indeed, both warriors had been taken away, leaving only 2 tanks, 3 supports, himself, and Captain Zhou Yin in their party. A traitor among them. This was turning intriguing. As expected, after a few minutes, Jiang Yang returned with several individuals. Zhou Yan and the others observed that his new party comprised mages, assassins, tanks, and supports, making for a well-rounded team. Zhou Yan, with a stern countenance, confronted Jiang Yang. "What is your intention?" Jiang Yang smiled and pointed at Tang Yu, saying, "Captain, to be frank, I find that fellow quite disagreeable. Now that I have gathered a team, all you need to do is expel him, and I shall handle the damage output." Zhou Yan, incensed by these words, retorted, "Fine, fine, Jiang Yang. You're no longer following orders, are you? Then you may leave. We do not require your presence." However, Jiang Yang appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Continuing to plead earnestly, "Captain, I return to consult you out of respect for our long-standing collaboration. I merely wish to inform you that Tang Yu has been silently attempting to leech off our efforts for points. What use is there in keeping such a freeloader? Oh. And regarding that woman, she has already secured the map for us. If we can swiftly deal with the Centurions and the commanders, we can reach Misty Cave ahead of others. Do not forget, we aim to assault the highest tier of the Changguan sword cultivation platform. And with only a day at our disposal, time is truly of the essence. Should we fail this time, we would have to wait a year for another opportunity." He then turned to the rest of the team. "What do you all think?" The words spoken rendered the entire assembly speechless. Jiang Yang was indeed correct. Should they miss this opportunity for the Changguan Sword Dao dungeon, they would have to wait another year for the next chance. As students of the Imperial Academy, they could scarcely afford such delays. At that moment, two of the tankers in the team could no longer contain themselves. "Captain, we should acquiesce to Jiang Yang's proposal. He speaks the truth. Indeed, in just a year we shall graduate. We cannot afford to wait." Zhou Yan felt a profound sense of distress. Truth be told, had it been any other dungeon, he might have already engaged Jiang Yang in confrontation. This fellow was utterly despicable, deceiving Nangong Yu to obtain the boss map, only to discard her once it had served its purpose. Admittedly, although Jiang Yang was the one who acted thus, as the captain, Zhou Yan felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, did he not also require the Changguan Sword Dao to validate his own worth and ensure a smooth graduation? However, the prospect of ousting Tang Yu and Nangong Yu from the team for this reason weighed heavily upon him. The two support members exchanged glances and ultimately turned their resigned gazes toward Tang Yu and Nangong Yu. Tang Yu, with an expression of calm indifference, interrupted their conversation. "No need to feel awkward, Captain. Let us part ways here. After all, I do not wish to allow that scoundrel Jiang Yang to take advantage of me." Upon hearing Tang Yu's voluntary withdrawal, Zhou Yan felt a sense of relief. Yet he couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt towards him. "Tang Yu, I truly apologize." "Haha, Captain, you are quite a decent fellow. But it is best to dissolve our teammate relationship." With that, he waved goodbye to everyone, saying, "Farewell, dear friends." The others in the group remained unmoved, while Nangong Yu suddenly rushed out. "I will go with you." Tang Yu smiled and turned to Nangong Yu, saying, "All right, I shall lead you to gain some experience." As the two departed, a smirk of triumph appeared on Jiang Yang's face. He approached and gently patted Zhou Yan's shoulder, only to be shrugged off. "Jiang Yang, just you wait." "Haha, Captain, do not take it to heart. I am merely doing this for the benefit of us all. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to the skeleton commander boss." Zhou Yan said nothing and led the group onward. Meanwhile, Tang Yu continued his journey with a remorseful Nangong Yu by his side. Suddenly, Nangong Yu tugged at his sleeve. "I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate this outcome." "Haha, in truth, I believe this is for the best." Seeing Tang Yu remain so optimistic, Nangong Yu was reminded of his various beast units and felt as though she had taken significant advantage of him. Initially, she intended to express her gratitude for his previous act of saving her life, yet found herself indebted once more. Nangong Yu thought that if this continued, even if she were to sell herself, she might still be unable to repay this enormous favor. Thus, she suddenly proposed, "How about I simply reveal to you all the remaining boss locations? After all, I can still use my prophet skill twice today." However, Tang Yu abruptly halted her as she was preparing to unleash her skill. "Have you lost your mind? It is a waste to use skills here. It is unnecessary. Just follow me. You need not do anything else." Nangong Yu felt as though she were experiencing a mirage. In the past, when teaming with others, she was often bullied and criticized for her lack of contribution. Yet, when with Tang Yu, he actively requested that she refrain from any effort. "Well, this is simply too blissful. Thank you." Tang Yu turned his head, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at her for several moments. "I must insist, however, that you refrain from harboring any intentions towards my body. Thank you." Nangongyu? Humph. No wonder you're still single. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yu released the female hunter. With her exceptional speed, she donned her camouflage and transformed into a scout for the map. Before long, the female hunter successfully located numerous newly spawned skeletal centurion bosses and myriad commanders. Tang Yu swiftly led Nangongyu towards the boss location. The skeleton centurion boss boasted a level slightly higher than that of the centurion, reaching the formidable rank of second tier level 3, and its size was noticeably more imposing. Confronted with such a colossal adversary, Nangongyu anxiously inquired, "There won't be any issues, will there? After all, this is a second tier level 3 boss." Tang Yu calmly accessed the information panel of the skeleton centurion boss. Although the average attributes of this skeleton centurion had reached approximately 25,000, he remained unperturbed. With a diverse array of troops at his disposal and the formidable Crusher catapult yet to be deployed, there was no cause for concern. He promptly summoned ghouls, infantry, and musketeers to encircle the skeleton centurion. Within a mere 3 minutes, the foe was utterly vanquished, as the notification sound signaled the acquisition of the skeleton military order. A smile graced Tang Yu's lips. "Ah, done. We are merely 9 skeleton military orders away from venturing into the Misty Cavern." However, it seemed that the skeleton centurion bosses were not particularly formidable, and the drop rate for the skeleton military orders was disappointingly low. It would be more prudent to confront the skeleton commander instead, as that boss would yield at least 5 skeleton military orders upon defeat. Nangongyu was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the teams still engaged in battle with the centurions and the centurions, then back at Tang Yu. Is it really appropriate to directly challenge the skeleton commander? Of course it is. Seizing the opportunity while no one else is competing for the monsters, we can farm a few more. After all, the experience points are substantial. Following Tang Yu deeper into the battlefield, they effortlessly dispatched all surrounding skeleton soldiers. Their experience points soared rapidly. However, there remained a considerable distance to traverse to reach the spawning area of the skeleton commander boss. The speed at which they advanced and farmed drew envious glances from the nearby teams. "Bro, that's impressive. Wow, is this how you farm bosses? Big brother, take us along." We can shout 666. "Brother, do you sell skeleton military orders? We are willing to pay a high price." On this journey, the individuals encountered were either excessively flattering in their attempts to form a team or seeking the skeleton command orders. After all, acquiring a skeleton command order is essential for entering the Misty Cavern. However, for most small groups, the requirement of 10 skeleton command orders is excessively burdensome. Furthermore, a skeleton centurion can yield at most 1 skeleton command order, and even that is not guaranteed. The expanse of the Longwan ancient battlefield is vast, and the respawn time of the skeleton centurion is considerably long. Waiting for one consumes an inordinate amount of time, and seeking out other skeleton centurion bosses necessitates traversing through hordes of skeleton warriors, which poses a significant risk. Additionally, the skeleton centurion bosses do not guarantee the drop of a skeleton command order. Thus, the most prudent strategy is to hunt the skeleton warlord. Although the respawn time for the skeleton warlord boss is longer compared to that of the skeleton centurion, its density is notably higher. Moreover, the location of the skeleton warlord boss lies directly on the route to the Misty Cavern. The challenge, however, is that the skeleton warlord boss has reached level 5 of the second tier, a daunting challenge for the majority of small teams. Seizing a moment of respite, Tang Yu suddenly inquired of Nangongyu, "By the way, someone just mentioned how many magic crystals are needed for a skeleton command order? I believe it was 100 magic crystals each, right? What's the matter? 100 magic crystals each seems like a reasonable price." Tang Yu suddenly glanced ahead and asked, "Have you had enough to eat?" Nangongyu promptly stuffed a small cookie into her mouth and nodded vigorously. "All right, then let us set off." The two hastened their pace and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as they reached their destination, a towering figure emerged from the ground nearby, a 5-meter-tall skeletal commander clad in golden armor, wielding a massive sword. Upon sighting this formidable creature, Nangongyu could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. So large, Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. The height of 5 meters was nearly equivalent to that of a 2-story building. Simply standing there, the imposing figure exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, upon examining the information panel of this boss, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. With an average attribute of 3,000, the difficulty was evidently escalating. It is worth noting that his own ghoul had an average attribute just above 2,000. While he had been able to encircle and defeat slightly stronger skeletal centurion bosses through the advantages of his berserk and frenzy skills, the attributes of this second tier. Level 5 skeletal general had soared to a staggering 3,000. Consequently, relying on numerical superiority to hunt it down would prove to be considerably more challenging. After all, this creature possessed a roar skill that could enhance both its attack power and speed. Contemplating this, Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Against monsters of the same tier, his ghouls, being of black iron quality, could easily dominate. However, attempting to challenge beyond one's tier instantly escalated the difficulty. Moreover, this boss's level had reached second tier level 5. A full 6 levels higher than his own troops. The disparity in levels was excessively vast, especially across different tiers. At this moment, the advantages of bronze quality troops became apparent. Thus, he promptly summoned several human infantry and issued the order to attack. The movement speed of the human infantry was not particularly swift. But with the enhancement of his berserk skill, their speed was noticeably improved. The skeletal general boss approached with a massive sword in hand, each step radiating formidable aggression, its blood-red eyes gleaming with malice. As the two sides drew near, the skeletal general boss wasted no time and delivered a powerful strike with its sword. Raise shields. The human infantry immediately raised their shields. Boom. The sword struck heavily against the shields, shattering 3 of them instantly and sending 5 human infantry flying. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Yu felt a jolt of fear and quickly grasped Tang Yu's arm. Hurry, recall your troops. They are in danger. However, Tang Yu merely smiled calmly. It seems they can withstand a blow. That is sufficient. Just as the skeletal general boss prepared to strike again, Tang Yu swiftly summoned 5 catapult units. Nangong Yu was momentarily stunned. Is this your new troop type? Indeed. This is my true weapon of mass destruction. With that, he pointed toward the front and commanded the catapults. Target, 300 meters ahead. Fire at will. At Tang Yu's command, flames erupted behind the 5 catapults. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stone thrower of the 5-stage crusher unleashed a volley, and instantly, 5 meteors, ablaze with roaring flames, streaked across the dim sky. Boom. The firebombs traced a flawless arc through the air, directly striking the skeleton centurion boss with precision. Damage values of -3,000, -3,500, and -3,200 erupted above the skeletal foe's head. In an instant, the skeleton centurion boss was left with but a sliver of health. Subsequently, the inferno ignited by the firebombs consumed the remaining health entirely. With a tremendous crash, the skeleton centurion boss collapsed to the ground, defeated. Having slain the Tier 2, Level 5 skeleton centurion boss, 1 gained 30,000 experience points. Acquired, 1 golden quality giant sword from the skeleton centurion boss, 5 skeleton command tokens, 10 magic crystals, 1 magic core. In the wake of this flurry of notifications, Nangong Yu stood utterly astonished. Her eyes, filled with disbelief, were fixed upon the stone thrower, and she inquired, somewhat incredulously, is it really dead already? Tang Yu nodded while gazing into the distance, contemplating. What else could we do? Let us continue our efforts. Huh? We're still at it? It seems we have enough skeleton army orders, don't we? Indeed, we possess sufficient orders, yet others are still in need. Nangong Yu found herself utterly bewildered by Tang Yu's words, rubbing her temples in confusion, struggling to comprehend his intentions. The pair arrived at the next respawn point for the skeleton warlord. This time, Tang Yu meticulously adjusted the distance between the human infantry and the skeleton warlord, then proceeded to replicate their previous tactics. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 5 fireballs unleashed in under 2 minutes, yet another skeleton warlord boss was vanquished. Several hours later, every boss at the entire respawn point for the skeleton warlord had been thoroughly cleared. Tang Yu gazed with satisfaction at the multitude of skeletal military orders, a smile illuminating his face. Let us first attend to these skeletal military orders before venturing into the misty cavern. Nangong Yu, pressing her forehead with concern, inquired, do you not fear that by vanquishing all the skeletal centurion bosses and monopolizing these military orders, you might incur the resentment of others? Tang Yu, unfazed, shook his head and remarked, bear a grudge? They ought to thank us. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of Tang Yu's strength, Nangong Yu found herself at a loss for words to describe the astonishment within her heart. Perhaps it was envy. After all, the last time she encountered Tang Yu, his level had not surpassed her own. Yet, in just a few days, he had eclipsed her in level, and his power had surged tremendously. He could even effortlessly dispatch second-tier wild boss monsters, a level of prowess that was hard not to admire. Utilizing the high mobility and stealth of the female hunter, Tang Yu swiftly located the position of the skeletal centurions. Drawing upon his prior hunting experiences, he led his army of magical beasts in a fervent onslaught against the monsters. Although the Crusher catapult boasted formidable attack power and the ability for ranged assaults, it also exhibited glaring shortcomings. To address its sluggish movement speed, Tang Yu promptly summoned it back once its ammunition was expended. However, the catapult's attacks had a noticeable flaw. The incendiary projectiles had a slight delay in landing. In simpler terms, its aim was somewhat imprecise. Previously, when confronting those boss groups in Frost Snow City, they had been confined outside the city gates, almost remaining stationary, allowing the catapult's attacks to strike true. Yet, on this battlefield, hitting a target necessitated keeping the boss utterly still. Achieving this with the skeletal centurion was nearly an impossible feat, as the boss was not foolish and would evade incoming attacks. Moreover, relying on the human infantry to draw the skeletal centurion presented a critical dilemma. If executed well, the centurion might be struck directly. However, if poorly executed, the human infantry could not withstand even a few blows from the skeletal centurion. Contemplating this, Tang Yu gazed at the few remaining unscathed human infantry and fell into deep thought. It appeared that to challenge foes beyond his level, he would need to invest in purchasing human knights. Reluctantly, Tang Yu opened the Lord's marketplace, expending 1,000 gold coins to acquire 2 human knights. Come forth. Tang Yu waved his hand, summoning 2 human knights forth, towering nearly 3 meters in height, clad in heavy armor, and mounted on magnificent steeds equally adorned in gleaming silver armor. These formidable warriors materialized before him. Upon witnessing such a colossal battalion emerge, Nangong Yu initially feared that yet another formidable boss had appeared and instinctively grasped Tang Yu's arm, ready to flee. However, upon observing Tang Yu's beaming expression as he appraised the armored cavalry, she instinctively pointed and inquired, "Are these your soldiers as well?" "Indeed," he replied. In that fleeting moment, Nangong Yu found herself at a loss for words to describe the tumult of emotions within her. Just how many types of soldiers did this individual possess that she was unaware of? Moreover, what experiences had he undergone to acquire such a wealth of precious troops? Particularly, as she gazed upon the knight's imposing stature, she surmised that their quality could not possibly be of mere silver rank. Could they be of golden rank? No. It seemed they were indeed the pinnacle of silver. "Oh, well, I had assumed their towering height would indicate a golden quality," Nangong Yu remarked, a hint of disappointment creeping into her voice. After all, even ghouls were classified as top-tier silver troops. Yet these human knights, so grand in size, were still merely of the silver elite. Tang Yu discerned the underlying meaning in the other person's words and couldn't help but cast a glance in their direction. Is growing up necessarily a good thing? The essence lies in its firmness. Nangong Yu had an incessant feeling that the other party was harboring ulterior motives, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Tang Yu opened the information panel of the human knight. Knight, level 1, rank 9, attack power, 2,500, strength, 3,000, agility, 3,000, magic, 2,000, skills, not purchased. Goodness, this is indeed a renowned defensive unit. Merely glancing at this panel is enough to instill fear. Its attack power is only slightly inferior to that of the Crusher. However, Tang Yu understood that the primary capability of the Crusher catapult lies in its pinpoint siege ability, which is highly effective against clustered targets. More importantly, when the Crusher is loaded with incendiary projectiles, it can ignite the surrounding ground, inflicting continuous damage on the target. This aspect is beyond the Knight's comparison. The Knight's significant attributes are its high mobility and formidable defense, while its method of dealing damage is single target, offering no advantage over the Crusher. Nevertheless, Tang Yu had not purchased the combat training skill for the Knight. After all, with the Knight's current defensive capacity, it was more than sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the skeletal centurion boss, and the combat training skill was priced at a steep 1,000 gold coins, which Tang Yu was somewhat reluctant to part with. Thus, he immediately commanded the 2 knights to charge forth. The steeds of the knights reared up and galloped towards the distant skeletal centurion boss. The 5 Crushers stood poised and ready. Nangong Yu watched with eager anticipation as the battle was about to erupt. As the knights reached the skeletal centurion boss, they swiftly raised their lances to strike. The skeletal centurion boss lunged forward with its long sword. Clang! The knight's lance deftly parried the opponent's sword. Simultaneously, the 5 Crushers unleashed their incendiary projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. 5 fireballs accurately struck the skeletal centurion boss. Defeated the level 5, rank 2 skeletal centurion boss, earning 30,000 experience points. Acquired golden quality armor 1 from the skeletal centurion boss. Acquired skeletal commander orders 8. Acquired magic crystals 12. Acquired magic core 1. In less than 3 seconds of combat, the skeletal centurion boss was vanquished. Nagong's mouth dropped open, utterly at a loss for words to describe her shock. Reflecting on her previous experiences alongside other teams in monster hunting, the comparison to the present was simply incomparable. What was the point of continuing to hunt with other teams in the future? The opportunity was right before her. Adjusting her glasses, Nagong quietly inquired, "Big shot, are you in need of a girlfriend?" Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback as he surveyed Nagong from head to toe. Well, who would have thought? The other party's face flushed, and she hurriedly clarified, "What are you thinking?" "I was referring to my teacher." She mentioned that if she encountered a man capable of accompanying her in battling monsters, she would marry him without hesitation. "What do you think? Consider it. She is quite beautiful." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu was left in utter astonishment. "Goodness, is your teacher truly that desperate? More beautiful than you?" "Well, not in the same way. She possesses that alluring, mature charm." Tang Yu smiled faintly, remarking that women merely hinder his efficiency in farming. "Let us go. On to the next." Consequently, wherever they ventured, not a single wild creature remained. The number of skeletal military orders in his possession surged rapidly. As evening descended upon the ancient battlefield of Changguan, a specific spawn point for the skeleton centurion boss lay ahead. The 7 members of the Ice Dragon Guild were taken aback by the sight of scattered skeletal warriors' corpses alongside the lifeless body of the skeleton centurion boss. The team leader, Zheng Wuji, clad in an ice-blue robe, furrowed his brow at the remains of the boss and inquired, "How many is this now?" 13. Came the reply, all dispatched using the same technique. "This group is formidable indeed. They are capable of swiftly eliminating the skeleton centurion boss. Captain, should we initiate tracking methods to locate these individuals? There is no need to squander time on them. We must reach the Misty Cave before nightfall, otherwise we shall lack sufficient time to confront the Sword Soul boss at the sword cultivation platform. How many more skeletal military orders do we require?" 3 more. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. "Hey there, do you need skeletal military orders? 1 for 120 magic crystals. No deception here." Zheng Wuji was momentarily taken aback and turned to see a rather unsavory-looking robe beckoning to them. His teammates were equally stunned. What? Selling skeletal military orders? In an instant, they understood the situation. Someone had come here to conduct business. Goodness, I must say this is quite remarkable. I would dub you a financial genius. Zheng Wuji scrutinized the seller. "Where did you acquire these skeletal military orders?" The merchant seemed unperturbed and promptly pointed towards the distant mountains. "A big shot commissioned me to sell them. I've already sold over 50. How many would you like?" Zheng Wuji glanced at the mountains, somewhat astonished. Have they ascended so quickly? They possess some skill. By the way, could you share that person's name? That might not be appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? We hail from different cities. Even if you tell me, I wouldn't be able to find him afterward. Upon hearing this, the merchant's eyes twinkled. That would require additional payment from my benefactor. Zheng Wuji nearly lost his composure, but managed to keep a stern face and nodded. All right. His name is Arthas. He is a Lord of the Warcraft. On the other side of the ancient battlefield, Zhou Yin, accompanied by a group of companions, was engaged in a fierce struggle against the skeletal commander boss. However, with the arrival of reinforcements brought by Jiang Yang, their monster-slaying efficiency had indeed improved significantly. Yet it still lacked the exhilaration experienced when fighting alongside Tang Yu. Particularly frustrating was the fact that the newcomers showed little regard for his commands, and the need to divide the spoils after each kill severely hampered their progress. Zhou Yin could not help but sigh, glancing at a few individuals nearby, and muttered under his breath, "At this rate, we may not even reach the mountain by nightfall." The other members of the team echoed his sentiments with their own sighs. Indeed, the rate of acquiring the skeletal military orders is far too slow. It was promised to be a 50% drop rate. Yet here we are with less than 40. One lamented. Look, other teams have already begun their ascent. It seems we may not catch up. Stop talking. Jiang Yang is approaching. The group fell silent, acutely aware that offending Jiang Yang could lead to even more unpleasant consequences. Regret filled their hearts as they reflected on Zhou Yan's earlier decision. This squad under Jiang Yang was proving to be less effective than their previous endeavors with Tang Yu. Alas, Regret is a luxury they could not afford. They could only hope to swiftly complete the dungeon and claim their rightful rewards. As Jian Yang approached, he was accompanied by a shifty-looking merchant. Zhou Yin shot a glance at the merchant and could not restrain himself from whispering to Jian Yang. Our squad is already at full capacity. I trust you understand. However, the merchant merely smiled faintly. Of course, I understand. I am merely a vendor of skeletal military orders. What? Selling skeletal military orders? Zhou Yin and his companions were taken aback. They were acutely aware of the difficulty in acquiring such orders. To this day, they had yet to gather enough, and yet here was someone openly selling them. Such a skilled individual indeed. A flicker of envy crossed Zhou Yan's eyes as he conferred with his teammates. They all agreed that continuing to grind here was a waste of time. It would be more prudent to spend some currency to venture into the misty cavern on the mountain. After procuring a sufficient amount of skeletal military orders, Zhou Yin could not help but inquire, by the way, what is the name of this esteemed individual, if it is not too much trouble to share? The merchant, securing the magic crystals, rubbed his fingers together and replied, for a price. Zhou Yin furrowed his brow slightly, but was eager to learn the name of this remarkable figure. So he willingly handed over the money. After accepting the payment, the merchant was unabashed. Arthas, a lord of the beasts. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhou Yin and his companions were left in stunned silence. That name did not appear to belong to a local, and furthermore, he was a lord. Indeed, he is a formidable lord, commanding an exceptionally fierce army. The skeleton centurion boss has been vanquished entirely by him. What? The skeleton centurion boss has been defeated? Even Jiang Yang was taken aback. After all, they were already struggling to contend with the skeleton captain boss. And to think that such a powerful figure could obliterate the skeleton centurion boss was astonishing. This individual is truly remarkable. I must seek to befriend this extraordinary person. The merchant, upon receiving payment, became more loquacious. If one wishes to meet this esteemed figure, haste to the Misty Cave. He has already ventured there, and one might still encounter him. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with joy. Since we have obtained the skeleton army orders, let us not squander any more time and hasten to see this illustrious figure. Thus, a group swiftly made their way toward the mountain. At this very moment, Tang Yu, accompanied by Nangong Yu, had arrived at the entrance of the Misty Cave. The entrance was exceedingly narrow and was sealed with a formation. Any squad wishing to enter must present 10 skeleton army orders. Tang Yu cast the last 10 skeletal military orders into the formation with abandon. As a brilliant light flickered, the energy within the skeletal military orders was wholly absorbed. The formation gradually began to unfold. Tang Yu and Nangong Yu promptly entered the cave. As soon as they passed through the ceiling array, the world before them transformed instantaneously. In the preceding moment, the surroundings were filled with muddy mountain paths. Upon entering, they found themselves in a cavernous expanse reminiscent of a sponge, with numerous passages branching out in every direction. Tang Yu ventured into several nearby caves, only to discover that each cavern contained at least 3 entrances. These openings led to other caves, interlinking the passages to form an enormous labyrinth. The sight sent a chill down Tang Yu's spine. No wonder they needed to bring a seer along. Finding the boss here truly seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, Nangong Yu simply smiled calmly. In truth, while these caves appeared daunting, the difficulty was not particularly high, and the actual boss awaited at the exit. As long as they arrived at the destination by midnight, they would encounter the boss. Of course, various boss monsters would also appear within these caves, so caution was advised. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu glanced at her. So, according to your reasoning, can't we just follow one path all the way down? What do we need the seer for? She crossed her arms with a sense of pride. With my seer skills, I can more swiftly predict the direction of the exit, avoiding the need to traverse every cave, which would be a waste of time and could prevent us from reaching our destination by midnight. Now it made sense. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let us activate your skill. Nangong Yu nodded, closed her eyes, and began to unleash her seer ability. Following a series of incantations, a colossal eye appeared above her. As the incantations echoed, the giant eye emitted a faint glow, scanning the surroundings of the cave. Moments later, the light dissipated and the giant eye vanished, leaving Nangong Yu weary as she stood. I found it. That direction. Following the direction indicated by her finger, Tang Yu nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your efforts. I'll take it from here. With that, he immediately summoned all the ghouls, issuing his commands. Dozens of ghouls surged forth into the cavern ahead. Tang Yu, guided by the locations detected by the ghoul, gradually constructed a rough map of the misty cavern in his mind. He then proceeded with Nangong toward the already explored areas. However, the cave continued to spawn various wild creatures. Fortunately, Tang Yu possessed a diverse array of troops, making it effortless to deal with these monsters without any hindrance. Meanwhile, other teams that had purchased the skeletal command from Arthas gradually arrived at the Misty Cavern. As midnight approached, most of the teams had reached the cave. Yet, in the absence of a seer profession, all teams were compelled to navigate this sponge-like labyrinth in search of an exit to reach the spawning point. This predicament posed significant challenges for all teams. Fortunately, as seasoned dungeon challengers, they were well prepared to tackle such issues. Some members left markers within the cave, while others employed various skills to create imprints or scents as indicators. This way, if they failed to find an exit, they could retrace their steps without having to revisit the same paths. Though the methods were somewhat rudimentary, they proved effective. However, as more individuals arrived, the effectiveness waned. The expansive cavern echoed with various exclamations of familial greetings. Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to cover my markers? Come on, can you not use the same type of marker as me? I drew an arrow, and now everyone is confused. Goodness, are you all sent by the heavens to be my nemesis? My skill imprints have been wiped away. Who is deliberately destroying my markers? If you don't speak up, I won't hold back. For a moment, the cave was alive with commotion. The shouts reverberated throughout. Zhou Yan, along with his team members, found themselves ensnared in the chaos. Initially, they felt little concern, believing failure merely meant starting over. However, after numerous unsuccessful attempts, frustration began to boil over. We shouldn't have let Tang Yu take Nangong Yu. Look where we are now, utterly lost. We can't even find our way back. Exactly, Jiang Yang. You bear the brunt of the responsibility. What do you propose we do? Indeed, you were the one who drove her away. Now we're trapped here. And leaving ISNT an option. Upon hearing the team's discussions, Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Is it my fault we can't get past this stage? Let me be frank. Even if Nangong Yu were here, she would only provide a rough direction, and we would still have to traverse these caves. However, his explanation remained painfully insufficient, leading to an escalating discontent among the team members. In light of this situation, Jiang Yang had no choice but to seek assistance from Zhou Yan. Yet, this time, Zhou Yan chose to turn a blind eye. He had long harbored dissatisfaction toward Jiang Yang's previous actions, and it was natural that he would not come to his defense. Fine, if that's the case. I shall no longer serve. At worst, we can part ways, and I will find my own team. As he turned to leave, Zhou Yan finally erupted. Jiang Yang, you better stand still. Jiang Yang paused momentarily, glancing back at him. So, Zhou Yan, you truly do not wish to maintain the facade, do you? I exerted considerable effort for the team, only to receive such treatment? Is it not your intention to drive me away? Very well, I shall leave. You may depart. But let me make it clear. Should you go, you will receive no experience points or spoils. What? Dare you withhold my share? What do I have to fear? Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, a familiar and scrupulous figure emerged from the cave. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you again. Upon recognizing the seller of skeleton orders, the group was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here again? Jiang Yang shot a disapproving glance at him. Do you not see that we are resolving our internal issues? Begone. We have no need for your wares. Yet the seller merely smiled nonchalantly. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall seek others to sell the route map. Oh, by the way, there remains less than half an hour until the boss respawns. Should I leave now? I fear I may not return. What? Zhou Yan could not maintain his composure upon hearing this. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes as he turned to the merchant. You possess a route map? The seller shrugged. Indeed, a route map. Care to purchase it? 200 magic crystals each. Fair and square. Upon hearing this, the others in the cave suddenly realized. Wait, you are the one who destroyed the markers in every cave? You made me run all that way for nothing. I will have my revenge. Observing their reactions, the merchant displayed a harmless smile. Please, do not be agitated. I am merely trying to make a living. Previously, I sold them for 500. Today, I am only charging you 200. And you can lead your team to earn back the cost. Indeed, upon hearing this, the group paused their actions, exchanging puzzled glances. Zhou Yan furrowed his brow and questioned. Are you certain this is the correct route map? It wouldn't be a scam, would it? With a proud chest, the individual proclaimed, Brother, if I were to deceive anyone, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Moreover, this roadmap was personally provided by the esteemed Mr. Alsace. who has been waiting at the finish line for quite some time. Upon hearing the name of his idol once more, Zhou Yin was instantly filled with excitement. However, the thought that this unscrupulous merchant had the audacity to demand 200 magic crystals caused him a pang of discomfort. We are long-time customers. Surely you can offer a better price. This is the lowest I can go. The merchant insisted. 100 magic crystals is my final offer. If that doesn't work, I shall seek others. Fine. It's a deal. 100 it is. Zhou Yin exclaimed, observing the merchant genuinely preparing to produce the map. Zhou Yin felt a moment of disorientation. This fellow agreed with such eagerness. It seemed he had surely been outsmarted. Yet, with less than half an hour remaining until the boss respawned, missing it would mean waiting several more hours. More importantly, arriving early would allow them to challenge the boss sooner, minimizing the risk of missing the final Swordmaster's soul boss. Turning to Jiang Yang, Zhou Yin urged, this time. You must take the lead. Jiang Yang, looking into Zhou Yan's eyes, understood that the latter was determined to press forward. If he declined, he risked being expelled from the team. Frankly, if Zhou Yin truly decided to cast him out without offering any loot, finding a way to reclaim his belongings would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Jiang Yang promptly produced 50 magic crystals. This is all I can offer. Zhou Yin, unhesitant, declared to the others, the rest will be shared among everyone. No one opposed, and they all contributed their share. After acquiring the map, Zhou Yin wasted no time and led the group straight towards the exit. In a rush, they managed to arrive at the destination just in time before the boss respawned. However, upon arrival, they were met with two familiar figures. Tang Yu, Nangong Yu, what are they doing here? Upon spotting the merchant, the group suddenly understood. Jiang Yang exhibited a look of disdain. They must have paid to enter. I thought they were formidable. However, his words were met with a chorus of discontented coughs from those around. Even Zhou Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, the merchant, with a sycophantic demeanor, addressed Tang Yu, Mr. Alsace, I sincerely apologize. I truly did my utmost, but the map sold for only 7,000 magic crystals. Yet, Tang Yu interrupted with a puzzled tone, 7,000 magic crystals? Old Chi, think again. The merchant, taken aback, feigned contemplation before suddenly realizing, oh, I must have made a mistake. It was T7,000, it was 13,000. 13,000? Old Chi, would you prefer that I employ the soul-searching technique to compel you to repeat your words? No, 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 Mr. Arthas, I confess. This time I earned a total of 15,000. I was in error. I beseech you, do not. Tang Yu waved his hand, signaling the other party to hand over the magic crystals. Subsequently, he took out 3,000 magic crystals and presented them to the individual, stating, this is your remuneration. I trust that such a situation will not arise again. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Now leave. At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly felt Nangong Yu poke him, and he could not help but turn around and inquire, what is it? Why are you poking me? It's Captain Zhou and his team who have arrived. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to turn around and find Zhou Yin and Jiang Yang standing behind him. Zhou Yan's eyelids twitched. You are Arthas? Ah, yes indeed. My stage name. Tang replied with a hint of amusement. By the way, Captain Zhou, you all are rather swift, aren't you? However, Jiang Yang, filled with indignation, stepped forward and seized Tang Yu by the collar. You scoundrel, hand over my magic crystals. Observing the confrontation, Tang Yu brusquely pushed Jiang Yang's hand away. What is this? You came here relying on my map, and now you dare to demand a refund? If you want your money back, then go back on your own. I'll venture out to return it to you. As tensions escalated, Zhou Yin shouted in anger, Jiang Yang, what on earth are you trying to do? Release him at once. This brat has deceived us. He has swindled us out of so much money. Jiang Yang retorted, are you not ashamed enough already? Zhou Yin could no longer tolerate the situation. After all, their group had relied on Tang Yu to arrive here, and now they were demanding money. This was indeed excessive. Others who had purchased maps and skeletal orders began to gather around. What is this? Can't you handle it? Just a mere 100 magic crystals to reach the second level's destination. And you're still complaining? If you can't afford it, then leave. Exactly. You flaunt your might. Yet back then, you had the audacity to buy? Damn it. Were you the one who said we lack strength? Seeing the crowd rallying in support of Tang Yu, Jiang Yang eventually relented and lowered his hand. In truth, 50 magic crystals were trivial to him. What truly irked him was that the very person he had expelled from their team had managed to acquire a map. And what stung the most was that he had relied on that same map to arrive here. Now, witnessing the support for Tang Yu, he hesitated to take action. Having a profit is quite the achievement. I'm eager to see how you will navigate this level. With that, Jiang Yang turned and departed. Zhou Yin regarded Tang Yu with a complex mix of emotions. He deeply regretted his earlier decision, yet it was too late for remorse now. Nevertheless, seeing that both Tang Yu and Nan Gong Yu had survived to this point provided him with some solace. Well then, I wish you both success. Tang Yu flashed a grin. Thank you. The crowd once again divided into their respective groups, each eagerly anticipating the appearance of the second stage's boss. At last, as the clock struck midnight, 3 luminous points pierced the inky sky, descending gracefully. Boom. The points landed upon a stony beach before the assembly. A mass resembling minced flesh emerged, evoking the image of a celestial being descending, only to falter and splatter into a sanguine pulp. Yet, before long, this sanguinary substance began to coalesce into a colossal, blood-red tentacle. The 3 tentacles varied in size, each adorned with menacing black spikes, exuding an aura of intimidation. All the teams gazed on in exhilaration. The tyrant boss has made its appearance. Such a formidable presence, truly befitting a second transformation level 7 boss, undeniably formidable. Only those teams that could successfully claim the skulls of all 3 bosses would advance to the next stage. The difficulty seems rather steep. Only one team may enter at a time, and each team is granted a mere 10 minutes for their challenge. Slaying the boss is not the issue. The challenge lies in vanquishing it within the allotted time. It seems likely that half of the teams may not succeed in this trial. Brother, you must be mistaken. Last year, the success rate for this stage was less than 10%. Though we have the esteemed Arthas assisting us this year. The boss in the second stage is notoriously challenging, so the success rate will likely remain dismally low. It appears this stage may eliminate countless participants. After all, only the truly formidable may challenge the final Sword Soul boss. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, since the boss has emerged, let us not squander time. Let us discuss the order of our challenge. This suggestion was met with overwhelming support from nearly all the teams. Thus, opinions flowed freely until a consensus was reached to rank the teams based on their arrival at the maze's conclusion. A leaderboard would be displayed upon reaching the end. Yet, when the participants laid eyes upon the top rank, many were taken aback. What madness is this? The leading team consists of merely 2 individuals? I can't believe it. The top team comprises 2 first-tier players. Unbelievable. I suspect that esteemed Arthas is among them. The second rank belongs to the renowned Ice Dragon Guild. How astonishing that they arrived even after the first team. Zheng Wuji from the Ice Dragon team wore an expression of disbelief. Goodness. It turns out this so-called esteemed figure is merely a first-tier professional. How intriguing. Meanwhile, the team members expressed concern that the final boss might be claimed by others. Captain, should we seek out this team and persuade them to yield the first position to us? Indeed. Otherwise, if they vanquish the Sword Soul boss, our efforts would have been for naught. To his astonishment, there existed such a formidable expert among the first-tier practitioners. Who, one might wonder, was this individual? However, Zhang Wuji merely shook his head. There is no need for us to vie for the top position. The difficulty of confronting the tyrant exceeds our expectations. Let us observe for now. Upon hearing their captain's remark, the others fell silent. Yet, the outcome took them by surprise, as numerous teams, eager to secure the coveted first place, approached Tang Yu directly. In light of this situation, the team members expressed their concerns that should they allow others to cut in line, their own team would inevitably fall behind. Zhang Wuji, still shaking his head, coldly remarked, "Let us wait and see how Tang Yu intends to proceed." At that moment, while Tang Yu was engaged in light conversation with Nan Gong Yu, several individuals suddenly approached him. "Brother, to be frank, would you be willing to relinquish your position at the top to us?" Tang Yu momentarily froze at this unexpected proposition. He could not fathom that anyone would seek to snatch the first place. Did they not comprehend that the dangers associated with holding the top position were unparalleled? After all, while everyone was aware of the tyrant's level, they remained oblivious to its specific attack patterns, making the first person to attempt confrontation the most vulnerable. Just as he contemplated how to yield the first place, individuals were approaching him to negotiate for it. Just as Tang Yu was about to acquiesce, several others emerged in opposition. "Brother, please grant it to us. I can offer payment. How does 200 magic crystals sound?" "What does that mean? You think 200 magic crystals can claim the first position? How could it be so advantageous?" "Brother, allow me, I offer 500. What is going on here? Does this gentleman seem like a greedy individual?" "Brother, I will put forth 700. In an instant, the crowd began to bid, leaving even Tang Yu somewhat astounded. Goodness. I was just about to withdraw, and yet you insist on stuffing my pockets with money? Observing this scene, Nangong could not help but nudge him with her elbow and quietly murmur, "You money-grubbing fool. Why not agree quickly? The offer is nearing 1,000. Tang Yu slightly raised an eyebrow. After all the effort we put into securing first place, how could we simply relinquish it? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this fellow had undergone a change of heart? However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Tang Yu's next remark caught her off guard. Without 2,000 magic crystals, I shall not part with this first place. Nangong Yu immediately rolled her eyes. It was evident that his true nature remained unaltered. When Tang Yu announced the price of 2,000 magic crystals, all the competing teams fell silent, as the sum was undeniably steep, surpassing the reward cap of the second round. Yet, there remained a few undeterred souls, eager to take a chance. Bro. Since no one is willing to compete, I will offer 2,000 magic crystals. Tang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Congratulations. The position of first place is now yours. Observing Tang Yu's shrewd demeanor, those around him could not help but display expressions of gritted teeth. The promise of ranking based on performance had been betrayed, resulting in his opportunistic gain, utterly detestable. The standings shifted, with Tang Yu in third place, the Ice Dragon Squad in second, and the first position granted to the Star River Squad. This Star River Squad boasted a commendable overall strength, having secured their place in the second stage with a fifth-place finish. The entire squad reached the maximum allowed members for the dungeon, totaling 10, with a well-rounded composition. They consisted of 2 heavy armored warriors, 2 main combat warriors, 2 mages, 1 assassin, and 2 support characters, including a healer. Each member had attained a level of at least 5 in the second tier, placing their strength among the upper echelons of all squads. This versatile lineup was exceptionally adaptable, capable of meeting any combat scenario. It was evident that this was an experienced combat squad, well acquainted with frequent dungeon runs. Tang Yu examined the 3 tyrant bosses, their levels ascending from 6 to 8 within the first tier. Notably, the final tyrant boss, at level 8, boasted an astonishing maximum attack attribute of 4,006. Such formidable attributes left Tang Yu utterly astounded. Among all his troops, the highest attack power belonged to the Crusher, which barely reached 3,000 points. The enemy's power surpassed that of the Skeleton Centurion boss by a significant margin. However, this tyrant boss possessed a critical flaw. It was immobile. Its form was entrenched within the rubble, relying solely on its body to strike at targets. Anyone who believed that an immobile boss could be easily vanquished would be gravely mistaken. Although the tyrant boss lacked mobility and could only attack with its body, its defense was merely 300 points lower than its attack power. With such elevated attack and defense values, the challenge of defeating it within a mere 10 minutes escalated considerably. As the members of the Galaxy Squad entered the tyrant boss's attack range, the countdown began. The 3 seemingly lethargic tyrant bosses instantly sprang to life as if invigorated. Their tentacles lashed out violently towards the squad. However, having prepared thoroughly beforehand, the Galaxy Squad swiftly formed their formation, positioning themselves just beyond the reach of the 3 tyrant bosses' attacks. Subsequently, the support team began applying various enhancement skills to all members. The warriors unsheathed their weapons, exploiting the openings created by the tentacle strikes to counterattack the tyrant. Meanwhile, the mages fervently unleashed their spells, as if striving to deplete every last drop of their magical energy in the shortest time possible. Though this strategy might appear reckless, the results were immediate and impressive. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, the tyrant boss sustained increasing injuries, with notifications of diminishing health appearing on the screen in a rapid succession. Witnessing their nearly frenzied approach to combat, nearly all the squads present could not help but marvel. Goodness, this squad has gone mad. Are they truly unleashing skills at such a reckless pace? Do they not fear their bodies giving out? It was clear they desperately needed this boss, having expended 2,000 magic crystals. Indeed, if it were our squad, we would likely have to fight with equal fervor. Goodness. They might actually take down the tyrant in one fell swoop. How enviable. Yet, as the crowd marveled, an unforeseen event transpired. The tyrant's 3 tentacles, after a brief period of assault, began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Not only did their offensive power increase substantially, but their attack speed also doubled. Even more astonishing was the fact that these 3 appendages could now extend and retract at will. Within less than 10 seconds of this transformation, calamity struck. A warrior, fatigued and unable to withdraw in time due to a decrease in speed, was struck in the back by the tyrant. A piercing scream echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. In less than 5 seconds thereafter, a second team member, distracted, also fell victim to the tentacles, rendering them combat ineffective. The formation was instantly thrown into chaos, and the rhythm of their attack faltered. Before long, team members began to fall one after another. Ultimately, the challenge of the Star River squad ended in utter failure, leaving only a healer, still engaged in providing aid. The captain reluctantly issued a retreat order, dragging 2 lifeless bodies along with the remaining injured members from the challenge center. In that moment, all other squads were left in stunned silence. Phew. Thank goodness we weren't the first to engage. The risk factor is far too great. Indeed, it is wiser to wait until the tyrant boss's strength is sufficiently depleted before attempting to confront it. Otherwise, one would be merely a foolhardy sacrifice. Goodness. I genuinely thought they were on the brink of success, only to discover the tyrant had a hidden card up its sleeve. One can only say that the first squad was incredibly unfortunate. We were fortunate that our magic crystals were insufficient, or we would have been the ones to suffer. The members of the Ice Dragon squad were filled with admiration for Zheng Wuji's astute decision-making. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang stood amidst the crowd, his heart brimming with frustration. Damn it. It should have been those 2 who perished. Instead, a fool had to recklessly offer both money and life. It's infuriating. Tang Yu seemed to have anticipated this outcome and displayed little astonishment. After all, challenging 3 bosses simultaneously is indeed a formidable task, and failing to succeed is quite understandable. Otherwise, how could the immovable tyrant's difficulty be so minimal as to warrant the title of the ultimate boss in the second stage? Of course, he and Nangongyu, ranked 5th, need not worry about being called to the stage imminently. However, a pressing concern loomed. The Sword Spirit boss on the Sword Cultivator platform was unique and would not respawn once defeated. Should someone manage to eliminate the Sword Spirit boss, it would pose considerable complications. Yet, at present, aside from the Ice Dragon Guild, the strength of the 3rd and 4th squads appeared rather lackluster. Just then, Zheng Wuji swiftly led his team to seize the opportunity. Their luxurious lineup, comprising all second-tier level 10 members, elicited envy from all observers. Witnessing this scene, Nangongyu expressed her frustration, lamenting, "Alas, if the Ice Dragon squad takes over, the tyrant may very well be snatched away from us. What shall we do? If the 3rd and 4th groups manage to spawn a boss, we may be forced to take the lead." As she spoke, Tang Yu's gaze shifted to Jiang Yang, who was nearby, engaged in hushed conversation with the squad leader, occasionally glancing in Tang Yu's direction, clearly plotting something against him. As expected, the opposing team leader shook hands with Jiang Yang, who approached Tang Yu with an air of smugness. "Hiki, Tang Yu, get ready to work for us." Tang Yu raised an eyebrow and declared, "Work? It is utterly inconceivable that I would stoop to such a thing in this lifetime. Perhaps it is you who will be toiling for the members of Team 7. Jiang Yang, however, merely chuckled derisively and retorted, "So, are you implying that you intend to challenge the boss single-handedly? Oh, that certainly sounds thrilling, but one must possess the requisite strength to do so." His words dripped with disdain. "Enough with the meaningless chatter. If you have nothing better to do, why not step aside and indulge in a little distraction? I have no desire to waste my breath on you." "You," Tang Yu exclaimed. "Very well. Tang Yu, just wait for your demise." With that, Jiang Yang turned on his heel and departed. Nangongyu cast a concerned glance at Tang Yu and murmured, "Are we truly capable of this?" Tang Yu calmly remarked, "Do you doubt me, or do you doubt my troops?" "Of course, I have faith in both." He continued, "Well, then let us not worry unnecessarily. If it comes to worst, we shall withdraw. It is not worth sacrificing ourselves for this boss." Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Nangongyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. This fellow could indeed take advice. While the two were engaged in their light-hearted conversation, the members of the Ice Dragon Guild had already commenced their assault on the somewhat fatigued tyrant boss. Following the initial trial by the Xinghe team, the Ice Dragon Guild swiftly learned from their experience and, with formidable output, easily defeated 3 tyrant bosses. A chorus of envy erupted in the vicinity. Subsequently, the members of Teams 3 and 4 decided to collaborate, jointly hunting the tyrant boss and splitting the spoils, resolutely denying any opportunity to others. In response, the remaining teams also began to form alliances. Nangongyu, observing Jiang Yang's smug expression from a distance, couldn't help but bite her little tiger tooth. "Humph, Tang Yu, let us put in our utmost effort and ensure that scoundrel doesn't gain any advantage. Rest assured, he will not have the chance to profit. It is utterly impossible for us to allow them any share." Teams 3 and 4 united as they entered the battlefield. When the second wave of tyrant bosses respawned, the two teams strategically arranged themselves according to their prior agreement. Drawing from the monster-slaying experience of the Xinghe and Ice Dragon teams, their coordination was nothing short of impeccable. They positioned all support roles on either side to prevent being instantly eliminated by the tyrant, while the tank warriors absorbed damage at the forefront. Meanwhile, the warriors flanked from behind to deal damage, and mages, archers, and other ranged attackers unleashed their skills with fervor. Though 10 minutes is not a lengthy duration, vanquishing 3 tyrant bosses posed a considerable challenge. Through the seamless collaboration of the two teams, the health bars of the 3 bosses steadily diminished. Finally, at 9 minutes and 50 seconds, a burst of crimson light erupted from the bodies of the 3 tyrant bosses. The 3 massive tentacles crashed to the ground, and ultimately, the two teams emerged victorious. Upon witnessing this scene, the other teams were left in stunned silence, their envy igniting their eyes. And they promptly began to devise their own battle strategies. At that moment, Jiang Yang, arms crossed and a teasing glint in his eyes, directed his gaze at Tang Yu and said, "You don't seriously intend to seek collaboration with other teams, do you? Unfortunately, according to the rules we have established, as the 5th team, you must proceed in order, and we shall not cooperate with you. You can abandon that hope. Now, the power of discourse within the team has largely fallen upon Jiang Yang. Should he express hesitation in battle, the few henchmen he has summoned would undoubtedly refuse to comply. Although Zhou Yin derides his behavior, he finds himself powerless to intervene, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Tang Yu, who remains silent, head bowed in embarrassment. The other members of the team possess little authority, merely allowing Jiang Yang to act as he pleases. However, Tang Yu regards Jiang Yang with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a fool. What a delusion, to think he could partake in our spoils, he muses. Nangongyu, let us proceed. Nangongyu adjusts her spectacles, her gaze imbued with pride as she defiantly gestures towards Jiang Yang and his entourage. We shall not falter. Let us see what unfolds. As Nangongyu and Tang Yu stride towards the location of the tyrant boss's respawn point, nearby teams begin to murmur amongst themselves. Goodness, they are formidable. Truly, great players take on the tyrant boss together, they whisper. Yet, the disparity in their levels and strength is glaring. 2 individuals below the 2nd tier challenging a 2nd tier tyrant boss is a daunting task indeed. It feels rather implausible. How could they possibly overcome 3 bosses? Do not overthink it. They are merely working for others. Their victory against the skeleton centurion boss was sheer luck, but this time, they might not be so fortunate. One remarks, even the powerful Xinghe team could not prevail, and they stand little chance. Alas, one can only lament that the aspirations of youth are commendable. Yet practical considerations must not be overlooked. Everyone harbors doubts regarding Tang Yu, especially given the significant level gap in the presence of Nangongyu, a seer with no offensive capabilities, which complicates matters further. While it is known that Tang Yu is a leader capable of summoning formidable troops, the current circumstances suggest that he may struggle to succeed. Such efforts, ultimately, seem like a mere sacrifice for others' glory. At this moment, as they approach the vicinity of the boss respawn point, Nangongyu's earlier bravado wanes. Tang Yu, I have an ominous feeling. We shan't perish, will we? Upon hearing her anxiety resurface, Tang Yu gently taps her on the head. At this juncture, you still harbor doubts? Speak such words again, and I shall dismiss you. But, the disparity in strength is too vast, she protests. No sooner has she spoken than 3 brilliant lights streak across the sky, plummeting before them. The ground beneath them begins to twist, yielding 3 mounds of flesh that rapidly sprout into enormous tentacles. Witnessing this, Nangongyu instinctively grasps Tang Yu's arm. I'm a bit frightened. Do not worry, I shall handle what comes next. Upon finishing his words, Tang Yu raised his hand and summoned forth the knights of the human race. The gunmen and the catapults were strategically placed at a distance, beyond the reach of the tyrant's attacks. The moment these monstrous units materialized, everyone present was left in a state of astonished disbelief. My heavens, what is happening? How can he summon such a multitude of units, each appearing formidable? Goodness, could this be the legendary silver tier units? It certainly seems to possess some merit. He is still less than a level 2, yet he has summoned so many soldiers. How is this possible? By my word, I would deem him the child of fortune. Possessing such an array of units truly makes me reconsider the viability of the Lord class. It is indeed impressive. No wonder he dares to tackle a boss accompanied by merely a support character. It appears he has his own hidden trump cards. As Tang Yu summoned forth such a plethora of monstrous units, Jiang Yang's mind went blank, his eyes brimming with envy. Who on earth is this individual? How could he command such an abundance of units? It is crucial to understand that the Lord is a concealed class, rendering the acquisition of scrolls for its skills exceedingly arduous. Even when available, their prices are exorbitantly high. However, the sheer number of units Tang Yu summoned was extraordinary, and their imposing stature suggested they were far from the mediocre bronze or iron tier types. What astonished Jiang Yang even further was that Tang Yu had produced 3 distinct types of units in one go, truly leaving him in awe. Standing nearby, Zhou Yin coldly remarked, "This is precisely why he can effortlessly dispatch those skeleton centurion bosses and reach the second stage's conclusion with the highest score." Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Jiang Yang felt a surge of dissatisfaction. "Captain, do not forget we are on the same team. Why are you so eager for him to succeed in this stage? If that is the case, we may end up having to face the challenge of solo." Yet Zhou Yin merely chuckled coldly. "I have no hopes of passing the second stage this time. Just be prepared to face the consequences of your actions." Zhou Yin, do not forget that this is a level 2, grade 7 boss. I refuse to believe that these first-tier units could possibly defeat such a formidable foe. Just wait and see who ends up with egg on their face. Oh, egg on their face? We shall see who is truly embarrassed. Zhou Yin dismissed Jiang Yang's concerns and turned his attention back to the unfolding battle. Tang Yu summoned the knights of the human race primarily to augment their offensive capabilities and to provide protection for himself and Nangongyu. He was acutely aware of the defensive prowess of the human knights. He felt that even though their statistics might fall short of the tyrant boss, they could still withstand several blows without issue. Observing the 3 knights staggering forward to launch their attacks, Tang Yu promptly issued the command to engage. At a signal, the musketeers unleashed a torrent of flames from the barrels of their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck one of the tyrant bosses with remarkable precision. Simultaneously, 5 catapults hurled colossal fireballs into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. Each of the 5 massive fireballs found its mark on the tyrant boss. -3,999 -4,088 -3,799. A series of damage notifications caused everyone present to collectively gasp in astonishment. What just happened? A single shot dealt 4,000 points of damage. Goodness. At this rate, the tyrant boss could be vanquished in mere moments. The prospect of actually defeating the tyrant boss in such a swift manner was utterly terrifying. Just as the crowd marveled at the spectacle, the first tyrant boss was unexpectedly overwhelmed and eliminated in a single wave of attacks. Without hesitation, Tang Yu once again gestured for all the destroyers to unleash a barrage of projectiles at the second tyrant boss. At the moment the fireballs soared through the air, Jiang Yang felt a searing heat against his face, and a foreboding sense arose within him. Was he truly about to solo the boss? How to conquer the second stage tyrant boss correctly was exemplified flawlessly by Tang Yu. In a mere 1 minute and 5 seconds, he effortlessly cleared the challenge. This was despite his concern that dispatching the enemies too swiftly might attract scrutiny, prompting him to deliberately slow his pace. Meanwhile, Nangongyu merely played the role of a backdrop, only cheering each time a tyrant boss was defeated. As Tang Yu and Nangongyu vanished from sight, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Every gaze was filled with astonishment. How formidable! 1 minute and 5 seconds. They couldn't even manage half that time. It wasn't merely them. It was him, the illustrious Ulysses, who was astonishingly powerful, single-handedly challenging 3 bosses and surpassing his level. From this day forth, let us remember the name Ulysses. He is indeed a true deity. Even if they failed to conquer the second stage challenge today, it was worthwhile to witness such a formidable figure effortlessly dispatching foes. I was utterly convinced. This was dire. I now bore a shadow of doubt. If our 2 teams could not vanquish these 3 tyrant bosses together, we would be utterly disgraced. After all, they were merely tier 1. This was a challenge beyond their level, even more daunting than a typical tier jump. Jiang Yang, standing by, was rendered almost petrified. His eyes fixed on the time displayed for Tang Yu's triumph. 1 minute and 5 seconds. This undoubtedly shattered all records. More critically, Tang Yu had effortlessly defeated these 3 bosses relying solely on his own strength, and he was significantly below the bosses in rank. The prowess required for such a level jump challenge was astonishing, even within his comprehension. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind. I told you that you would be slapped in the face. Tang Yu is far more formidable than I imagined. For this round, I choose to forfeit. What about the rest of you? The speaker was Zhou Yin, who understood that there was no way they could clear this stage. Had it not been for Jiang Yang, they might have succeeded solely on Tang's capabilities. However, it was this disruptor that caused them to miss numerous opportunities, even the chance to cling to a stronger ally. In that instant, the entire team harbored resentment towards Jiang Yang. I withdraw, but someone must take responsibility for this endeavor. I too withdraw, but I demand Jiang Yang's expulsion from the team. From now on, this team shall consist of me and not him. I concur with the decision to expel Jiang Yang, and I too agree to withdraw from this challenge. Jiang Yang instantly became the target of everyone's scorn, and those he had recruited sensed that he could no longer remain in the group. They immediately began to demand payment. Jiang Yang, we have no intention of continuing, so please settle our dues first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang grew anxious. What are you doing? Are you kicking me while I'm down? We had an agreement. However, the others paid no heed to his explanations, shoving and insisting, enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and hand over the rewards so we can part ways amicably. Observing their aggressive demeanor, Jiang Yang realized that if he did not pay them, he might not be able to leave at all. He cast a pleading glance at Zhou Yan, only to receive a smirk in return. Ultimately, Jiang Yang was compelled to produce the magic crystals he had promised them. At that moment, Zhou Yan inquired, "Do you intend to withdraw from the team here, or would you prefer to do so outside?" Jiang Yang's lips twitched in irritation. "Captain, must we go to such extremes?" Zhou Yan nodded resolutely. "Indeed, we must. You have deprived us of a significant opportunity and even offended Tang Yu. You cannot bear this responsibility, hence, I must expel you." Facing Zhou Yan's unwavering expression, Jiang Yang understood that there was no room for redemption. He nodded, a hint of cold laughter escaping his lips. "Fine, you will regret this." With that, he opened the team information and chose to exit the group. Zhou Yan, without hesitation, initiated the decision to leave the dungeon, and soon everyone vanished from the instance. At the Imperial Academy, outside the Changguan Sword Dao dungeon, the instructor in charge, Jiang Hao, glanced at the time, his face brimming with excitement. The second round has yet to commence. They must still be engaged in it. Huh, splendid. After 5 years, we finally have a chance to break through. Meanwhile, Lin Xuejuan, standing nearby, was increasingly worried about her student. Heaven help us, Nan Gongwei must not come to harm. I hope she returns safely. If only I had dissuaded her from participating in this challenge. It is my impatience that has led us here. At that moment, a sudden burst of light emanated from the formation of the Changguan Sword Dao dungeon. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Have they failed so soon? As the light faded, Zhou Yan emerged with several others. Jiang Hao hurried over, but Lin Xuejuan could not spot Nan Gongwei among them. A wave of foreboding washed over her. This is bad. Something has indeed gone awry. She quickly followed Jiang Hao. Zhou Yan, with a dejected expression, approached Jiang Hao and said, "I'm sorry, teacher, I have disappointed you." Jiang Hao sighed softly and gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. If we fail, we can always try again next year. By the way, weren't there 10 of you? Why are only 7 of you here?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan pursed his lips, preparing to summarize their explanation, but Lin Xuejuan beside him suddenly burst into tears. "I caused her misfortune. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let her go." Just then, a voice unexpectedly chimed in. Teacher Lin, Nangong Yu is alive and well, she is fine, and she has already passed the second level's boss challenge." At this revelation, Lin Xuejuan was momentarily stunned, lifting her red-rimmed eyes to stare at Zhou Yan. "What did you say?" Zhou Yan then recounted the entire sequence of events. Both Lin Xuejuan and Jiang Hao were left astonished. How is that possible? 2 first-tier practitioners have passed the second level's test, and even set a record? Zhou Yan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, had we not witnessed it ourselves, we would have thought it was a fabrication. Everyone saw it. The others also nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao was suddenly filled with excitement. So, they have already entered the 3rd level, the Changguan Sword Cultivation Platform? At this very moment, Tang Yu and Nangong Yu had arrived at the Changguan Sword Cultivation Platform, which was even more grandiose than anticipated. The platform was adorned with numerous statues of sword cultivators, each in a different pose, exquisitely carved to the point where, if not for their gray exteriors, one might mistake them for living beings. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Could it be that the sword spirit boss of this final level was concealed among them? Nangong Yu nodded slightly, explaining in a hushed tone, "There is only one sword spirit boss in this level, and it is hidden among these statues. However, to locate it, we must first contend with these sculptures." "Wait, do these statues have the ability to attack?" As the moon reached its zenith, the stone sculptures began to stir to life. And it seemed that the time for the full moon was upon them. No sooner had Nangong-Yu's words left her lips than the moon in the sky transformed into a blood-red hue, growing fuller, while the sky itself turned a deep crimson. Suddenly, the cement covering the surface of the statues began to peel away. This is bad. They're about to come to life. The Changguan sword cultivation platform was vast, yet it was nearly impossible to discern its entirety due to the towering mountains flanking their position, with a canyon beneath them and the slopes dotted with sculptures poised to emerge from the earth. At the moment the blood-red full moon ascended, the sky was engulfed in crimson, and a mist began to shroud the sword cultivation platform. The crisis had officially arrived. In that instant, Nangong-Yu tightly grasped Tang Yu's hand, her voice trembling. What shall we do? Regarding the girl who clings to her own hand, Tang Yu expressed a sense of helplessness. To say she is of no use would be misleading, as she is indeed an incredibly formidable seer, endowed with the remarkable ability to detect monsters, making her an invaluable asset in battling bosses. However, when faced with peril, she resorts to grasping your hand in search of protection. With a legion of beastly warriors safeguarding us, what is there to fear? Nangong-Yu, lightly tapped on the forehead by Tang Yu, pouted in dissatisfaction. Shall I then unleash my final prophetic skill now? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback and hastily interrupted the other party. Hold on, let's not rush. This is not the appropriate setting to unleash skills, and the experience points from the stone sculpture monsters are quite substantial. Moreover, did you not mention that the sword soul boss would only materialize after we have defeated 2,000 of these stone sculptures? What purpose does your use of the prophet skill serve now? He sighed, realizing he had overlooked this matter. Upon hearing Nangong-Yu's remarks, Tang Yu could not help but cover his forehead in exasperation. What on earth was this somewhat scatterbrained girl thinking? How could she forget such a crucial piece of information? Are you certain that the sword soul boss will only emerge after a specific number of these stone sculptures have been vanquished? Tang Yu glanced at Nangong-Yu with a hint of perplexity. The latter, visibly irked by Tang Yu's skepticism, wrinkled her delicate nose and retorted, "Of course. This is what my teacher personally conveyed to me. Even if you doubt me, surely you cannot question my teacher's credibility?" Tang Yu shrugged in resignation, reluctantly accepting the other person's words. Although he was aware that the stone sculptures would be vanquished before the sword soul boss could manifest, the precise number required for its emergence remained a mystery to all. At this moment, the layer of cement that had once enveloped the stone creatures had largely shed, revealing their true forms. These stone figures appeared to possess a naturally grayish-white skin, and even with the cement stripped away, there seemed to be little significant alteration in their appearance. Tang Yu promptly summoned all of his beastly troops and then scrutinized the information regarding the stone golems. The good news was that these stone golems possessed a relatively slow movement speed, and their attack power was rather modest, hovering around the 5th level of the 2nd tier. However, the unfortunate news was that their numbers were considerable, and their defensive capabilities were exceptionally formidable. More critically, these stone golems boasted a passive skill known as stone armor, which effectively doubled their defensive prowess. It is noteworthy that their inherent defense already ranged between 2,800 to 3,000 points. Thus, when doubled, it surged to approximately 6,000 points. Such an imposing defense was indeed daunting. As the moment of crumbling cement signaled their advance, the stone golems began to march towards Tang Yu and his companion. Upon reviewing the information about these golems, Nangong-Yu could not help but feel a sense of despair. The defensive strength of these creatures was overwhelming. How could they possibly defeat them? In light of this predicament, Tang Yu first assessed the current terrain and then pointed towards a nearby location that was sheltered by a large rock. "Let us head there," he instructed. Nangong-Yu did not inquire further and swiftly followed Tang Yu to the rear of the massive boulder. Immediately, Tang Yu issued commands to his monstrous troops. Half of the 30 ghouls were assigned to protect the gunslingers, the catapult, and himself alongside Nangong-Yu, positioned as the primary offensive force. The catapult took its place beside Tang Yu and Nangong-Yu, arranged in a fan formation, effectively targeting a 180-degree arc of the battlefield. Knights and infantry were stationed at the forefront to fend off the onslaught of the stone sculptures, while the remaining 5 cloaked huntresses were dispatched ahead to scout for the stone creatures. Once the defensive formation was established, at Tang Yu's command, the gunslingers unleashed a volley of fire. The catapult immediately hurled brilliant fireballs into the heart of the densest cluster of stone creatures. In an instant, a sea of flames engulfed the area. The infantry raised their shields in defense, while 2 colossal knights wielding greatswords charged back and forth at the front lines. driving the scattered stone creatures toward the center, facilitating the catapult as strikes. As the deafening sounds of cannon fire echoed, the stone creatures quickly sensed the impending threat and activated their stone armor skills. Instantly, a faint white glow enveloped their bodies, reducing the flame's damage output, which had been incinerating them at 300 to 400 points per second, by half. However, the gunslingers, having activated their passive skills, possessed a 20% armor penetration ability, enabling them to inflict over 1,000 points of damage effortlessly. Witnessing this, Tang Yu could not suppress a smirk, given the speed at which the stone creatures advanced. By the time they reached him, they would be left with but a sliver of health. The other half of the ghouls then activated their frenzy skill, charging forth to reap the stone creatures. Slaying a second-tier level 4 stone creature granted 18,000 experience points. Slaying a second-tier level 5 stone creature granted 22,000 experience points. Acquired stone creature insignia treasure box X1. Acquired magic crystal X1. The notification sounds rang continuously in Tang Yu's ears. Soon, a vast vacuum of space was cleared before him. Observing his rapidly increasing experience points, Tang Yu realized that while the stone creatures seemed formidable and numerous, their threat level was actually quite low. To maximize his experience gain, he promptly adjusted the defensive formation of his monstrous troops and began advancing toward the canyoness in trance. Beside him, Nangongyu, witnessing her experience bar rise at a visibly rapid pace, was filled with astonishment. This is incredible. In just this one dungeon run with you, I'm almost at first tier level 9. It feels wonderful to have such a strong ally. Tang Yu revealed a faint, serene smile. This was merely the beginning. We shall conquer even more in the time to come. At this very moment, in another canyon, the members of the Ice Dragon Guild were also relentlessly advancing through a massacre. Zheng Wuji's team had all reached the formidable second tier at level 10, effortlessly overpowering the other squads and the stone sculpture monsters in the vicinity. Most of them had refrained from undertaking the challenges of the second tier, all in anticipation of this day. Leveraging their superior levels, they dispatched the stone sculpture monsters with astonishing speed. After a relentless spree of slaughter, the hillside before them was littered with the lifeless bodies of the vanquished stone sculptures. Zheng Wuji glanced at the situation and a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. We have already slain over 300 stone sculpture monsters. Once we reach 2,000, the Sword Soul boss will emerge. Let us persevere. A spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of the crowd as they followed Zheng Wuji deeper into the canyon. Along the way, they were invincible. Thanks to the mana regeneration skills of a priest in their ranks, they unleashed their abilities with utmost ease. Upon reaching the canyon's end, they had already dispatched over 1,000 stone sculpture monsters. Just then, the mist ahead began to dissipate. The group stood in stunned silence at the sight. What is happening? It seems the mist is clearing. Zheng Wuji's heart raced. We have only slain 1,000 stone sculpture monsters. Could it be that other squads have also entered and eliminated another 1,000? Which squad possesses such strength? Hearing Zheng Wuji's words, the team members revealed expressions of astonishment. Oh, there are indeed other squads following us. It has only been an hour. Who could they be? We are the second team. While the third and fourth seem to have joined forces, however, their strength is not particularly formidable. It would be impossible for them to have eliminated another 1,000 stone sculpture monsters in just 1 hour. Could it be the fifth and sixth teams? If I recall correctly, the fifth team should be that of Arthas, but they consist of only 2 members. The sixth team seems to have a grudge against them. Could these 2 teams have united? Yet, even if they did, it seems utterly implausible that they could have dealt with another 1,000 stone sculpture monsters. Faced with the speculations of the crowd, Zheng Wuji refrained from making excessive remarks. He harbored a subtle intuition that perhaps this was indeed the doing of Tang Yu. Throughout all previous endeavors, Tang Yu's displayed prowess had left a profound impression on him. Although he possessed only first-tier strength, his exhibited abilities surpassed those of many second-tier professionals. After all, treating the skeleton centurion boss as mere fodder to farm the skeleton army orders was no small feat, even for them. Yet, upon further contemplation, he found it somewhat implausible. The defensive capabilities of the stone-carving monsters were remarkably formidable, and even his own team's strength struggled to handle them with ease. It was inconceivable that Tang Yu could accomplish such a task alone. However, since someone had already reached this point and completed the task of slaying another 1,000 stone-carving monsters, they posed a significant threat to him. The third challenge, the Sword Soul boss on the Changwon sword cultivation platform, was singular, and defeating this Sword Soul boss was the very purpose of their expedition. With this thought in mind, Zheng Wuji addressed the assembly, stating, "Friends, our focus should not be on which team has slain another 1,000 stone-carving monsters. Rather, we must strategize on how to preemptively eliminate the Sword Soul boss. Otherwise, our efforts here will be rendered utterly futile." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately grasped the urgency of the situation. Zheng Wuji swiftly turned to one of the individuals clad in a black robe, saying, "Hey Yuan, I entrust you with the task of locating the Sword Soul boss." The man nodded slightly, then removed his hood, revealing a handsome visage. He seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, centering his thoughts, and began to draw intricate hand seals with his fingers. After a brief moment, a colossal golden talisman materialized upon the ground. As he recited his incantation, the symbols shimmered and flickered. Ultimately, these golden characters coalesced into a golden rune pointer that soared forth in a specific direction. Upon witnessing the direction in which the golden rune pointer had flown, Zheng Wuji's heart surged with joy. It was indeed that way. Without further ado, the crowd, following Zheng Wuji, hastened towards the direction indicated by the golden arrow. After an indeterminate duration of battling the stone-carving monsters, the mist ahead began to dissipate. Observing the fog lifting, Nangang Yu immediately exclaimed, "We've slain enough stone-carving monsters. The Sword Soul boss is about to emerge." A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yu's eyes. "Splendid. At last it suffices. It seems that the Ice Dragon Guild's efficiency is commendable. However, Nangang Yu harbored some concerns. Are we about to compete with them for the boss? These individuals are quite formidable." Tang Yu was well aware of the formidable strength of the Ice Dragon Guild. Yet he felt no trepidation at the prospect of an encounter with them. In the face of adversity, the brave would prevail. He possessed a diverse array of beastly troops, their numbers far surpassing those of his adversaries. Should a confrontation arise, it was unlikely that they would prove to be his match. Thus, Tang Yu spoke softly, "Fear not. For we are all civilized individuals. They are unlikely to resort to violence without provocation." Upon hearing his reassuring words, Nangang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She promptly activated her prophetic abilities. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her expression appearing significantly weakened, and pointed towards the distance. She had sensed the presence of the Sword Soul boss emanating from that direction. Tang Yu nodded and immediately summoned a female hunter, allowing Nangang Yu to mount the magnificent creature. Sitting atop a leopard for the first time, Nangang Yu appeared exceedingly anxious, her hands unsure of where to rest. Tang Yu gently patted the Black Panther's neck and reassured Nangang Yu, "Do not worry, my troops are quite obedient. Just focus on your task, and leave the rest to me." With these words, Nangang Yu felt a sense of relief and nodded. She then softly murmured while clutching the Black Panther's neck, "Why aren't you carrying me?" Tang Yu caught the murmured words and gazed at the speaker for a considerable time. "Given the circumstances, please refrain from concerning yourself with my well-being, all right?" he replied. Subsequently, he led a formidable legion of beasts towards the location of the Sword Soul boss. Along the way, the number of stone statues increased exponentially, significantly hampering their mobility. As time slipped away, an ominous premonition began to gnaw at Tang Yu. Surely, the Sword Soul boss would not be vanquished so easily? If that were the case, all his efforts would be in vain. It appeared he needed to seek a shortcut. With this thought, he glanced up at the Blood Moon and promptly accessed the Supreme Lord's shop. Gargoyle, undead flying unit, highly mobile, 300 gold, 1 magic core. Purchase. He immediately acquired a gargoyle. Upon summoning this creature, Tang Yu was taken aback by its size. The gargoyle, with a wingspan of 5 meters, possessed a bat-like head, and its claws radiated a green luminescence, while its sharp lower limbs were exceedingly formidable. What an enormous gargoyle! I wonder if it can carry someone aloft. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu signaled for the gargoyle to crouch and then mounted its back. However, after flapping its wings a couple of times, the gargoyle still failed to take flight. Tang Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Despite its imposing appearance, he hadn't anticipated such feebleness. How splendid it would be to acquire an airship. Nevertheless, with the presence of the gargoyle, Tang Yu could swiftly locate the Sword Soul boss and ascertain whether the Ice Dragon Guild was engaged in combat against it. Promptly, he commanded the gargoyle to pursue. Upon receiving the order, the gargoyle unfurled its wings and soared towards the direction of the Sword Soul boss. Tang Yu could fully perceive all that the gargoyle encountered along its flight. With the gargoyle's reconnaissance, he soon discovered a route with fewer stone monsters. Without hesitation, he purchased another gargoyle to assist in scouting the path. Thus, Tang Yu, accompanied by his army of beasts, embarked once more on the quest to find the Sword Soul boss. Thanks to the gargoyle's reconnaissance, this journey became considerably easier for him. Stowing away the catapult of destruction and utilizing his swift mobility, Tang Yu quickly arrived at a fork in a canyon. At that moment, he suddenly detected the presence of the ice dragon team through the gargoyle. Astonishingly swift, they were truly a top-tier squad. Just as Tang Yu was preparing to lead his army of beasts on a detour, a voice echoed from not far away. Tang Yu, I didn't expect you to be quite quick as well. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to witness a stone-carved creature approaching him. The creature raised its hand and, with a gentle wave, instantaneously transformed into a familiar visage. Zheng Wuji? A smile graced Zheng Wuji's face as he remarked, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon hearing their conversation, Nangongyu stirred from her slumber. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes upon seeing Zheng Wuji. Why had a member of the Ice Dragon Guild come here? Zheng Wuji stepped forward towards Tang Yu. As he drew nearer, Nangongyu's expression tightened with anxiety, compelling her to grasp Tang Yu's arm. However, Tang Yu exhibited little astonishment, instead regarding Zheng Wuji with remarkable composure. Well, Captain Zheng, what do you intend? Zheng Wuji halted 10 meters away from Tang Yu and spoke. The Sword Soul boss holds immense significance for us, so I believe it would be best if you could relinquish it to us. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yu erupted into hearty laughter, much to the discontent of his interlocutor. What do you mean? Why are you laughing? Do you think I am jesting with you? Tang Yu ceased his laughter and fixed a serious gaze upon Zheng Wuji. Are you not jesting with me? Upon hearing Tang Yu's response, Zheng Wuji's brow furrowed into a deep frown, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing across his expression. Young brother, I am here to inform you, not to seek your consent. Therefore, I hope you will make the right choice and avoid any unpleasantness. Tang Yu curled his lips in disdain. Why not relinquish the Sword Soul boss to us? This boss holds great significance for us. During their journey, Nangongyu had previously mentioned the rewards associated with the Sword Soul boss. The golden sword dropped by the Sword Soul boss is an essential item for those of the swordsman profession. Moreover, this weapon is precisely the material required by an elder of the Swordsman Academy, which is why this task was assigned. Upon completion, one could earn a substantial amount of points. However, if it were merely points at stake, Tang Yu would undoubtedly refrain from risking a confrontation with the Ice Dragon Guild members. What he coveted more than the points was another invaluable asset, the Academy credits. Within the Imperial Academy, the role of points has nearly entirely supplanted that of currency. Any purchases or transactions within the Academy necessitate points. Yet, certain items cannot be acquired with points alone and require Academy credits for exchange. For instance, to obtain a unique weapon, one must seek out a high-level blacksmith in the Academy, but this requires Academy credits. Similarly, to procure potent poisons, one must consult a high-level alchemist within the Academy, which also necessitates Academy credits. Even access to the Celestial Pavilion demands points. Tang Yu was resolutely heading towards the Celestial Pivot Pavilion. After all, the point requirements for entry were exceedingly high. Once one gained access to the Celestial Pivot Pavilion, they could delve into the dungeons brimming with abundant rewards, thus acquiring more magical crystals. This was precisely what Tang Yu yearned for. As his level ascended, the prices of monster types also surged correspondingly. If he did not diligently accumulate magical crystals, he feared he would soon find himself unable to defeat creatures of the same level. Therefore, as he gazed at Zheng Wuji, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Observing Tang Yu's dismissive demeanor, a glint of coldness flashed in Zheng Wuji's eyes. It seemed you were unwilling to heed my counsel despite my good intentions. Are you resolute in ignoring my advice? I now extend to you one final opportunity. Relinquish your pursuit of the Sword Soul boss, and I shall offer you a most generous compensation. Tang Yu smiled faintly. Oh, a remarkably generous compensation? Pray tell, can it sway my heart? Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Zheng Wuji refrained from further discussion and promptly produced a golden staff, a universal staff for mage classes of golden quality at the second tier, one you should soon be able to wield. Zheng Wuji was confident in his ability to defeat Tang Yu, yet he understood that it would not be an effortless endeavor, and he might even sustain injuries. He needed to conserve his strength to confront the Sword Spirit boss and could not afford to expend too much energy on Tang Yu. Upon seeing the golden staff, Nangongyu, standing beside Tang Yu, widened her eyes in astonishment. A weapon of golden quality. A flicker of surprise danced in her gaze. After all, golden weapons were exceedingly rare. While they could be purchased with points at the Academy, The cost often soared into the hundreds of thousands of points. Nangongyu's meager points were insufficient even for a single silver-quality weapon, which required careful consideration. However, Tang Yu revealed a hint of derision in his smile. I must say, you possess little sincerity. You believe a golden-grade weapon could persuade me? Captain Zheng, you underestimate me. Zheng Wuji immediately furrowed his brow. Although a golden-grade weapon was merely a tier above a silver-grade weapon, the disparity between them was monumental. If a black iron-quality weapon were valued at 1, then a bronze-quality weapon would be 10, a silver-quality weapon 100, and a golden-quality weapon 1,000. While the increase may seem tenfold, it rendered the two categories entirely incomparable. More crucially, golden-quality equipment was exceedingly rare, typically emerging only in large dungeons or exclusive instances, with a correspondingly low drop rate. Generally, a second-tier silver-quality piece required thousands of magic crystals, whereas a golden-quality piece demanded tens of thousands. Such pricing virtually ensured that only a select few practitioners could obtain them. Zheng Wuji believed that, despite Tang Yu's formidable strength, he would not refuse a second-tier universal mage weapon of golden quality. To his surprise, the latter's response incited a sense of irritation within him. It appears you are destined to be our adversary. Are you not aware of the name of our Ice Dragon Guild? Do you comprehend the consequences of your defiance? Tang Yu smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent to the threats posed by the other party. The Ice Dragon Guild? I apologize. It is the first time I have heard of it. Very well. Since you say so, it seems we are not inclined to negotiate any further. Let us engage. With that, Zheng Wuji took 2 steps back, and soon, 2 figures clad in black emerged nearby. Nangongu immediately sensed the presence of these stealthy assassins lurking in the vicinity and felt a surge of anxiety. Be cautious. These are the most troublesome shadow assassins. And there are 2 of them. Zheng Wuji, unwilling to waste words with Tang Yu, directly addressed the shadow assassins. Take care of him. The Sword Soul boss is ours to handle. Yes, yes. Following this, Zheng Wuji waved his hand grandly and vanished from sight. The 2 shadow assassins swiftly followed suit, disappearing as they lunged towards Tang Yu. Faced with the situation, Nangongu grew increasingly panicked. Shadow assassins are among the most formidable of their kind, possessing powerful stealth skills that allow them to approach their targets silently and deliver a lethal blow. Yet, Tang Yu remained remarkably calm. You enjoy lurking in the shadows? Huh. It seems you have chosen the wrong opponent. With that, he opened the Lord's shop and located a particular item. Sentinel Guardian. Deploy a Sentinel Guardian to monitor a designated area for 10 minutes, possessing true sight capabilities. Price, 100 magic crystals. Purchase. The Sentinel Guardian is specifically designed to counter targets with invisibility abilities. Although its duration is brief and the cost is steep at 100 magic crystals, it serves as a veritable trump card against those who utilize stealth skills, revealing them without fail. Consequently, a guardian resembling an eye materialized within his storage space. Without hesitation, Tang Yu summoned the Sentry Guard. The moment the Sentry Guard materialized, 2 shadowy assassins clad in black cloaks revealed their true forms from a distance. They were momentarily taken aback. What? Discovered already? This is bad. As the realization dawned upon them, 2 female hunters riding ebony panthers swiftly appeared before them. In an instant, with a few decisive strikes, the 2 shadowy assassins were grievously wounded and collapsed to the ground. Tang Yu smiled faintly and said, Do you intend to stop me? You must be overestimating yourselves. I shall spare your lives, but whether you continue to live depends on your own fortune. After speaking, he turned to Nangongu and commanded, Let us go. It is time to seize the boss. Nangongu was utterly taken aback by Tang Yu's formidable display of strength. However, her greater concern was the potential retaliation from the Ice Dragon Guild for offending them. In truth, I found Zheng Wuji's earlier suggestion quite reasonable. It seemed far more advantageous to avoid antagonizing them and contend for the Sword Soul boss than to risk it all for a mere golden tier weapon. After all, what was one golden quality weapon among many? Nangongyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tang Yu, exclaiming, But that is a second-tier golden quality weapon. I can scarcely imagine what it would be like to possess one at my own second tier. With a serene smile, remarked, Shall I reveal to you that I possess an entire set of second-tier golden quality equipment? Ah, you cannot possibly own such a set, can you? Indeed. Do not forget that I secured the first position among the freshmen at the Imperial Academy this year, and the reward was a complete set of second-tier golden quality equipment. Is that truly the case? Show it to me. Observing the eager expression on Nangongyu's face, Tang Yu decisively chose to indulge her curiosity. The Academy's reward for the second-tier Universal Class Golden set comprises 6 pieces: a robe, a bracelet, a necklace, boots, a weapon, and a crown. As these items could only be utilized at the second tier, Tang Yu had not extensively familiarized himself with their specifics. However, since Nangong Yu wished to see them, he too took the opportunity to examine the equipment. Flying Cloud Robe increases physical defense by 30%, magic defense by 50%, and doubles the defensive properties of the complete set. Flying Cloud Bracelet increases magical power by 50%, and the complete set enhances magical power by 100%. Flying Cloud Necklace boosts magical recovery speed by 100%, elevating the set's recovery rate to 150%. Flying Cloud Boots augments movement speed by 100%. The complete set grants the active skill Flying Cloud Step, which, when activated, triples movement speed for an hour. Flying Cloud Staff enhances magical attack power by 50%, with the complete set providing a 100% boost to magical attack power and a 50% increase in skill damage. Flying Cloud Crown raises magical defense by 50%. The complete set grants a passive ability to resist control effects, with a 30% chance of immunity. After glancing at the details of the Flying Cloud set, Tang Yu compared it with his silver quality equipment and instantly felt a considerable disparity. Truly, the golden quality equipment was exceptional. Even individual pieces boasted impressive attributes, while the complete set was extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu gazed at the equipment as if it were a treasured possession, her face brimming with envy. Is this what the legendary golden quality equipment looks like? How splendid. If only I could possess a set like yours. I truly envy a skilled individual like you. Having said this, Nangong Yu returned the equipment to Tang Yu without lingering too long. Tang Yu cast a glance at the other party. Do you desire it? But I wish to attain it through my own prowess. Very well, I shall take you along to conquer more dungeons. Thus, you shall swiftly accumulate more points to procure equipment. Really? Of course. Am I the sort who delights in deceit? Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Nangong Yu could not help but lean in closer. You are truly kind. Tang Yu swiftly interposed, saying, do not indiscriminately grant goodwill cards, and refrain from coveting my physique. Instead, make good use of your prophetic skills. Understood. He continued, leading Nangong Yu onward towards the location of the boss. At this very moment, outside the Changguan Sword Dao dungeon, teacher Jiang Hao from the Swordsman Academy wore a grave expression as he regarded Zhou Yin. Are you saying the Ice Dragon Guild is involved as well? Zhou Yin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, teacher Jiang. The squad is led by Zheng Wuji. Zheng Wuji? The name echoed vaguely in Jiang Hao's mind, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Just as he scratched his head in contemplation, Lin Xuejuan suddenly exclaimed, oh no, Zheng Wuji, Zheng Wutian. He must be the younger brother of Zheng Wutian. Her words instantly jogged Jiang Hao's memory, and he smacked his forehead, finally recalling the familiar name. That explains the familiarity. He is indeed Zheng Wutian's brother. This could lead to significant trouble. Zheng Wutian is notorious for being a formidable dungeon slayer. If we have offended him, encountering him again in the dungeon could spell dire consequences. However, Lin Xuejuan harbored no such concerns. Instead, her focus was on Nangong Yu's current predicament. Even if we have offended him, it matters little. After all, we may not encounter him again in the dungeon. Ye and Tang Yu have yet to emerge, and according to Zhou Yin, they have already reached the 3rd level. Surely, Zheng Wuji would not resort to killing over a boss. Zhou Yin, feeling a pang of guilt for Tang Yu, attempted to offer some reassurance. Teacher Lin, Tang Yu is quite formidable. I believe even if Zheng Wuji harbors intentions to eliminate him, it would require considerable effort. They still need to hunt the Sword Soul boss. So it is unlikely he would take such drastic measures. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's high praise for Tang Yu, both Lin Xuejuan and Jiang Hao couldn't help but display expressions of surprise. Zhou Yin, this is uncharacteristic of you. You rarely commend someone of a lower rank. Lin Xuejuan remarked. Is Tang Yu truly as impressive as you claim? He is yet to reach the 2nd tier, while Zheng Wuji and his team are all at level 10 of the 2nd tier. The disparity is quite significant. Zhou Yin sighed in resignation. Had he not witnessed Tang Yu's prowess firsthand, he would never have uttered such words. Yet, the strength displayed by Tang Yu's unit had utterly impressed him, particularly the intricate combinations of various troop types, which Tang Yu had skillfully orchestrated, even managing to farm the boss for skeleton army orders within the dungeon. Frankly, he had never encountered such capability before. Have a little faith in Tang Yu. They will undoubtedly be fine. Seeing Zhou Yin unable to provide any explanation, Jiang Hao felt a tumult of emotions within him. At that moment, the formation flickered once more, causing his heart to leap in apprehension. Indeed, they had chosen to withdraw. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, he was merely a first-tier practitioner. Despite his formidable prowess and his outstanding achievement of securing the top position in the freshman assessment, he remained vastly outmatched by second-tier practitioners. Their retreat was wise, as it preserved at least one life. Alas, it seemed that the elders' plans would have to be postponed until the following year. However, when the brilliance of the formation faded, the crowd was astonished to find that it was Jiang Yang who emerged. A surge of joy welled up within Jiang Hao at the sight of him. It was not Tang Yu. They still had a chance. Hastening to Jiang Yang, he inquired, "Jiang Yang, how are Tang Yu and Nangong Yu faring inside?" Initially, he had thought that the arrival of the Sword Master Academy's instructor indicated concern for him, only to be met with inquiries about Tang Yu and Nangong Yu, leaving his own predicament unacknowledged. With this thought, Jiang Yang's heart brimmed with resentment towards Tang Yu. He let out a cold chuckle. "Them? They are surely dead. The third trial is not so easily passed." At these words, Lin Xuejuan felt as though her heart had been gripped by a vice, an acute pain radiating throughout her body. "Woe is me. I have doomed my most cherished student. I am so sorry." Jiang Hao also bore a mournful expression. Compared to Nangong Yu, he felt the loss of this year's top freshman was a significant blow to the Imperial Academy. Yet soon he found solace in the thought that from the moment one embarked on the path of a practitioner, it was destined to be fraught with thorns and tribulations, always necessitating a readiness to face death. Perhaps this was their fate. "Teacher Lin, please accept my condolences." Meanwhile, Zhou Yin, standing not far away, trembled all over. "What? They are dead?" Upon this realization, he immediately cast his gaze towards Jiang Yang, harboring a lingering suspicion that this individual was not being entirely truthful. Within the Longguan's Sword Dao dungeon, an increasing number of teams had ventured inside. However, the majority faced immediate assaults from the stone-carved monsters upon entry, compelling them to retreat in order to preserve their lives. Only a select few managed to break through the defenses of these stone behemoths. Yet the quest to locate the Sword Soul boss had become exceedingly arduous. In fact, only 2 teams possessed knowledge of the boss's whereabouts. After issuing commands to his 2 shadow assassin subordinates, Zheng Wuji chose to depart. Unbeknownst to him, those 2 subordinates had already fallen to Tang Yu just moments after his exit. Tang Yu, however, did not eliminate them outright, leading Zheng Wuji to mistakenly believe that they were still alive and pursuing him. This misconception allowed him to confidently seek out his own team. "Have you found the Sword Soul boss?" Zheng Wuji inquired eagerly upon encountering his teammates. One of the cloaked figures pointed ahead, 5 kilometers that way. "Haha, splendid. Let us hasten our pace." With Zhang Wuji's command, all team members sprinted towards the direction of the Sword Soul boss with utmost urgency. Yet, their movements were firmly within Tang Yu's awareness. Truly, as a seasoned expert of the second transition at level 10, his speed of action was remarkable. Tang Yu exerted every ounce of his speed, yet he remained significantly outpaced by Zheng Wuji, who was far ahead. It was an inescapable reality. His lower level and the fact that both he and Nangong Yu were not adept at prolonged sprints rendered them unable to catch up with the second-tier professionals blessed with enhanced mobility. Although the female hunter could carry others, it inevitably slowed her speed. Nevertheless, this did conserve considerable stamina for both Tang Yu and Nangong Yu. A silver lining was that they could evade the stone monsters by utilizing the stone gargoyle, allowing them to locate the Sword Soul boss with greater efficiency. However, upon witnessing Zheng Wuji reunite with his team, Tang Yu felt an unsettling surge of urgency as their collective pace dramatically quickened. The Sword Soul boss was exceedingly unique, requiring immense effort to hunt down. Tang Yu was not overly concerned that Zheng Wuji's group would find and eliminate the Sword Soul boss before him. Throughout their journey, Nangong Yu had imparted valuable information regarding the Sword Soul boss. Firstly, the most remarkable aspect of this entity was that it would not manifest directly at the final destinations. Its appearance was entirely random. Secondly, when it first emerged, the Sword Soul boss was relatively weak, but as it gradually approached the sword cultivation platform, its strength would steadily increase. This explained Zheng Wuji's frantic urgency to locate the Sword Soul boss. However, the sheer number of stone monsters along the way was overwhelming. Especially as they neared the Sword Soul boss, the density of these creatures only intensified. At times, Tang Yu struggled to find any viable route to avoid the swarms of stone monsters, forcing him to summon his entire army of magical beasts to carve a path through. Just as Tang Yu had managed to clear a route with his magical army, he noticed through the stone gargoyle that the path ahead was suddenly devoid of stone monsters, replaced instead by a broad staircase. This staircase seemed interminable, stretching towards the clouds, obscured by the mist. Upon this staircase, Tang Yu beheld the Sword Soul boss, clad in black armor, with flowing white hair billowing in the wind, wielding a golden long sword as it ascended the steps with deliberate grace. It was indeed the Sword Soul boss. Tang Yu couldn't help but murmured softly. Nangong Yu was taken aback for a moment, and after glancing around, she noticed the absence of any boss, prompting her to quietly inquire, "Where is it?" Tang Yu pointed towards the thick clouds ahead. There, at that moment, a group of individuals appeared at the bottom of the stairs, led by Zheng Wuji and the Ice Dragon Guild. Upon sighting the Sword Soul boss, Zheng Wuji and his companions were overwhelmed with excitement. "Haha, marvelous. We have finally located the Sword Soul boss. Is this the grand staircase leading to the sword cultivation platform? It truly is spectacular. We must not allow the Sword Soul boss to escape too swiftly. Now is the opportune moment to hunt the Sword Soul boss. It is growing stronger, and we must act quickly." Zheng Wuji inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he addressed the group. "Brothers, success or failure hinges on this moment. Follow me to slay the Sword Soul boss." With a grand gesture, he urged everyone to draw their weapons and sprint fervently up the staircase. However, after climbing a short distance, they discovered an immensely powerful force obstructing their ascent. "Damn it. It feels as if someone is pushing me down. I can barely hold on," one exclaimed. "I feel the same, but there's no wind," another added. "Now I understand why the Sword Soul boss is moving so slowly. It too is hindered by this resistance." Zheng Wuji was exerting every ounce of his strength, yet he still felt overwhelmed. Nevertheless, the thought of soon hunting the Sword Soul boss filled him with excitement. Just then, he glanced down the staircase and noticed two figures emerging at the bottom. At first glance, he believed it to be his two subordinates returning. However, upon a closer look, he was taken aback. Those figures were none other than Tang Yu and Nangong Yu, who had just arrived. "Damn, how did they escape? And what about my two subordinates?" Zheng Wuji was filled with questions, but upon seeing the Sword Soul boss not far from him, he gritted his teeth and urged his team. "Brothers, stay sharp. Someone is trying to steal our boss. We must hurry, lest we be robbed." The group turned to see Tang Yu and Nangong Yu still alive, their expressions reflecting surprise. However, confronting them at this juncture seemed futile. It was more prudent to focus on hunting the Sword Soul boss. At that moment, Tang Yu and Nangong Yu had barely ascended 20 steps and were already drenched in sweat. "Goodness, these stairs are problematic," Tang Yu exclaimed. Nangong Yu wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded. "Indeed. It feels as though someone is pushing me. I can barely manage a single step. You should go ahead without me." Tang Yu contemplated for a moment before consenting to the other party's suggestion. "All right, you may proceed. I shall handle the boss. Good luck." At this moment, Nangong Yu was filled with unwavering confidence in Tang Yu. After all, having come this far, the mere thought of giving up was simply unacceptable to her. When the concern for Nangong Yu was lifted, Tang Yu's pace did not significantly increase. However, he was no longer in a hurry. The boss lay before him. If necessary, he could simply seize the opportunity. As for the possibility of offending the Ice Dragon Guild and incurring their wrath, Tang Yu felt no apprehension whatsoever. Large-scale dungeons like the Longwan Sword Path were indeed rare. For them to capture him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Of course, even in a direct confrontation, Tang Yu harbored no fear of them. Finally, as Tang Yu reached a sufficient distance, he promptly accessed the information about the Sword Soul boss. Sword Soul boss, level 10. Second stage attack power, 5,300 strength, 5,000 agility, 1,000 magic power, 1,000 skills, sword shield. Upon receiving fatal damage, releases a skill to create a protective shield around itself, capable of absorbing massive damage. The closer to the sword cultivation platform, the greater the damage absorption. Sword Spirit Slash releases a wave of sword energy that inflicts tremendous damage on the target. The closer to the sword cultivation platform, the higher the damage dealt. Upon viewing the Sword Soul boss's information, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the closer the boss was to the sword cultivation platform, the stronger it became. He was curious about the dynamics between the sword shield and the Sword Soul battle. Perfect. He would let Zheng Wuji and the others test the waters for him. With this thought, Tang Yu slowed his pace once more, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuji and his companions exerted every ounce of their strength to catch up with the Sword Soul boss. At long last, after tremendous effort, they managed to position themselves within 20 steps of the Sword Soul boss. Prepare for ranged output. With a commanding shout, all the mages and archers readied their weapons. Support. Activate skills. Several support class players immediately illuminated their skills, bestowing various buffs upon all the mages and archers. Fire. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Wuji commanded all ranged classes to unleash their skills upon the Sword Soul boss. In an instant, a torrential rain of flames, hail, and arrows accurately struck the Sword Soul boss. Damage notifications flashed above its head. -1,200, -1,500, -2,000. Yet, the Sword Soul boss appeared utterly unfazed, continuing its relentless advance. Zhang Wuji furrowed his brow. The allies he had summoned were the finest among the elite, boasting formidable skills. However, the damage of 1 to 2,000 inflicted upon the Sword Soul boss seemed merely a tickle, yielding no substantial impact. Realizing this, he swiftly called out to the other melee combatants. Everyone, press forward and engage. Without hesitation, the melee fighters followed his lead, charging towards the Sword Soul boss. However, their pace remained sluggish, each step akin to battling against a ferocious gale. A moment's inattention could send them tumbling down the long staircase, which lacked any protective railing. Having ascended hundreds of meters, a fall could result in grievous injuries, if not death. Fortunately, they were all bestowed with agility buffs from their support, enhancing their movement speed. At last, Zhang Wuji was the first to reach the rear of the Sword Soul boss. Without a moment's delay, he unsheathed a long sword and thrust it forward. Clang! A flash of golden light erupted as the black armor on the Sword Soul boss's back shimmered. -4,000. Zhang Wuji was taken aback by the damage he had dealt. His long sword was of golden quality, and clad in a full set of golden gear, his damage had surged to nearly double. Moreover, his sword had been enhanced by a blacksmith, possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Typically, when facing a second-tier, level 10 boss, such a strike would inflict at least over 10,000 points of damage. Yet, against this Sword Soul boss, it barely exceeded half that amount. Clearly, the armor of the Sword Soul boss was an impressive piece. If it were to drop, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable piece of equipment. With this thought, he continued to attack. Meanwhile, the other team members arrived, with various warriors and assassins pouring forth their efforts. Yet, the damage remained insufficient. Damn it! We cannot allow the Sword Soul boss to advance any further. Otherwise, our damage will diminish even more. This boss's armor is exceptionally strong. Its defense is so high that we cannot inflict significant damage. Even my critical hits are being mitigated. This boss truly possesses something extraordinary. The crowd unanimously expressed that the Sword Soul boss was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Zhang Wuji understood all too well that this was merely the calm before the storm. The Sword Soul boss had yet to sustain a fatal injury. Once its sword shield ability was activated, the subsequent moments would likely prove to be the most arduous. What troubled Zhang Wuji even further was the prospect of the Sword Soul boss unleashing its Sword Soul Slash, which could endanger them all. It was not that he feared danger, but rather that he was concerned about the boss being nearly vanquished, only to be snatched away by Tang Yu at the last moment. In a brief respite from the assault, Zhang Wuji glanced back at Tang Yu, who was struggling to ascend from a distance, appearing to be on the verge of exhaustion. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him. A mere leader-class player dares to contend with us? Let him climb up first. With that thought, he resumed his attack with fervor. At last, as his sword pierced the neck of the Sword Soul boss, it finally halted its advance. In the next instant, the Sword Soul boss turned to face Zhang Wuji and his companions, its hair disheveled, revealing two glowing red eyes that bore into them. With a single glance, a chill swept through the hearts of all present. Zhang Wuji shouted, "Be careful!" No sooner had he uttered the warning than the Sword Soul boss swung its long sword violently towards them. A faint golden sword energy swept through the air. A swordsman at the rear, caught off guard, was pierced through the waist by this energy. With a loud crack, the swordsman, his expression one of disbelief, fell to the ground in two pieces, plummeting down the staircase. The hearts of the entire team trembled. They had lost a comrade. It finally dawned on them just how powerful the Sword Soul boss truly was. Yet, Zhang Wuji gritted his teeth and yelled, "Keep going. Otherwise, our brother will have died in vain." Instantly, the others regained their composure, drawing their weapons and charging once more at the Sword Soul boss. However, the Sword Soul boss had now wholly relinquished any pretense of advancing, focusing instead on dealing with the players obstructing its path. With a resounding hum, another swift and deadly sword energy swept towards them. The group hurriedly attempted to evade it, but once more, another team member was unable to escape, falling to their demise. The boss's 2 attacks had claimed 2 members, and the team's morale plummeted. Zheng Wuji observed the reactions of his comrades, feeling a pang of despair. They were clearly beginning to lose faith. Some had even resolved to abandon the fight. Finally, one member called out, "I'm out." The pervasive gloom seemed infectious, and moments later, more than half of the group announced their withdrawal. Zheng Wuji glanced at the Sword Soul boss, which was poised to attack once more, and with clenched teeth, he could only shout, "Retreat." Subsequently, the crowd surged down the long staircase like a relentless tide. At that moment, Tang Yu remained stationary, observing their retreat with a subtle smile gracing his lips. "At last, it is my turn." Zheng Wuji approached him, his gaze tinged with a hint of frustration. "I advise you, it would be wise to refrain from courting death. You are no match for the Sword Soul boss." Tang Yu shrugged and remarked, "How can one know without trying?" Observing Tang Yu's demeanor, Zheng Wuji let out a cold chuckle. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Very well. I shall see how you intend to vanquish the boss." With that, he decided against continuing his descent and instead stood before Tang Yu, watching his forthcoming maneuvers. Noticing Zheng Wuji's reluctance to proceed, Tang Yu understood his intentions perfectly. However, he felt no apprehension about being outmaneuvered. "Well then, since you choose to wait here, I shall not squander any more time." With those words, Tang Yu strode forward along the long staircase. At that moment, the Sword Soul boss, having seen that Zheng Wuji and his companions had been driven away, brandished its sword and continued its advance. As Tang Yu approached the Sword Soul boss, merely 100 steps away, he suddenly halted. Observing Tang Yu's unexpected pause, Zheng Wuji was momentarily taken aback. What could this fellow be contemplating? The distance was exceedingly vast. It is worth noting that even the archer with the longest range in their party would require at least 30 steps to strike. To attempt an assault on the Sword Soul boss from over 100 steps away seemed utterly absurd. However, in the next moment, Tang Yu summoned 5 catapults of obliteration. Upon witnessing these 5 formidable machines, Zheng Wuji's expression transformed into one of astonishment. What kind of unit is this? It appears quite impressive. Could it possibly be a unit of golden quality? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he deemed it improbable. After all, units of golden quality are exceedingly rare, with scarcely a few existing within the entire empire. He could hardly believe that Tang Yu possessed such extraordinary luck. At that moment, Tang Yu issued the command to launch from the trebuchet. Whoosh! 5 fiery projectiles soared towards the Sword Soul boss with remarkable speed. Zheng Wuji furrowed his brow slightly. Could it truly hit from such a distance? Just as his doubts began to surface, the trebuchet provided a resounding answer. The 5 fireballs struck the Sword Soul boss's head with pinpoint accuracy. -6,000, -5,500, -5,800. A series of damage notifications left Zheng Wuji in a state of shock. What? It can hit from this far? And the damage is so substantial? However, the intense blaze igniting on the ground the next moment left Zheng Wuji utterly astonished. There are follow-up damages as well. This is simply too powerful. Zheng Wuji watched enviously, finally understanding why Tang Yu had previously managed to effortlessly farm the skeleton warlord boss for skeletal military orders to sell. This trebuchet not only boasts an extraordinary attack range, but also possesses an absurdly high attack power, with subsequent damage to boot. Such an almost all-encompassing unit breeds jealousy in the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, the Sword Soul boss, having just recovered some health, was once again forced to unleash its sword spirit slash. However, the attack range of the Sword Soul boss was far too limited. The sword energy dissipated impotently after reaching 50 steps into the air. Meanwhile, the Shatterer trebuchet, enhanced by Tang Yu's berserk skill, experienced a doubling of its attack speed, effectively compensating for its previously slow rate of fire. Coupled with the burning effects of the incendiary bombs, the Sword Soul boss's health plummeted rapidly. After witnessing this scene, a grave expression flickered in Zheng Wuji's eyes. Is he really going to wipe out the Sword Soul boss right in front of me? At this moment, he felt an internal conflict. His Ice Dragon Guild could be considered one of the more renowned campus guilds within the Empire, boasting substantial resources and skilled members. Yet, today he would be forced to intervene while another was farming. If word of this got out, it would be utterly humiliating. But watching Tang Yu so effortlessly take down the boss, he found himself unable to resist. Thus, he glanced at Tang Yu, only to realize that the latter seemed entirely unconcerned about any thoughts he might have of stealing the kill, sparking a flicker of suspicion in Zheng Wuji's heart. Could it be that this fellow has some hidden strategy? Doesn't he seem worried about me stealing the kill at all? At that moment, cheers erupted from beneath the steps. Tang Yu, go for it. The Sword Soul boss is almost down. The members of the Ice Dragon Guild watched in awe as Tang Yu soloed the Sword Soul boss, their expressions tinged with envy and jealousy. Damn. So this kid had been planning it all along. No wonder he seemed unfazed. What a clever tactic. Isn't this simply taking advantage of us? After all, we have lost several brothers. Isn't this a blatant violation of the rules? Engaging the boss from such a distance while its skills cannot reach him. If this continues, the Sword Spirit boss is bound to be worn down. The crowd unanimously condemned Tang Yu's actions, and even from afar, Nangong Yu could sense their impatience and envy. As Tang Yu's teammate, she naturally believed that everything he did was entirely within the bounds of the dungeon's regulations. Otherwise, he would have been expelled long ago. Of course, she had long since grown accustomed to Tang Yu's series of audacious maneuvers. Fortunately, the members of the Ice Dragon Guild did not resort to coercing Tang Yu, and she was prepared to exit the dungeon at any moment. Should they dare to lay a hand on her, she would leave the team in the dungeon without hesitation, denying them any opportunity. Just as Tang Yu had been dealing damage to the Sword Spirit boss for a full 10 minutes. The boss's body became visibly marred with countless wounds. Its once flowing hair was now singed to a charred black, and its black armor had been shattered. Whoosh! Another fireball shot forth. Boom! The fireball struck the Sword Spirit boss with precision. This seemed to inflict pain upon the boss, causing it to stagger momentarily before it swung its sword at the next fireball. However, as the fireball shattered, a torrent of flames still engulfed its face. Roar! The Sword Spirit boss let out a furious roar, raising its longsword to execute a defensive maneuver. In the next instant, a golden light shield materialized around its body. A flicker of excitement flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. Haha, at last, I have compelled your sword and shield to reveal themselves. It appears that you are out of options. The sword and shield skill can assist the Sword Soul boss in withstanding a tremendous amount of damage. However, it proves powerless against the long-range assault of the Crusher's catapult. It seems this dungeon is deliberately designed in such a manner that the Sword Soul boss can only advance in one direction or remain stationary, incapable of turning to maneuver down the staircase. Tang Yu had previously observed this phenomenon while dealing with the Sword Soul boss during the Ice Dragon Guild's encounter, leading him to experiment further. To his astonishment, he indeed discovered the existence of such a mechanism. Consequently, he harnessed the catapult's extraordinary long-range attacks to confront the Sword Soul boss. At this stage, he had even compelled the Sword Soul boss to activate its life-preserving skill of sword and shield, indicating that the creature had reached its critical juncture. At that moment, he cast a glance over his shoulder, locking eyes with Zheng Wuji, whose gaze flickered with a fierce intent to kill. Young man, Zheng Wuji declared, I am willing to exchange 2 pieces of golden equipment for this boss. Please give it some thought. Tang Yu smiled wryly. What else could I do? If not, I would be compelled to take action. With a swift motion, Zheng Wuji drew forth a dagger of exquisite golden quality, his form enveloped in swirling black mist. Tang Yu had anticipated that his adversary would not allow him to easily vanquish the Sword Soul boss, thus he remained vigilant. As he observed his opponent finally losing restraint, Tang Yu smirked. Is this your Ice Dragon Guild style of forceful acquisition? Zheng Wuji cast a glance at the Sword Soul boss, which was still losing health not far away. At that moment, the golden sword shield encasing the boss began to fade. Once the shield vanished, Tang Yu would swiftly dispatch the Sword Soul boss and claim ultimate victory. No longer engaging in idle chatter, Zheng Wuji transformed into a streak of black light and lunged toward Tang Yu. However, at that instant, a massive black panther materialized before him. With a fierce roar, a female huntress mounted on the panther charged directly at Zheng Wuji. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zheng Wuji adeptly maneuvered his body in midair to evade the attack at a precarious angle. Yet, to his astonishment, a second black panther emerged from the air. With a resounding crash, Zheng Wuji stumbled and fell down the long staircase. As he descended, he cast one last furious glance at Tang Yu, his eyes brimming with rage. At that moment, the golden sword shield enveloping the Sword Soul boss finally vanished. Tang Yu promptly commanded the musketeers at the forefront to fire in unison. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, and the colossal form of the Sword Soul boss came crashing down. A melodious notification echoed through the air. The Sword Soul boss in the Changwon Sword Path instance has been vanquished. The instance will close in 3 minutes. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for securing the ultimate reward of this instance. At the moment the notification sounded, Zheng Wuji had just descended to the ground. The celestial announcement continued to resonate, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for obtaining 1 golden sword from the Sword Soul boss. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for acquiring 1 golden quality equipment chest from the Sword Soul boss. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for receiving 1 intermediate skill scroll. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for garnering 2 basic skill scrolls. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for earning 100 magic crystals. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for obtaining 10 magic cores." A continuous stream of notifications rang out, prompting the members of the Ice Dragon Guild below the long steps to gaze upward, their expressions filled with envy and resentment. Moments later, they finally recalled their captain and rushed over. "Captain, how are you?" Fortunately, Zheng Wuji, being of a higher level, swiftly employed the art of aerial control during his fall, granting him a brief gliding capability, thus preventing a harsh landing. Yet, as he looked at his gathered teammates, his feelings were exceptionally complex. "I am fine. But our mission has failed." A wave of guilt washed over the group. Had they remained on the long steps, they might have contended with Tang Yu. But they never anticipated that he could indeed slay the Sword Soul boss, employing a method they had not even considered. They all felt deeply remorseful towards Zheng Wuji, repeatedly offering apologies. Zheng Wuji waved his hand. He understood that it was not right to blame them. If anyone were to be faulted, it would be their underestimation of Tang Yu's capabilities. Regret at this juncture was futile. Nonetheless, the team members harbored a profound resentment towards Tang Yu for seizing their hard-earned victory, and soon all eyes turned towards Nan Gongyu, not far away. "Kill her," someone shouted. And in an instant, all weapons were drawn as they lunged towards Nan Gongyu. In the face of this onslaught, Nan Gongyu merely smiled. "I knew you would act this way, but I have already claimed my rewards. Farewell." With that, she accessed the party options, exited the group, and then departed from the Changwon Sword Path instance. At that moment, a massive stone gargoyle unfurled its wings and soared above Tang Yu. Tang Yu grasped one of the legs of the gargoyle and soared downwards towards the bottom of the long staircase. Just as the others were about to take action against him, a voice from behind rang out. It was Zheng Wuji. "Kid, you've struck a fortunate deal." Tang Yu smiled faintly. "I wouldn't consider it a bargain. You were the ones who chose to withdraw, so what does that have to do with me?" "Huh, very well. Even if that is the case, you have still brought shame upon our Ice Dragon Guild. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Is it not simply offending your Ice Dragon Guild? Indeed, I, Zheng Wuji, declare today that from now on, you will be regarded as our foremost adversary. Be cautious." Tang Yu smiled gently. "Well, I wish you all the best in encountering me soon. Farewell." With that, he vanished into the dungeon. As evening approached, the dungeon hall was nearly empty. The instructor glanced at the glowing array of the Changwon Sword Dao dungeon and felt compelled to remind the remaining students, "Classmates, the dungeon hall will soon close." Zhou Yin turned back and nodded. "All right, Teacher Wang, I will leave immediately." After rising, he cast one last glance at the array, shaking his head in regret. It seemed that Jiang Yang had not deceived him this time. Talent truly is often met with misfortune. If only Tang Yu were granted a bit more time, his future achievements would be boundless. What a pity. Watching Zhou Yin depart, Teacher Wang checked the time and casually closed the hall's doors, shaking his head in resignation. The next opening would be another year away, alas. Who knows when anyone will successfully traverse the Changwon Sword Dao dungeon. The elders of the Swordmaster Academy would have to wait yet another year. As he turned to shut the door, the array of the Changwon Sword Dao dungeon suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Teacher Wang paused, astonishment washing over his face. No way? He looked back in disbelief. Emerging from the array was a girl clad in the standard mage robe of the Seer Academy, smiling brightly as she approached him. "Teacher, don't close the door. There are still people inside." Teacher Wang stood there, stunned, staring at Nan Gongyu in shock. You made it out alive?" Nan Gongyu's face radiated excitement. "Yes, I emerged alive, having cleared the dungeon with my teammates. Alive is good, but what about clearing it?" Teacher Wang's eyes widened in astonishment at Nan Gongyu. You're a seer?" Yet, Nan Gongyu chuckled lightly. "It was my teammates who guided me through. I hardly did anything." "What?" Teacher Wang felt overwhelmed. Teammates? She had teammates? But where were they? Just as he was about to inquire further, a cascade of golden light descended from the array, and a melodious voice echoed throughout the hall. Congratulations to Tang Yu's team for successfully clearing the Chongguan Sword Dao dungeon, earning a reward of 100,000 points. As the brilliance faded, a tall and handsome young man strode forward with an air of indifference. Good evening, teacher. Teacher Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at Tang Yu as he mechanically waved his hand. Hello, classmate. In the office of the Swordsman Academy. Although Lin Xuejuan had managed to stabilize her emotions, she still found it difficult to accept the news of her soul student's demise. Jiang Hao, equally helpless, was now faced with an even more intricate dilemma. Observing the imposing figure of Bai Ling, adorned in a robe of golden quality, he reluctantly began to explain, Bai Ling, I express my deepest condolences regarding the passing of your junior. As a teacher at the Swordsman Academy, I am willing to take responsibility for this unfortunate incident. Allow me to apply for compensation from our academy. However, before he could finish his statement, Bai Ling raised her hand with a flourish, summoning a colossal wolf with crimson eyes. Startled by the sudden appearance of the beast, Jiang Hao instinctively stepped back, only to remind himself of his position as a teacher. After all, she was merely a student of Elder 13. Angered, he pointed at Bai Ling and exclaimed, What do you intend to do? Without a trace of fear in her eyes, Bai Ling gently patted the wolf's neck and declared, If a single hair from my junior is harmed, I shall not spare any of you. With that, she mounted the wolf, preparing to depart. At that moment, an unexpected voice interrupted, Excuse me. May I exchange for academy points here? The three individuals in the room paused in unison, turning their attention towards the office door. There stood Tang Yu and Ne Gongyu, their faces reflecting surprise as they beheld the giant wolf beneath Bai Ling. In an instant, Lin Xuejuan dashed forward, exclaiming, Yeah, you're alive. You nearly gave your teacher a heart attack. The atmosphere in the office, which had been so tense, dissipated the moment Tang Yu and Nan Gongyu arrived. Jiang Hao gazed at them, astonishment etched across his face. Aren't you two supposed to be dead? Didn't you fail? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting from the colossal wolf back to Jiang Hao, offering him a gentle smile. Who said we perished? We are very much alive. And we have even secured the ultimate reward. As he spoke, he retrieved the golden sword of the Sword Soul boss from his storage space. The moment the golden sword emerged, it seemed as though the entire office was illuminated. Jiang Hao stared blankly at the golden sword in Tang Yu's hand, as if he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Did you truly obtain it? Tang Yu smiled and then handed the golden sword to Jiang Hao. Teacher, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Jiang Hao trembled as he took the golden sword, and upon realizing it was indeed the one the elder required, he was at a loss for words to express his excitement. Wonderful. Marvelous. I shall go find the elder at once. Classmate Tang Yu, please wait here for me and do not wander off. I will return swiftly. With that, Jiang Hao dashed out of the office, his laughter echoing from afar. At that moment, Lin Xuejuan arrived with Nan Gongyu, approaching Tang Yu. Classmate Tang, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving Yaya. Ne Gongyu was desperately signaling to Tang Yu, her expression imploring him to assess her teacher's demeanor. Tang Yu found himself utterly bemused by Ne Gongyu's relentless matchmaking attempts between him and Lin Xuejuan. What a peculiar pair of adversaries they were. In response to Lin Xuejuan's gratitude, Tang Yu remained composed. It's nothing, Teacher Lin. I should be thanking you for this opportunity to challenge the dungeon. Should there be more in the future, please be sure to include me. Lin Xuejuan was quite pleased with Tang Yu's candid demeanor and promptly assured him that she would recommend more suitable dungeons for him in the future. Subsequently, she placed a hand on her chest and, somewhat irritated, said, Which class is that student Jiang Yang from? I shall certainly hold him accountable later. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yang. Had this fellow also incurred the wrath of Teacher Lin? Humph. This scoundrel spread baseless rumors, claiming that you and Yia perished within the dungeon, leaving me utterly heartbroken at the time. This individual must not be forgiven. Such audacity. Haha, dear teacher. We are all students of the Imperial Academy. It is merely slander, is it not? You do not care? He is cursing you to death. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Lin Xuejuan could not help but feel a flicker of affection in her heart. Tang Yu, this classmate, is indeed remarkably magnanimous. However, he then remarked, Haha, of course, I am indifferent. Yet, during that time, Nangong Yu was subjected to considerable bullying within. Teacher Lin must not condone such behavior. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I would even take leave for it. Nangong Yu, laughing heartily without a care in the world, then approached Tang Yu and said, Congratulations. and thank you for accompanying me in the dungeon. I owe you yet another favor. Alas, I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. Tang Yu maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, It's all right. In the future, should you encounter a dungeon requiring a seer, just do not refuse my assistance. He chuckled. What are you joking about? Do you have any idea how many people wish to team up with you for dungeon runs? Refusal is simply not an option. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Nangong Yu had exited the dungeon prematurely, and all the rewards were now in his possession. Consequently, he announced, by the way, the rewards from this dungeon are quite substantial. Let us divide them. With that, he produced a golden quality equipment chest, a mid-level skill scroll, 2 beginner skill scrolls, along with various magic crystals and cores. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of items laid out on the table, even Lin Xuejuan could not suppress her astonishment. My goodness, is this truly the reward from the Changwan Sword Dao dungeon? A golden quality equipment chest? A mid-level skill scroll? Wow. Observing Lin Xuejuan's reaction, Nangong Yu gently tugged at her and then turned to Tang Yu with an embarrassed expression. Tang Yu, please accept these items. Not only did I fail to assist, but I also caused you some trouble. I am already immensely pleased to gain experience alongside you. I truly cannot accept these. Lin Xuejuan, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. Yes, Tang Yu, I understand how you feels. Just being able to level up alongside you is enough to satisfy me, and she has also earned quite a few points. We really cannot accept these items. Seeing the determination in their expressions, Tang Yu ultimately handed over the 2 beginner skill scrolls and the golden quality equipment chest. I shall not distribute the magic crystals and cores. I also require the mid-level skill scroll. As for the golden equipment, I already possess one. So take these. He continued. Teams have their own distribution rules, and I cannot disrupt the established customs. Nangong Yu still attempted to decline, but Lin Xuejuan hesitated briefly before finally accepting the items. Tang Yu, consider this a favor owed to you by the teacher. You truly needs a piece of equipment, and the skill scrolls are rather costly. So I will accept them on her behalf. Hey, what are you doing? This is quite embarrassing. Enough. Just listen to me this once. Tang Yu is acting out of kindness. Let it be a favor I owe him. As he watched the two argue without resolution, Tang Yu could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. At that moment, Bai Ling, who had been silent until now, approached Tang Yu. You do not even greet your senior sister upon seeing her? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at the frost-faced yet strikingly beautiful Bai Ling's senior sister. At that moment, Lin Xuejuan approached Tang Yu and introduced her. Classmate Tang, allow me to introduce you. This is Bai Ling, the chief disciple of Elder 13, a 4th-tier lord, who is about to enter the Tianshu Pavilion. She is indeed a notable figure at the Imperial Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that even the teacher would treat his senior sister with such courtesy. It seemed that she possessed considerable prowess. He then smiled at Bai Ling and said, Senior sister, greetings. Bai Ling nodded and handed him a key. This is the key to the Lord Academy. Whenever you have time, feel free to tidy up a bit. I will notify you if anything arises. By the way, remember to come to my office tomorrow morning. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Bai Ling waved her hand, summoning the giant wolf back, and then gracefully turned to depart. Tang Yu glanced at the key in his hand, then turned his gaze to Bai Ling's retreating figure, sensing that his senior sister might not be the easiest person to get along with. At that moment, Lin Xuejuan softly interjected, I forgot to mention. Elder 13 is temporarily absent. She will be your substitute teacher from now on. You ought to be cautious, as it is said that Bai Ling has quite a temper. Nangong Yu chimed in. Indeed, Elder 13 is elusive, and very few have seen her. Your senior sister is notoriously known as the Ice Queen, so be prepared. Observing the dynamic between the two, Tang Yu felt that they resembled sisters more than teacher and student. I truly envy your mode of interaction. Devoid of the generational gap between teacher and student. How wonderful. Lin Xuejuan chuckled warmly, a hint of mystery in her smile as she clarified. Indeed, I am actually Ye's cousin. Tang Yu's eyes widened, and he finally comprehended why Lin Xuejuan was so elated upon meeting Nangong Yu. They were, in fact, cousins. However, it must be said that Nangong Yu's act of promoting her cousin to him within the confines of the instance was rather excessive. The trio engaged in light conversation for a while when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Xuejuan quickly turned to Nangong Yu and exclaimed, We must leave. The old ghost from the Swordmaster Academy has arrived. After exchanging a brief farewell with Tang Yu, she stealthily led Nangong Yu out through the back door of the office. Just as they departed, several individuals stepped into the room. Jiang Hao walked in behind an elderly man with flowing silver hair, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Elder 7, this is Tang Yu, he proclaimed, stepping forward to introduce, Little Tang, allow me to present to you the Vice President of the Swordmaster Academy, who is also the 7th Elder of the Imperial Academy. Tang Yu hurriedly greeted the other party. The student exclaimed, I have seen the 7th Elder. Upon noticing Tang Yu's youthful appearance, the 7th Elder displayed a look of astonishment. To think that a task left unfulfilled by the students of the Swordmaster Academy would be accomplished by a newcomer from the Lord Academy is indeed remarkable. A true rising star, splendid indeed. It seems I owe the 13th Elder a favor now. By the way, regarding your golden sword. Tang Yu smiled as he handed over the golden sword. Elder 7, please do not stand on ceremony. My intention was always to acquire points for the Academy. Elder 7 was quite pleased with Tang Yu's candid demeanor. Nodding, he accepted the golden sword and examined it closely, his eyes glinting with delight. At last, I have secured it. Thank you immensely, Tang Yu, he exclaimed. Turning to Jiang Hao beside him, he inquired, by the way, what was the reward we set previously? Jiang Hao promptly replied, in response to Elder 7, the point reward for the Longwan Swordsmanship Dungeon is 100,000 points, while the Academy points are 30. Elder 7 nodded and addressed Tang Yu. Very well, let us proceed as stipulated. However, I am curious as to why you are so eager to acquire Academy points. After all, you have only just enrolled. There seems to be no need for such haste, does there? Tang Yu did not conceal his aspirations and promptly stated, I wish to enter the Tianshu Pavilion. Therefore, I must accumulate a total of 10,000 Academy points as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Hao and the other instructors displayed expressions of astonishment. It is well known that the threshold for entering the Tianshu Pavilion is exceedingly high. Typically, those who gain entry are either exceptionally gifted prodigies nurtured from a young age or members of influential clans, endowed with vast resources capable of cultivating a formidable expert. Although Tang Yu had secured the top position among the new students of the Academy, he did not meet either of the aforementioned criteria. If he aspired to enter the Tianshu Pavilion, he would have to exert far greater effort than others. However, Elder Qi was quite pleased with Tang Yu's ambition. Indeed, it is commendable that you possess such a vision for your life. However, the barriers to the Tianshu Pavilion are steep. Merely acquiring these 10,000 Academy points is no trivial feat. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Absolutely. I came here with the intention of entering the Tianshu Pavilion. If I cannot gain entry, then my coming here would be in vain. His declaration immediately aroused suspicion among the nearby instructors, who perceived it as somewhat boastful. As mentors of the Imperial Academy, they had witnessed the emergence of countless prodigies. Yet none had ever dared to speak with such audacity as Tang Yu. In contrast, Elder Qi found no offense in Tang Yu's words and instead chuckled heartily. Very well. But if you plan to accumulate Academy points through such means, you might find it takes an eternity to reach that goal. However, I do have a suggestion. At this, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. He was aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and he did not believe Elder Qi would offer assistance without some expectation in return. Please, feel free to express any conditions. Haha, no need to rush. You should aim to reach the 20th level of your second tier first. Come find me after you complete the challenge. Thank you, Elder Qi. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Elder Qi took his leave, while Jiang Hao proceeded to present the rewards for this occasion. Tang Yu's collection of medals had increased by a staggering 100,000 points and 30 Academy credits. Without hesitation, he transferred the entirety of these points into Nagong Yu's account. After all, the girl had endured considerable hardship, and he anticipated her assistance in hunting bosses in the future. Upon departing from the Swordsman Academy, Tang Yu made his way back to his residence. Lying on his bed, he reflected upon the rewards garnered from his recent dungeon expedition. Thousands of magic crystals were converted into shop currency and securely deposited, while the magic cores were stored in his inventory space. What thrilled Tang Yu the most was that he had acquired a mid-level skill scroll from defeating the Sword Soul boss. Upon reaching level 5, all adventurers are granted an opportunity to extract a skill, with each subsequent tier advancement offering another chance at a skill extraction. However, the outcome of each extraction is heavily reliant on luck. Should one fail to obtain an appropriate skill, the only recourse is to utilize a skill scroll to acquire a new ability. Unfortunately, skill scrolls are exceedingly costly, with even the basic ones priced at over 1,000 magic crystals, while mid-level skill scrolls can demand several 100,000. Most adventurers' skills are categorized into 9 ranks, ranging from black iron to mythic. Basic skill scrolls can yield skills up to silver tier, while mid-level scrolls can grant silver, gold, platinum, and diamond-level skills. As for high-level skill scrolls, they are the exclusive domain of elite figures, rare treasures that are seldom exchanged for magic crystals. Thus, it was the mid-level skill scroll that brought Tang Yu the most excitement. However, it is important to note that the skills extracted from scrolls differ from those obtained through level-ups. Skills deemed lackluster cannot be converted into skill points. When Tang Yu reached level 5, he opted to forfeit the skill he extracted in favor of skill points, which he used to elevate his berserk skill by 1 level. Similarly, at the first tier, he chose to relinquish the extracted skill, retaining some skill points for future use. As the highest quality obtainable from a skill extraction is merely silver tier, he did not wish to squander his precious skill points. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu gently infused the mid-level skill scroll with his magical energy. The scroll radiated a soft golden light, enveloping him entirely. Moments later, a voice resonated in his ears, using mid-level skill scroll, extracting gold tier skill, soul binding. Upon hearing this notification, Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. A gold tier skill? That is acceptable. Anything but a silver tier skill will suffice. After speaking, Tang Yu examined the description of the soul binding skill. Soul binding, a level 1 active skill that can be unleashed on targets within a 100-meter radius, capable of immobilizing the target for 1 minute. The bound target cannot move or cast skills, and this ability ignores magic resistance. Upon reading the details of this skill, Tang Yu's eyes lit up. A minute of immobilization? What can the opponent even do then? The following morning, Tang Yu casually visited the cafeteria for a fairly sumptuous breakfast before arriving at the unassuming building of the Lord Academy. In comparison to the grand structures of the Mage, Warrior, and Swordsman Academies, the Lord Academy's building appeared rather shabby. However, Tang Yu understood this disparity. After all, the profession of a lord is exceedingly rare. And without a solid background or financial support, one's prospects are dim. Those with substantial backgrounds and resources naturally would not seek education at an institution like the Imperial Academy. This is not to say that the Imperial Academy lacks merit, but rather that the Lord Academy within it suffers from insufficient teaching staff. Consequently, lords from prominent families tend to travel directly to the Imperial City in search of more formidable mentors. Upon entering the teaching building, Tang Yu realized that the place seemed to have been neglected for far too long, with a thick layer of dust covering the floor. Just as he hesitated about whether to proceed inside, a cold voice emerged from behind him. "What are you thinking?" Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Turning to behold the familiar visage of Bai Ling clad in casual attire, Bai Ling appeared even more radiant and enchanting than the day before. However, her unsmiling countenance rendered her somewhat unapproachable. "You have arrived, senior sister. Have you had breakfast?" "I have eaten. Please, come in. We shall tidy up this place shortly." With that, Bai Ling stepped confidently into the teaching building. Tang Yu felt quite helpless and could only follow the other person into one of the offices. To his surprise, the entire teaching building appeared to have never been cleaned, yet this office, belonging to the principal of the Lord Academy, was pristine and immaculate. Upon entering the room, Bai Ling tidied up the desk briefly and then looked up at Tang Yu. "Do you not have any questions?" Tang Yu was taken aback. "Goodness, could you be any more aloof, senior sister?" Nevertheless, he managed to smile and nodded. "Of course, I would like to inquire when our teacher will return. I have heard she is quite enigmatic." Bai Ling, while tidying up her belongings, replied, "Indeed. Our teacher has gone out again and is likely to be away for an extended period. Therefore, from today onward, your academic guidance will be entrusted to me." "Oh, I just arrived, and the teacher has already left. It seems our instructor is truly busy." Noticing Tang Yu's sarcastic tone, Bai Ling raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. "Stop being so sarcastic about the teacher. Do you believe that when she returns, I won't tell her?" "Oh, senior sister, you misunderstand me. How could I possibly be sarcastic towards our teacher? By the way, senior sister, what is the quality of your enormous wolf?" "It is a golden quality nether wolf." "Oh, no wonder it felt different when I saw it that day." Upon hearing Tang Yu's compliment, Bai Ling couldn't help but lift her head to look at him. "Are you mocking me?" Tang Yu was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled. "How could I? You are my senior sister. I would never mock you." The other party, visibly displeased, plopped down onto a chair and tossed a white token in his direction. "Stop pretending. I have heard all about your exploits, several rare troops at your command, and you can even hunt sword soul bosses beyond your level. You are truly a prodigious talent." When the teacher departed, he instructed me to take good care of you. Notably, Bai Ling emphasized the words take care with a particular intensity. Tang Yu immediately sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly chuckled. Ha! Senior sister, you truly have a knack for humor. I am not jesting, she replied earnestly. The teacher truly said so. By the way, be sure to keep the entrance permit for the lost battlefield safe. Do not misplace it. Tang Yu gazed at the white token in his hand and inquired, the token for entering the lost battlefield? Senior sister, what is its purpose? Have you never heard of the lost battlefield? She replied, the lost battlefield? I have not. Well, the lost battlefield serves as the advanced instance center of the Imperial Academy, surpassing the regular instances in both quality and peril. However, entry is permitted solely with this token, and each entry depletes a portion of its energy. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu scrutinized the token for the lost battlefield. How many times may it be utilized? How does one acquire such a thing? Each token permits a maximum of 5 uses. To obtain a token for the lost battlefield, one must complete tasks assigned by the Academy's Task Guild. Successful completion of these tasks grants you the opportunity to exchange them for the lost battlefield token. Subsequently, she proceeded to elucidate the usage of the token and the precautions to be taken. Tang Yu etched this in his heart. Bai Ling then glanced at Tang Yu's level, a look of astonishment gracing her face. You've reached the 9th level of the first tier? Haven't you only awakened for less than 10 days? Indeed, what's the matter? No wonder you are the teachers. She coughed lightly. It's nothing. Although Bai Ling claimed it was nothing, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy within her. Meanwhile, Tang Yu sensed her hesitation, as if she held some secret. Just as he prepared to inquire further, Bai Ling swiftly changed the subject. Since you've already reached the 9th level of your first transition, come train with me shortly. Let us strive to reach the 10th level of the first transition in one go, and then we can participate in the second tier's trial challenge. At our Imperial Academy, the second tier is where the journey truly begins. The second tier is where it truly starts? That seems to be the case. In Tang Yu's eyes gleamed a flicker of excitement. According to the rules of his Supreme Lord's shop, upon reaching the second tier, he would be able to purchase heroes. He had long awaited this day and could scarcely contain his eagerness. Subsequently, Bai Ling presented some enrollment documents for Tang Yu to sign, after which she elucidated the various rules and regulations of the Imperial Academy before guiding him towards the entrance of the Lost Battlefield. The entrance to the Lost Battlefield is situated at the pinnacle of the Imperial Academy. There are numerous conditions to fulfill in order to gain entry. Fortunately, Bai Ling had already secured for Tang Yu the status of a senior student at the Lord Academy, thus granting him access to the upper levels. In stark contrast to the bustling activity at the Instance Center, the Lost Battlefield appeared markedly desolate. An elderly man with graying hair was tasked with guarding the entrance to the Lost Battlefield. Upon the first glance, a certain monk-like figure sprang to mind for Tang Yu. The old man bore a gentle expression and ambled slowly, wielding a broom as he approached the entrance of the formation, casting a glance at Bai Ling and Tang Yu. What level do you wish to access? He inquired. Bai Ling glanced at Tang Yu and replied, the first level. However, Tang Yu quickly interjected, no, my good sir. We shall go to the second level. At this proclamation, Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback. Have you forgotten what I just told you on the way here? The second level is reserved for second-tier professionals, and it is filled with elite monsters. I am aware of your ability to defeat foes of a higher tier. But this is entirely different. As Bai Ling reprimanded him, the old man merely smiled serenely, continuing to await their decision. Tang Yu, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, responded, Senior sister, were you not going to accompany me to tackle the instances? If I find myself unable to prevail, you shall assist me. Bai Ling, exasperated yet resigned, ultimately nodded. This shall be the only exception. Do not expect it again. Tang Yu grinned as he handed the token to the elder. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Oh, isn't this junior sister Bai? And this is your junior brother? TSK, coming in and already displaying such charm. What use is this useless fellow? How about joining us for a dungeon run? What do you say? Upon hearing these words, Bai Ling furrowed her brows and glanced over. She saw a man clad in luxurious warrior armor, brandishing a longsword, accompanied by several students, all grinning at Bai Ling and Tang Yu. Bai Ling's anger flared instantly. Du Qing, if you dare to utter another word against my junior brother, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Tang Yu was taken aback by Bai Ling's reaction. Despite her fierce and frigid demeanor towards him, it was unexpected that she would be the first to defend him when someone insulted him. This thought warmed his heart. Meanwhile, Du Qing glared at Bai Ling, his face darkened. Well, Bai Ling, now that you have a little puppy, You've turned your back on your old flame. Fine. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, he and his entourage descended the stairs. Tang Yu was left astonished by Du Qing's earlier remarks. Although Du Qing appeared to be somewhat presentable, he was certainly unworthy of junior sister Bai. Sensing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Ling turned her gaze towards him and stared for a moment. Do you think so too? Tang Yu widened his eyes, gazing at Bai Ling in astonishment. Senior sister. What do you mean? He asked, feigning ignorance. I simply wish to know if you also believe that something transpired between Du Qing and me. I dare not. Bai Ling replied with a cold sneer. That wretched creature spends his days spreading vile rumors around the school, relying on his family's influence. Utterly oblivious to the number of young women he has harmed, Tang Yu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Good heavens, does this individual possess such audacity? His intention is to make you perceive me as a villain, thus prompting your departure from my side. At this juncture, Bai Ling abruptly paused, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Damn, what am I even saying to you? Subsequently, she shook her head and addressed Master Xin, saying, Master Xin, please guide us into the forgotten battlefield. Master Xin responded with a serene smile, then retrieved the entry token for the forgotten battlefield. He approached a bookshelf and placed it within. The bookshelf opened immediately, revealing a luminous portal. Venture forth. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. Exercise caution. And remember to return by dawn. Bai Ling and Tang Yu both offered a respectful nod to Master Xin before stepping into the portal. Upon entry, Tang Yu found himself enveloped in a blinding whiteness. When his vision cleared, he stood before the grand entrance of a city, its towering gates seemingly piercing the clouds. With no end in sight, Bai Ling, perched upon the back of her phantom wolf, turned to Tang Yu and inquired, Summon your troops as well. We may need to make a swift advance to reach the battlefield. Tang Yu was immediately enveloped in embarrassment. None of his magical beasts were suitable for riding. The gargoyle could only carry him for a short flight, requiring him to grasp its 2 legs tightly. Oh, senior sister, my units are not mountable, he explained. Bai Ling rolled her eyes and exclaimed, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on. Oh right. Tang Yu leaped gracefully, grasping the tail of the netherwolf and steadily ascending. The netherwolf emitted a disgruntled howl, clearly displeased with Tang Yu's actions, yet in the presence of its master. It could only whimper in protest. Hee, senior sister, let us embark. Bai Ling turned to glance at Tang Yu, exuding a sense of exasperation. Your true form is rather feeble. Without the protection of your class, you possess no ability to safeguard yourself. Tang Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I have allocated all my attribute points to defense, so my agility is somewhat lacking. Sigh, all right. I truly admire you. Embrace my waist. Huh? What? Before Tang Yu could finish his words, the netherwolf surged forward with the ferocity of one seeking vengeance. Under the force of this immense inertia, Tang Yu found himself compelled to embrace Bai Ling's slender waist. The great gate swung open, revealing an expansive battlefield before them. This arena was littered with heaps of corpses. Arrows resembling stalks of rice, scattered weapons, and a pervasive haze of gunpowder. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yu was left utterly astounded. Yet, these obstacles posed no hindrance to the netherwolf, which continued to dash forward with unbridled speed. Sister, your netherwolf is quite swift, he exclaimed. By the way, is this the only netherwolf you have? How far are we from the forsaken battlefield? Feeling Tang Yu's breath brush against her ear and neck, Bai Ling's face flushed crimson. You should be quiet and refrain from speaking. Ah, sister, why are you suddenly angry? Do not utter another word, or you shall have to walk on your own. Tang Yu could only close his mouth and remain silent. The netherwolf continued to gallop for a while before finally coming to a halt in a certain area. Bai Ling immediately turned to Tang Yu and said, Is it comfortable? Well, it's acceptable, but it's a bit too thin. Senior sister, you ought to eat more. I told you to remove your hands and get down. Tang Yu finally came to his senses, reluctantly releasing his grip as he descended from the back of the netherwolf. At the Imperial Academy, Du Qing surveyed the individuals before him and casually tossed each a bag. A chung, remember, in the lost battlefield's second layer, you must not falter. It's up to you all to ensure that kid doesn't reach level 10 today. The recipients of the coins immediately donned bright smiles, and the leader, Huang Cheng, straightened up to face Du Qing. Rest assured, Brother Qing, with us around, that kid won't lay a finger on a monster today. Good, but do remain cautious. Bai Ling is also in there. If you encounter her, just flee. Do not provoke her. Understood? Got it, Brother Qing. All right, off you go. As Du Qing watched Huang Cheng and his companions depart, A smug smile crept across his face. You wish to level up with other men? Bai Ling. Today I shall witness how you hunt monsters. Huang Cheng swiftly led four companions to the top floor. Master Xian, we're going to grind in the second layer today? Master Xian paused from sweeping, glancing at Huang Cheng and his group, quickly grasping their intent. Others are already grinding there. You should choose another layer. That won't do. We intend to grind in the second layer today. There is no rule stating that we can't go if others are present. Master Xian sighed, observing their resolute expressions. You are no match for them. Yet Huang Cheng merely smiled. Master Xian, we do not aim to compete with them. We simply wish to hunt monsters. At last, Master Xian relented and ushered the group into the dungeon. Upon entering, Huang Cheng immediately turned to one of his companions. Locate their position. Start drawing the monsters. Let not a single one fall into their grasp. Understood. In the lost battlefield, Bai Ling watched as Tang Yu summoned his beasts to seek out monsters on their own while she busied herself with barbecuing. Finally, she couldn't contain herself any longer. For heaven's sake, we are here to level up. Can you please take this seriously? Tang Yu cheerfully handed over a skewer of fragrant roasted meat. With utmost seriousness, he remarked that his troops were diligently slaying monsters, and he had been supervising them closely. Bai Ling found Tang Yu's behavior utterly absurd. However, faced with the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, she ultimately chose to relent. As she took a bite, the rich, savory juices tantalized her taste buds, leading Bai Ling to believe that this fellow must often engage in such culinary endeavors. Otherwise, how could his cooking skills be so exceptional? After consuming one skewer, Bai Ling's appetite was ignited, and she entrusted the task of defense to the ethereal wolf, settling down in a nearby chair to indulge herself. After a while of feasting, she couldn't help but engage in conversation, asking, how did you manage to cultivate so many troops all at once? You simply keep grinding away. What other shortcut could there be? Tang Yu responded. Bai Ling rolled her eyes in exasperation, concluding, never mind, I won't ask you anymore. It would be futile. Tang Yu flashed a grin and casually retorted, sister, you don't possess merely one netherwolf, do you? The other party nodded, setting down the skewer with a hint of envy in her gaze fixed on Tang Yu. Cultivating troops is exceedingly costly. Even a single netherwolf has left me somewhat drained. And raising more is beyond my means. I still need to level up myself. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Acquiring troops at the same level as oneself is indeed the greatest boon bestowed by the system. Soon after, the two resumed their casual banter, with Bai Ling sharing certain rules and lesser-known secrets of the Imperial Academy with Tang Yu. Tang Yu was equally astonished, for he never anticipated that the seemingly taciturn and cold-hearted senior sister before him was, in fact, a gossip enthusiast. Just as the two were engrossed in analyzing the upcoming campus beauty contest, Bai Ling suddenly interjected, raising her hand to interrupt Tang Yu's discourse. Hold on, something's amiss. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, setting down the skewer of meat and surveying his surroundings. Was something amiss? What could possibly be wrong? Bai Ling rose and glanced around. Her brow furrowed slightly. Do you not sense a peculiar odor nearby? A strange scent? Is my skewer the unusual smell? I refer to another kind. One that possesses a formidable allure for the wild creatures. What do you mean? Zhou Lei, bewildered by Bai Ling's words, inhaled deeply but detected nothing unusual. Bai Ling frowned as she surveyed the area. This is a potion concocted by an alchemist. I have encountered it before. This substance is remarkably effective at attracting monsters, even surpassing the capabilities of certain supportive mage's spells. Really? Such a remarkable item exists. Are you implying that someone intends to gather the monsters here and claim them for themselves? Indeed, that seems to be the case. However, I am uncertain about this particular scent. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter these individuals. Sister, are they specifically targeting us? It appears so. Master Xian generally advises against subsequent teams entering a dungeon that is already being farmed. Yet it seems someone has disregarded this counsel. This is intriguing. We ought to track them down and procure that potion for our own use. Bai Ling was momentarily startled, unable to suppress a glance at Tang Yu. Are you genuinely so intrigued by this potion? Do you wish to become one of those guild members? What type of guild? A guild that specializes in causing others distress, akin to the Blood Alliance Guild. They undertake tasks to assist others in confronting their foes, entering dungeons alongside their targets and employing an alchemist's potion, subsequently setting up formations. When the potion takes effect, it attracts all the wild creatures into the formation, then detonates to instantaneously slay every monster. Such individuals are scorned by all at the Starry Academy. Virtually no one is willing to collaborate with them. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, such a guild exists? Their actions seem rather reprehensible, however. This world is indeed one where the strong prey upon the weak, leaving us with little recourse. Indeed, they have not violated any school regulations. Yet their behavior prevents others from encountering monsters, raising moral concerns. So, where do they procure their alchemical potions? After sharing so much, have my words fallen on deaf ears? Never mind, I shan't concern myself with you any longer. If you dare to join the Blood Alliance, then do not refer to me as your elder sister in the future. Haha, how could that be? I have no intention of contributing to them. If I were to engage in such activities, it would be by my own efforts. Bai Ling turned to look at Tang Yu, sensing that this fellow seemed inclined to tread the same path as the Blood Alliance. Tang Yu smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, I was just saying. Since they want to compete, let's see who can do it faster. We can't sacrifice our experience for the sake of reputation, can we? You are truly beyond redemption. If you want to grind, do it yourself, but one condition, do not join the Blood Alliance Guild. Why? It would be too embarrassing. You would become an enemy to the entire academy. And I don't wish to be dragged down with you. The two continued to enjoy their skewers, seemingly unbothered by the matter. However, less than 2 minutes later, Tang Yu suddenly sprang to his feet. I've decided, senior sister, I will stand against such a guild. Bai Ling was taken aback, her brows furrowing as she regarded the agitated Tang Yu. What are you doing? Didn't you just say that the actions of such guilds are merely a matter of survival of the fittest? Why the sudden change? That's because they didn't spawn my monsters, and now I can't find any. All right, senior sister, we need to catch someone. Bai Ling could only shake her head at Tang Yu's antics. However, she cautioned, I'm not even sure if they are from the Blood Alliance Guild, so be careful. These guys are quite cunning. By the time we find them, the wild monsters may have all been taken. But we can't just sit idly by, can we? We came here to gain experience, and acquiring the entry decree for this forsaken battlefield is no easy feat. Why should we let them waste our time twice? What do you plan to do? Look for them? That could take a considerable amount of time. I only have one phantom wolf. No worries, I have plenty of troops. Leave the search to me. With that, Tang Yu summoned a gargoyle. Go, scout for me and locate those rats. Today, I will show them what true monopoly looks like. Watching the bat-like gargoyle soar into the air, Bai Ling couldn't help but feel an envious pang. Just how many types of troops do you have? Oh, there will be many more in the future. With the introduction of the gargoyle as a flying unit, the task of locating individuals became significantly simpler. The ghoul swiftly ascended to the skies, surveying the movements of the surrounding wild creatures, quickly discerning their general direction of travel. Following the trajectory of these beasts, the gargoyle glided onward. Before long, it discovered a gathering of several alchemists, array mages, and wizards engaged in the intricate task of setting up a formation in a clear area. One alchemist, holding a pale yellow crystal, continuously invoked skills to catalyze the energy within. As his abilities surged forth, the crystal emanated a gentle glow, which danced in the wind and soon blended seamlessly with the atmosphere. The nearby wild creatures, catching a whiff of the delicate yellow energy wafting through the air, instinctively pursued its source, akin to famished wolves drawn by the scent of fresh meat. Through the vantage point provided by the gargoyle, Tang Yu swiftly discerned the presence of the group. Finally, these thieving scoundrels have been apprehended. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Ling was taken aback by Tang Yu's declaration. Have you found them? Indeed, we have located them. Just as you mentioned, they are currently setting up a formation, and all the monsters within the dungeon are converging toward their location. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Bai Ling stamped her foot in frustration. This matter is undoubtedly linked to Du Qing, that scoundrel. Once I emerge from here, I shall ensure he receives his due reckoning. Meanwhile, Tang Yu wore a sly smile. Senior sister, I have suddenly conceived a new idea. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow at Tang Yu's expression. What dubious notion have you concocted now? How can you speak of me that way, senior sister? I am your junior, after all. Besides, you are here to assist me in leveling up today. My suggestions are merely to facilitate your guidance. With your silver tongue, you always manage to twist things to your advantage. Very well. Let us hasten our approach before those individuals eliminate all the monsters, leaving us empty-handed. Tang Yu gently waved his hand. Sister, do not rush. Let them lure the monsters a bit more before we go in and finish things off, giving them a little surprise. Bai Ling paused, turning to fix her gaze on Tang Yu for several seconds before involuntarily remarking, when it comes to cunningness, you truly are an expert. Ha ha, sister, you flatter me. Uft. Do you think I am praising you? Be careful not to offend certain individuals. When the time comes to settle it, I wonder how you will manage. Hee. But isn't there still you, sister? You will protect me, right? Bai Ling rolled her eyes, already at a loss for words at Tang Yu's brazen demeanor. Throughout their casual conversation, Tang Yu had been observing the movements of the wild monsters and the progress of the group constructing the formation. When he finally saw that they had successfully completed the formation after much effort, he immediately stood up. Sister, it's time for us to set off. Indeed. It is time to punish these people and let them experience the taste of having their monsters stolen. She promptly summoned the Netherwolf. And the two of them mounted the creature, racing towards their destination. One cannot deny that having such a steed, both sizable and swift, was an excellent choice. Unfortunately, the magical beast types Tang Yu had purchased did not possess such capabilities. Soon, they reached a slightly elevated hillside. Sitting atop the Netherwolf, Tang Yu pointed ahead at the formation glowing faintly red. Sister, that should be them, right? Do you recognize if they are from the Blood Alliance? Bai Ling glanced forward and immediately recognized one of the formation masters, Huang Cheng. Indeed, that Huang Cheng is a disgrace within the Blood Alliance. I would recognize him even in ashes. Let us go teach them a lesson. However, Tang Yu firmly held her back. Sister, do not be hasty. If we proceed like this, teaching them a lesson would lose its significance. We must make our actions resolute. What? Did you not intend to eliminate all those monsters? Is that not enough of a decisive action? That is merely the beginning. They have stolen our monsters. They must pay a price. What should we do then? Tang Yu leaned in close to the ear of his companion and whispered a few words. Bai Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, her beautiful gaze shimmering with surprise. I must remind you once more to refrain from such actions in the future. They may lead to considerable trouble. Hiki, rest assured, senior sister, I know my limits. Bai Ling nodded in agreement and gently caressed the nearby nether wolf, whispering a few commands into its ear, immediately responding to its master's orders. The nether wolf dashed ahead with fervor. At that moment, Huang Cheng and his companions, observing the completion of the formation, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Well, the formation is complete. We can now retreat to a safe location. Just as they turned to leave, a colossal shadow loomed above them, hurtling through the sky. Panic ensued among Huang Chen and the others. Oh no, we've been discovered. That Bai Ling-S Netherwolf. Run. With that, he led his companions in a frantic dash in the opposite direction. However, as they fled a short distance, a horde of wild monsters suddenly appeared, blocking their path. They halted abruptly. We need to head that way, one suggested. Yet, when they attempted to flee in another direction, they realized they were surrounded by wild creatures. At that moment, the Netherwolf, having reached their position, abruptly stopped and turned back. Huang Cheng and his team glanced around, only to find themselves entirely encircled by monsters, leaving no escape route. Panic gripped the team. Captain, what do we do? It seems we're trapped. Huang Cheng gritted his teeth, scanning the area but failing to spot Bai Ling. He knew she must be nearby. Damn it, they've intentionally driven us here. We have no choice but to break through. Hearing this, several team members displayed expressions of dismay. Captain, you just set up the formation, and it has drained nearly all our magical energy. How can we cast any spells now? As the monstrous horde drew nearer, Huang Cheng reluctantly retrieved the mana-replenishing stones that Du Qing had previously given them. These precious items allowed spellcasters, who frequently expended their energy, to quickly restore their magic. However, such treasures were exceedingly costly, and they would typically reserve them for dire situations. This time, Du Qing had provided only a limited number of stones, merely one for each person. As he distributed them, Huang Cheng felt a pang of regret. Enough talk. Hurry and recover your energy. The monsters are almost upon us. The crowd grasped the mana stones, swiftly absorbing the magical energy contained within. Soon, they restored their depleted mana to a near-equivalent level. Watching the elite monsters charging towards them from less than 20 meters away, several mages immediately began to unleash their spells. Huang Qing and his companions had already attained the third tier of power, making it relatively easy to deal with these elite second-tier creatures, albeit at the cost of some spell expenditure. However, just as they painstakingly whittled down the health of these elite monsters, a sudden whistling echoed from the distant horizon, illuminating the sky. Huang Qing and the others quickly looked up, only to see several fireballs hurtling towards them. Dodge! Huang Cheng shouted urgently to his teammates. Yet, just as they attempted to evade, the fireballs struck the elite creatures that were left with barely a sliver of health. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the ground, distorting the surrounding air. The elite monsters they had worked so hard to defeat collapsed instantly in the inferno. Witnessing this scene, the group realized they had been outmaneuvered. Their prey was being snatched away. On a nearby hill, Bai Ling, observing the chaos, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Now you shall taste the bitterness of your own actions. Faced with the relentless horde of monsters, Huang Cheng and his companions felt utterly overwhelmed. They unleashed their spells without pause, draining the mana they had just replenished. The mana stones were exhausted, leaving them no choice but to resort to their reserves of mana crystals to restore their energy. However, if defeating these monsters could yield rewards, they would accept the challenge. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. From the hill in the distance, fireballs continued to rain down with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating the creatures they had nearly vanquished. Just as Huang Cheng consumed his 23rd mana crystal, he could no longer hold back. Bai Ling, we were wrong. Please, give us a chance and spare us. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, standing on the distant hill with her arms crossed, regarded them with a hint of disdain. Spare you? Why should I? Reflect on the misdeeds you've committed in the past. You have tormented others, and now it is your turn to experience the same ignominy. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Huang Cheng was utterly devastated. If this continued, all the restorative magical items would be depleted. As the vice leader of the Blood Alliance, he had accumulated a considerable amount of magic crystals and restorative items over the years at the Imperial College. However, within just that brief interval, he had already exhausted a significant portion of his reserves. More critically, this expenditure felt like casting efforts into the void, yielding no returns and nearly causing him to explode with frustration. As he gazed into the distance at the throngs of wild monsters charging towards him, he sensed that his remaining stock would likely be lost that very day. To preserve his resources, he could only plead with Bai Ling, yet she remained indifferent, watching them squander their magic crystals with unyielding detachment. Finally, one of the team members could no longer contain himself. Captain, we need a solution. I've painstakingly saved up some magic crystals, and now they're all gone. Soon, other members echoed similar sentiments, lamenting the depletion of their magic crystals. Faced with this predicament, Huang Chen was acutely aware of their thoughts. This bunch of ungrateful wretches treated the contribution of magic crystals as if it were a matter of life and death. Each one of them was as miserly as a tight-fisted miser. He considered withdrawing, but doing so would result in a failure of the mission. According to the Blood Alliance's regulations, a failed mission required a double compensation of the commission to the employer. Duqing had invested a significant amount to deal with Tang Yu, and if he had to pay double, it would be a catastrophic loss for him. At this juncture, Huang Cheng felt an intense resentment towards Bai Ling. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, this doesn't seem to align with Bai Ling's character. She would never stoop to such a level of contention with us. The team members were likewise enlightened, with someone suddenly realizing it's her junior brother. I know him. His name is Tang Yu, and he has offended Jiang Yang from the Swordsman Academy. So it was him. No wonder this felt so familiar. Those were his troops. Damn it, he has made us waste so many magic crystals. This debt must be remembered. Huang Cheng's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the hillside in the distance. Bai Ling, you tell Tang Yu to wait for me. When he is around, he shouldn't even think about spawning a single wild monster. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Yu emerged from behind the hillside. Really? That's simply splendid. What dungeon are you all tackling next? I would love to join you. By the way, make sure to bring plenty of magic crystals next time. Otherwise, how will you handle the wild monsters? Upon hearing Tang Yu's rather irksome remarks, Bai Ling could no longer contain her laughter, giggling softly, observing her lively demeanor. Tang Yu found himself captivated, stealing a few more glances. Senior sister, your smile is quite enchanting, he remarked, realizing she had been amused by Tang Yu. Bai Ling rolled her eyes in mock exasperation. It's all your fault. You're on the verge of shattering my carefully crafted persona. Shattered? I think that's rather splendid. You look far more charming when you smile rather than maintain that stern expression, he replied. Upon hearing such an unexpected compliment, Bai Ling's cheeks tinged with a faint blush. All right, once we clear these monsters, we still have to face the boss, so we must hasten our pace. Ah, there's a boss too? She inquired, surprised. Of course. Did you think I brought you here just to grind for experience? This forsaken battlefield would be utterly mundane otherwise. I knew it. Although we've encountered a slew of elite monsters, formidable as they are, they lack the high-tier rewards that a boss can bestow. The two stood atop a distant hillside, engaged in casual conversation while observing Huang Cheng and his companions laboriously battling the creatures. However, it wasn't long before Tang Yu noticed the subtle scheming of Huang Cheng and his crew. Are they planning to establish another formation right here? Attempting to wipe out all these monsters? Am I blind? Bai Ling turned her head, intrigued by Tang Yu's observation. What do you intend to do about it? Naturally, I shall let them complete it, he replied. Indeed, I must commend your cunning. It is truly impressive. Hee, all thanks to the guidance of my senior sister. Don't flatter yourself. Who taught you? It's you who has led me astray. Thus, the pair remained discreet, watching as Huang Cheng and his friends covertly reconstructed a formation. Meanwhile, Huang Cheng and his companions endeavored to mask their actions, believing they were flawless in their deception. After expending a considerable amount of magic crystals and precious materials, a brand new formation was finally nearing completion. Unable to restrain himself, Huang Cheng glanced towards Tang Yu's direction, his gaze simmering with fury. You little brat. I shall relish witnessing your tears soon. At that moment, a colossal fireball soared through the sky. Observing this fiery orb, Huang Cheng and his companions paid it little heed, focusing instead on completing their unfinished alchemical formation. They assumed the fireball's target was the distant wild creatures. However, a sudden rise in temperature above their heads caught Huang Cheng's attention. When he glanced up, he realized that the trajectory of the fireball was not aimed at the wild beasts, but directly at their formation. A chill of dread coursed through him, and he swiftly dodged to the side in a desperate bid for survival. With a thunderous roar, the fireball struck precisely at their incomplete formation. In an instant, precious materials were reduced to ash beneath the searing heat. The formation, which was 99% complete, was utterly obliterated. Huang Cheng and his companions stood frozen in shock. After a few seconds, with eyes blazing red, Huang Cheng fixed his gaze on Tang Yu. You Tang, I will not let this go, he vowed, before gesturing for his team to vanish from the instance. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, standing before Tang Yu, raised her hands in jubilant celebration like a young girl. How exhilarating! The great vengeance has been fulfilled. With the disruption from the few in the imperial city no longer an issue, Tang Yu chose not to conceal his strength any longer. The Crusher catapult unleashed a barrage of fireballs, raining down upon the enemies in a relentless display. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of fireballs ignited the wild creatures, and from a distance, one could see the ominous notifications of health points depleting in clusters. Bai Ling, captivated by the spectacular scene, turned to Tang Yu, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is it truly possible for a first-tier professional to possess such monster-slaying capabilities? Tang Yu shrugged. Otherwise, how could the senior sister believe that I could level up so swiftly? Bai Ling, I truly do not wish to converse with you any longer. Last year, when I was leveling up, it was all done gradually, without taking any shortcuts. Yet you, it seems, are as if you have some sort of cheat. It's utterly exasperating. Tang Yu smiled broadly, secretly acknowledging, indeed, senior sister, I am indeed operating at an advantage. The flames of the catapult could burn for a full minute, and with the enhancement of the berserk skill, its firing speed was doubled, swiftly igniting the entire wilderness area. The roaring flames escalated the temperature of the entire dungeon. Bai Ling allocated nearly all the experience points from their team to Tang Yu, retaining only the bare minimum for herself along with the spoils of their conquests. However, despite this, she still felt like a burden, as if since their entry, she had not contributed at all, and Tang Yu alone was sufficient to complete all tasks. This realization filled her with a sense of defeat. It seemed she had underestimated him. No wonder the teacher remarked on his exceptional nature. He truly was remarkable. Observing the hordes of wild monsters charging up the slope, one after another falling before them, Bai Ling felt a twinge of pity for these creatures. It was important to note that Tang Yu was merely a level 9 of the first tier, while the monsters before them were at least level 5 of the second tier, and they were all elite level beasts. The primary distinction between elite monsters and ordinary ones is that, while their levels may be the same, their strength is akin to that of a boss at the same tier. Thus, the multitude of monsters in the distance were all bosses exceeding level 5 of the second tier. Yet here was Tang Yu effortlessly hunting down monsters of full tier above him. Could it be that his units were of the golden grade? She turned to glance at her own netherwolf, suddenly feeling the weight of comparison. Some individuals are destined to perish, and one must discard the lesser. The netherwolf sensed her feelings, its eyes filled with sorrowful resentment. It's not that you are inadequate. It's just that fellow's units are far too captivating. Who could possibly resist such a high-damage ranged unit with burning capabilities? In that moment, Bai Ling suddenly pondered a crucial insight. The synergy of multiple unit types can yield far more potent effects. Clearly, her previous understanding had been superficial. However, She recognized that she could not covet Tang Yu's abilities. After all, the unit she had just recruited could match her level, a talent that was simply extraordinary. It is essential to remember that units also require leveling up. Her own advancement was already challenging enough, and sharing experience points with her units would render leveling up a nightmare. Of course, if she could acquire more units like Tang Yu's devastating catapult, that would undoubtedly be a boon. As all the wild monsters at the base of the hill perished, the sky suddenly darkened. Tang Yu gazed up at the heavens and softly inquired, "Is this the ultimate boss of this level?" "Indeed, it is the boss of this stage. A second-tier level 10 elite centaur boss. Do you have confidence in overcoming it?" "I'm not sure. Let us observe the situation first," he replied. "Phew. Thankfully you did not utter anything to provoke me." As they conversed, a sudden radiance illuminated the dark sky, as if something were descending. Bai Ling tightly gripped her staff, poised to act at any moment. Tang Yu gazed intently at the radiant pillar of light in the distant sky, within which resided the centaur boss, momentarily taken aback. "Sister, this creature appears to possess remarkable speed. Indeed, among all the second-tier bosses, its swiftness likely ranks within the top 10. Is it truly that formidable?" Observing Tang Yu's astonishment, Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "You, of all people, dare to speak of strength? I anticipated you would claim it to be a mere trifle." "Sister, I am, after all, a first-tier professional. Please afford me the respect I deserve, all right?" "Humph. You hardly resemble a first-tier professional." Tang Yu smiled, yet he remained cautious. He immediately withdrew the catapult and positioned the human infantry and knights in the front, while the ghouls were tasked with guarding the surroundings. With everything in readiness, they awaited the advance of the centaur boss. No sooner had he spoken than the luminous screen in the sky began to fade. In the distance, a centaur boss, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, charged towards them, brandishing a long spear, its flowing hair billowing in the wind, and its eyes gleaming with intensity. "Be careful, it's coming. Watch out," Bai Ling warned just as the centaur boss surged forward, spear in hand. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed in their ears, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds. Dust from the battlefield quickly enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Bai Ling, undeterred, shouted to the phantom wolf, "Keep an eye on that boss." At that moment, a blinding light emerged from behind, and the human infantry was instantly toppled by the immense force of the centaur boss. Amidst the swirling yellow dust, Tang Yu caught sight of the colossal boss and promptly assessed its attributes. Elite-level centaur boss, second tier. Level 10 attack power, 5,500 strength, 4,000 agility, 6,000 magic power, 2,000 skills. War charge, spear thrust in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Yu's gaze. With an agility attribute of 6,000, it was by far the highest he had ever encountered among all bosses. No wonder his senior sister claimed this was the most formidable among all second-tier bosses. It was indeed fitting. The centaur boss aimed to breach the defensive line of the beastmen and reach Tang Yu. However, two knights swiftly blocked its path, surrounded by ghouls. Faced with the situation, Bai Ling urged the phantom wolf to attack. Yet, Tang Yu suddenly restrained her. "Senior sister, I wish to give it a try." Bai Ling, noticing another ghoul being thrown aside, grew anxious as the centaur boss seemed poised to escape. "It will flee. I merely want to assist you in stopping it." "Senior sister, I won't let it get away." With your current troops? They likely cannot contain the centaur boss. I must intervene." "What do you mean? Do you possess some hidden skills?" "Just a little life-saving ability." With that, Tang Yu waved his hand towards the centaur boss. Soul binding. Just as the centaur boss, which had just kicked away a ghoul, was about to flee, a golden halo suddenly appeared in the sky, precisely descending upon the centaur boss. In the next moment, the centaur boss was transformed into a statue, standing motionless in place. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yu had effectively confined the distant centaur boss, leaving Bai Ling utterly astonished. "Is this your skill?" Tang Yu nodded and promptly issued an attack command to all the various types of magical beasts. In an instant, the cacophony of ghoulish howls, the thunderous gallops of night steeds, the clanking of human infantry armor, the crack of firearms from musketeers, the low growls of panthers from huntresses, and the resounding launches of catapults intertwined to create a most enchanting symphony. In a fleeting moment, countless damage notifications erupted above the centaur boss's head. -300, -599, -2098, -3009. Within 10 seconds, the centaur boss collapsed to the ground, its eyes filled with bewilderment in its final moments. It remained clueless as to the cause of its demise. As it fell, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and the world was once again bathed in light. Throughout this entire ordeal, Bai Ling appeared utterly astonished, remaining motionless for a full 10 seconds. Is this truly your confinement skill? Tang Yu nodded. Indeed, senior sister. What is it? Is 10 seconds a long time? To put it succinctly, there exists a term called fleeting moment, which describes the rarity of good opportunities, especially when we are confronted by formidable wild monsters. 10 seconds is ample time to extricate ourselves from perilous situations. This is a matter of life and death. Are you truly so indifferent about it? Well, senior sister, I can actually control it for a minute. It simply did not last that long, he explained. What? A minute? Bai Ling found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by feelings of envy and jealousy. The prospect of having a boss stand idle for a minute while one could unleash attacks upon it was nothing short of terrifying. It is essential to understand that many boss creatures derive their strength not solely from their impressive stats, but from their skills. A minute provides an abundance of possibilities. Of course, unless the boss is exceedingly powerful, it is unlikely that one could resolve the encounter in that time frame. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Bai Ling felt an overwhelming urge to silence this boastful individual, yet she suppressed her irritation. Do not be angry. Do not be jealous. Yes, no jealousy. He is simply a freak. I cannot compare myself to him. As she muttered to herself, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Is she truly envious? When my hero emerges, will she not be drooling with envy? With this thought, Tang Yu grew even more eager to reach the second tier and unlock the ability to purchase heroes. At that moment, a notification echoed across the sky. The Tier 2 Centaur boss has been defeated, granting experience points 200,000. Obtained. Tier 2 Centaur Boss Challenge Scroll 1. Tier 2 Centaur Golden Quality Spear 1. Tier 2 Centaur Silver Quality Armor 1. Centaur Skull 1. Centaur Tail 1. Magic Crystal 30. Magic Core 5. Subsequently, Tang Yu noticed his experience points had increased once more. However, he was still a mere 1% away from reaching level 10 for his first promotion. No way. I'm just this short of experience to level up? If I run the dungeon one more time, won't that be a significant waste? There exists a rule regarding the acquisition of experience points for professionals. Once one reaches level 10 in a stage, no matter how many wild monsters are slain thereafter, experience points will no longer be accrued. Hence, re-entering the dungeon would be a futile endeavor. However, leaving the academy and venturing into the city entails cumbersome exit procedures and a lengthy journey, making it even less worthwhile. Tang Yu felt a tinge of helplessness. Bai Ling also harbored a sense of regret. How unfortunate it is. Had I known of your exceptional prowess, I would not have accompanied you in tackling the dungeon. Otherwise, you could have directly participated in the second-tier challenge trials. Tang Yu sighed. It's fine. I can just try again. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling was rendered speechless. How naive it was to think that acquiring the city entry permit from the Forsaken Battlefield was an easy feat. Do you truly comprehend how challenging it is to complete the tasks assigned by the Academy Guild? I suggest you explore other dungeons instead. Isn't it true that the Academy Guild's tasks can only be accepted by guild members? Not necessarily. The crux is that those tasks are exceedingly arduous. Typically, only a collective effort from the guild can accomplish them. Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully at this remark. All right, I will give it a shot then. Wait. You aren't planning to undertake the task alone, are you? That could be perilous. Hee, senior sister, do you truly believe I cannot handle it? This is quite dangerous. The instructor has entrusted me with your safety. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to the teacher? At this, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the instructor had such affection for him, specifically assigning senior sister to ensure his protection. Of course. After all, I will be graduating in a year. Soon, you will be the sole representative of our Lord Academy. I cannot allow the legacy of our academy to fade away. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Though Tang Yu spoke with such words, his heart harbored a different sentiment. At this very moment, beneath the academy building of the Imperial Academy, Huang Qing recounted the events that transpired within the dungeon to Du Qing in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, a flicker of skepticism glimmered in Du Qing's eyes. What do you mean by saying that Bai Ling did not intervene at all? He queried. Indeed. She merely commanded the hellhounds to drive us into the throngs of wild monsters, without laying a finger on us. Are you suggesting that Tang Yu single-handedly defeated all the wild monsters? Huang Qing hesitated before replying. Well, we cannot ascertain that. Bai Ling must have aided him in some capacity. Otherwise, he would never have been able to vanquish thousands of wild monsters alone. Upon hearing this, Du Qing thoughtfully pinched his chin. Interesting. A first-tier practitioner employing ranged attacks to claim monsters is quite remarkable. Yet, you all certainly faltered. How could you allow them to seize the opportunity? He pondered aloud. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune for them. Rest assured, next time we shall certainly prevail. With a cold chuckle, Du Qing lightly patted Huang Cheng's shoulder. I am exceedingly dissatisfied with your performance this time. Thus there shall be no next opportunity. I shall personally deal with him. Huang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Du Qing's parting words. Do not forget the double compensation. As he observed Du Qing ascend towards the academy, a pang of bitterness surged within Huang Cheng, intensifying his animosity towards Tang Yu. Curse Tang Yu, I will not let this rest. Come, let us return and inform the president to add Tang Yu's name to the blacklist. I shall ensure he cannot graduate from the Imperial Academy. At that moment, Tang Yu and Bai Ling emerged from the dungeon. Master Xian set aside his broom and approached with a hint of apology. I truly regret not being able to prevent them. The regulations here are quite stringent. Are you both unharmed? Tang Yu smiled and said, Of course, there's nothing to worry about. We have enjoyed our meals and had a delightful time. Bai Ling discreetly pinched Tang Yu's arm and quickly turned to Master Xian, exclaiming, Master Xian, do not heed his nonsense. We have been diligently working on the dungeon the entire time. Master Xian chuckled heartily and nodded in response. That's wonderful to hear. I was quite concerned that you might have been interrupted. How about this? To compensate for my earlier oversight, I shall grant you another opportunity to delve into the dungeon. Free of charge. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Master Xian. Is that truly the case? The amiable master nodded affirmatively. Indeed. But you must complete it today, as the academy will be closed tomorrow. Tang Yu's heart surged with elation. How splendid. This experience was precisely what he needed. He expressed his gratitude to Master Xian. Just then, an irksome voice echoed from the staircase. Oh, what a coincidence. Here we meet again. Upon seeing the newcomer, Du Qing, Tang Yu's eyelids flickered slightly. What? Are you here to create more trouble? Haha, create trouble? What do you mean by that? Are we not allowed to tackle a dungeon together? Is this dungeon your family's property? Well then, let us proceed together. Master Xian, I appreciate your effort. But I will remain in the second-tier dungeon. Du Qing had not anticipated that his counterpart would so readily acquiesce, even displaying greater enthusiasm than himself. He could not help but glance at Bai Ling, then gestured towards Tang Yu with his chin, inquiring, Is your junior brother in his right mind? Bai Ling, well aware of Tang Yu's intentions, revealed a flicker of anticipation in her gaze and nonchalantly replied, How would I know? Afterward, she gently patted Tang Yu on the shoulder, adding, In the dungeon, you cannot harm your own, so feel free to frolic within. However, do not forget about dinner. I shall not accompany you. Tang Yu smiled broadly. All right, senior sister, will you treat me to dinner? Bai Ling waved her hand as she walked downstairs. Indeed, I will treat you. I will prepare some specialty dishes from the Imperial Academy for you. Moreover, I will assist you in scheduling the second-tier trial for tomorrow. So there is no need for you to rush? Thank you, senior sister. After Tang Yu finished speaking, he turned once more to Du Qing, even gesturing invitingly. Shall we enter together? Du Qing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Tang Yu was already prepared to confront him. Nevertheless, he was aware that in this instance, one could not resort to violence against others, so he remained relatively unperturbed. You will regret your decision today, he declared, and as he moved to enter, he was halted at the entrance by Master Xian wielding a broom. The entry permit for the Lost Battlefield. The entry permit for the Lost Battlefield was highly coveted, as each individual entering consumed one opportunity. On this occasion, Du Qing produced 2 entry permits, thereby expending 10 chances and led his remaining 9 subordinates inside. He was well aware of the various troops under Tang Yu's command, and thus, he had paid a hefty sum for 2 permits, bringing his entourage along solely to teach Tang Yu a lesson. Such extravagant waste of resources would be deemed a flagrant misuse by most professional trainees, yet Du Qing, buoyed by his substantial wealth and formidable connections, paid it little mind, as long as he could compel Tang Yu to acknowledge his errors and distance himself from Bai Ling. He deemed the endeavor exceedingly worthwhile. For every woman he coveted, he consistently acted without regard for the consequences. Thus, Du Qing and his 9 followers entered the Lost Battlefield. At that moment, Tang Yu stood resolutely before the gates of the battlefield, awaiting their arrival. Through this gate, he could access the second-tier dungeon of his choosing. Each dungeon of the same tier varied significantly. Some offered greater experience points, while others yielded specific items. Hence, individuals would select according to their needs. Observing Du Qing and his men entering, Tang Yu, without turning, inquired, "What dungeon do you intend to choose?" Du Qing was taken aback by Tang Yu's words. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know to run away in advance? Run? Even if I did, you would still find me. Besides, I am quite eager to tackle the dungeon with you. What the hell is your situation? Kneel and bow to me now. And promise never to associate with Bai Ling so closely again, and I might let you off the hook." Tang Yu smiled and turned to Du Qing. "Since you have chosen not to select, I shall take it upon myself to make the choice for you." With that, he stepped into the formation at the city gate. Inside, Tang Yu beheld numerous specks of stardust shimmering. After a brief examination, he selected the most challenging instance, primarily focused on acquiring an item known as the Silver Fox Necklace. Upon his return, he cast a glance back at Du Qing and the others, proclaiming, "The Silver Fox Heart instance, do not fall behind." Approaching the city gate, the grand entrance to the city swung open in response. Tang Yu vanished into the depths. Du Qing's subordinates bore expressions of utter bewilderment. This individual truly resembled a fool. Did he not comprehend that we were plotting against him? In order to contend with him, Qing Gu had expended a significant amount of points and leveraged numerous connections. Was the outcome merely a simpleton? This was intolerable. Could it be that this fellow had been so intimidated by Qing Gu that he had lost his wits? Did he actually consider us as friends? The whispers of his subordinates soured Du Qing's mood considerably. Should Tang Yu indeed be a simpleton, then the extensive resources he had squandered on him would render him a genuine fool in the eyes of others. To preserve his reputation, he shot a fierce glare at his subordinates. "Forget everything that transpired today. You will not utter a word about it in the future. Understood?" The group immediately nodded in unison, pledging to keep the matter to themselves. Subsequently, one of the subordinates ventured to inquire, "Qing, good. Shall we still pursue this fellow in the Silver Fox dungeon?" Du Qing kicked the individual, exclaiming, "What nonsense! What else are we here for? Sightseeing? Hurry up. Your task today is to ensure he does not encounter a single wild creature. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes." Thus, Du Qing and his entourage opted for the Silver Fox dungeon and dashed towards the outskirts of the city. At long last, upon hastening to the entrance of the jungle, they discovered Tang Yu reclining on a lounge chair, patiently awaiting their arrival. "What is the meaning of this? The dungeon time is so fleeting, and you arrive now? Honestly, I've been waiting quite a while for you." Du Qing, witnessing Tang Yu's languid demeanor, nearly lost his composure. "Damn it! What do you mean by this? I intend to confront you. Cease your pretense." Tang Yu stretched lazily and smiled at his opponent. "I know your plan. You intend to thwart my monster hunting, right? Well, here I am, waiting for you. Come on, steal from me." Du Qing, infuriated yet amused, immediately instructed his subordinates, "This fellow possesses numerous types of troops. Therefore, leave 3 behind, and the rest shall engage in monster hunting. Today, he shall not lay his hands on a single wild creature. Does he aspire to reach the 2nd tier? I shall ensure he remains stranded at the 1st tier." Upon hearing the command, the group swiftly divided into teams to commence their monster hunting. Observing his subordinates frantically pursuing creatures, Du Qing suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Gazing at Tang Yu with a hint of smugness, "You're merely putting on a show. How long can you maintain this facade? A mere 1st-tier professional dares to challenge me? Even my weakest minion is at the 3rd tier. What do you possess to compete with me?" Tang Yu shrugged. "Apologies. But am I the one engaging in a confrontation with you? Please, do clarify the situation. It is you who is causing me trouble. Oh, by the way, instruct your subordinates to expedite their efforts. I have a dinner to attend with my senior sister this evening. Damn it. Do you truly dare to provoke me? Do you not believe I would hesitate to eliminate you?" Tang Yu smiled and said, "Come on. Here I am, sitting motionless. If you touch me, all your privileges at the Imperial Academy will be revoked, and you will have to undergo the entrance examination anew. Ultimately, there is a significant chance that you may not graduate. Oh, and your family will be implicated as well." Du Qing lowered his fist, glaring fiercely at Tang Yu. "Fine. Just you wait. I will keep a close watch on you, ensuring you can never farm a single wild monster again." Yes, that would be ideal. The Silver Fox dungeon in the Lost Battlefield is fundamentally different from the Centaur dungeon Tang Yu previously traversed. Within this dungeon, the experience points from wild monsters are considerably reduced. However, the drop rate for various Silver Fox items is significantly increased, given that it is a 2nd-tier dungeon. The dropped items hold little value for 4th transformation professionals. Yet, the ultimate boss, the Silver Fox, drops the Silver Fox Heart, a highly coveted item. It is said that the Alchemist Guild frequently acquires this item for crafting alchemical tools that extend life, making it exceptionally useful. However, this dungeon is not particularly accommodating for anyone. Those of lower levels cannot farm effectively, while those of higher levels struggle to find any monsters, rendering it exceedingly frustrating. Duqing and his subordinates frantically began to eliminate monsters in the vicinity surrounding Tang Yu, quickly clearing out all wild creatures. Observing this scene, Tang Yu remained nonchalant, leisurely wandering about. Hey, what's going on? Why is there still a wild monster left here? Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Duqing's lips twitched, and he instructed his lackeys to take care of it. Tang Yu then swiftly moved to a farther location and pointed into the distance. There are still so many wild monsters over there. Are you not planning to farm them? If not, I might just go for them. Duqing, seething with rage, felt the urge to strike but forcibly suppressed his anger and nodded to his subordinates. He then approached Tang Yu. Kid, are you truly prepared to fight me to the end? Haha, indeed. I find it rather amusing. Look, these wild monsters, which yield little experience and are exceedingly difficult to kill, are leading your subordinates on a wild chase. It's quite entertaining, akin to walking a dog. What do you think? Damn it, you're courting death. What, want to fight? Come on. If I strike back, I'll be a coward. Hurry. Duqing raised his hand high, but ultimately let it fall. Damn it. One day you will kneel before me, begging for mercy. Oh, I hope that day arrives. Subsequently, Tang Yu led the group as they meandered around, and whenever they stumbled upon a wild creature, Duqing's subordinates would eagerly step forward to vanquish it without needing any prompting from him. Duqing shadowed Tang Yu, ensuring that not a single wild creature was left for him to conquer. After several hours of this routine, the nearby wild creatures were nearly exhausted. Yet there remained a plethora of them in the distance. However, Duqing's subordinates were utterly fatigued. Qingge, we simply cannot continue any longer. Those silver fox creatures are far too swift. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, the mere pursuit has already consumed much of our time. Qingge, why not just take control of this fellow? Another suggested. Without any restorative assistance, we truly cannot press on. We have already expended a considerable amount of magic crystals. Observing the state of Duqing's subordinates, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile at Duqing. Your subordinates are on the brink of collapse. Perhaps it would be best for you to withdraw? Following me around is rather pointless. Wouldn't you agree? Duqing shot a steely glance at Tang Yu before unleashing a tirade at his companions. You useless lot. Using a few magic crystals is akin to taking your lives. Fine. Today you may use as many magic crystals as you wish. I will reimburse all of them when we exit. With that, he cast another cold glance at Tang Yu and declared, let me make this clear. Not a single wild creature will be yours to conquer today. Tang Yu appeared utterly unconcerned. Is that so? Then you should urge your subordinates to hasten. I am about to escalate the intensity. Upon hearing these words, Duqing's heart sank, and he anxiously inquired, what do you intend to do? Do not fret. I merely wish for your minions to engage in a race with my troops. A race? Duqing vaguely sensed Tang Yu's intentions, but remained uncertain. He soon witnessed Tang Yu summon forth all of his units except for the catapult of destruction. Then, raising his hand, he unleashed a frenzied skill, shouting, let us go. With that command, the empowered monstrous units surged in all directions. Duqing was momentarily taken aback, then immediately yelled at his subordinates, what are you standing there for? Go after them. Do not let him slay a single wild creature. However, Tang Yu kindly reminded him, oh, by the way, their magical energy has been nearly depleted. I believe it would be prudent to prepare some items for rapid energy recovery. Otherwise, by the time they slowly restore their power with magic crystals, I will have already cleared out all the wild creatures in this dungeon. In that moment, Duqing finally comprehended why Tang Yu was so unconcerned about him snatching the creatures. With such a vast number of units, it was impossible for him to obstruct them. What was even more cunning was that Tang Yu had previously concealed all of his troops, allowing his subordinates to exhaust their magical energy swiftly, only to then distribute magical stones to his minions, maximizing his own gains. It dawned on him that he had been led around by the nose all along. Enraged and frustrated, Duqing nearly resorted to violence, but his subordinates intervened just in time. Suppressing his fury, he glared fiercely at Tang Yu. You have some nerve. I will not let this go unchallenged. Haha. Well, you might want to wait your turn. Huangxing said something similar, and I'm still waiting for him. Tang Yu then glanced at the units that had already sprinted far away and asked Duqing, by the way, are you still planning to snatch the creatures? If not, I shall unleash my troops. At that moment, Duqing truly experienced the sensation of being thoroughly outmaneuvered. His eyes blazing with fury as he handed a pile of magical stones to his subordinates. Hurry. As his subordinates took the magical stones, they could not help but exchange glances with Du Qing, their eyes clearly conveying the sentiment, "Boss, have you lost your mind?" Yet, no one dared voice this thought. For Du Qing, in his furious state, was like a powder keg ready to ignite. Nonetheless, they were exceedingly frustrated. Their leader's mind had been utterly befuddled by Tang Yu. While they bore the consequences, who could they turn to for an explanation? Thus, once again, the crowd engaged in a fierce competition with Tang Yu's monstrous army for the wild creatures. However, Tang Yu refrained from commanding his troops to attack the surrounding beasts. Instead, he simply led them in a race. From the elevated perspective of the gargoyle, Tang Yu observed the dwindling wild creatures and inquired of Du Qing, "By the way, the boss will spawn shortly, so you all ought to exercise caution. My troops are rather numerous." Du Qing felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing that this fellow was undoubtedly up to no good. Yet, in defense of his pride, he promptly sneered, "I don't need your reminders." Finally, when the last silver fox monster was vanquished, everyone could not help but exhale a brief sigh of relief. A triumphant glint shone in Du Qing's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu. "Huh, kid? I told you. If I prevent you from claiming a single wild creature today, you shall not capture even one." "Oh, then I'll just collect them tomorrow. By the way, are you bringing your team again tomorrow?" Tang Yu's voice, though not loud, struck Du Qing's heart like a heavy hammer. To be honest, today he had expended an immense amount of money to deal with Tang Yu. The expenses for entering the lost battlefield and the consumption of the city entry permit alone were equivalent to a year's income for an ordinary professional. Additionally, the expenditure on the magic stones of his subordinates constituted a considerable sum. However, the returns were meager. The experience gained from these second-tier silver fox monsters was pitifully scant, not even amounting to 1% of his experience points. As for the various items dropped by the silver foxes, they were equally disappointing. After all, the lowest level among them was a third-tier professional, and even when facing the elite silver fox boss at the highest level within this dungeon, it was still a challenge beyond their capabilities. In this world, there exists a hierarchy regarding levels. Lower-level professionals hunting higher-level monsters receive significantly more experience and loot. Conversely, higher-level professionals hunting lower-level monsters not only gain less experience but also encounter a scarcity of dropped items. This explains why the heart of the Silver Fox in the Silver Fox dungeon is such a rare and sought-after item, maintaining its status as a high-priced commodity within the Alchemist Association. Du Qing glanced at their spoils and nearly spat blood in frustration. Damn it. They hadn't even recouped the cost of one entry fee. It felt like a total loss. With this thought in mind, he looked at Tang Yu, his eyes bloodshot with resentment. As the sky gradually darkened, a blood-red glow appeared on the distant horizon. Through the perspective of the gargoyle, Tang Yu beheld the elite silver fox boss, radiating a blood-red luminescence. Despite its name, this elite silver fox was cloaked in crimson fur, with only a small patch on its cheek and the tip of its tail adorned in silver. The gaze of the silver fox boss shimmered with a blood-red glow, exuding an alluring aura. It gracefully leapt from the precipice above, effortlessly navigating the 100-meter drop as if it were merely a stroll. Du Qing inhaled deeply, casting his eyes upon the distant silver fox boss, and declared, "Attack." The members of the squad immediately surged forward towards their quarry. Tang Yu glanced at Du Qing and suggested, "Shall we proceed as well?" His words resonated with the familiarity of longtime collaborators, nearly breaking down Du Qing's defenses. "Proceed? What gives you the right to do so?" With that, he drew a dagger and pressed it against Tang Yu's throat. Witnessing this, Tang Yu merely smiled. "You wouldn't dare to harm me. Who are you trying to intimidate with that rusty blade?" "Put it down," Du Qing retorted with a smirk. "I won't move. But if you wish to harm yourself, take a step forward and find out. At that moment, it won't be me who strikes you." At that moment, a glimmer of pride illuminated Du Qing's face, as if he had finally gained the upper hand over Tang Yu, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Observing Du Qing's expression, Tang Yu sighed. "All right then, if that is the case, we shall wait a little longer." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely hope your subordinates can help me whittle down the boss's health a bit more. Otherwise, I fear I may struggle later." Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Du Qing felt a surge of anxiety and immediately shouted to his men, "Keep a close eye on those units. Ensure they do not steal our boss." The group promptly complied, effectively cornering the elite-level Silver Fox boss. With a flurry of skillful attacks, the boss's health began to plummet rapidly. Tang Yu observed the entire scene with keen awareness. As the boss's health dwindled, Tang Yu suddenly turned to Du Qing, wearing a peculiar smile. Du Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he promptly warned, What are you planning? Just know, you cannot escape. He then shouted to his subordinates, put in more effort. Don't let this kid take advantage of us. The team responded by increasing their attack speed. Duqing glared coldly at Tang Yu, pressing the dagger closer to his throat. Stop with your tricks. Today, you shall not lay a finger on a single wild creature. However, Tang Yu remained unfazed, calmly retorting. Do you believe I can reach that point within a minute? Duqing paused, slightly taken aback. What is so difficult about covering that distance in a minute? Any professional can manage it. Are you just trying to distract me? That is quite naive of you. Oh, I merely wish to demonstrate something. Damn it, don't move. I command you. Yet before he could finish, an inexplicable force seemed to bind him in place. As Tang Yu, dotting a strange smile, slowly moved his neck away from the dagger's edge, Duqing panicked. What have you done to me? Release me at once. Do not rush. I have mentioned that I shall perform a 1-minute dash to the finish line. Watch closely. With that, Tang Yu sprinted towards the elite silver fox boss like a gust of wind. As he witnessed Tang Yu running off before his very eyes, Duqing was left utterly bewildered. He had been anticipating the appearance of the final boss all along. How could I have overlooked this? Tang Yu halted at a distance of 300 meters from the elite silver fox boss and effortlessly summoned 10 catapult destroyers beside him. Aim. Fire. At the command, all the catapult destroyers launched incendiary projectiles into the air. The dim sky was instantaneously illuminated. Duqing's eyes widened as he beheld the numerous fireballs converging into a larger sphere, hurtling towards the elite silver fox boss. Meanwhile, his subordinates stood frozen, gazing up at the sky in awe. In that moment, Duqing felt as if he might explode with rage. He shouted fiercely, "Attack the monster!" As the crowd regained their composure, they prepared to unleash their skills once more. However, their response was still too slow. The fireball struck the silver fox boss with precision, obliterating its remaining health in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Duqing's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he glared at the distant spectacle, seemingly ready to unleash flames of fury. Tang Yu turned his head and locked eyes with him. Boss Du, thank you. The onlookers gaped as Tang Yu seized the elite silver fox boss they had struggled to defeat for so long. Their composure shattered in an instant. Damn it. He stole our boss. Who the hell is watching him? I can't see a single soul. What are they doing? Show, it's Qinggu. Duqing was nearly brought to tears, watching Tang Yu's level surge from first tier 9 to first tier 10, nearly fainting from rage. Despite exhausting so many resources to corner and besiege Tang Yu, he had still failed to prevent his ascent. After defeating a heap of worthless foes, he felt as if he had lost touch with reality. This indignation was one he could hardly swallow. Tang Yu meticulously sorted through the spoils within the dungeon, glancing at Duqing with a smile. Boss Du, do remember to call me next time you raid the dungeon. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he waved goodbye to the others and promptly vanished from the dungeon. At that moment, Duqing's soul confinement was finally lifted. In this instant, his heart swelled with both fury and astonishment. It was astonishing to realize that, despite having reached the 4th tier, his adversary could effortlessly control him for a full minute with a mere skill. Frankly, such prowess was not something even a peer could easily achieve. In a real battle, he feared he would have met his demise countless times over. The thought sent a chill down his spine. However, the mere consideration that Tang Yu was merely a first-tier practitioner led him to believe that such a skill was beyond the latter's capabilities. It had to be a gift from Elder 13 or Bai Ling. How infuriating that a lowly first-tier practitioner possessed such an ability. Ultimately, the final boss had been snatched away, leaving Duqing and his companions with nothing to show for their efforts, a total disaster. Observing his despondent subordinates, Duqing felt even more vexed. He recalled the earlier incident involving Huangqing, whom he had mocked, only to find himself suffering an even more humiliating defeat this time. A slap in the face from his own actions. With a grim expression, Duqing turned to his companions and declared, "This matter must remain confidential. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Brother Qing. Yes, Brother Qing." Yet, one of the subordinates still found it hard to swallow the indignation. "Brother Qing, are we really just going to let this kid go?" Duqing's eyes glinted with cold determination. "Let him go? He has caused me such substantial losses. How could I possibly let this slide? But we must not act hastily. We will proceed with caution." Meanwhile, Tang Yu had returned from the forsaken battlefield and made his way back to the top floor of the academy. Master Xian, broom in hand, looked at Tang Yu's unscathed return with a hint of satisfaction. "Congratulations, young man. You have finally reached level 10 of the 1st tier, and you are now eligible to participate in the 2nd tier trial challenge." Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then as if struck by inspiration, He casually retrieved a silver fox heart that emitted a faint silvery glow from his storage space. Master Xian, a modest gift, but it carries my respect. Master Xian was momentarily taken aback by the silver fox heart presented by Tang Yu, but he quickly waved his hand in refusal. Young man, there is no need for such extravagance. I cannot accept such a precious item. Please take it back. Old sir, do not be so polite. I have no use for this, and it would be better suited for you to refine some longevity treasures. Consider it my payment for your assistance in the dungeon. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Master Xian nodded in satisfaction. Very well, young man. I shall consider this a favor owed to you. I will accept this gift. Tang Yu grinned and said, Master Xian, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell. As he watched Tang Yu's retreating figure, Master Xian couldn't help but glance down at the silver fox heart in his hand, pondering to himself. Could it be that he has discerned my true identity? That seems implausible. Within the entire academy, only the principal is privy to my identity. It appears that this young man has a kind heart. With that thought, he raised his hand to store the silver fox heart in his personal space. At that moment, Du Qing emerged from within, flanked by a group of followers. When he noticed Master Xian's gaze upon him, he assumed that Tang Yu had divulged the events that transpired inside, and he approached with a menacing demeanor, warning, Old man, you had best watch your tongue, or you may find yourself expelled from the academy. With that, Du Qing and his entourage departed from the institute. Observing Du Qing's visibly agitated state, coupled with his threatening demeanor, Master Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the young man had truly outmaneuvered him within those walls. I must uncover what transpired. He then approached a nearby bookshelf, retrieving several tomes and gently caressing a piece of jade embedded within. The bookshelf opened once more, revealing an entrance to the battlefield array. Master Xian lightly tapped the array, and in an instant, images began to materialize above it. Soon, he located the footage of Tang Yu and Du Qing engaging in their dungeon run. Were anyone present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Master Xian's actions. For the skill he had just employed was an advanced technique only accessible to those of the 6th rank. After watching for a while, Master Xian chuckled heartily, the sound echoing far and wide. How amusing, truly amusing. No wonder Du Qing was so infuriated. It appears this young man had them dancing to his tune. However, he rewound the footage to meticulously observe how Tang Yu had skillfully controlled Du Qing. As he beheld Tang Yu stealthily extend a hand from behind, whispering an incantation, a powerful surge of energy immediately enveloped Du Qing, rendering him under control. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Master Xian's eyes. Quite impressive. A practitioner of less than the 2nd rank managed to control a 4th rank practitioner for nearly a full minute. No wonder this young man dared to provoke them. He had evidently devised a plan in advance. Satisfied, he nodded and recorded the events with the recording stone. This young man may indeed have the potential to enter the Tianshu Pavilion. At this very moment, Tang Yu remains oblivious to Master Xian's favorable opinion of him. He is engrossed in his meal while recounting to Bai Ling the manner in which he dealt with Du Qing and his companions. Bai Ling, sitting beside him, is in fits of laughter, utterly captivated by Tang Yu's audacious maneuvers. It is likely that from now on, Du Qing will be haunted by a psychological shadow whenever he encounters you. Your technique of soul confinement is truly exceptional, albeit rather unscrupulous. However, it is advisable to refrain from displaying this skill too frequently, as it serves as your ultimate safeguard. Tang Yu nodded and placed a piece of beef into his mouth, saying, Of course, I am aware. By the way, did you not mention that you had scheduled my 2nd-tier trial challenge? When does it commence? Bai Ling hastily replied, Do not be in such a rush. It is still quite early. There are many participants in today's trial challenge, and the trial center will be open all day. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. That is fine. This alleviates my concerns. Subsequently, Bai Ling took a sip of tea and casually inquired, By the way, what was your score in the 1st-tier challenge test? 1 second. What? 1 second? Are you joking with me? How could it possibly be just 1 second? Tang Yu shrugged. Is it really that quick to slay a monster of my level in a mere second? Bai Ling contemplated Tang Yu's various beast warrior types and finally sighed. I shouldn't have pried into such matters. The trial center at the Imperial Academy far surpassed that of Linhai City. Moreover, while the challenges in Linhai City capped at 3rd-tier professionals, here they extended to 4th tier. Not only that, but there were also more challenge zones available. Today, a considerable number of participants had come for the trials, most of them aiming for the 3rd-tier challenge. Since Tang Yu had made a prior reservation, there was no need for him to queue again, allowing him and Bai Ling to find a spot to sit down. Senior sister, what else with the crowd today? In a few days, the large instance, Phantom Canyon, will open in the Forgotten Battlefield, so everyone is eager to level up and acquire new skills for the dungeon. Oh, Phantom Canyon? Is there a specific opening time for this instance in the Forgotten Battlefield? Indeed, it typically opens for guilds. The Phantom Canyon instance is vast. Within it, you can hunt bosses, conquer castles, and treasure hunt in the wilderness. In short, it's an excellent instance, which is why everyone has been in seclusion, leveling up to obtain desired items there. I see. Such a dungeon sounds intriguing. Don't be too quick to judge. This instance is notoriously challenging, which is why everyone is so keen to farm it. All right, is there a level restriction? A minimum of second tier. That's precisely why I brought you along for the second tier trial challenge. Put forth your best effort this time. After reaching second tier, you can unlock new skills again. And with the new equipment, you'll be able to acquire even more. Wait, senior sister, have you already signed me up? Of course, I'm your senior sister. Who else would take you if not me? As the two were chatting, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Hey there, beautiful and handsome. Would you like to join our Journey Guild? We currently offer excellent benefits. New members receive a full set of silver quality equipment upon joining. Consider it. Moreover, the guild regularly distributes magic crystals and assists in acquiring various items. The best part is that joining requires only a small amount of points. And you'll receive a Tong Dan, a valuable item for trial challenges. At this, Tang Yu couldn't help but glance back. He saw a chubby man with glasses beaming at him. However, upon hearing about the Journey Guild, Bai Ling couldn't suppress a scoff. How can your guild even claim to offer good benefits? New members must sign a 5-year contract to receive a set of first-tier level 5 silver quality equipment. And as for distributing magic crystals and assisting with items, is that really considered a benefit? Please, Hong, cease this deception and leave at once. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. To think such a nefarious guild exists. They could have simply signed a contract of servitude. Yet they insist on bestowing a set of worthless level 5 equipment. Truly, it brings me to tears. Thus, he grinned at Xiang Hong. Apologies, but I have no need for that at the moment. However, as soon as his words left his lips, the smile on Xiang Hong's face vanished, and he addressed Bai Ling with evident displeasure. I ask you, Bai Ling, has our Journey Guild ever provoked you? What purpose does it serve to tarnish our reputation? With a wave of his hand, several individuals nearby rose and surrounded Bai Ling, clearly all members of the Journey Guild. Bai Ling did not even glance back, her tone dripping with disdain. Tarnish? I have been more than restrained. Thank you very much. Does the Journey Guild's reputation truly require my assistance in being sullied? Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, the surrounding newcomers hurriedly dropped the contracts they were about to sign and quietly departed. Witnessing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Xiang Hong's eyes. Bai Ling, should you continue to stir trouble, do not blame us for being uncivil. The members of the Journey Guild approached, clearly indicating that they would not hesitate to take action if necessary. At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly stood up and coldly addressed Xiang Hong. Was my previous statement not clear enough? I do not require your interference. So kindly step aside and do not disturb us. As he stood with such impudence, Xiang Hong scrutinized Tang Yu from head to toe. Kid, which academy do you hail from? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Have you not heard of our Journey Guild? What does your Journey Guild concern me? I am from the Lord Academy, and what of it? Upon hearing this, Xiang Hong's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, that explains the foul temperament. You are from the same academy as Bai Ling TSK. The Lord Academy has some promising successors. Haha. The other guild members joined in laughter. Bai Ling had waited so long, and now she could finally graduate. This young man arrived at just the right moment. No wonder Bai Ling was so kind to him. She must have intended to use him for protection. TSK, a pretty boy indeed. Does he not realize that without new students, the Lord Academy would not permit him to graduate? Bai Ling had endured many trials, yet she finally encountered a fool. He remains unaware that one cannot graduate from the Imperial Academy without reaching level 4. The crowd's mockery intensified, and Bai Ling's expression darkened. She turned to Tang Yu, ready to speak, but he merely smiled. Sister, you cannot possibly think that their mere words can convince me that you are exploiting me, can you? A flicker of excitement flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, yet she replied, what they say holds truth. If you do not come, I shall remain at the Lord's branch of the Imperial Academy. So, all right, senior sister, you merely seek new students. This is within my realm of expertise. Are you certain? The Lord is a concealed profession, not easily found. Rest assured, I have only just arrived. Opportunities will certainly present themselves. After speaking, Tang Yu fixed his gaze on Xiang Hong. Hey, you rotund fellow, are you not hurrying along? Do you intend to accompany me into the second-tier trials? Xiang Hong scoffed derisively. Very well, you shall regret your decision today. From this moment forth, it shall be impossible for you to join any guild. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bai Ling. Who is this person? Such audacity in speech. Bai Ling's expression grew somewhat grave. The Journey Guild is the largest guild within the entire Imperial Academy. If it were any other guild claiming they would prevent you from joining others, it might be mere bluster. However, the Journey Guild indeed possesses the capability to enforce such a decree. Tang Yu suddenly understood why the Conquest Guild was so audacious. It was indeed emboldened by its sheer numbers, making others hesitant to confront them. Thus, with his chin held high, Tang Yu addressed Xiang Hong, stating, "Well, I have no intention of joining any guild." At that moment, a notification echoed through the hall. Please prepare for the second-order trial challenge, Lord Academy Tang Yu. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu immediately stood up and said to Bai Ling, "Sister, I shall take my leave now." "All right, good luck. Aim for a single attempt victory," Bai Ling replied encouragingly. However, Xiang Hong scoffed derisively. A single attempt victory? What nonsense. Without joining a guild, you obtained the Tangyuan Dan. I wonder how you plan to succeed. Bai Ling gazed at Tang Yu's retreating figure, a wave of concern washing over her. Yet, her faith in him remained unshaken. Humph. There were always those who could conquer the second-order trial challenge even before the Tangyuan Dan existed. Bai Ling, do you recall the success rate back then? It was under 30%. Since our guild acquired the Tangyuan Dan, the success rate has soared to 50%. And we have even set higher challenge records. Who do you think could achieve that without the Tangyuan Dan? Bai Ling was momentarily at a loss for words, yet she proudly asserted, "What purpose does forcibly enhancing one's strength with elixirs serve in overcoming a challenge? The trial is fundamentally a test of personal capability." All right, you are right. Let us see if your little junior can pass this challenge without the Tangyuan Dan. Bai Ling's heart fluttered with anxiety. She was quite aware of the challenges posed by the second-tier trials. This particular test was divided into 3 formidable bosses, each designed to assess the challenger's strength, agility, and attack power. Generally speaking, different professions tend to excel in 1 or 2 of these attributes. For instance, a mage's primary attributes are attack power and magical prowess, resulting in their attack and magic stats being significantly higher than strength and agility. Meanwhile, a warrior's capabilities primarily lie in attack power and strength, which are also markedly superior to agility and magic. Conversely, an assassin's expertise focuses on lethal strikes and stealth, naturally leading to heightened attack power and agility. Moreover, with each level up, practitioners receive a certain number of free attribute points, typically allocating them to 1 or 2 primary attributes for enhancement. This often results in numerous aspirants failing at one of the trial stages. Since the establishment of the Tangyuan Pill by the Journey Guild, which provides a temporary boost to attributes, the guild has been growing increasingly robust. Many newcomers feel compelled to join the Journey Guild to undertake the second-tier challenges. However, professions such as lords and beast tamers, who engage in combat through summoned creatures, differ significantly from others. Their physical forms are quite frail, with attributes that often fall short compared to their peers, even those of a lower level. Undertaking such challenges is undeniably daunting. Furthermore, according to Tang Yu, he had allocated all his upgrade reward points to strength, effectively rendering him a tank. Nevertheless, after observing Tang Yu during the day, Bai Ling felt confident that he should be able to navigate this challenge with ease. Yet, there is always room for uncertainty. Should Tang Yu fail this trial, it could result in a wasted year of effort. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of regret for her earlier actions. After all, individuals pursued different aspirations, and perhaps Tang Yu's recent decisions were influenced by her own. What if he secretly intended to join the guild? Bai Ling raised her gaze to the shimmering record stone not far away. Upon one of the stones were inscribed the achievements of all the participants in the second-tier Secret Realm Challenge, from the 1st to the 10th place. Each name was followed by the same affiliation, the Journey Guild. It must be acknowledged that, despite their morally reprehensible actions, the Journey Guild undeniably nurtured many skilled individuals through their Tangyuan Dan. The leaderboard etched upon that record stone serves as a testament to the guild's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had already entered the challenging Secret Realm, completely unaware that Bai Ling was beginning to regret her decision to join. Before entering, he had briefly glanced at the rules. The second-tier trial challenge was divided into 3 stages: the Strength Challenge, the Agility Challenge, in the attack power challenge. He could choose the order of the challenges at his discretion to maximize his score. However, Tang Yu felt no particular concern regarding this. In his view, none of the challenges posed significant difficulty. After all, the 3 bosses within were merely at the first transition level of 10. And with a simple application of his touch of gold, he could easily complete the tasks. Thus, he proceeded in sequential order, selecting strength, agility, and then attack power. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the void. Soon, 2 points of red light appeared ahead. Tang Yu raised his right hand. Upon recognizing his opponent, a smile crept upon his lips. A blood beast boss. An old acquaintance. He then examined the information panel of the blood beast. Blood beast boss. Level 10, Tier 1 attack power, 1000 strength, 2000 agility, 1000 magic power, 800 skills. Awakening of strength. Upon activation, strength is doubled, and size increases by 1-fold. As he absorbed this information, a smirk grazed Tang Yu's face, reminiscent of the scenes from the Tier 1 challenge. At that time, the Blood Beast boss possessed the skill of Bloodline Awakening, which would trigger a passive ability, granting double attributes when its health dropped below 30%. This time, however, the Blood Beast boss merely received a straightforward doubling of its strength. Yet, to Tang Yu, this boss's strength still seemed somewhat lackluster. After all, he had been battling Tier 2 monsters and bosses for quite some time, with their panels often showcasing attributes of 2000 or more, far surpassing those of Tier 1. Even with the doubling of the Blood Beast boss's strength, it merely amounted to 4000, presenting little challenge for Tang Yu. As the Blood Beast boss opened its maw, preparing to pounce, Tang Yu pointed into the void with a casual gesture. Golden touch. In the next moment, the Blood Beast boss froze in place, its form transforming into a cascade of golden light that scattered across the ground. An ethereal voice immediately resonated above him. Congratulations, Tang Yu, for completing the first round of challenges with a total score of 100 points. Having breezed through the first stage, Tang Yu experienced a sense of ennui. 100 points? Surely that must be the perfect score. Within the trial hall, Bai Ling fixated on the list of participants in the trial. The list displayed real-time fluctuations in each individual's scores, allowing her to ascertain how far each practitioner had progressed and whether they had succeeded. At that moment, the list suddenly flickered, and the leaderboard underwent a transformation. Tang Yu's name suddenly appeared in first place. Tang Yu 100 points. Upon seeing Tang Yu's score, Bai Ling was momentarily stunned. It is important to note that Tang Yu had only been inside for less than a minute, and just the intricate procedures alone would take some time. Yet, he achieved a perfect score in an instant. Before she could utter a word, an expression of shock rapidly spread across Xiang Hong's plump face not far away. How is this possible? A perfect score of 100. He had only just completed the first challenge. Achieving a perfect score requires defeating the boss within 10 seconds. How did he accomplish that? Upon hearing Xiang Hong's exclamation, the heavy stone weighing down in Bai Ling's heart finally lifted, her eyes brimming with anticipation for Tang Yu. Good junior brother, you truly bring honor to your senior sister. With this thought, she gained some confidence and turned to Xiang Hong, declaring, my junior brother is the first in this new student assessment. Prepare to be proven wrong. Xiang Hong concealed his astonishment, a cold smirk gracing his face. Miss Bai, do not celebrate too soon. Every profession typically has a weakness. Even if your leader differs from other practitioners, summoned entities also possess their own shortcomings. Are you certain that Tang Yu can surpass all 3 challenges? Humph. I'm certain. Aha. Seeing your confidence, how about we make a wager? A wager? What shall we bet on? Let us have a small trial. We shall wager on whether your junior brother can pass all 3 challenges. If he succeeds, I will give you 100,000 points. If he fails, you will give me 100,000 points. What do you say? The crowd around them gasped sharply at this proposition. 100,000 points. Xiang Hong's wager was exceedingly ruthless. It is known that many within the academy do not possess a silver medal, and a single silver medal is valued at a starting point of 100,000 points. Xiang Hong was essentially wagering a silver medal. How extravagant. Bai Ling fixed her gaze on him, hesitating for a moment before ultimately nodding. All right, I accept the wager. The reason she agreed to this perilous bet was her complete faith in Tang Yu's strength. At that moment, the trial challenge space once again plunged into darkness. From the depths of the black space came a notification sound. Strength test completed. Reward of 500 strength points granted. Subsequently, Tang Yu noticed that his attribute panel reflected an increase of 500 points in strength. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Previously, His strength value was merely over 1,000 points. In an effort to unleash more skills, he had allocated the awarded attribute points to his magical power. As of now, his status panel reflected the following. Tang Yu, Lord, Level 1. Level 1 to 10 attack power, 720 strength, 1540 agility, 720 magic power, 1160 equipment, essence necklace. Mana ring skills, recruitment, Level 1, frenzy, Level 2, alchemy, Level 1. Soul binding, Level 1. His attributes are notably inferior to those of ordinary wild creatures at the same level, let alone a formidable boss. However, the completion of a single boss challenge rewards an astonishing 500 attribute points, which seems rather excessive. Could it be that every boss offers a reward of 500 attribute points? The thought sent a surge of excitement through Tang Yu. At that moment, not far from him, an elongated and agile wild creature resembling a serval appeared. He promptly examined its attributes, only to discover that it was a money cat boss with an agility rating of 4,000, possessing a remarkably swift claw attack skill. The mere presence of this creature exuded a palpable sense of threat. Yet, it was facing Tang Yu, who was empowered by a cheat. As the money cat boss lunged forward, Tang Yu felt a momentary blur before he swiftly cast alchemy. However, the anticipated crisp sound of the spell did not materialize. Instead, the spot where the money cat boss had stood was now empty. Taken aback by the turn of events, Tang Yu pondered, did it evade my spell? I never expected it to dodge my alchemy. Its speed truly is impressive. Many wild creatures may appear to possess high stats, but their true potential often only manifests in life or death situations. In stark contrast, this money cat boss was fully unleashing its remarkable agility of 4,000. Without hesitation, Tang Yu summoned 2 knights and a ghoul. With a resounding crash, one of the knights was forcefully struck, causing his steed to stagger back a step. Tang Yu swiftly shifted his gaze and beheld in the distance the money cat boss, adorned with black and golden spots, baring its teeth as it fixated on him. Clearly, this creature was also momentarily disoriented from the collision and poised to launch another attack. Tang Yu gazed at the money cat boss, poised to launch another offensive, and smiled. Fine, you may be swift, but let us see how you evade this time. Just as the money cat boss prepared to strike once more, Tang Yu unleashed a binding spell of the soul. In an instant, the money cat boss's form transformed into a statue mid-air, crashing to the ground. Observing the astonished expression in the boss's eyes as it lay defeated, a smile crept upon Tang Yu's lips. Enjoying your escapades? You have chosen the wrong opponent. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the Midas Touch spell, and in the next moment, the money cat boss dissolved into golden radiance, vanishing from sight. A series of system prompts echoed in Tang Yu's ears. Congratulations, Tang Yu, on completing the first round of challenges with a total score of 100 points. You have successfully passed the agility test and earned a reward of 500 agility points. Tang Yu's attribute panel has once again experienced an elevation. Remarkably, another 500 points of attribute value have been credited. Could it be that every individual merely needs to vanquish a boss to acquire 500 attribute points? If so, it would be utterly delightful. After all, upon completing the second-tier challenge, the panel will double once more. If this were the case for other professions, would they not soar to unprecedented heights? At this moment, within the trial challenge hall, nearly everyone was fixated on the list of the second-tier challenges. Goodness, 200 points? The score has jumped twice, amounting to 200, which indicates that he achieved full marks in both rounds. Unbelievable. He managed to dispatch the boss in each round within 10 seconds? What manner of formidable human is this? Astoundingly, the full marks reward amounts to 500 attribute points. It appears that Tang Yu is a lord, and this individual is indeed quite fearsome. If he secures full marks across all 3 rounds, the disparity in attributes between him and us will be entirely bridged. Indeed, a lord inherently relies on recruiting troops for battle, yet he possesses formidable strength himself. Where is the fairness in that? Bai Ling sat in her seat, her heart brimming with excitement. Her junior brother has certainly not disappointed her. Subsequently, she cast a glance at Xiang Hong, who was visibly shaken, seemingly struggling to comprehend the reality of Tang Yu's full marks in 2 rounds. How is this possible? How could he achieve such a feat? A triumphant smile graced Bai Ling's face. Let us not forget the wager. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hong felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. He had never anticipated that Tang Yu would be so extraordinarily powerful, attaining full marks in both rounds, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. He now deeply regretted the bet he made with Bai Ling. 100,000 points is no trifling sum. Although he holds a position as an elder in the Jin-Tu Guild, accumulating that amount will require considerable effort on his part. If he loses, the remainder of his year will likely be quite miserable. However, one must maintain their dignity. If he fails to honor his commitment, he may find it difficult to remain at the Imperial Academy. Observing Bai Ling's smug demeanor only fueled Xiang Hong's ire. Do not celebrate too soon. The final round is the most challenging. Aside from the primary and secondary attributes, there is an additional attribute that does not contribute. I am curious to know, what is that non-contributory attribute of Tang Yu's? Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback. This matter had been mentioned during their conversation in the dungeon previously. Tang Yu did not conceal anything from himself. He expressed that in order to prolong his life, he had allocated all of his free attribute points to strength prior to reaching the first tier. However, as his power increased, he decided to invest some of those points into magic, seeking to unleash his skills more frequently. It is worth noting that magic does not require testing, which implies that Tang Yu's primary attribute remains solely strength, leaving his attack and agility at a minimum. Upon realizing this, Bai Ling felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She hoped that the final challenge would not hinge on attack power, for the boss in this level possessed the ability to eliminate players in an instant. Although Tang Yu possesses remarkable strength, the formidable attack power required to challenge the boss is even greater. An attack power of 5,000 points is nearly capable of annihilating all practitioners of the same level, embodying a lethal intensity that is tantamount to instant death upon contact. Within the confines of the second-tier trial challenge space, Tang Yu quietly awaited the emergence of the boss in the third level. This stage required a confrontation with a boss characterized by its formidable attack power, signifying an escalation to its utmost potential. How much further could it be amplified? The previous two had each reached 4,000. It was reasonable to expect this one to be of similar caliber. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than two blood-red eyes, glowing ominously in the darkness, materialized. The gaze conveyed a ferocity reminiscent of an ancient beast, poised to devour any who dared to cross its path. Tang Yu refrained from idle chatter and promptly examined the panel of the ferocious beast. To his astonishment, the statistics displayed before him left him utterly flabbergasted. Goodness gracious, an attack power of 5,000? This is utterly devoid of martial ethics. The maximum he had encountered previously was 4,000, yet here it stood at an astonishing 5,000? Is this creature no longer of this world? Tang Yu finally comprehended why so many individuals had proclaimed that the second tier marked the true inception of the game, while many others could not even enter the game itself. It turned out that the second tier challenge indeed possessed significant merit for an ordinary practitioner. Achieving the second tier was already a commendable demonstration of strength. Suddenly, the terrifying beast of darkness lunged directly at Tang Yu. However, despite its formidable attacking prowess, the beast's speed was rather lacking. Tang Yu effortlessly cast a soul-binding spell, rendering his opponent utterly immobile. He then raised his hand to perform a technique akin to the Midas touch, once more acquiring an impressive 500 points of attack power. In the moments before the ferocious beast met its demise, its blood-red eyes were suffused with a myriad of complex emotions, surprise, confusion, and an unwillingness to accept defeat. It seemed as though every challenger it had ever faced was required to engage in a lengthy battle of hundreds of rounds. Yet this young man before it exhibited a flagrant disregard for martial ethics. Congratulations, Tang Yu, you have successfully completed the first round of the challenge, achieving a perfect score of 100. Through the attack power assessment, you have been awarded an additional 500 points. Congratulations on completing 3 rounds and successfully advancing to the second tier of challenges. At this juncture, Tang Yu felt a surge of power coursing through his body, and his attributes panel underwent yet another transformation. Tang Yu, Lord, second tier, level, second tier level 1 attack power, 2440 strength, 3080 agility, 2440 magic power, 2320 equipment, essence necklace, mana ring skills, recruitment, level 1, frenzy, level 2, alchemy, level 1, soul binding, level 1. To his astonishment, his strength attribute had soared beyond 3,000. Remarkable. It was astonishing how, upon ascending a tier, his attributes had effectively doubled. The sensation was akin to soaring into the sky. This led him to ponder whether the attributes of his troops had also experienced a similar amplification. With that thought in mind, he promptly accessed the attribute panel of the ghoul. Ghoul, second tier level 1 attack power, 4,500 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 magic power, 4,000 skills, devour flesh. Frenzy. Upon viewing this attribute panel, Tang Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. To his surprise, after reaching the second tier, the black iron troops available in the Lord's shop appeared somewhat lacking in vigor. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the attribute panel of the most representative bronze tier human knight. Knight, second tier level 1 attack power, 7,000 strength, 8,500 agility, 8,500 magic power, 6,000 skills. None. When Tang Yu beheld this panel, he was utterly astounded. Goodness! This was the epitome of a bronze tier troop, with an attack power of 7,000 and both strength and agility at 8,500. It was nearly double the attributes of the black iron troops. Tang Yu could hardly fathom the formidable attributes that a silver-grade beast warrior would possess. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. The Divine Lord's Marketplace, Equipment Section, and Hero Section have been unlocked. Upon hearing this announcement, Tang Yu felt a jolt of exhilaration. At last, it had been activated. How splendid! He promptly accessed the Lord's store, starting with the Equipment Section. Although this section had been unlocked, the available items for purchase were rather limited. Shadow Cloak, a bronze-grade piece of equipment that grants the wearer the ability to become invisible at night. However, moving, attacking, casting skills, or encountering daylight or anti-invisibility items will reveal the wearer. Price, 2,000 gold coins, 100 magic cores. Ogre Gloves, increases strength by 500 points, doubles health, and boosts life recovery by 30%. Price, 2,000 gold coins, 100 magic cores. Wisdom Cloak, increases magical power by 500 points, doubles magic points, and enhances magic recovery by 30%. Price, 2,000 gold coins, 100 magic cores. Boots of Agility, increases agility by 500 points and doubles movement speed. Price, 2,000 gold coins, 100 magic cores. Upon seeing these newly added 4 pieces of equipment, Tang Yu could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, how exorbitant!" It is worth noting that bronze-grade units, such as human knights, were priced at merely 500 gold coins, yet these items commanded a staggering price of 2,000 gold coins. This was indeed rather steep. However, after considering the descriptions of the equipment, Tang Yu found the prices to be quite reasonable. The cost of 2,000 gold coins and 100 magic cores for an enhancement of 500 points in a single attribute was, in itself, invaluable. Tang Yu's total assets have now surpassed 20,000 magic crystals, and he has a plethora of various equipment and items yet to be sold, all in anticipation of the day he can purchase a hero. With that thought, he first closed the equipment section and directly opened the hero selection option. Upon entering, a notification immediately appeared. Current purchasable heroes. 1. Notification. Each hero requires specific items to be acquired before purchase. Specific items? Let me see what those entail. Upon opening the hero panel, Tang Yu was greeted by the images of 4 heroes. Night Elf Hero, Jungle Guardian, requires the item Jungle Heart 1 to unlock. Orc Hero, Sword Saint, requires the item Holy Sword Fragment 5 to unlock. Human Hero, Archmage, requires the item Human Staff Crystal 1 to unlock. Undead Hero, Death Knight, requires the item Knight's Soul 1 to unlock. Upon seeing the various items required to obtain these heroes, Tang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. Goodness, these items sound rather formidable. I wonder which one will be easier to acquire. It seems that obtaining a hero will indeed demand greater effort on my part. With this thought, Tang Yu felt a wave of helplessness. At this moment, in the trial hall, a collective gasp echoed through the air. What? 300 points. A perfect score. Who on earth is Tang Yu? How is he so formidable? Achieving a perfect score in the second-tier trial challenge? Total time of 5 seconds. What is going on? The record that had stood for 3 years in the Journey Guild has been shattered? Incredible. Who is this great figure? Could he be a new member of the Journey Guild? They must be reaping immense rewards. Bai Ling stared at the newly refreshed record on the stone tablet, nearly shouting in excitement. A total time of 5 seconds, a total score of 300 points. To be honest, such a record may never be broken in a lifetime. With this in mind, she turned to look at Xiang Hong, who was trying to sneak away. Is this all the vice president of the Journey Guild is capable of? Don't forget to transfer 100,000 points to my card by tomorrow morning, or else I shall ensure the entire school knows what the Journey Guild is really like. With that, Bai Ling cheerfully walked towards Tang Yu, who had just emerged from the challenge array. Junior brother, thank you. Tang Yu found himself somewhat bewildered. Senior sister, why are you thanking me for no reason? Oh, I simply wanted to express my gratitude. Senior sister, you seem a bit off. Inside the challenge hall, everyone was astounded by Tang Yu's remarkable performance. To be candid, the Imperial Academy is replete with prodigies. Yet no one had ever achieved a perfect score in 3 successive challenges as Tang Yu had. Even Teacher Wang, who was responsible for ensuring the safety of the trial challenge formations, was left in a state of shock by Tang Yu's results. My goodness, how is this even possible? A perfect score across all 3 subjects, annihilating 3 bosses in the span of merely 5 seconds. This is unprecedented. With this thought, he made his way directly towards the 2nd floor without a moment's hesitation. At that very moment, Director Chun, the supervisor of the trial hall, was leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing Teacher Wang approaching, he pointed to the seat opposite him with a smile. What is the matter? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Teacher Wang swallowed hard and presented a record to him. Director, you might want to take a look at this yourself. Raising an eyebrow, Director Chun accepted the record stone and infused it with energy, causing an image of Tang Yu's participation in the 2nd-tier trial challenge to materialize in the office. When he witnessed Tang Yu effortlessly vanquishing the Blood Beast boss, he was utterly stunned. What? Instant kill? Teacher Wang nodded. Director Chun, the time is brief. Please continue watching. Suppressing his astonishment, Director Chun proceeded to observe further. Next, the Money Cat boss was swiftly dispatched, followed by the Terror Beast boss, which was also easily defeated. The entire duration, including the time before the bosses appeared, was merely over 20 seconds. Tang Yu's only slip occurred while eliminating the Money Cat boss. Yet he accomplished it in just 5 seconds. Good heavens, what kind of practitioner is this? Is he from the Mage Academy? Teacher Wang shook his head. No, he is from the Lord Academy. The Lord Academy? The new student? Indeed, this year's top freshman, Tang Yu. Ah, so it's him. No wonder. I've heard he recruits only golden quality troops. It seems that is true. However, it appears he utilized skills too. Can lords possess such capabilities? Teacher Wang also displayed a bewildered expression. Exactly, which is why I find it perplexing. A lord managed to clear the challenges using mage skills. This truly astounds me. After pondering for a moment, Director Chin began to grasp the situation. Well, a lord can also be considered a branch of the mage profession. It's quite normal for them to possess some skills. However, his skills are rather formidable. He then inquired, by the way, did he use a yuan connecting pill? Teacher Wang continued to shake his head, stating, not at all. He has not utilized any elixirs. Previously, the members of the Journey Guild intended to recruit him, but they ended up in a quarrel. However, it appears that everything is fine now. Indeed, he is a promising talent. Given his current prowess, his future seems boundless. Indeed, this is something that must be meticulously recorded. I fear that this 5-second achievement may never be replicated by anyone in the future. Absolutely, this transcends mere record-keeping. It is nothing short of a miracle. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly inconspicuous student from the Lord Academy could achieve this? Meanwhile, in the challenge hall, Xiang Hong stared in disbelief at Tang Yu, who was encircled by a throng of admirers, his heart brimming with astonishment. What on earth is this guy's background? How did he accomplish this? While the members of his guild refrained from voicing their thoughts, their eyes betrayed their envy. To be candid, they had initially joined the Journey Guild in pursuit of the Tongduan Dan, never anticipating that someone who had not employed the elixir could achieve such remarkable results. This individual is undeniably formidable. It is astonishing that he could attain such a feat without the aid of the Tongduan Dan. It is simply jaw-dropping. Words fail me. I am utterly envious. If he were to join our guild, he could easily serve as a vice president. Upon overhearing his subordinates' hushed whispers, Xiang Hong's face darkened as he barked. What on earth are you all doing? Look at you, acting as if you've never seen greatness before. Does our Journey Guild lack skilled individuals? One by one, his subordinates bowed their heads, internally grumbling, we truly do lack such exceptional talent. At that moment, those encircling Tang Yu were members from various guilds, each extending an olive branch. Tang Yu, would you consider joining our guild? We are in dire need of a vice president like you. Tang Yu, how about I offer you the position of guild leader? Would you accept? Handsome. Our guild boasts many beautiful members. Joining us guarantees you'll find romance in no time. Come and give it a try. Amidst the array of propositions, Tang Yu simply smiled with composure. I appreciate your regard, but I have no intention of joining a guild at this time. Perhaps in the future. His mind was solely focused on swiftly acquiring even a single item necessary for a hero in pursuit of his first hero. Thus, bidding farewell to the crowd, Tang Yu departed the trial hall alongside Bai Ling. In a corner of the trial hall, a woman clad in a black cloak observed Tang Yu with a hint of surprise gracing her features. I never imagined that little you would grow to such heights. The future holds great promise. With this thought, she too departed from the hall. At this moment, Bai Ling felt a surge of relief thanks to Tang Yu's assistance, and her spirits were notably high. As they walked, she became more talkative, only to notice that Tang Yu appeared rather pensive. Concerned, she inquired, "What troubles you? You seem rather downcast." Tang Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I seek to acquire some materials, senior sister. Could you assist me?" The other party was momentarily taken aback, yet promptly nodded in agreement. "No problem. As long as I can procure it, I shall assist you." "That is splendid. Thank you." "Senior sister, why are you being so formal with me? By the way, I recently made a wager with Xiang Hong, betting on whether you could pass the second-tier trial challenge in one attempt. To my surprise, you succeeded, earning me 100,000 points. I shall share half with you." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu merely smiled indifferently. "Senior sister, I am not particularly in need of points at the moment. By the way, if I wish to inquire about someone, where would be the most suitable place?" "Inquire about someone? Who?" "My mother." A flicker of tension crossed Bai Ling's face, but was quickly concealed. "What about your mother?" "It's a long story. I wish to meet her and then bring her back to the family." "Oh, I see. All right. I shall inquire on your behalf." "Thank you, senior sister. Now, stop being so formal with me." "Well, I have arrived. You should hurry back." Tang Yu nodded and walked towards the other side of the road, while the smile on Bai Ling's face gradually faded. She turned her gaze towards the distant shadow. "Teacher, why have you been avoiding Tang Yu? He's coming to find you." The woman in the black robe removed her cloak, revealing a delicate visage. She was none other than Yi Qingxian, the 13th elder of the Imperial Academy and the sole mentor of the Lord Academy. "Let us talk in your room," Bai Ling said without further ado, leading her back to her chamber. Once the door was closed, Yi Qingxian extended her hand to cast a soundproof barrier within the room before addressing Bai Ling. "I am well aware that Xiao Yu entered the Imperial Academy to seek my sister, but she is presently unable to meet him. There are numerous matters at play that you do not comprehend. Teacher, given how exceptional Tang Yu is, can you truly bear to let him search endlessly? What has happened to his mother? Why can't he meet Xiao Yu?" The other woman hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Do you know about spirit communicators?" "Spirit communicators?" Upon hearing this title, Bai Ling was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. "Teacher, are you implying that Tang Yu's mother is one?" She nodded. "Indeed. Her emergence would unleash chaos and bloodshed. Therefore, her current concealment is in Xiao Yu's best interest. Do you understand?" After a prolonged silence, Bai Ling finally nodded, albeit still grappling with the harsh reality. Yet, this was undeniably cruel for Tang Yu. He was utterly defenseless against true masters. Unless what? Unless he reaches the 5th tier. But doesn't that take a considerable amount of time? Yi Qingxian shook her head, a serene smile gracing her features. For others, achieving the 5th tier is undoubtedly a formidable challenge, but Xiao Yu is different. I believe, in no more than 3 years, he will attain it. 3 years? Teacher, you cannot be jesting. Do I appear to be joking? I know Xiao Yu better than you do. He undoubtedly possesses that potential. Bai Ling felt a surge of envy, but refrained from doubting her teacher's words, continuing to inquire. "By the way, when do you plan to make your appearance? You can't keep avoiding Tang Yu forever." "Ah, I'm a twin with my sister. If I show myself, Xiao Yu will certainly notice." "Ah, but we can't remain apart indefinitely." "Do not fret. The 3rd elder is assisting me in concocting a disguise potion. When it is ready, I shall naturally reveal myself." "All right then. So, are you leaving tonight?" "Of course. I primarily came to check on Xiao Yu. Now that I see he is safe, I can rest easy." "Oh, right. I promised Tang Yu that I would inquire about his mother's situation." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingxian produced a card and handed it to Bai Ling. "Just give him this." Bai Ling received the card and, upon glancing at it, was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident as she looked up at her teacher. "The Zishuang Chamber of Commerce? Teacher, you cannot possibly intend for them to assist him in locating my aunt, can you?" "Of course not. Your aunt is one of the founders of the Zishuang Chamber of Commerce. Given Xiao Yu's current status, he would be unable to procure any information." "What? My aunt possesses such an identity? That is quite impressive. However, this may indeed provide Tang Yu with the peace of mind he needs to focus on his advancement." After conversing for a while, Yi Qingxian glanced at the time. "Well, I have said all I needed to. I must take my leave now. Bai Ling, I entrust Tang Yu to your care. Should you require anything, you know where to find me." "Yes, teacher, I understand." After seeing Yi Qingxian off, Bai Ling stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. I wonder if this is truly fair to Tang Yu. This fellow indeed seems rather pitiable. The following morning, Tang Yu arose early, intending to visit the Swordmaster Academy to inquire with Elder Seven about the expedited channels for obtaining resources. However, as soon as he opened the door, he spotted Bai Ling leaning against a tree, her gaze fixed upon him. Senior sister? What brings you here so early? Is there a task today? Bai Ling pursed her lips and extended a purple gold card towards him. Here, this is a membership card for the Zishuang Chamber of Commerce. Should you wish to gather information or engage in transactions, you may utilize this. Tang Yu accepted the card, sensing an elusive power coursing through it, and was momentarily taken aback. Senior sister, the Purple Frost Chamber of Commerce is the largest trading guild within the Imperial City, is it not? It even has branches in several neighboring cities. To think you were a member here, though his time in the city had been brief. He had gradually gleaned insights into the various powers at play in both the Imperial City and the Imperial Academy over the past few days. The Purple Frost Chamber, while merely a commercial entity, wielded immense influence. It was even said that the wealth of this guild could purchase several cities, a testament to its formidable strength. However, the threshold for becoming a member was notoriously high, requiring not only substantial financial proof, but also a powerful background. The fact that senior sister Bai Ling had directly bestowed upon him a membership card underscored the extraordinary nature of her status. Bai Ling internally scoffed. If I were truly that formidable, would I be tirelessly grinding for mere points for the academy every day? With this thought, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy towards Tang Yu's identity. What? Is that not acceptable? Do you find me unworthy? She chuckled. Oh, how could that be? Senior sister, you are naturally captivating, clearly hailing from a distinguished family. I was merely inquiring. Thank you, senior sister. Come now, no need for such formality. Hand over the card. Haha, no, I must insist I want it. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and casually inquired. When do you plan to head over? Tang Yu did not dwell on the matter for long and said, let us prepare to depart. I acquired numerous props and equipment during my journey from Linhai City, which I have yet to sort out. This opportunity is quite fitting. Indeed, I shall accompany you. After all, I have little else to attend to. Sounds good. Thus, the two of them had a light meal before departing from the Imperial Academy. This marked Tang Yu's inaugural exit from the academy, and he was finally introduced to the essence of prosperity. Imperial City, as expected, ranked among the foremost large cities of the entire empire. Along the way, Tang Yu beheld a myriad of merchants. The vibrancy of this place far surpassed that of Linhai City, with its towering structures and some colossal edifices. As they progressed along the central avenue, they eventually stumbled upon an exceedingly opulent 9-story building. Atop this edifice hung an inscription in purple gold lettering, intricately crafted with advanced runes. The entire structure exuded an air of antiquity intertwined with luxury, and merely standing before it instilled a profound sense of awe and pressure. Tang Yu could not help but exclaim in admiration. The Zishuang Chamber of Commerce, truly a magnificent establishment, undoubtedly the largest in Di-Lin City. Even Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Let us proceed inside. As the grand entrance of the Zishuang Chamber of Commerce swung open, a lively scene unfolded before them. Everywhere, affluent merchants and high-ranking professionals engaged in commerce, exchanging their goods. The displays on the first floor were meticulously arranged, with a bodyguard stationed every few meters, creating an atmosphere that was bustling yet orderly. Tang Yu could not help but steal a glance at the bodyguards, and he was instantly taken aback. To think that a third-tier adept could only serve as a bodyguard here. It seemed that only those of the first tier held such positions, while the guards on the second floor possessed even greater prowess. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. It is worth noting that not all practitioners can attain the third tier. Achieving such a status requires not only an immense investment of time, but also a considerable expenditure of resources. More significantly, once one becomes a practitioner, the notion of safety transforms into an alien concept. To survive in the realm of practitioners is to coexist with death daily, as no one can predict whether they will see the sun rise again the following day. Naturally, not everyone possesses the qualifications to enter prestigious institutions like the Imperial Academy. Thus, those practitioners who find themselves in ordinary academies face even greater challenges in leveling up without sufficient resources for cultivation. This is precisely why Tang Yu felt such profound admiration upon witnessing so many third-tier bodyguards. After meandering around for a while, Tang Yu inquired about the prices. Fortunately, The redemption rates here were quite reasonable, devoid of any exploitation by larger establishments. Moreover, possessing a membership card granted him certain privileges when buying and selling items in this establishment. Tang Yu decided to dispose of the various equipment and items he had accumulated over time. Upon witnessing him sell over 30,000 magic crystals worth of gear and artifacts in one go, Bai Ling felt utterly stunned. You've only just awakened as a professional for a little over half a month. How did you acquire so much? I just kept grinding and grinding. And it came to me. Fine, I don't want to talk to you anymore. My heart feels so weary. Bai Ling experienced yet another blow. And she finally grasped why Yu Qinxian had remarked that Tang Yu could reach the 5th tier in no more than 3 years. After handling the equipment and items, Tang Yu and Bai Ling proceeded to the eastern district of the Zishuang Chamber of Commerce on the 1st floor. This area was specifically designated for gathering information, boasting an impressive level of confidentiality. Each client was assigned a small room, and dedicated personnel would come to engage with them. Tang Yu and Bai Ling were seated on a plush sofa, facing an enchanting receptionist clad in a flowing black robe. A professional smile adorned her face as she inquired, "May I ask if there is anything you wish to inquire about?" Tang Yu inquired, seeking information about an individual. "Very well, please elaborate on the situation." Subsequently, Tang Yu recounted his mother's condition, intentionally omitting any references to the psychic. Upon hearing this, the receptionist raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. "No problem. We will follow the leads you provided. Rest assured, we will notify you at the earliest opportunity should we have any updates." Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief, hoping to receive notification swiftly. He then produced a piece of paper and handed it to the attendant. It listed 4 kinds of items, and he inquired if they were available. The attendant glanced at the note, which mentioned the heart of the jungle, the fragment of the holy sword, the crystal of the human race's staff, and the soul of the night. "Mr. Tang, I regret to inform you that we do not possess any of these items," the attendant stated. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression grew somewhat grave. However, after a moment's hesitation, the attendant continued, "Nonetheless, we do have a dungeon where you can obtain the crystal of the human race's staff. The specifics, however, will require your personal endeavor to acquire." Tang Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Please refrain from gasping while you speak." To his surprise, he thought there was nothing at all. He hastily inquired, "What dungeon are you referring to? What is the specific price?" The receptionist glanced at the records and replied, "Dawn Manor. Entry ticket costs 10,000 magic crystals." Afterward, the information regarding Dawn Manor was displayed on the table. Bai Ling took a look at the details and was momentarily taken aback. A 1-star dungeon, with an entry-level requirement from 2nd to 4th tier. This difficulty seems rather daunting, doesn't it? Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. At that time, an entry ticket cost a staggering 10,000 magic crystals, which was indeed exorbitant. The dungeons were categorized into 3 types: regular dungeons, elite dungeons, and star-rated dungeons. Generally speaking, most adventurers opted for the regular dungeons, as their difficulty was consistently suitable for leveling up and acquiring ordinary items and equipment of golden quality or lower. More importantly, these dungeons offered the highest cost-performance ratio, with a moderate price. As long as one did not encounter mishaps, it was almost guaranteed to break even. In contrast, the challenges presented by elite dungeons were significantly heightened, resulting in a rather mediocre cost-performance ratio. Typically, only those adventurers with specialized needs would choose to engage in elite dungeons. Those who selected such dungeons were often in pursuit of golden quality equipment or some advanced items. As for the star-rated dungeons, their difficulty surpassed that of elite dungeons by a considerable margin, with a notably high entry threshold and even greater challenges. Star-rated dungeons are classified by difficulty, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. The difficulty of a dungeon designated as star-rated has already transcended the limits of what an ordinary individual can endure. Furthermore, such dungeons are exceedingly rare, and thus, their prices are naturally the highest. Due to their scarcity, most star-rated dungeons require entry tickets, which are predominantly held by prominent families and powerful factions. A portion may occasionally appear in the auction house, and accessing them necessitates a substantial financial investment. Within these star-rated dungeons, whether it be experience points, equipment, or items, all are exceptionally rare, with some advanced and high-quality equipment obtainable exclusively from these realms. This elucidates why the prices of equipment escalate exponentially with increasing levels and quality. Tang Yu unhesitatingly produced the card he used to store magic crystals and handed it to the attendant. "I would like an entry ticket." The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. Sir, perhaps you should reconsider. The difficulty of the Dawn Manor is exceptionally high. Even the common wild monsters are stronger than the bosses in elite dungeons of the same level. Furthermore, to acquire the human race scepter crystal, one must defeat the final boss, the Black Mage, who is a Tier 3 Level 5 boss. Beside him, Bai Ling could not help but interject. Indeed, Tang Yu. It would be wise to wait. The entry fee is exorbitant, and the dangers within are considerable. What if, sister, the human race scepter crystal is something I must obtain? No matter how formidable the challenge, I shall not yield. Observing Tang Yu's resolute demeanor, Bai Ling sighed deeply. Very well, if you are so determined. I shall not impede you any further. The receptionist felt a sense of helplessness. The young man before her was merely at Tier 2 Level 1. Yet he aspired to challenge a 1-star dungeon. Truthfully, she did not believe he possessed the qualifications for such a feat. He might struggle even against the most peripheral wild monsters. However, the customer is always right, and she had already cautioned him several times. Since he was adamant about purchasing, she would earn her due. Thus, she deducted 10,000 magic crystals from Tang Yu's card and produced a black crystal, handing it to him. This is your entry ticket to the Dawn Manor, sealed within this crystal. Please arrive at the South Hall, room 33, by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Latecomers will not be admitted. Tang Yu took the crystal and nodded, preparing to rise. The receptionist reminded him once more, if you need assistance in forming a team, I can help you arrange that. However, please be aware that the joining fee is quite steep, and an interview will be required. Is that something you wish to consider? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The notion that one must pay a fee and undergo an interview just to form a team for a dungeon raid seemed utterly ludicrous. It felt akin to a job search. With my temper, I doubt I would pass the interview. And they might not even want to take a novice like me with them for the raid, so I think I shall decline. Well then, I wish you a smooth passage through the dungeon. The receptionist shrugged helplessly, watching as Tang Yu and Bai Ling departed. As they exited the hall, a pair of eyes observed them from a distance, locking onto Tang Yu's gaze, both parties momentarily taken aback. Du Qing? I never expected to encounter this fellow here. At that moment, Du Qing was equally astonished, having not anticipated running into Tang Yu in such a prestigious establishment. Watching Tang Yu and Bai Ling leave, Du Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. I can't believe this kid is here too. He seems to have some resources. He quickly turned to his underlings and commanded, follow him for the next couple of days. Let us see which dungeons he visits. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Bai Ling was fervently urging Tang Yu not to take unnecessary risks on their way. Although the Dawn Manor was merely a low-tier star dungeon, it posed greater dangers than an elite-level dungeon. What troubled her even more was Tang Yu's insistence on soloing this raid. If he were to proceed alone, the risks would certainly escalate. Bai Ling was still looking forward to the moment when Tang Yu would reunite with his mother, and she had been instructed by her teacher to ensure his safety diligently. If Tang Yu were to encounter any trouble, how would he explain it to the teacher? He could hardly forgive himself. You little rascal, are you disregarding your senior sister's words? Noticing Bai Ling's growing irritation, Tang Yu quickly began to elucidate. Senior sister, I truly require this crystal of the human race's scepter, but I assure you, if danger arises, I will flee at the very first opportunity. Observing Tang Yu's unwavering determination, Bai Ling ultimately conceded, her tone softening somewhat. However, this is exceedingly perilous. You cannot venture alone. I must accompany you. In response to Bai Ling's concern, Tang Yu merely smiled nonchalantly. Senior sister, you need not worry about me. I have a strategy to navigate this instance. No, if anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the teacher? You should consider my feelings as well. All right, senior sister, you are well aware of my skills. Even if I encounter danger, I am fully capable of handling it. You must have faith in me. Observing Tang Yu's confident demeanor, Bai Ling hesitated for a moment. Although their time together had not been extensive, his performance had consistently been remarkable. Moreover, the teacher had remarked on Tang Yu's considerable prowess, and with his array of skills, Bai Ling suddenly felt that even if he failed to acquire that item, he would undoubtedly possess the ability to protect himself. After much contemplation, she finally stated, very well. Since you are so determined to proceed, I shall give you something. Should you find yourself in peril, remember to use it without delay. With that, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her spatial pouch and handed it to Tang Yu. Tang Yu took the scroll, feeling a wave of curiosity. Just as he was about to unfurl it, he was halted by Bai Ling. Do not open it just yet. This item is known as a random teleportation scroll. In times of peril, activating it can transport you to another location. However, exercise utmost caution, While it may deliver you to a place of safety, it could equally thrust you into a more perilous situation. Use it only when absolutely necessary. Gazing at the random teleportation scroll in his hand, Tang was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this precisely the sort of item that appeared in games? He looked at Bai Ling with astonishment. Sister, where did you acquire such a remarkable treasure? I obtained it from the Alchemists Guild. It was originally intended for my own protection, but it seems you require it more than I do. Thank you, sister. Upon my return, I shall gift you 10 or 8 of these random teleportation scrolls. Enough of your boasting. The one-star dungeons are entirely different from elite-level dungeons. The common monsters there are akin to the bosses found in elite dungeons. And the bosses themselves are even more formidable. Do not let your guard down. Moreover, you are not the only one entering this dungeon. This is not the Imperial Academy. Be wary, as others may resort to murder for treasure. Understood, sister. Bai Ling continued to offer a plethora of advice along their journey. Tang Yu was naturally preoccupied with nodding, yet his eyes roamed the surrounding streets with keen observation. It must be said that the Imperial City is indeed bustling. The buildings flanking the streets are not only towering but also exquisitely designed. This place undoubtedly qualifies as a paradise for adventurers, with an array of dungeon shops, equipment stores, and auction houses lining both sides of the avenue. Upon returning to his residence at the academy, Tang Yu retrieved his Fei Yin set. Once adorned in this ensemble, he distinctly felt a surge in his magical energy, his steps becoming lighter, and his strength dramatically amplified. With the complete 6-piece set, he could activate the Fei Yin footwork, gaining a remarkable 300% increase in movement speed, along with a 30% chance to resist control effects, a 100% boost to his magical energy, a 150% enhancement in mana recovery speed, and substantial defensive capabilities. This undoubtedly constituted an impressive life-preserving outfit. However, Tang Yu still felt somewhat inadequate. After all, the entrance level for the Dawn Manor is set at both the 2nd and 4th tiers. Those capable of entering this dungeon are undoubtedly formidable experts, not mere 4th-tier adventurers like Du Qing, who rely on various potions and experience orbs to elevate their status. Thus, his current gear still seemed insufficient. He needed to ensure his safety. Consequently, Tang Yu recalled the shadow cloak from the Lord's shop, which possessed the ability to render its wearer invisible. Yet, now that he had a complete set of equipment, he was uncertain if he could further augment it with an additional tier of gear. Without hesitation, Tang Yu accessed the Lord's shop and located the shadow cloak. After purchasing it, he immediately draped it over himself. Upon dimming the lights in his room and waiting a few moments, he suddenly found his reflection in the mirror transforming into a mere transparency, vanishing entirely from sight. Tang Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. He never expected that it would truly be possible. This time, everything would be secured. Tang Yu is not an impulsive individual. He would not recklessly venture into danger merely to obtain the human race's staff crystal. He is acutely aware of the formidable challenges posed by a one-star dungeon. Although he possesses the capability to hunt monsters in higher-tier dungeons than his current level, such an endeavor remains a daunting trial. To be frank, Tang Yu does not harbor significant confidence in his chances of acquiring that coveted staff crystal. However, with the acquisition of the Fei Yin set and the Shadow Cloak, it appears that everything has shifted. Despite the fact that this attribute-less Shadow Cloak commands a price of 2,000 gold and 100 magic boxes, its ability to grant invisibility renders it undeniably worthwhile. Before a grand mansion in the city of Imperial City, Du Qing flashed a smile at Li Song within. Li Gu, I have a matter to discuss with you today. Would you kindly allow me to enter for a chat? Li Song, observing the gift in Du Qing's hands, immediately grasped his intentions but had no intention of opening the door. Speak your piece. I must prepare for the dungeon challenge at Dawn Manor tomorrow and lack time for idle conversation. As Li Song reached to close the door, Du Qing swiftly wedged his foot in the gap, a smile playing on his lips. Wait. Li Gu, I must say, if you happen to encounter someone named Tang Yu in the dungeon tomorrow, please ensure you eliminate him. I am willing to offer double the commission. Li Song furrowed his brow. Commission? Do you take me for one of those assassins? Du Qing hurriedly waved his hands in protest. No, that's not what I meant. I merely referred to it as a reward for your efforts. Yes, a reward. How does that sound? Seeing Du Qing's obsequious demeanor, Li Song hesitated for a moment before inquiring, what is your level, profession, and family background? I am a level 1, 2nd-tier lord. A mere member of a small family in Linghai City, with no substantial connections, Du Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Li Song's temper flared. If you think I am here to indulge you, the scion of a wealthy family, Then you may leave. As Li Song prepared to shut the door once more, Du Qing quickly interjected, "Wait. I speak the truth. This young man is no ordinary foe. You, a 4th-tier mage, cannot handle a level 1, 2nd-tier lord? Do you believe I am only suited to hunt low-tier professionals?" With a heavy heart, Du Qing recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Li Song raised an eyebrow. "You mean to say this young man possesses a skill that can imprison others for up to a minute?" Yes. That skill. I fell into his trap and lost the boss to him, which is why I sought you out." Li Song stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. "Very well. I understand. Return and await my news." Having spoken, he reached out and took the gift from Du Qing's hands. Then with a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut. Du Qing stood outside, his expression sour, and spat on the ground while muttering under his breath. Damn it, the speed at which he took the gift was impressive. Yet here I am, left standing outside for ages without even a sip of water. However, after uttering these words, a smile crept across his face as he stretched languidly and gazed at the sky. "Ah, Tang Yu, you never anticipated this, did you? I am coming for you again. This is the consequence of provoking me." Humph. At that moment, Tang Yu remained oblivious to the impending threat against him. Taking advantage of the still bright daylight, he made his way to the office building of the Swordsmanship Academy, where Elder 7 was located, and sought out Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao regarded Tang Yu with astonishment, remarking, "It seems we just met the night before. Have you truly ascended to the 2nd tier in just a single day?" Tang Yu slightly shrugged his shoulders, stating, "Had I not feared disturbing you, I would have come last night." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt his mind falter. The transition from a 1st-tier 9th level to a 2nd tier required overcoming both a 1st-tier 10th level and a 2nd-tier trial challenge. How could this individual complete all that in just one day? With a resigned shrug, Jiang Hao replied, "I sincerely apologize. But Elder 7 is currently away and will not return until tomorrow evening at the earliest." Upon learning of Elder 7's absence, Tang Yu felt a sense of relief. His primary desire was to swiftly acquire methods for amassing academy points. However, he was also acutely aware that there are no free lunches in this world. Accumulating 10,000 academy points was no small feat, and he could not rush the process. What he truly needed at this moment were the materials from the Grand Mage. Therefore, he turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I shall return tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Tang Yu, Jiang Hao's emotions were somewhat conflicted. He felt both envy and reflection towards Tang Yu. He envied Tang Yu's remarkable talent and fortuitous circumstances. After all, a profession considered to be beneath others had been transformed by him into something extraordinary, even securing first place in the new student assessment. This was not merely a testament to personal ability, but rather a stroke of luck that seemed almost otherworldly. Conversely, he reflected on Tang Yu's brilliance, which made him realize that although the Lord Academy had only 2 students, both were astonishingly formidable. The following afternoon at 3 o'clock, the eastern section of the main hall of the Zishuang Chamber of Commerce, Tang Yu arrived punctually at the designated location. Today, he had donned a new attire, enveloping himself in a black cloak to conceal his identity. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Du Qing the previous day, he had an inkling that this individual would certainly create some disturbances. Here, beyond the constraints of the campus, he needed to exercise heightened vigilance. With the entrance ticket sealed within a crystal, he approached the gates of Dawn Manor. The number of participants for the Dawn Manor quest today was surprisingly high, exceeding 200. A cursory count revealed that the majority of these individuals had attained the 4th tier, which undoubtedly added considerable pressure on Tang Yu. All participants were organized into teams for this quest, and from their conversations, Tang Yu gleaned some insights regarding the endeavor. Although the quest seemed modest in scale, it was, in fact, a medium-sized challenge, and the influx of over 200 entrants posed little difficulty. Furthermore, among all the teams, the consensus was that the one most likely to secure the coveted final artifact was a certain Li Song. Tang Yu was unfamiliar with this Li Song, yet he could discern the respect many held for him, indicating that this 4th-tier mage was indeed extraordinary. After a brief commotion in the hall, a meticulously dressed gentleman stepped forward, his face adorned with a warm smile as he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, the entrance to the Dawn Manor's formation has been unveiled. May you all achieve your aspirations. Welcome to the Dawn Manor quest. Now, challengers, please take heed of the rules for this undertaking. Rule 1. The Dawn Manor is divided into 3 days, commencing with sunrise and concluding at sunset. Rule 2. During the daytime within the quest, harming teammates is strictly prohibited. Any act of aggression will invoke the quest's protection for the attacked, resulting in severe penalties for the assailant. Rule 3. Challengers will be randomly allocated to different manor buildings, with groups of 50. During the day, defend against the onslaught of wild beasts, and at night, safeguard the manor's treasures. Rule 4. The manor's treasures will emerge at dusk. They must be located and protected, with each treasure having a solitary guardian, who will face ambushes from wild creatures. Proceed with caution. Rule 5. The manor consists of 3 levels. As one ascends, the frequency and intensity of beastly assaults increase. Yet the defensive areas diminish. Adjust your defense strategies accordingly. Rule 6. Collecting 3 treasures will allow you to initiate the final boss of the quest, with rewards varying based on your hunting performance. Rules. As soon as the group entered the instance, they were greeted by the recitation of the rules governing it. Once the announcement concluded, they realized they had been assigned to different buildings. Upon surveying his companions, Tang discovered that he had been placed in the same structure as Li Song. Gradually, the others regained their focus and began to assess their respective teammates. However, Tang, being alone, felt no such inclination. Instead, he started to scrutinize the appearance of the building's first floor. It was undeniable that the medium-sized instance boasted a vast area, with just the ground level exceeding several thousand square meters. Corridors and rooms were scattered throughout, transforming the entire first floor into a labyrinthine expanse. Tang briefly surveyed the various areas on the first floor, gaining a general understanding of their locations and directions, and identifying a few spots where wild monsters could be infiltrated. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the center. Damn it, what is going on? Wasn't there supposed to be 50 individuals within this building? Why are there only 49 here? Where's the missing one? Could it be that someone is secretly hiding, intending to pilfer items later? Where are you? Show yourself, don't hide. We are a collective here. No one is permitted to act deceitfully. Don't let me catch you, or you will regret it. Upon hearing the disarrayed shouts from the crowd, Tang realized they were searching for him. To avoid becoming the target of their animosity, he decided to step forward. I'm here. You needn't look for me. I merely went to inspect the rooms. The moment the crowd saw Tang emerge from the corridor, dissatisfaction was etched on their faces. Next time you decide to act alone, inform us in advance. We don't have the luxury of waiting for you. Are you unaware of the current situation? Or do you not comprehend the upcoming task? I advise you to refrain from provoking us. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Listening to their threats, Tang couldn't help but furrow his brow. At that moment, a tall and handsome man emerged from the crowd. It was Li Song. He scrutinized Tang from head to toe before inquiring, "Which team are you part of?" "I came alone. I'm not teamed up with anyone." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Goodness, he dares to enter a star-level dungeon alone. What audacity! What audacity! This fellow knows the rules of the dungeon and has come to leech off our experience. Wait, how's he only at the 2nd tier? And a lord at that? Is he genuinely planning to exploit us? I despise freeloaders. We must drive him out today. In a moment, the crowd was incensed, convinced that Tang was there to siphon off their experience, and they vowed to expel him. Li Song stood before Tang, his demeanor laced with arrogance. "Brother, this behavior is rather inappropriate, leeching off our experience. Do you understand the repercussions of such actions?" Observing that everyone regarded him as a freeloader, Tang remained unfazed, his expression calm. "Leech off your experience? I apologize, but I have never harbored such intentions, nor do I plan to team up with you. Therefore, I have no need to absorb your experience." Upon hearing Tang's words, Li Song couldn't help but chuckle. "You've come here and still claim not to leech off us. To recognize that this is a collaborative endeavor, the monsters we vanquish are shared equally. Would this not be considered a mere exploitation of experience? Yet, I never claimed to avoid combat. On what grounds do you assume I intend to benefit without contribution? Why this presumption? You are a 2nd-tier practitioner, while none here have reached even that rank. A mere handful of auxiliary roles have attained the 3rd tier. As Li Song approached Tang, he gently patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Furthermore, is not the role of a lord practitioner inherently one that thrives on the experience of others?" This statement elicited a wave of derision from the crowd. Indeed, a lord practitioner must draw upon the vitality of others to ascend. It is likely that this young man has consumed the experiences of many to reach the 2nd tier. How audacious! To claim he is not here to siphon experience. Truly a farcical assertion, revealing his ignorance of the very concept of experience theft. His audacity is remarkable, likely honed through prolonged practice. Observing the collective disdain directed towards him, Tang resolved to disengage from their company. if they were unwilling to acknowledge my worth. I shall pursue my own path. With that, he turned to depart. However, Li Song was determined not to let him leave so easily and stepped forward to block his way. Are you seeking a refuge to evade and continue siphoning our experience? I'm afraid none of us will permit that, and I certainly will not. Tang Yu fixed his gaze upon the other, his eyes as cold as eternal frost. What do you mean by that? He inquired. To ensure fairness for all, I believe it would be best for you to withdraw now. Upon Li Song's declaration, he immediately garnered the support of everyone present. Yes, leave the instance. Do not siphon our vitality any longer. How dare you seek to gain experience at our expense? Depart at once, lest we show you no mercy. Hurry and leave. A worthless lord seeking to profit here? Your aspirations are utterly delusional. Tang Yu suddenly chuckled, his gaze sweeping across all those present. Since you wish for me to depart so fervently, he declared, making his way directly to a nearby chair, leaning against it with a casual air. Then I shall not take my leave. Instead, I shall remain here to siphon off your valuable experience points. Playing the role of a freeloading monster, Tang Yu's words ignited a firestorm of emotions among the crowd. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, several hot-tempered warriors were ready to charge at him to deliver a proper lesson. However, Tang Yu remained unfazed, reclining in his chair and addressing everyone in an exceptionally languid tone. It's fine, let them come at me. I'll say this plainly. If I shout out, then I shall be deemed a coward. Just as a few warriors were about to rush forward, Li Song intervened, casting a disdainful smirk at Tang Yu. Hold on. This guy is deliberately provoking us to act. He is quite cunning. He wants us to suffer losses. The group then recalled the rules of the dungeon. During daylight, they were prohibited from engaging in combat. Any attempt to do so would result in immediate disqualification from the challenge, and the attack party would be protected. They could not harm Tang Yu in the slightest. The group glared at Tang Yu, their teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it, you're asking for it, aren't you? Fine, we can't touch you during the day, but just wait until nightfall. They urged him to leave, offering him a chance to escape their ire. You thick-skinned lord, dare to reveal your name, and see how I deal with you later. Unfazed by their curses, Tang Yu maintained a defiant gaze. What is the matter? Afraid to act now that you know the rules? Well, in that case, I shall take my leave. Li Song gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Fine. You've played the rules to your advantage. But do you truly believe you can evade retribution? I advise you to withdraw now, or you won't survive the night. In response to Li Song's threat, Tang Yu remained indifferent. And what of it? I shall merely bask in the daylight experience. The group seethed with rage. Even Li Song visibly agitated. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Tang Yu. All right, you've won this round. Let us set aside other matters for now. We have less than 5 minutes until the dungeon commences. I believe this is the moment for us to strategize on how to fend off the monster onslaught. Since you're here to gain experience, shouldn't you at least lend a hand? Tang Yu flashed a smug smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of arrogance. Have you forgotten what I just said? I am here merely to gain experience today. You want my assistance? Not a chance. Do you really want to provoke me? Li Song could no longer contain his anger, advancing to seize Tang Yu by the throat, ready to strike. At that moment, a soft white glow enveloped Tang Yu's body, and an authoritative notification echoed from above. Challenger Li Song, warning issued. Li Song, drenched in cold sweat, hastily released his grip on Tang Yu. His eyes sparkled with menace, realizing he had nearly fallen into Tang Yu's trap. Fortunately, he decided to ignore Tang Yu for the time being, turning his attention to the others. Since this fellow had chosen to leech off experience, they would set him aside for now and discuss how to allocate their defensive zones. The group was startled by the recent announcement, aware that the rules of the dungeon were no jest. Thus, they followed Li Song into the adjacent room to deliberate on their defensive strategy. Meanwhile, Tang Yu calmly rose and approached the window, contemplating how to make them regret their hostility. He stood silently, waiting for the opportune moment. Though he appeared unfazed by their animosity, he was diligently noting down their identities. It was not the time for reckoning. He could not fend off the numerous monsters alone. He needed to assess the situation of the monsters first. Once he confirmed his ability to solo them, he would certainly seek retribution against these individuals. The 5-minute countdown finally concluded, and a notification resonated through the skies. The Dawn Manor dungeon has officially commenced. In an instant, the radiance within the manor took on an eerie quality. Outside the window, a multitude of monsters appeared on the lawn, charging frantically towards the various structures of the manor. Glass shattered as the monsters relentlessly stormed into the rooms. However, It appeared that these creatures had no intention of targeting him, primarily rushing towards the rooms defended by the other teams. Tang Yu remained unperturbed. Although he was displeased with their treatment of him, he would not complicate matters at this juncture. After all, it was his first time in this dungeon, and he was entirely unfamiliar with its dynamics. Understanding the circumstances was paramount. As for teaching them a lesson, he felt that such actions were unnecessary for now. At least it is most gratifying to strike when the opponent is at their peak of confidence. Thus, Tang Yu casually glanced over and discovered that the levels of these wild creatures were predominantly around the second tier, level 5. When he opened the information panel of one such creature, he was utterly astonished by the details contained within. Mutated Snow Wolf, second tier. Level 5 attack power, 5,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 magic power, 1,000 skills, bite, claw strike. Goodness, a second tier. Level 5 creature with an attack power of 5,000 is indeed quite formidable. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. In his daily encounters, the average three-dimensional attributes of second tier. Level 5 ordinary monsters range between 2,500 and 2,800. Meanwhile, the average three-dimensional attributes of ordinary monsters within elite-level dungeons seldom exceeded 3,500, with only the boss-level creatures reaching 4,000. To his astonishment, the initial wave of monsters in this star-level dungeon boasted an attack power nearing 5,000, alongside 4,000 in strength and agility. Such elevated statistics underscored the formidable difficulty of this star-level dungeon. At that moment, Li Song divided the 49 individuals, excluding Tang Yu, into 5 squads to defend against the wild monsters approaching from 5 distinct directions. As the monstrous horde shattered the glass and surged into the room, Li Song unsheathed his sword without hesitation and charged into the fray. However, after expending considerable effort to slay the first mutated bear, he sensed that something was amiss. Damn it, is this really a second-tier, level 5 monster? It's far too powerful. Everyone, be cautious, he exclaimed, raising his sword to intercept an attack from a mutated hound. Beside him, a shield warrior brandished a massive shield, standing guard in front. The mutated hound, thwarted in its attack on Li Song, swiftly turned and lunged at the shield warrior instead. The warrior instinctively raised his shield to defend. Yet the hound's claw left a deep gash on the shield and then viciously bit into his right arm. A piercing scream escaped the warrior's lips, and blood gushed forth. The priest behind him hurriedly cast a healing spell. Subsequently, they all fought while retreating to a more confined area to regroup defensively. Fortunately, the mutated beast did not assault from other rooms but advanced inward along the structure of the house itself. Li Song quickly recognized this pattern and shouted to the others, "Do not guard the windows, their expanse makes them difficult to defend. Retreat into the corridor, these monsters will not breach the walls." His words immediately alerted the other 4 squads. They promptly fell back into the corridor, positioning themselves in a formidable formation to fend off the monsters. However, the sheer number of these creatures overwhelmed the front lines, and soon many began to falter. Injuries quickly emerged among their ranks. Thankfully, this time they had prepared adequately, bringing along priests who were able to sustain their defenses. After a while, the pressure on their side began to ease somewhat. Just then, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, causing Li Song and the others to turn towards the source, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. Those monsters are charging towards the Lord's room. This useless fool, I knew his presence here would spell trouble. We're finished. It's not that his demise would matter, but if the monsters breach that room, we will be caught in a perilous predicament. With a resounding crash, a massive mutated wild boar shattered the glass and charged in. Tang Yu, who had thought he could peacefully enjoy the spectacle, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, why is this foolish beast running around aimlessly? He immediately gestured to a knight nearby. The knight, mounted on a tall steed and wielding a colossal sword, delivered a fierce blow to the boar's head. With a crack, a large gash appeared on the boar's skull. Minus 12,000. In just one strike, the mutated boar lost 12,000 health points, leaving Tang Yu utterly astonished. Remarkable. A second-tier bronze quality unit truly is formidable. Next, the gunslinger behind Tang Yu unleashed a barrage of flames from his firearm, the sound resembling popping beans. The mutated boar attempted to charge forward, but a horde of ghouls immediately surrounded it, their claws and fangs relentlessly tearing into its flesh. Within less than 3 seconds, the mutated boar collapsed into a pool of blood, motionless. Meanwhile, some mutated creatures outside, drawn by the commotion, began rushing towards the room occupied by Tang Yu. Faced with this impending threat, Tang Yu wasted no time and summoned all his monstrous units once more. The crusher catapults aimed at the narrow, broken window and unleashed a volley of fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fireballs fell both inside and outside the window, igniting a fierce blaze and causing the temperature in the room to soar. Due to the window's limited size, the larger creatures would require time to force their way through, inadvertently blocking others. The flames from the incendiary rounds of the crusher catapults relentlessly scorched them. By the time they managed to breach the entrance, they were already severely weakened. The ghouls stood before the flames, patiently awaiting the approaching foes. Then, in a swift motion, dozens of ghouls leapt forward to engage in a brutal slaughter. Tang Yu stood before them, his brow slightly furrowed. If the second-tier monsters were this formidable, then the impending third-tier boss would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. It seemed prudent to avoid ascending the stairs. He wondered if the difficulty of the wild creatures on the second and third days would mirror that of today. Contemplating this, he absent-mindedly pinched his chin, pondering his strategy. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss. The wild creatures did not diminish in number despite his solitary presence. In fact, an increasing horde chose to break through towards him. This predicament meant that Tang Yu could afford no missteps. Should the creatures breach his defenses, the consequences would be dire. The fact that he was alone prompted the monsters to redirect their efforts solely toward him, amplifying the pressure he faced. Yet, the surge in mutated creatures not only heightened his peril, but also promised abundant experience points. Slaying a mutated black wolf granted him 100,000 experience points. A mutated wild boar yielded 130,000, and a mutated black bear provided 150,000, as his experience bar ascended at a remarkable pace. A satisfied smile grazed Tang Yu's face. Indeed, this location proved to be an excellent area for farming monsters. He hoped the other regions could hold their ground. Otherwise, if they were besieged from all sides, retreating to the second floor would be their only option. With this in mind, Tang Yu began to refine his defensive formation, striving to prevent any sudden incursions from the creatures. Meanwhile, the increase in mutated monsters on Tang Yu's side resulted in a corresponding decrease for Li Song and his 5 teams. At this moment, Li Song pierced a mutated flower leopard with his sword, instantly feeling the pressure abate. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, Li Song recognized a troubling issue. Damn it! The wild creatures have converged upon that lord. He has snatched our monsters. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of tension wash over them. However, the defense zone continued to face relentless invasions from the creatures, leaving them no immediate opportunity to seek out Tang Yu. Therefore, Li Song swiftly turned to an injured shield warrior and commanded, "Go assess the situation with that fellow. If he falls, we must quickly plug the gap, or that area will become a new breakthrough point." The individual promptly rose and made his way towards the room occupied by Tang Yu. Before reaching the destination, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him instantly. The shield warrior, with an expression of astonishment and disbelief, ventured forward. Upon entering, the inferno before him compelled him to take a step back. Within the room, a relentless surge of mutated monsters surged through the windows. The moment these creatures touched the ground, colossal knights and hunched ghouls immediately surrounded them, launching a fierce assault. In less than 3 seconds, a single mutated beast was effortlessly vanquished. Witnessing this scene sent shivers down the shield warrior's spine. How could this be possible? Were all these his summoned troops? Why were there so many? Realizing this, he swiftly retraced his steps to inform the others of the unfolding situation. However, upon hearing his account, skepticism washed over their faces. What? He managed to handle so many monsters alone? Impossible. Surely, he must have been dazed by the recent beasts. Did he not see the situation clearly? That incompetent lord could slay monsters? More likely, he would be the one to fall victim to them. Nevertheless, as Li Song listened to the shield warrior's description, he too found it hard to believe. Observing the numerous wounds on the shield warrior's body, he began to question whether the man had suffered a lapse in judgment, and promptly turned to a nearby warrior, saying, "You hold the line for me. I shall return shortly." He could not accept that Tang Yu could effortlessly withstand the monsters from such a high-level dungeon. After all, even he, a 4th-tier swordsman, struggled against them, let alone a newly ascended 2nd-tier lord. However, to his surprise, no monsters attacked from behind. Could it be that the fellow had truly held the line? He hastened down the corridor towards Tang Yu's room. As he approached the hallway leading to it, another wave of heat hit him, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had that individual employed a one-time spell scroll from a mage? Yet, when he reached the corner and beheld the scene within, he was utterly taken aback. The room was teeming with various magical beast troops, At the back stood 2 female hunters riding black panthers, guarding 5 catapults. In front of the catapults were diminutive gunmen wielding firearms. Further ahead were the human infantry with shields, human knights, and ghouls. The catapults continuously launched flaming projectiles towards the window, incinerating the monsters attempting to breach the room. The ghouls charged into the inferno, mercilessly slaughtering the encroaching beasts with astonishing efficiency. How could this be? How had he managed to summon such an abundance of troops? Suddenly, the words spoken by Du Qing resonated in Li Song's mind. He lifted his gaze once more to behold Tang Yu, cloaked in black, and in that instant, realization dawned upon him. You are Tang Yu. Tang Yu was pondering his strategies when he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. Unable to resist glancing back, he was taken aback to find it was Li Song. He furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded the other man. What brings you here? Indeed, you are Tang Yu. Li Song exclaimed. I wondered why a lord could possess such strength. It turns out to be you. At last, Li Song comprehended why Du Qing, a 4th-tier mage like himself, had fallen victim to this 2nd-tier professional. The scene before him elucidated the reasons behind it perfectly. Tang Yu possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck. Despite his low level, he commands an impressive multitude of summoned units. This vast array of troops, combined with an impeccable formation and the restricted width of the window, creates an advantageous scenario for him. The wild creatures can only advance in pairs, and even then, only those of smaller stature. All these factors converge to provide Tang Yu with an exceptionally favorable environment for output. He scarcely needs to exert any effort to amass a significant amount of experience points. Tang Yu gazed at Li Song, whose face was contorted with jealousy, and could not help but chuckle. Are you contemplating an attack? You are welcome to try. Do you take me for a fool? Provoking me is futile. Come nightfall, your life will inevitably be claimed. Is that so? If you have come merely to utter such drivel, then you may take your leave. With that, Tang Yu disregarded him, continuing to command his troops as they dispatched the hordes of wild monsters. Witnessing his effortless prowess only intensified Li Song's jealousy, causing his eyes to blaze with resentment. Yet, as he considered the fragility of his own teammates, who would likely falter soon, he seethed with bitterness, desperate to expel Tang Yu from the scene. Thus, he shouted at Tang Yu, Do you not wish to kneel before me and plead for your life? Fool! Tang Yu turned to glance at his opponent, saying, You might as well kneel and beseech me to withdraw from this instance. As he regarded Tang Yu's arrogant demeanor, Li Song's murderous intent surged even higher. You tread the path to heaven yet refuse to walk it, while you dare to intrude upon the gates of hell. Let me be frank with you. Du Qing seeks your demise, and I have come to collect your life. Oh, now I understand how you know me. You are associated with that useless Du Qing. At this juncture, Tang Yu turned his gaze back, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon Li Song. You should tread carefully. He ought to have informed you of my prowess. His words sent a chill down Li Song's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Cursing inwardly, he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Tang Yu. You shall meet a most gruesome end, I assure you. Tang Yu continued to smile and said, All right. Then we shall meet in the evening. With a chuckle, he added, Very well, then we shall see each other tonight. After speaking, Li Song turned and returned to his room, his mind beginning to ponder the methods to eliminate Tang Yu. Tang Yu is undeniably far more formidable than one might have initially presumed. Eliminating him is no simple task. Moreover, Du Qing had previously informed me that this individual possesses a skill capable of imprisoning a person for up to a minute. Should I engage him in combat? He would undoubtedly unleash this confinement ability without hesitation, leading to my demise. Thus, I must evade his restraining skill. And the most prudent course of action is to utilize others as cannon fodder. Upon returning to our respective chambers, we resumed our defense against the onslaught of wild creatures. After several hours of relentless combat, patterns began to emerge. The monsters of Dawn Manor refresh every hour, with each wave comprising approximately 100 entities. Although the mutated creatures are merely of the 2nd tier, they yield more experience points than those of the 4th tier, and the equipment and items they drop are exceedingly rare. As dusk approached, the number of wild creatures outside dwindled. Li Song addressed the group, stating, Soon we must distribute the items and equipment, but we have far too few for our needs. The others expressed their displeasure. Indeed, it was frustrating that such a challenging spawn yielded so little. Perhaps the final boss of the dungeon was the only aspect worth anticipating. If the 2nd-tier monsters are this difficult to spawn, one can only imagine how much tougher the 3rd-tier ones will be. I wonder how the other teams are faring. I hope their numbers remain intact. Observing the collective exasperation, Li Song interjected, "Let us not forget that the Lord has monopolized a pathway, claiming the majority of our wild creatures for himself." At this revelation, the group erupted in indignation. They had nearly forgotten that insufferable individual, initially perceiving him as ineffectual. They now recognized him as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he disregarded commands. He sought to monopolize a route, thus reaping substantial rewards for himself. This cannot be allowed to continue. Why should he benefit so greatly while we suffer losses? As the group's emotions surged, Li Song fanned the flames further. Nightfall is upon us. Once darkness descends, the dungeon's rules shall no longer bind us. Therefore, to reclaim what is rightfully ours, we must eliminate him. Who will join me? The group, already seething with resentment towards Tang Yu, responded eagerly to Li Song's call, nearly all expressing their eagerness to confront him. Tonight shall be his reckoning. He has vexed us throughout the day, and this grudge shall not linger. Indeed, he has stolen our monsters, refused to cooperate in our grinding, and snatched our kills. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful and demands retribution. Absolutely. Why should he reap the rewards meant for us? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We must take action against him. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with fervor. Li Song had achieved his objective, his face adorned with a triumphant smile. All right, let us endure a little longer. Soon will be his demise. The crowd continued to vanquish the monsters, and finally, as the last creature fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire building. The crowd exchanged silent glances before making their way towards Tang Yu's room. However, upon reaching the chamber, charred by flames, they discovered it was already deserted. Damn it, he's escaped. Li Song's eyelids fluttered, and he immediately barked, "Brothers, apprehend him. If he seizes the treasure, we will be in trouble." The group sprang into action. Meanwhile, in that ashen room, Tang Yu leaned against a corner, witnessing the chaos unfold. As he observed the frenzied search for him, a smirk crept onto his lips. "Search away, you may seek to your heart's content. I am curious to see who can find me." With that, he gently patted the female hunter beside him, mounted on a black panther. "Locate the items." Without hesitation, the 5 female hunters began scouring the room for the first treasure. The relentless pursuit of Tang Yu had driven the crowd into a frenzy. Yet, after thoroughly searching the floor, they remained baffled by his absence. All eyes instinctively turned towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Damn it! Could that fellow have fled upstairs? Are we truly going to chase him there? That would only complicate our task. Stay calm. We cannot take such risks for a mere lord. Indeed, let us not forget our primary mission is to find the treasure. Li Song, regaining his composure, addressed the crowd. Let him be for now. We must swiftly locate the treasure, or else, before he could finish, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from a distant room. Yet, it vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. In a heartbeat, everyone in the room reacted. Damn it, that rascal has found the treasure. All rushed toward the source of the light. However, upon arrival, the room was utterly empty. No one and nothing remained. Faced with this predicament, confusion spread among them. Where is he? Where did that fellow go? The crowd, bewildered, continued to scan their surroundings. Yet, aside from walls and various dismantled furniture, there was nothing else. Finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration and shouted into the surrounding air, "Tang Yu, if you have the courage, come out. Let us settle this one-on-one. Hiding in the shadows does not make one a hero. Hand over the treasure at once, or if we catch you, your fate will be dire. Is this how you wish to play? It seems you have no fear of death. Surrender the goods, and I shall spare your miserable life." Observing the furious expressions of the crowd, Li Song felt an unexpected calm wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he addressed the empty air nearby. "Tang Yu, continue your hiding. I am eager to see where you can evade us. Regardless, possessing the treasure will only invite the monster's wrath, and soon enough, we shall locate you." The crowd began to grasp the situation, their rage diminishing considerably. Indeed, what good is the treasure if you cannot withstand the onslaught of wild beasts throughout the night? One exclaimed. "Surrender the treasure so we can defend it together. Or prepare to meet your end at the hands of the monsters." Not far down the corridor, clad in a shadowy cloak, Tang Yu nodded upon hearing these words. "True enough, the treasure draws the monster's attention. If I summon the beastly troops, I risk being discovered." It appeared he had little choice in the matter. With that, he took 2 steps forward. "Everyone, it has been a while." At this proclamation, all eyes turned towards him. The sight of Tang Yu's impudent expression ignited a surge of anger among the crowd, who could scarcely restrain themselves from lunging at him. Yet, Tang Yu brandished a pearl radiating a soft blue glow and declared, If you dare approach, I will cast this treasure out the window. None of us shall pass this trial. The crowd, poised for action, froze in disbelief. Li Song, however, felt a sense of nonchalance wash over him, crossing his arms as he regarded Tang Yu with a hint of derision. Very well, hold on to it. We shall simply watch as the monsters claim your life and take the treasure for ourselves. I suspect your mind has been clouded to make such a foolish decision. In response to Li Song's mockery, Tang Yu merely smiled serenely. Is that so? No matter. I am here for everyone, and everyone is here for me. I shall guard against this wave of beasts on your behalf. No need to thank me. The crowd's fury ignited further at Tang Yu's demeanor. What a charade. Just wait and see how the monsters deal with you. Another shouted. Indeed, you may be laughing now, but soon you shall wear a different expression. Thus, the crowd reached a temporary consensus, waiting for Tang Yu to confront the monsters, anticipating his downfall before deliberating on the treasure. Yet, Tang Yu could sense their malice. It was evident they were merely biding their time to ambush him and seize the treasure. For now, their words were but a formality. Tang Yu harbored no belief that these individuals would safely endure until the break of dawn. Thus, throughout the night, he remained enveloped in peril. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings entirely. The once tranquil estate was once again stirred by the rustling sounds from outside. Through the dilapidated windows, vague silhouettes could be discerned, as numerous wild creatures began to advance towards the house. Due to the nature of the special items within the quest, the treasures could not be stored in the spatial inventory. At this moment, Tang Yu stood out among the wild monsters like a beacon in the night, radiating brilliance. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed once more, followed by the cadence of approaching footsteps in the corridor. A glint of cold light flickered in Li Song's eyes as his hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Indeed, he had no intention of granting Tang Yu any leniency. He aimed to seize the opportunity to ambush him amidst the wild monster's assault and claim the treasure for himself. After all, acquiring 3 treasures would enable him to activate the ultimate boss of the dungeon, and he had no desire to share it with anyone else. He was acutely aware that many skilled individuals had also come to partake in the dungeon, each harboring the same intentions as his own. Thus, this time, it would be a test of individual prowess. A ferocious roar reverberated through the corridor. The onlookers fixated on Tang Yu at the center of the hall, anticipating the impending attack from the wild monsters. However, at that moment, a flash of silver light streaked across the scene. Several knights clad in gleaming silver armor, mounted on warhorses and wielding longswords, swiftly dispatched the encroaching wild monsters. The crowd stood in stunned silence, astonished that the monsters had been vanquished before even reaching the hall, felled by Tang Yu's beastly troops. Li Song's palms were slick with sweat. He had been on the verge of launching his own attack when the monsters had been intercepted, though he had yet to strike. He felt a tremor of anxiety coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to rein in his emotions. At that moment, the heavy sound of breathing in the hall intensified the atmosphere, rendering it tense.